Yo, mic check, mic check. Fuck is going on here? Why everybody so quiet?
Hello?
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Why everybody here so quiet? Let's start some shit.
Who wants to start shit? Let's do it.
I heard one time in an audio song, if you don't start no shit, won't be no shit. So let's start it.
This shit start.
So what up, rookie? Where do you find yourself these days? Leaning towards the globe or more towards the flat?
What?
Where are you leaning these days? Towards globe or towards flat?
What? Why? There's no leaning. It's definitely flat.
I mean, it isn't. It can't be definitely flat because we have hills and valleys, but maybe
Well,
the
I'm not
realm
talking about that. I'm talking
the
about
realm
the
is.
dirt. Yeah, I'm talking about the water and the realm itself. Yeah.
But I live in New York City, right? And I go a lot to
Mhm.
Manhattan. And in Manhattan, I noticed there's a lot of like going ups and downs. The place is it isn't very level. So I find it hard to believe that the entire place is completely flat and level.
No, it's not. There's mountains, there's hills, there's the dirt itself is convex and concave, both. the water itself is flat. But since the claim is that 70% of the Earth is water, so if that's the case, then it goes without saying that 70% of something is flat, and I would say that it's probably a flat surface with dirt protruding up above it. Technically, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. That's at least it helps me to understand where you're coming from. But I used to call myself a flat earther, but I noticed that there used to be some sort of negative connotation that goes with it. So I didn't like the name flat earther. So I would much rather like globe skeptic. Because regardless of
Mhm.
what this place is, it's definitely not a fucking ball flying through space, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't really like the term flat earther either, but I mean, it seems to go with the territory, so is what it is. I don't like being called that either. I don't like being called religious either because I believe in God, but I'm not religious. But you know, context.
And what do you think about the globe story? Like, what do you think? What do you think the purpose of the globe story is?
To hide God, to hide the truth that we were created and we were put in here, and that there's a reason for it. That's the only logical explanation. I don't know though. To be honest with you, I really don't know for sure.
That's good, bro. None of us really know, right? We're all just kind of shooting at the hip. You know what I'm saying? So when I ask you something, I'm not looking for like scientific proof. I'm just looking for your opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not afraid. I realize that a lot of the things that I believe in are beliefs. I can't help it. There's not much I can do about it until I can thoroughly investigate the whole planet or whatever it is that we live on. I won't really know for sure. So we're all kind of stuck in this position.
And you realize that's like an impossible mission, right? Because there's a lot of places in this world we just simply can't access.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think that wherever you head, north, south, east, west, and you just head that direction, there's somebody that's gonna say, "Hey, man, can't go here. You got to go back."
But is it right? Who are they to tell you
Well,
you can't do something?
I mean yeah. I mean, that's exactly why I asked myself, who are they, and how is it that they came to this authority where they could say, "Hey, you cannot access this area."
Well,
That's
I can
person.
answer that question for you. It would be because they have money and they have military force behind them, or they have control over some military force, so they can actually do something if somebody tries to tell them different. That's the difference. But you know, do I believe that they go around killing people for shit like that? No, not really. I think you could probably piss people off, but I doubt highly they're going to kill you because you're talking about flat Earth. You know what I mean? Now, if you expose something directly personal to them, then yeah, I'm sure that they would defend themselves. But do I really believe that people go around killing flat earthers? No, I don't. I think that's ridiculous.
Of course, it's definitely
Unless
ridiculous
there's
to.
some special situation that might be that I'm not aware of. No.
Well, I don't think they go around killing flat earthers per se. But if a flat earther were to like um gather some funds and try to get like a trip to Antarctica, pretty sure something will probably happen to that person.
Maybe. Or they just let them go there and visit the supposed South Pole, and then hopefully they'd be convinced, right? That's why they have an actual tour that takes you there, right? Is so that way, in case anybody gets curious, they can always go and then see for themselves, right? If you believe that's what they're showing you. But I don't trust anybody. I mean, anybody. I don't even trust my own mother most of the time.
My bad,
These
bro. I
people.
got go for a few minutes, man. I'll be back. Just give me a few minutes.
Anybody else got anything to say about that? There you go. Crit, what's up? Nobody? Everybody sleeping? Oh, come on. Somebody else in here this voice, right? Nobody? How reality works? How does reality work? That's a good question. came back or whatever. But
I thought they were fixed. I was doing that thing earlier. I tried to clean them out. Maybe it was, I think it was only doing it to one AirPod because I would like, it would happen and I would switch and it'd be all right. I don't know. I'm gonna try it out. I have two sets of AirPods. So I got two left ones and two right ones, but then I found two AirPods at the school, but they're like two right ones or something. Then I found like an extra left one because one of them was fucked up on my old pair. I don't know. I've been having issues just switching them in and out. When one dies and I go to switch one, it's like not connecting right and shit.
You ain't here yet? We're just text chatting.
Yeah, what's up?
So, what do you think? My question would be like, even if we did figure out how far away the moon was from us, what would that prove? Exactly, except for maybe the distance that the light is away from us. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
That's what I kind of knew.
I'm not even quite sure that where the moon appears in the sky would actually be a straight line to whatever is actually projecting the image itself. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I yeah,
Hmm.
I think that the
For
thing
all we
is,
know, it's a reflection that's a smaller thing that's being magnified, or it could be many things. But I wouldn't say that. If it rotated completely around and I could see all the sides of it, it'd be different. Then I'd be more apt to like want to believe that it's actually a ball of something in the sky, or even some kind of a hologram in the sky. But the same with the sun. It's like it's really hard to like say that when the only way you can really view it is in a two-dimensional manner. You can't really see it from three dimensions. It's kind of interesting.
I'll say
So
this, man. It looks
it's just
physical, but the fact
it
that you
does. It
only
appears to
see,
be, yeah.
yeah, but the fact that you only see one top side ever kind of, I mean, it's pretty off-putting, and I find it dishonest when Globers don't think like, wow, that's neat. I mean, they don't even note that it's neat. They don't even note that it's improbable that we would always see the same side. They just say like, oh no, that's just how it is. There's completely like, I don't know.
That's why I'm a
There,
firm believer when you're trying to lead someone to the truth, it's better to lead them in a manner that's not smacking them like flat Earth. It's easier to just get on the level with them and ask them questions about scientific things that leads them to a logical conclusion before you even bring that up. You know what I'm saying? That way you're level-headed. You're talking about the same kind of science, the same kind of demonstrations, the same kind of, modus operandi. You know what I'm saying? It makes it a lot easier when you start out with that. I think when you just go straight into it saying, okay, I'm on the flatter side, you're on the baller side, let's just argue about it. I don't think that's really like the best way to share with people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's fun to do, and it can be done, online and things like that, where you don't have that physical connection. You're not able to see the people's faces and interact with them. But I think it's faulty when it comes to like trying to convert people. I really do. I think it more creates more anti-flat earthers, anti-globers, and people like that is what I think that does. When you look at it that way, when you go into it with a debate attitude, especially with people who obviously haven't done their homework, it really kind of makes for a lousy conversation altogether. You know what I mean? Whereas if you get in a conversation about specific things about science and about how we come to our conclusions, and how we measure things with shadows, and how we measure things with triangles and things like that, like lay that out, like how we actually use it in physical ways to build things. That's how you use science to show people the truth. You don't use this illogical stuff that they just made up to go along with the storyline, because it doesn't really fit it and it doesn't suit it and it doesn't really prove anything at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Am I talking too much?
yeah, I kind of get you on the whole, I guess, uh, polarization would be, I guess, a good way to describe it. The polarization that goes on in these debates. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes people feel like they need to be on one side or the other, instead of just saying, well, you know what, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Let me just go into this with an attitude that I don't really know what the shape is. Convince me otherwise. Like if I don't really have an idea of it, let's just say I don't have any preconceived ideas, no bias at all. I don't know what the shape is, okay, except for what I can see with my own eyes, and the feelings that I have with my own, my own balance and whatever, right? I don't feel it spinning, and I don't see a curve when I look at the ocean. So my assumption is that it's a flat, level surface, and that the dirt and the earth itself and the mountains and stuff that are all convex from that, or concave, whatever the case may be, and the ocean's flat with the exception of waves and like surface tension and whatever. I mean, but and gas pressure has to only exist inside of a container. So I mean, until I mean, I know those are the three basics, but I mean, for me, that's really is what you're going to have to convince me of. If you're going to convince me one way or the other, we're going to have some kind of evidence to prove that level is level, and it's level, it's the same level all over, right? We have to be able to prove that. And I'm not sure that you can do that. You know what I'm saying? Not and convince people of it, because most people don't understand how that part of science works and how to speak about it logically and understand it, you know, and be able to conversate about it. You know what I mean? They might get what you mean if you explain it to them in great detail, but most people that don't have like a degree or haven't read books like I did, you know, I don't have a degree, but I've read lots of books. I understand things just because I've read the books and I understand the words a little better. But it took me a long time to figure it out because they use special words and things to describe things. So that way they're all talking about the same thing, right? Most people don't understand those words. So it trips them up, right? It makes them think that maybe there's some deception involved or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know I'm chatty.
Yeah,
I
I
just
feel like a
took a couple
lot
bonkers.
of I feel like a lot of arguments too. Like I feel like there are some globers out there who actually are, I guess, logically debating, but I feel like a lot of globers who come in are not actually logically debating. You know what I mean? And it's the same for
Glovers is like calling religious people religious, or you know, like people that believe in God religious. It's not the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think when you say glober, it's more of context. Is it's a funny, stupid term that we use. It's you know what I mean? It's a stereotype that you just believe that you live on a ball, right? That's basically what glober means, right? You believe in the globe. But I don't know that, I'm not really sure that most people really believe that, because having not ever seen it with their own eyes, I really don't know that I can believe them when they say, well, I see it that way, because I don't see it that way. So it's hard for me to understand how someone else could look at the same evidence I'm looking at and come up with a completely different answer. That's where I start to go like, what? You know, like when people literally tell me, oh no, I was in an airplane and I saw a curve. And I'm like, well, that's funny. You're only going like 40,000 feet. I doubt highly there's going to be much of a curve there, but it should be there, right? But you know, whenever I ask them, well, did you hold a ruler, or did you hold something that you know is straight and level up to that, and to see that it's actually curving and it's bending off at the edges, or did you just assume it because it looked that way to your eyes? Because you know, altitude and pressure can affect the airplane's windows. It can affect your eyeballs and all kinds of things. And high pressure and low pressure can affect the way your eyeballs are shaped. Literally, put more or less pressure on the liquid in your eye and make you see differently. Why do you think, you know, they use cameras and things? Because they you know, the lenses are actually made solid. Our eyeballs aren't solid lenses. They're made out of meat. They're made out of flesh, right? So there's all these
yeah.
things that could make what you see when you got up there change, and maybe you would see a curve. Even it's possible, but you really the only way to know is to go up there over and over and over and do all kinds of testing on different things to prove it all out, right? That's what we need to
Yeah.
do.
Can I
Notice
say
nobody's
something
saying
real
that,
quick?
right?
Can I say
Huh.
something real quick? They had back in the day, like I think it was in the 20s or something, they had a little test that they did. And basically they had people come into a room, a bunch of scientists, into a like a, you know, those channelers or those people who talk to the spirits. They were doing all this shit in the 20s. I forget what it's called, a seance.
Yeah, they were trying to find out if there was anything to it. Right?
Yeah. So they had these, yo, listen to this. They had this like scientists come into a seance, and they had the table and lights rigged so that the table would shake and move up and like kind of appear to levitate, and that the lights would actually appear to like dim and flicker. And the scientists were so, I guess, like rooted in their belief that they came out of the seance and they would report, oh, I didn't see the table moving, I didn't see any lights flicker, but
Are you serious?
yeah, dude, they knew the table moved and the lights flickered because it was a fake seance, and they added all these mechanics in to make it do that. And so they found that like scientists will believe, I guess, their hyper mundanity. I don't even know.
But in that case, wouldn't that have been the actual truth?
Right. The truth
Seances
was that
aren't real.
right. No,
right?
but the scientists didn't know that the seance was fake all they were asked was, did you
Right, but
see
they
the
still
table
said, but they
move?
still stuck with their belief, their bias. Right, gotcha.
Right, no,
But they
but
were
they
right though.
they no,
Right.
no. They said that the table didn't even shake. They said the lights didn't
Right.
even flicker in the room.
Exactly.
So they were
Because that's
lying.
the
They were lying.
well, if you think about it, yeah, they would have to lie because that protects their psyche. Because their psyche can't say, oh well, this is real, even though that's what they believed in their heart. They were probably terrified and scared because they didn't know it was rigged, right? Or if they were convinced. But if they were convinced, they were probably so fucking terrified they just said they didn't see it because they were probably afraid no one else saw it and maybe they were imagining it. I don't know. I mean, there's different reasons why somebody would say I didn't see anything, but I mean that would be a reason why I would say it, right? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I guess kind
Like
of. Yeah, I mean,
maybe they thought they saw it and they were afraid by saying anything would make them seem crazy. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Maybe maybe they just assumed they were the
Pilot
only ones.
UFO analogy.
I'm just saying there's different factors involved in that. And I don't know if that necessarily proves anything. That's all I mean.
I'm not saying it proves anything. I'm just saying that, I mean, the table moved because they knew it's moved because they rigged it, and the scientists still said that it didn't move. You know what I mean? Just because of the fact that it implied some sort of supernatural force.
Right. I would have just said, well, I saw it move, but I know that it must have been fake. That's what I would have said if you would ask me afterwards. And I would have been laughing the whole time because I would have known they were faking it. I probably would have jumped up and tried to attempt to expose it too. That's just me though. But I'm the kind of, I'm from Missouri. I was born in Missouri. I'm from a Show Me State. So I'm a firm believer in if you want me to believe something wholeheartedly and you're really serious and you really believe it, then show it to me. Like if you think that you're psychic and you can guess the number that's in my head, then feel free to show it to me. I'll believe you if you can legitimately confirm it, but I'm not just going to believe you just because you said so. You know what I mean? Not to be insultive or untrusting or anything like that. It's just I've heard too many stories and they've always been lies. So I've yet to see pigs fly or unicorns or any of that kind of crap that wasn't some goofball acted funny, right? So until I see something like that. Now, if I started seeing ghosts and I started seeing aliens land in my backyard, I might actually be convinced and I might go and join those clubs, right? But until I see evidence for it, come on now.
Yeah,
Invisible
I'm with you on
cloaks
that.
and laser beams that can vaporize you from space and all this crap. Come on, people. Yeah, maybe they have lasers and they have stuff that can do that, but they ain't gonna use it from space. Give me a break. Space
Yeah,
doesn't exist.
bro. I'm with you. I'm with you on that, dude. I feel like people are like, oh, the reptilians, ball. It's like, dude, if
I
you can
think a
show me
lot of
a
the
single
stuff that we
fucking,
that we
you
that
can
we
show me a
see
single
evidence for is
reptilian, I'll believe you.
on purpose to scare you. Do you really think if this stuff was true, the government would allow us to put it out there? Think about that. When it comes to things like them killing people and all that, think about some of these things that these, I'm gonna say words now, and I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. Conspiracy theorists, because there are a lot of conspiracy theorists, right? They do exist, like people that believe in Bigfoot and all this kind of stuff. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but until I see evidence for it, I'm not gonna believe it. I'm sorry. And I think that anybody would be that way. So I don't know why anybody would judge me based on that. If you've got evidence that Bigfoot exists, then bring it to me and show it to me. Bring him over to my house. I'll believe you when I see him or I talk to him or I meet him or whatever. But that's the only way I'm going to be convinced of something like that. Because I
Yeah,
know that.
baby. Think about this. Think about this. There's just as ridiculous stories. Apparently, there's a place where you can go and water and rocks float and are the same weight as air. Yet nobody in this fucking room or anyone who comes to any of these servers has
When
ever
I see it, I'll
fucking
believe it.
proved.
Yeah. Yeah, when I see it, I'll believe it. And why don't they have? Why can't they take people up there? I mean, if a high altitude airplane can fly up there without really any major G forces, like flying slow, obviously, not like a crazy jet pilot, but literally, I've been in airplanes before, and they go 500-600 miles per hour, right, in the air, or whatever knots that is, or whatever it is, right? And I've been in those planes, and I never felt like any major G forces that would make me stick to the wall or make me float in the air, unless we were dealing with some that when the plane drops altitude and stuff. That's happened before. Turbulence, that's happened before, but beyond that, I've never dealt with those kind of G-forces. So it makes me wonder why they would build this giant rocket with a flame shooting out the bottom of it that isn't even symmetrical and expect me to believe that it would actually take off from the ground and fly up into space. That's ridiculous. Even if space existed, I wouldn't believe that. Especially with the demonstrations that they've shown us so far. It's a bunch of crap, right? Any rocket they send up there is going to have to be made out of very, very, very lightweight materials, and it's going to have to be powered by something like solid fuel or some kind of like lightweight dry fuel, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. And we all know that that would never happen with a 5 million ton or whatever the hell they claim that space shuttles were. It's ridiculous, right? Otherwise, it would make more sense to fly it all up there in high altitude planes and then send the rocket off from the high altitude plane while you're already in altitude, or you're almost right up there next to the edge of space. But they never do that. And that's the only logical way that you would do it. Otherwise, you'd be wasting energy. But beyond me, why people believe that's a really logical way to travel, it's not. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. What do you think? Do you believe it? I'm more apt to believe that there's a solid structure up there that they can actually attach stuff to, and that's how they keep satellites in the air, or maybe they use hot air balloons. I don't know. I know that they use balloons. I've seen that evidence, but I'm not sure that that means that all the, all the photographs and all the whatever, all those images that you see online.
Yo, Rookie, have you seen quantum locking before?
Yeah, you freeze a magnet and rotates. And floats.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, think about that too. The magnetosphere is supposed to be stronger up there. Why couldn't you quantum lock something up there? I'm honestly
well, if it was frozen to absolute zero, that is a possibility. Maybe that's what happens to all gases as they get to the top of the dome. Maybe they freeze solid into some hard crystallized structure. I don't know. Or maybe we're actually inside of some kind of crystallized structure, and it's only melted because the sunlight's actually energy is what dissolves it. And if the sun were to get like weakened, or if it weren't warm enough to keep that circle made, then it would just literally cause an ice age, right? That's supposedly what they want us to think anyway, right? That makes logical sense, but it only makes logical sense if it's frozen, and the sun is obviously not frozen. So the sun obviously must be some kind of point of light, right? It couldn't be solid. It couldn't be a physical thing. It's just a light source of some kind hanging in the sky. We don't know what it is. Or it could be focused in from the top of the dome somewhere from outside the dome. And what is the dome? What does the dome look like? What I think it looks like, just my guess. I can't prove it. I don't have evidence for it. Well, maybe I do, but you probably wouldn't believe it. I've seen pictures from NASA supposedly of high altitude up there, like right on the edge of space. And some of those pictures look like they're actually above the dome and they're looking down through it. Like it literally looks like an air pocket, and then you see the Earth down below it. It looks weird. And everything that NASA puts out there is actually fake. But I really don't know what I can trust and what I can't. But I have seen a lot of footage that would tell me that they are doing stuff up there. I just don't know what exactly they're doing. They're obviously not going to tell us.
You gotta figure out a way
if they found a solid surface, would they tell us? I don't think they would, because then that would manifest that. Then we would know that maybe it wouldn't necessarily prove a god, like as in a godly being, but it would prove that somebody responsible or bigger and tougher than us trapped us in here, right? You got what I'm saying? Like, it would prove one way or the other that there's some kind of creator or some kind of meaning for us being here. We didn't just randomly show up here, right? And I think that's what whoever it is that's on the bad side is trying to convince us of. They want us to be thinking that it's not a being that created us or put us here that's teaching us something. This isn't a learning experience. This is literally a torture chamber, and you're in here because your God abandoned you. That's what he wants you to think, or the devil or evil wants you to think. Because
I don't know. I don't even know about the whole dome thing, to be honest. I don't know. That whole thing kind of like, what's to say that there is? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I won't believe it for sure until I touch it, right? Or until I get up there close and see it. Then I'll be convinced. But honestly, we know that in order to have gas pressure, we know this, and I've tested this with myself. Okay, I've tested it. Gas pressure requires a barrier. It requires for it to build off of. That's just how it works. I know that's just a way of explaining
how pressure works, but it's just how we do it. And you're not going to convince me that gravity, which doesn't affect the air, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't have wind, because if gravity was pulling on the air and everything else, it would keep the wind from blowing. Come on, think about that. It's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. Every bit of it is ridiculous. The only thing that makes more sense is that we're an air bubble trapped between two bodies of water. That makes more sense to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it makes logical sense. Or maybe there's a lot this place. Maybe this place is a smaller version that's been sectioned off, and we've been trapped here, just to convince us that we can't leave and there's no more land. Because if you could run away, wouldn't you? I would. If I knew there was empty land that I could just go and take and build a house on and live on and grow vegetables and crops and all, hell yeah, I'd leave here. Bet your butt I would. I'd leave everything.
There would be mass exodus, mate. You're right. Mass exodus.
Bet your ass it would. Of course, we'd all want to take stuff with us, so we need boats and we need supplies. But I mean, gee whiz, think about all the money that they'd make. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like everybody says, why would they lie? Well, why wouldn't they lie? I mean, there's all kinds of things they could hide from us by just keeping us thinking that we only live in this one little section of the world when there's really a bigger place that we just can't get to, right? Or that they won't allow us to get to. But I'm not saying that means that we're, there's many, many domes and, we can go from one to the other. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's possible, but I'm not saying that I believe that because I haven't seen evidence. But it does make sense that there's something over the top of us protecting us from whatever's above. And it looks to me like it's water, but I could be wrong. Right? But when it comes to evidence, I mean, for me, yeah, we will. We'll not find out, but I think everybody.
So the fact that the Earth could be a sphere or something like that, do you think knowing that the sphere is holding something in place, like if you look at like a circle, in the center of the circle, it's kind of like locking something into place. Do you think that has anything to do with that?
Did I say we live in a sphere?
No. I'm just being skeptical. I'm not saying that you said that or anything.
I was just curious where you were going with it. I can better answer the question if I know what you mean by it, right?
I'm just going off of what you said. Are you a little confused about what you said?
No, but I might have said some things in between there that I wasn't thinking about. The way I was saying it and how it was matching up. But yeah, I agree.
I'm more of just being. I'm kind of being
be critical. I don't mind as long as you're not rude about it. I mean, if I said something wrong or I'm not making sense, then ask me questions to clarify it. I don't mind.
My question was, I'll say it again. Considering if the Earth was a sphere as a circle, would it be locking something into place in the center? Holding it in? That's my question.
You mean, you're saying, do I believe that quantum locking was the... You're saying, do I believe it's possible that quantum locking is what's holding the planets in place? Yeah, it's possible, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was trying to think.
I get, but I mean, quantum locking is specific, right? It's only when you freeze like a superpowered magnet and you use it in a certain way, and then that causes it, right? But beyond that, when do we see it in nature? We don't, right? Or we don't see it above our heads or anything that we know of, right? So I mean, I agree with you. That would make sense, but it doesn't really make it. Doesn't. I don't know.
I mean,
looks
to be
like
living
in the moon and the sun,
in a land piece plane, and to be talking about looking at it from above as a globe, to me, just to make more sense of the situation, I'm like, okay, if it's a globe and this and that, it must be holding something into place, which it's why it's taking this possible look of a globe or a sphere, is what I was saying.
Oh.
So I'm considering both sides. That's all.
Oh, I kind of see what you're talking about. But I don't know how to answer the question though. Really, I mean,
don't we see evidence of quantum locking in the moon?
well, I mean, it does seem that way, right? Because it's only moving left to right and it's not turning around, so we can't see the backside. So it could be like a disc shaped, or maybe it's a 3D shape, but it's not quite a solid sphere. Maybe it's round on the front and flat on the back. We don't know, right? We can't see the other side of it. But is it possible that's what is locking it up there? Yeah, it is. It's possible.
So is it possible that the moon and the
frozen
sun,
magnet, it would. Yeah, I think it might. if there was a magnetic field all the way around the Earth somewhere
But
or in the
there
dome
is,
or whatever.
and
But
it doesn't.
isn't that what
It
it
does,
requires in order to do that?
yeah, and the moon kind of does travel along the Earth's magnetic equator
Mm-hmm.
from top to bottom of it, and it goes back from once it never crosses the border of it. So it does seem like a legit. I've been talking about that for a couple of years.
Doesn't the moon disappear one day out of the
Electrical
month?
No.
That's when the
From
So, I mean,
sight. It doesn't mean it
I'm just saying,
disappears.
isn't there one day a month that we can't see it at all? And we don't know where it goes.
Well, no, we can actually see it, just not with our bare eyes.
Oh, I see. Is that really true? I don't know. What
There's
I
some
want to
different
know is,
optics here, mate.
I have a question too. That's something that got me the other day. I was thinking about it, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Like there's lunar eclipses and there's solar eclipses, right? Okay, so I guess maybe I'm confused and I wasn't paying attention in class when I learned about this, but I thought that what I was taught in school, which, like I said, I dropped out of school, so bear with me. I thought that the shadow on the moon was supposedly the Earth's shadow all the time. I thought that's what it was, and the sun and the moon gets and the Earth gets between the moon, and that's where you get the shadow. That's the way I was taught. That's the way I understood it. Now I'm hearing from people now that that's not the way we believe it anymore, or something. I'm not sure if I just misunderstood it when I was a kid, because like I said,
That's not how you were taught.
But-
You misunderstood for sure.
okay, so how would we prove what's actually cascading or going in between, or how do we even know that that's exactly what it's doing, or that the Earth is rounded? Because we know that if you take a piece of paper and you hold it and shadow it over a sphere, you'll get a curved shadow on it, right? You know that, right? You tested that. Like if you take
We
a sheet
do.
of paper with a straight edge, yeah.
well, the light
So
gives it
we know
shape.
that the
Without
Earth could
light,
be
there's
flat.
nothing.
It's possible, and all that, but I don't believe that the sun rotates all the way around us anyway. I believe it rotates above us. It doesn't ever go below us. But I can't prove that. But based on the evidence and all the stuff I've read and visualized in the videos I watched, that's the conclusion I've come to. But I'll be damned if
I
I
can prove it.
actually prove it. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I mean, like, I'm not saying like if a scientist and I sat down and we could, yeah, you could confirm it. But what I'm saying is convincing another human being that's got another idea and another bias in their mind, convincing them that this is true with evidence from the science that proves it. It's really difficult to do that, believe it or not, because most people don't understand what science really is or how it works. That's the reason why when they come in and they argue about flat Earth, or they argue about for or against the ball, or whatever you want to call it, they don't really know what they're doing. They kind of come in with just this idea that, oh, it has to be a ball, so these guys must be crazy, right? But what makes them still reject it when we show them some evidence that that's not really true? I would go look. That's what I do. Wouldn't you?
The implications is what makes them reject it.
Right.
If you think of a
Psychological,
bubble
right?
that can't pop, that's a good way to kind of like approach flat earthers in a way. But I wouldn't really know a good way to explain that.
Well, it's also possible that the dome is actually a sphere around a flat plane, right?
Right. I could agree with that.
There's still a possibility that's true too. Like there's a lot of things that we can't know for sure. So, and I mean, there's a lot of places if you go and you say that out loud, like they'll yell at you and tell you, "Oh no, that's not true," but we don't know, right? So it's like I don't know. I kind of like wish sometimes that I could find a group of people that no matter what side of the argument they were on, that we could just talk about how we're going to prove it and how we can actually test it and figure out what the truth is. Because I think that if we spent more time doing that, working together, we'd probably do better off, right? Well, I haven't been in here very often, so I'm kind of new to it.
Amen, brother.
He's here most of the time.
See, this thing called proof and evidence, these things I think are highly subjective. So even if you present
in a way they are,
people
but
with what you
I think
consider to be evidence and proof, they could just choose not to believe it.
And a lot of times something might sound like it's evidence, even though, and it does kind of sound that way, but that doesn't mean that it's physical proof that something is true, right? It takes more.
Of course,
You know, you have to be able to confirm it by changing the the intervals, or not the intervals. I'm sorry. The you know,
variables.
going with an experiment like the scientific method. You know what I'm saying? You have you have your two sides, and you're proving one or the other is causing. You know, you're proving cause and effect. You're not just showing a picture and looking at a photograph of something and saying, okay, well, this is round, so that must mean that we live on something that's round. That's ridiculous, right? And I think if you
Remember,
don't like settle
what you're
that
proving
ahead of
in the
time, it's
first place,
difficult.
it's a hypothesis, right? What you're proving, well, what you be proving or disproving would just be a hypothesis. And a hypothesis is just an idea, right? It in itself isn't some sort of truth. It's just a hypothesis that you derive from your observation that you could either validate or not, which doesn't really mean anything.
Right, right. Unless you can physically change all the all the things involved and prove out one, like gravity. You can't really prove it because there's so many factors involved. No one can prove which one is more affecting the other, right? We all know that there's something pulling that pulls us downwards, or we tend to fall downwards, but we don't really know if it's electric. I mean, we assume it's electrical, right? The static, because there's a positive charge in the air and there's a negative charge in the ground. That's the way I always made more sense to me, that it's a static type of charge that makes us fall.
That's the direction.
The speed at which you fall depends on your density and all that, and the medium that you're in.
Yeah.
That's why when you jump out of an airplane, you fall to your death, right? Unless you get lucky and fall on something soft, or you open the parachute, right? I mean, that's logical. I mean, we could test that out, right? We could drop something from a plane and say, okay, this thing's destroyed. So obviously that's not, we know we can't just fall out of an airplane and we can just live, right?
When you're on the ground, you're not falling anywhere.
Right, right. And there is no like feeling of sticking unless you try to effectively move away from that medium, that even, or that whatever you call that, balance or equilibrium. That's it, equilibrium. I don't know, for some reason.
I feel that when we're on the ground, we don't feel that force because at that moment we're grounded.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's why it becomes a weak force. It becomes basically nothing, unless we try to like raise up or drop or whatever. Then that makes us that affects that. But I'm saying we all know that these things are true, right? That something's pulling on us. We know that, and we know that if we go from a high distance and we fall through something that's very, very light, more than we are, and we're denser than it, we're going to probably catch speed, and we're going to probably injure ourselves, right? Like falling off a ladder off your roof.
I wouldn't use the word pulling. Hold on. I wouldn't use the word pulling, more of an attraction, but I tend to agree with what you're saying.
Or a tendency, yeah, right. Well, I'm using the wrong words because
Tendency.
I haven't.
That's the right word.
I haven't written it down, and I'm not reading off a card. I'm just going from memory, so I apologize if I make mistakes.
Don't you think it's funny they call it ground?
Yeah, and they use the same for electricity, which kind of tells you that they kind of know something, right?
Hey, Fed.
Like otherwise, why would they compare?
Why would the words be the same?
Or in Earth. Hello, Earth.
What's up?
Hey, do you know anything about could you entertain the fact of our human body alchemy and how that could play in like keeping us grounded onto the earth, or like something like that?
About,
I think there might be some
vibrations and sign and all that.
All right, I guess.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, because like, what if our bodies are made?
I believe it's possible. I can't prove it. I haven't seen it. Like, there's no X-ray to show it. But yeah, I think that it exists. Yes, I do. I think it does. It makes sense.
Oh, I guess I was just looking for more of the mathematical equation. My bad.
Well, I believe that you can use math to find out things. Absolutely. But I don't think that, at the same time, I don't think that just a math equation by itself is going to prove anything. You know, like, just because I can take two numbers and multiply them by this and that and come out with the same number doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, the ground below me is going to disappear and I'm going to fall into a space or something, you know. You know what I mean?
As long as your math, as long as the numbers in your math represent something in reality, then fine. That's
or something that you previously measured, like a highway. You know, the highway was measured when it was built, so we can judge distance on that because we know it was linearly measured at some point, right? Same with the ground and the distances between things.
Right. So but any formula that has an R
and trilateration gives us distances through GPS.
Then becomes the problem, right? Where did the
Mhm.
R
Right.
value get measured in reality? That's what we're asking for. Where's the
It did.
curvature in
Well, I don't think
reality?
it did. I think it's just an idea, a principle to confuse the point so that they can focus young people's minds on specifics so that they can get business taken care of and control or whatever they're doing. Obviously, they have to recruit us to do the work, right? They're not doing it themselves, so they have. So that's why they train us and they brainwash us. Well, effectively, that's what they do. What do you think television's for? What do you think Facebook's for? Probably Discord too, to be honest with you. You know, like how do we
Facebook is
know?
for checking facts. It's for fact checkers to make sure that the information is correct.
I think anything that's free
Yeah,
it's
right.
exposing us to potential propaganda. So, but
Yes.
it's also voluntary, so we can't really be too mad at it.
Yeah, right. It's created by people like us that put the information up there, believing that they're right about it, right? When it comes to like Wikipedia and this and that, right? Yeah, I got you there. But there actually is there's references. Like if you go to Wikipedia and you find references, and then you read the book that they tell you about, and you read that by a scientist that shows you and demonstrates it, then yeah, I can believe that. I'm not going to say that no, that Wikipedia article is wrong because you got evidence behind it. But when it's just someone's hearsay, yeah, you really don't know.
Problem is when you dig down deep, most of it is just what somebody thinks.
Right, yeah. It's basically people that think they're right and they post the information, and that's how it got created. Right. It's just basically a bunch of useless facts in whatever order or fashion, and then if you put them in the right order, you might get some information, but otherwise you're just getting random information that may or may not mean anything. Right?
Tell me if I'm wrong, but there's a sense of humbleness and doing this kind of stuff and learning about information because like
Oh yeah,
you can
because you find out how
do
wrong you are.
things with it, in a
Mhm.
positive way. You know what I'm saying? Like
100%. 100. I definitely think that this is some sort of awakening, like that this is meant to somehow fix further generations because I'm pretty sure that most
I
of us
believe it
that know
too.
this information is going to use it to better their families and their future in some way, shape, or form. You know
and
that
that's why
is
we're here.
definitely going to continue to the next
But you got
generations.
to
So
remember though,
I definitely
as
think that
much
this was
as
all
we
for
think
the.
we're awake, we could still be taken back into the fold by some new information or some new crap that comes along that has evidence.
But listen, I am not talking about ultimate truth
So
and ultimate awareness, right? I think
right,
that
yeah,
at
no,
least
I
this,
agree with
this
you.
I think that this at least served us to let us know that hey man, something is going on. What that something is for each and every last one of us to figure it out. But at least whatever flat
Right.
earth is, it served us to wake us the fuck up and say, hey man, you're being lied to. Figure it out.
Mhm. Right. And it does expose a lot of truth. It does when you start researching it. It makes you realize that. I mean, like I said, I didn't go to college and I dropped out of high school. So don't take me wrong. I'm a smart person. I'm very intelligent, but it's because I dropped out because of social reasons. It's not because I wasn't smart enough. Trust me, I was. But the problem that I had was that it was all political, and I knew it, and I knew most of the stuff they were teaching me was bullshit anyway, and it was stuff I'd never use. And trust me, most of that I can literally recite some of the science that I learned in high school. I can remember like classifications of animals and all kinds of crazy stuff because I was interested in it. So if I would have went to college, I would have gone far. The only problem is I would have realized the reality of it. I was waking up in grade school, bro. I was realizing, I was like asking the teacher all the time, like, why are you teaching us this? We did this last year and the year before. We already understand how to add and subtract. We're not stupid, like we've got that part down. Why do you keep going over and over and over it? And I'm like, I don't understand. And she's like, well, I don't really know how to answer the question. That's what they always tell me. They don't know. And it would always make them seem like even more skeptical of what they were teaching us. And so I grew up with this skepticism throughout, my grade school, in high school. And I just,
In a way, I envy you because I went to college and both of my parents were teachers. So if I can come back into the fold, then anybody can figure this out.
wow, right. Yeah.
It's like it's hard. It is definitely
Both of your
everything
parents are
your parents
teachers,
ever
bro.
taught you is wrong.
Well, I've known the
It's
earth
great.
was flat since I was 8 years old. That was 40 years ago. But I didn't know there was any evidence for it until 4 years ago or so. Maybe 5, or maybe it was longer ago than that. But I was kind of like waking up slowly because I spent a long time trying to convince myself
that the Earth was still flat, even though I couldn't prove it to anybody and I couldn't find any evidence. And it was really frustrating. Of course, I didn't spend a lot of time looking for evidence, because now that I'm looking for it now, suddenly I can find it. But it's weird because I remember getting into a few arguments throughout my childhood with people, just telling them what I think. They'd ask me, well, what do you think it is? Where do you think we are? And I would tell them, oh, I think it's flat. I think it's domed. I think it's like a, kind of like a snow globe. It's just an air pocket. At least that's what it says in the Bible, because that's what I was told. And at the time I was young and impressionable, but it made sense to me. And I spent my life looking around thinking, well, it looks flat to me. I go up in airplanes. I went back and forth from Missouri to California to visit my dad. You know what I mean? My mom lives here in California and my dad lives in Missouri. So I went back and forth and I flew in planes all the time. I mean, I saw that the earth was flat. You can see when you get up in a plane. I'm not stupid. And I used to tell people every time I go on the plane, I always sit at the window seat, or I'd always switch with people because I was a kid. And I'd always mention to every person that sat next to me, isn't it weird how it looks so flat, but yet they claim that it's a ball? Every time I go up in a plane, I'd think that, because I knew it wasn't curved. I could tell it wasn't curved. I'm not, you know what I mean? I was a kid, but I wasn't stupid. It made total sense to me. But I didn't understand like all the scientific details, because like I said, because I dropped out of high school. So I didn't go into the advanced sciences and understand how, and all these words fit together. I had to learn that on my own afterwards. And it was difficult. A lot of it was difficult to remember. It wasn't until I came, and started getting involved with Discord and Flat Earth, the Flat Earth community as a whole, that I started really learning all the details and the proofs and the evidences and stuff, and really starting to go, wow, there's so much proof here. Why didn't I notice this before? Why? Well, I know why. It's because everything that I saw on the outside was telling me that it was a ball, right? Everywhere I looked on TV, every person I talked to, it seemed like everybody told me it was a ball. Oh, that's crazy, Ryan. It couldn't be flat. Come on, it doesn't make sense, right? And I'd just say, yeah, I guess you're right? Because I didn't know what to say. And so that really kind of stayed with me for years. Like, why is it that everybody gets so mad about it? And they've been doing this for years, trust me. My parents got mad when I came home, when I first was told about Flat Earth. And I came home and I told my mom, my stepmom and my dad, and they're both very religious. They go to church all the time. And they said, that's ridiculous. And I said, well, they showed me in the Bible where it says that. I don't understand how you can say, you can just hand wave it. Like, I was so upset. I even cried. I was like really mad. I was pissed off. I was like, I don't understand why someone showed it to me. Like, it literally says it right there in the Bible. What do you mean it's bullshit? It's not true. And so, but like I said, when you're a kid,
it's part of the brainwashing, right? Like they have their sections of the Bible that they choose to read to the people, like the motivational ones or the feel good verses, but they don't seem to
well, that's
to
because
tell the
people just read verses. They don't read the whole book. That's the problem. You know what I mean? I always hear people saying, "Oh, this place in the Bible says this." I say, "Okay, well, what does it say right before that? What right after that?" Well, like there's a lot of stuff in there, and like you got to read the whole book, right? Kind of like you can't just read like Alice in Wonderland and just read one chapter and then expect to understand the whole story, right? No, you have to read the whole thing, and then you get an idea of what it's really all about. You can put it all together in your mind and you can think it out. That's what it's designed to be read as. But we don't read the Bible like that, do we? I don't. At least I didn't until recently. I would just go in there and read. I would look for verses that matched up with what I wanted to know, right? I never really thought about just reading it all the way through.
People go to church for understanding. I think they go for companionship or something.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's more like that cult thing. Yeah, that's the religious part. I call it. I call that part religion. It's wanting to be accepted in a society that believes the same thing as you, because that feels good, right? Even though we know that we all have little differences in our beliefs, at least we know that in that particular area we agree, right? But if you look at that,
I can agree with
in
you on that.
comparison
And
with
also,
like Flat Earth on Discord,
hold on. And
there's all
also,
these
if
Flat
you
Earthers that
look
fight
into
with
the
each other.
Tartaria buildings, if you look into the Tartaria buildings, there's a lot of people that claim that those buildings, like church buildings, like they're designed to make you feel good. The way the buildings are designed and the shape of the thing, they're designed to resonate some sort of frequency. So maybe that's why a lot of people go to these churches, because the building
Or
themselves,
at the least, the people who
other
lived and
people.
built those things built them to show that they knew about these fields and forces, right? At the least, because if you look at like
no question
if you look at a mag what's it called, in a microwave, the thing that makes the microwaves, It's I forget the name of it. I don't know why I can't think right now. I got so much going on in my head
Magnetron.
right now. Yeah, magnetron. That's it. A magnetron inside of there. Do you realize that the magnetron is shaped just exactly like those windows in those churches, right? The
That's
It
same
is
crazy,
too.
bro.
I hadn't
shape.
thought about that.
That's a very, very well known pure coincidence. No big deal. Nothing to see
Yeah,
there.
yeah, of course, of course.
I don't know about
And
that.
for some reason,
I don't know.
we can't build these buildings today for some reason. But yeah, they were
Oh,
all done
I'm
back
sure we
then. They
could.
didn't know.
I'm sure we could. It would take a lot of ingenuity and all that, but I think we could still build.
Yeah, no, the problem is I think they built those buildings because they understood, right? If they
And I
build those
think those
buildings
buildings
now,
were
they would
built by
just
a
be
force that's
replicated.
beyond our understanding, because
But that's
that's
what
the
I'm trying
reason
to
why they're
say.
shaped like they are.
Well, what I'm trying to say is if they built them today, they would not understand why they're building them. They would just be replicating them. Back then, at
Yes,
least they
exactly.
understood.
Right.
At least they
Because
Yeah.
understood
Well,
what they were
at
building.
least we think they did. Right.
Yeah, not necessarily beyond understanding, but at least beyond what we were taught.
Right. Yeah.
So beyond acceptance is better to say, because even if it might be the truth, you still have to accept it to be able to apply it.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You have to know you have a problem in order to. Yeah. Of course. You know, if your car is acting up, then you know something's wrong and you fix it. Right. Otherwise, you just keep driving it. Yes. All these things make sense. I hear you. I don't know why I say that. I don't know why I do that. I just go off on little rants like that. It's something I am. It's just who I am, I guess. I get yelled at for it all the time. I apologize. I like to explain things in like different ways because I know there's people out there that don't get what you're saying. Like this conversation that we're having, if I were to have someone listen to this conversation, like my mother or someone in my family that doesn't think like I do, they wouldn't have any idea what the fuck we're talking about right now.
Are you
They would be
related
like,
to
what?
Sonic at all?
No, we
No,
get it, bro.
no, why?
Nobody here
Why
can
did you
have
say
this
that?
conversation
Why
with
would
the
you
people
say
around
that?
them. That's why
You're
we come over
wired,
here.
man.
Why am I argumentative or something?
No,
Like
you're
that?
wired. Like you're ready to go.
It's just who I am,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. That's
Trust
what I
me,
thought.
you find any day of the week, bro, I'm like this. Day, night, whatever.
Same supplier.
I don't know if this
When I talk, I
resonates with
get wired. I
anybody.
get wired up.
I don't know if this
Sorry.
resonates with anybody, but how I see the secret to holding information is if you think of it as you're in a boat. If you fall into the water, you're dead. So when you're in the boat, you want to be able to stay in the boat and not fall into the water. When you fall into the water, you die. Okay. So what I'm saying, when you have information and you're in this boat, you want to be able to look into the water and be able to float on the water. The second you kind of get too far into your information, you fall into the water and you die. So what I'm saying is, if you're able to like look into the water and see things for what it truly is, you can kind of stay afloat and not really drown and kind of like die. You know what I'm saying? And just in an
Yes,
information
understand.
sense.
Yes, you comprehending the way the whoever built this place set it all up is important.
Right.
Yes,
So what I'm
absolutely,
saying is that when we get too far
and it
ahead of
can be known. I
like
believe. Yes,
ourselves
I
with
do believe it can be
information and stuff like that, we're kind of like throwing ourselves in the water to kind of be eaten. You know what I'm saying? But if we're all
right.
kind
We're
of in
putting
our
ourselves
boats,
out
like
there to
helping each other
to be
out,
consumed by whatever
and
crazy
That's what
thing. Yeah,
separates
exactly.
us from the
You're
elite
right.
people. That the fact that they're able to accept whatever reality is and apply it. I don't think most of us, the regular people, I don't
I'm
think
not
most of
sure
us
that the
are
bad
able
people
to accept
don't know it though.
the reality.
I think most
I
of the
just wanted
people
to
that
share
work for the
that. You know what I'm
man
saying? Like
probably know
the
it.
ideology of being in a boat together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah. If we knew we
and
were
with
in
all
this
this
place and
information,
we were
we fall in the
like,
water. There
yeah,
could
we
be a
were
shark that
literally
wants to
trapped
eat us
here.
alive just by the things that
Right.
we say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we might try to get along a little better if we knew that we couldn't just leave. Right. Yeah, it might help. Reagan was right. Like the thing that he said, and I think that's profound for a good reason because I think they're going to use the alien agenda or some kind of outside entities, whatever, however they try to spring that on us. I do kind of think that that's what they're going to do, just based on they've been feeding us the space thing for so long. And man, trust me, I believed in it. I really did. I thought space existed, but the Earth was still flat and all this for a long time. I got confused all through my life, and it's evolved.
They're
And
doubling
now I'm
down
to the
now.
point where now I'm really awake because now I've seen. Not only do I have all this experience from all these other things that I tried to compare it to and never could get it. Now I have all that experience, but now I can compare it with all this new information, and so I'm able to go back and like learn things from my past, even though
just by learning new things, I can go back to memories and realize that what was true about it. See what I'm saying? And that's what's fascinating about the age thing. You know, like wisdom that's what wisdom is. It's having something to reference to that's here from here, so we can balance out all these thoughts and all these crazy ideas and make sense of them, right?
Yeah, it's not just you. It's not just you at all. The more I look on Facebook, I get random. Anytime I like put a laughing emoji to some sort of, you know, scientists say they know more about Uranus, and all like I get more of these random space.coms, all these things on random on Facebook, and the more I see in the comments, the like, oh, it's almost like half the comments are like, this is bullshit. Hope those astronauts don't drown in space, blah blah. You know, all these kinds of you know, woke quote unquote comments, and it's refreshing to see, because it seems like at least has so much more than I've ever or I'm used to seeing. It's encouraging.
Well, the whole thing with the space station and all that is all you have to do is look at insurance companies. And I tell you right now, you talk to an insurance company and you ask them, okay, let's say space existed, right? Yeah. And let's say that we were going to send people up to work on things in this environment where literally a microscopic piece of space dust could enter the ship and collapse the sucker instantly and vaporize everyone into mist and out into space, right? Do you really think that they would just haphazardly tie knots in all the wiring inside the ship and allow them to just bounce around like idiots in and out of that ship like that? Hell no, bro. Hell no. They'd have to stay inside suits the whole time they were in the ship. I'm telling you, that's the way I'm telling you, bro. There's rules and business laws.
They certainly wouldn't have
isn't different.
They wouldn't have liquids be floating around electronics that probably would venture that.
Right. Yeah. There wouldn't be any chance that you could actually drown in some water that was stuck in your suit. Yeah. They would have thought of that already. It has some kind of desiccant in the bottom in your underwear or something to soak up whatever piss or sweat or whatever. You know what I mean?
They would definitely, any astronaut who went there would definitely know the plan for a leak. That's for sure.
Yes. Especially one that spent days, weeks, months, years in space. Yeah. Oh, and 666 days is a long time to be on a space station in weightlessness. I'm not sure a woman would ovulate properly if there was real weightlessness. Do you? Because isn't it dependent on gravity?
No, it's on science.
No, I'm serious.
Doing.
Oh, is it muscular? Okay, well, but aren't your well, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but aren't your muscles literally tuned towards the gravity of the plane you live on? You know, and the pull.
The strength, I suppose.
If that disappeared, would it? I think it would cause problems with your stomach. I really do. I think if you grew excessive time in weightlessness, it would hurt you, or it would disintegrate you. One of the two. I don't know. I kind of think that we live in this place that it's like a realm, and I believe that there's a sound barrier. That what's holding us in here is a sound barrier, and it might be a sphere, it might be whatever shape. Doesn't really matter what shape it is, but it's a barrier of sound, and it's literally the man who created us, his voice. That's what I believe. And I base that on
that's true.
And I base that on a lot of things based on I know it's sound. Everything's sound. Light is even sound. Everything is a vibration of sound. Right? It's interesting.
Well, I would probably
well, not exactly, but you know where I'm going with that.
Everything's a vibration. Everything's a vibration.
And everything is balanced perfectly, and everything works perfectly, just like it's supposed to. And there's very few instances of times where it doesn't, unless it's messed with, right? Like when I investigated what a V was, right? When I actually really looked into that, it only took me one day to figure out that something's not right. I didn't have to do a lot of research, and I'm not a doctor. You know what I'm saying? And then when I went to the doctor the first time, now, mind you, I've been on pain medicine for a lot of years, right? And I used to drink like a fish, like literally like a handle every night, right? And my doctor knew this, and he never gave me more than a 30-second lecture about drinking too much and taking the medicine he was giving me. But when all this V stuff came around, he spent 5 minutes telling me why I should trust the medical industry and trust him and trust the science and all that, and that, you know, because he knows I'm a skeptical person. He knows me. I've known this doctor for quite a while. And it was funny. He spent 5 minutes trying to convince me. And I said, the fact that you're trying to convince me scares me right now, So I'm not going to respond to it. All I can tell you is that I will think about it, but I'm not going to get it right now. No, I don't trust it. I'm sorry, I just don't. I said, you haven't tested it. I go, no, it hasn't gone on through all the normal channels. You have fun with that. When you guys come out okay, then I'll consider it. But until then, no, I'm sorry. And he was upset with me, and I'm sorry. I'm just how it is.
You're probably on some CIA watch list because of that. He probably reported you to somebody.
Shit. Whatever. No, I think he knew that was going to happen.
Joking.
Because he was really nervous when he was telling me. And I could tell he was way too
He just
nervous.
wishes he could say the same thing without losing his job.
No, but he's always honest with me. Like normally when he comes in and talks to me, he'll be like, okay, you called me because you got this problem, right? He already knows that I've looked up all the stuff online and I already know what the symptoms are. I've already checked out all the medications that you could possibly be given for this. I've already done all his homework for him. So when I go in there, he usually comes in with that attitude. He's like, okay, I know you already did the research, so I'm just going to be straight with you. That's always how he is. That's the first time he's ever acted like that. Ever since I've met him. And it was weird. It was really weird.
A lot of people have had the same response with the doctor.
That's a complete coincidence. Nothing to see there. Complete coincidence.
It might be just a coincidence, but it scared me enough that it made me not want to do it, right? Made me not want to be involved.
Kidding. Sarcasm is...
I know, but no,
I'm
for
kidding.
anybody
I
who hears that and actually believes it, because there's a lot of people that do believe that argument or the way what you just said. So no, it's good to get that out. Man. I don't know why people get offended by the truth. Like, there's certain things about certain people that are just true. It's hard to explain it. It's hard to nail it down, but it's true. Like, they're just ignorant sometimes, and there ain't nothing you can do about it except wait until they catch up and they figure out what you're talking about. Or maybe there's a way to explain it some way, but it's frustrating as hell. It really is, because like normally people are really easy to convince of something if you've got some evidence for it. This is something that's totally different.
If they're not attached to something,
People tend to wait,
of course, right.
when they're supposed to, right? I don't think it works that. I don't think you can force people to wake up. I think there's like cosmic, that there's something to be paid if you force somebody to wake up.
They have to want it. They have to want to know. If they're in denial, that's why I don't waste my time. That's why usually I try to be nice to people. I don't like being mean to people. Like, I don't like calling them dumbass or anything, unless they literally deny reality. When they start denying reality, I'll say something rude to them, and then I'll mute them or I'll leave, or I'll just get away. I don't want to be around somebody like that.
It's like the Matrix, right? He says, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to open it, right? Exactly. You're the one who has to go through it. And then once you go through it and you deny the obvious nature of what you're looking at,
then you're full of shit up to your eyebrows, and nobody wants to hear what you have to say, right? You're not genuine. It just proves how disingenuous. Yeah, exactly. Or it just proves that you're just basically spilling whatever you heard, and you're defending something that you don't know for sure, right? That's an ignorant. That's legitimate, though. At least you can fix that problem, right?
Well,
if you come to the conclusion you're wrong.
That's also cognitive dissonance too, though. So it's sort of like I used to be there too. If I only just had, oh my God, I could have been on this whole path years prior, but maybe I needed to not be until, I don't know. You never know. Everyone's on their own path. But
so you believe that somebody gave you that
what you're talking about. But I hear you. Yeah.
You believe it was a message. You don't believe
I don't know. Everyone has to find it on their own terms.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying you open your mind up to it at some point. You just opened and said, okay, I'm going to look at this with a straight mind, and I'm going to see what the hell is it all about. And then you came to that conclusion because you did that, right?
I opened my mind to, it was more of I'm going to prove this nonsense wrong because this is wasting time for legitimate conspiracy.
But you still went through that flow of process, right?
And took about 48 hours. And I was like,
I was still clear of the whole. I wanted to disprove the flat Earth thing because that seemed to be like some sort of story that everybody has learned to say.
I didn't want to prove it wrong. I wanted to prove it right. I wanted to prove the flat Earth right.
I wanted to prove. I wanted to prove the globe to be correct, not the flat Earth. I
already knew it was flat, but I wanted to see this evidence. So I was willing to get involved no matter what. That's why I put myself out there, and I kind of got my ass ripped a little bit when I first came along because I didn't know all this evidence. So
right. Well, I'm on the complete opposite end of that spectrum. Right. I came into it thinking this is absolute nonsense, and there's got to be a way to prove the globe. And as soon as you realize that, once you understand what affirming the consequent is, and once you look at all the globe proof, you come up with real big problems.
Yeah. And then that's
an
when
honest man
you
right there.
psychologically start to break down, and you realize that you've been duped, and that's difficult. Some people's mind can't handle it,
Now, see, that's the
especially
other
people that are
problem.
really like big
I was
egos and
I was
whatever.
in that.
It's difficult.
Yeah, I
So
was
I
in
have
that
this
duality
theory.
of like, I
right?
knew that they were lying, but I never realized that the lie could be this big. And
Right.
then
So
I
given
realized, and then like, oh
what
yeah,
you guys just said, given what you guys just said about how you guys came into it being skeptical, I came into it to this argument already knowing because I started from the beginning. But I seen a lot of you guys come in as globers and slowly but surely convert to flat earthers, quote unquote. Well, I have this theory that the people that remain globe earthers have some sort of agenda, right? Because it's very clear to see. It's very clear to see that at least there's enough evidence to say, hey man, there's something weird about the globe story. To fully be embraced in it, to fully defend it, right? There's something shady to say about people that defend the globe with that amount of passion.
I
Okay,
agree.
this is
But
what
did
I
we
wanted to say
create
for
some
you,
of that though,
Matrix. I
with
wanted to
our
say that
aggressive smack?
once you put stipulations to information, that's when it starts to get fucked up. Information is free, and everyone should know that. Information is 100% free. The second you start saying, "Oh, I know this, and this is what I know," dude, no, it's not how it works, bro. Like,
Well, it's
you
I know it. I know it. You can know it too, right? I'm sharing.
right?
If I say I know something, it's because I'm trying to share with you, right?
Hold on, I will disagree with the information being free. What's free is the ability for you to accept the information or not, right? Because information still has to be gathered,
How
right?
can it not
Somebody
be free? How can it
Communication
not
is
be
free.
free?
Yeah.
Tell me.
hold on, let me break it down. Let me break it down.
Well,
I think that's erroneous that we think that information should be free. You know why? Because somebody have had to gather that information. Somebody that had to written it down, format it, put it in some sort of system. And these things are not free, right? What I think is free is our acceptance of the information. Because unless
Yeah,
we're
exactly. What are you gonna do to get it? But the thing is, it's free, bro.
exactly.
What are you gonna do to
Well,
get
what's
it? It
free is your
doesn't.
will, right? Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, some people provide it for free, but we should not expect it to be for free
I'm
because it is
saying the second you learn it, what is the cost?
the
Sharing it
cause
with
is
someone else.
acceptance. The cause is
Information
acceptance
is
and
not different.
adjusting your life
Is that
with that new information.
I could agree with that. That's a positive way to look at it. But I mean, I'm definitely looking at it in a way of, anybody could know anything if they go out and get it. You know what I'm saying? So, but as far as
yeah,
what you're saying, I
but
could agree.
a pair of a zoom camera to prove the zoom of a boat over the horizon is still cost $1,000, $500.
Well,
So
I
there's
can
still a
prove
cost
that to be
connected to
crap
it.
on my coffee
Yeah,
table.
because they put stipulations on it. They're putting their
I can
stipulations
show
on
you
you.
Yeah,
things
but
It's
disappearing
free, bro.
sure,
from the
but
Everything
I'm
is
bottom of
saying
free.
that you can't put a
Everything is free,
monetary
dude.
cost to this kind of a question. If
But
that's
what I'm telling you is the more you layer things, the more that it's confusing.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
I'm the
well,
type of
yeah.
guy to peel it back all the
Depending
way
on the
to
person,
where
of
it
course, but yeah.
originally started. You know what I'm saying? That's just who I am.
I still think we should be working together to prove it all out, to find out what the truth is. And be able to admit that, hey, no matter what we find out, no matter what side of the argument it's on, we're going to accept it, right? If it's the truth. That's really what I'm
Well,
looking for, is
the
like people
but
that
the
are
first
willing to
hurdle,
say that, right? And
if
mean
that's
it, right? Like,
well, but you're trying to jump over like the third or maybe fourth or fifth hurdle. The first hurdle being what they
Hold on.
claim it to be is not
Ideologically, I
accurate,
agree,
and then once you
right?
you have to know that there's a problem first before people can actively participate. I hear what you're
All
saying.
right, so
yeah,
ideologically,
right.
I agree with you guys, right? But what? All right, have you guys ever thought of what would happen after that happens? What would happen after everybody accepts it, right? Because acceptance, adjustments
Oh,
have
it'll
to be
take
made.
years. It'll take years.
All right. Let's bypass all of that. What if it takes years? Let's get into the realm of
Well,
we've
look how
already.
long it took to convince people of it.
Yeah,
People
but
are
look how
gonna
long it
die,
took
man.
each of us.
People are gonna die.
I
Each
mean,
person
it
has
took
their
2000s
own
or
time how it
however
took.
many thousands of years. You know?
But let's pretend everybody's already accepted it. What do you think comes next?
Death, man. Sorry to be
Manifestation
so
of it.
negative.
No,
Yeah, no, I mean,
manifestation.
like,
People
whatever.
will manifest it.
It's also
exactly.
that, but I
They'll
see what you're
create
saying.
We
they'll
now
create a
have
reality based on it, right? Which will be
exactly.
crazy, but they'll form it.
Yeah,
It'll be in
an
their minds
entire
mostly, but
an
Yeah,
entire
it's crazy.
civilization based on knowledge of higher.
It's room 101.
What's the word? Consciousness,
The
whatever
Ark of
you
the
want to,
Covenant, or the
right?
upper
Whatever.
room, or whatever you want to call it. Your mind is that place. It's the temple that's
And
not built with hands.
it's almost
Between your temples.
if this reality could become like a physical Minecraft for each person, where we just can create.
That's exactly what it is, kind of. And that's what's interesting about Minecraft, is it kind of makes you think, wait a minute.
I think we'll figure it out when we
what
get
reality
there.
is like, right?
That's the problem.
Figure it out
Yeah,
when we
people
get
are
there.
trapped in survival mode, don't realize that creative mode is an option.
Yeah, you can play God. Yeah, you just have to know how to cheat.
Dude,
You have to know where the menus are.
I love you for that. I love you.
But no, I agree with you. I think, I don't know, I've often asked myself hundreds of times, what could possibly fool even the most elite people into believing that God doesn't exist? What could do that? I think trapping them into a smaller version of where God created and telling them that that's the only place that exists. So that way, when they destroy it and they open the dome and they allow things from the outside to come in and the air to rush in, and we realize that there's really something on the outside or water, whatever happens, right? When it finally pops open, we're going to realize that we were trapped the whole time, and we're going to realize we were duped and we screwed ourselves because we didn't look beyond and look for God like God told us to, right? And then we'll realize that God was really what was on the outside of the dome, and it all makes sense to us, but it'll be too late, right? Think about that, how profound that is.
What makes you think that they don't believe in God?
Oh, they believe in God. They know God exists. That's the reason why they fight it so well. It's the reason why they're against it. It's the reason why we have television. Otherwise, why would we have it? Why would you need television? What purpose does it serve? And who does it serve? That's the question I have.
The point of television, there's a dual purpose to everything. There's always a good and a bad depending on your perspective. So the television
because they have to show you the truth, and they have to.
The television is good to propagandize those that are willing to accept the propaganda, but it's also meant to awaken those that are ready to accept that message, because there's a lot of truth in comic books, there's a lot of truth in movies, there's a lot of truth in every propaganda. There's a lot of
God made the rules.
That few people accept, because only a few people are open enough to even understand the message.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Exactly.
I agree with just about everything the way you said and everything. Yeah.
So, sorry. The idea being that I'm sorry if I'm stepping on people. I'm walking the dog. I'm in the woods, but the idea that
I'm used to it. Don't worry.
Right. Because they have to tell us this. It's almost like they know. It's almost like if this entire existence in this realm is a test, it's almost as if the powers that be are, for lack of a better word, a good thing, because they're telling us about Santa Claus so that we can learn about the lies and how easy it is to manipulate people about Santa Claus.
Well,
I don't know.
That's
it's a different level of it. It's like this is the ultimate.
I love
test,
how when you bring that up,
when
you bring up Santa Claus, how people deny it. Like, oh, that's not the same thing. Oh, come on, really?
Think about it.
Exactly the same thing.
Why would they even tell us anything in the first place, right? Like some people could call it as mockery, right? What if it is a mockery? What if the only way to be able to tell somebody something is through some sort of satire? Because if you tell the person the truth, there is some sort of cosmic debt you have to pay, right? There are
people won't accept it, right?
Yes, that's the reason why their minds deny it, because their subconscious knows if they hear the truth, they'll have to act on it. They'll have to be responsible for it. Think about it.
But they can hide. They can be, oh, I didn't know, and therefore
once you
once
you find out that someone in your neighborhood is robbing everybody's house, right? Like let's say you got a burglar in the neighborhood, and you find out who it is. Once you find out that information, you have a responsibility, do you not? To do something about it, right? To either stop the guy from stealing, or get him in trouble, or make sure he gets arrested, or take him down yourself, or whatever. I'm not saying kill the guy, but I'm saying stop the guy from committing the crime, catch him. I would. I do it all the time. I see people walking through my neighborhood, casing the place, and I chase them out of the neighborhood. I don't care. I'm not going to let people do that. I respect my neighbors. I have to live with them. So of course I'm going to protect them and their stuff. It's only right? If I expect them to do it for me, I got to have to do it ahead of time. Pay it forward, man. It's the way life is. If you want to survive, you have to be that kind of person that everybody in the neighborhood knows they can depend on, because you've already gone and reached out a hand and you've tried to help them. No matter whether, what their mindset is,
they're going to be like, that guy on the corner always put a hand out to help me anytime he noticed that I needed help or something. I always do that. That's just the way I am. And that's the reason why I attract people that are nice, and usually people that do things. They're nice to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's a great thing, believe it or not. Just people thinking that you're a good person, even if it's not really always true. You know what I'm saying? I make mistakes. But when you put that out there and you pay it forward and you do something nice for someone and you have no real reason for doing it except, hey, you're my neighbor, no problem, you know. Next time, you know, if I need a favor, I'll let you know. You know, what do you do for a living? You know, like I work on go-karts and I do all kinds of things. Like I've got lots of knacks. I'm not completely uneducated, trust me. You could call me somewhat of an engineer because I can build things. I'm not really good at welding yet, but I'm working on it. I'm getting good.
It's the
You know, like
concept of giving and receiving, I'd say. You know, like
it's the concept of being there
not
for
in a
someone and
humble
just
way,
helping
in
them
a
out and not
humble way. You know what I
expecting
mean?
anything. Yeah, right. And
Like
paying
doing
that
things when
forward
no one's
is
looking.
huge to
You
people.
know what I'm saying?
It means a lot to people. Even mean people, even criminals, drug dealers, all that. When you go out of your way to help somebody, when you see someone in need, and you'd be like, hey, I got you, man. You know, like somebody, you hear someone, like let's say you see a guy standing on the corner there by the 7-Eleven, and you hear him mumbling to himself, well, I'm gonna have to go hit so and so and take some money from him so I can buy some whatever. And somebody walks up and hands him $10, says, here, buy yourself a pack of cigarettes, bro. Don't worry about all that. And then just walks away. Like, do you realize how profound that is? When somebody does that, I mean, imagine, you know, you're sitting there contemplating you're going to go commit a crime and possibly, you know, get arrested or end up killing somebody or somebody killing you just because you need things, right? And you've got that in your mind, right? And you know it's wrong, right? So you know it probably gets to you. Maybe you've gotten used to it, but it bothers you, right? So when somebody comes up and just like literally intervenes and says, hey, you don't have to do that, bro. Here, I'll buy you a pack of cigarettes. How does that make you feel? You can't help it. It makes you feel weird, right? It's not really like, it's not something, I didn't hurt you, I didn't do anything wrong, because you respect that. You're like, hey, thanks, bro. Maybe you might refuse it because, you know, your ego's too big, but you're surprised, right? You're like, wait a minute, what? You're gonna help me out? Why? What do you want? You know, I don't want nothing. I'm just, hey, you sound like you're in need, and you know, it sounds to me like you could go out there and get yourself hurt. Like that doesn't seem logical, bro. Here, I'll buy you a pack of cigarettes. You know, in hopes, of course, that they're not going to rob me now, thinking that I got more than the $10 I'm offering. But you know, like sometimes when you do stupid stuff like that, it doesn't really mean a lot to you, but it means a lot to people, to other people. I mean, how many times have you been in a position where, like, I don't know, like you forgot your fucking key to your gas can or gas tank or something, and you couldn't get it or whatever, you know, like you've been in a bind where you needed someone to just reach out a hand and help you out, or you know, hand you $5 so that you could whatever, you know, you could call or whatever, make a phone call to call a tow truck or whatever the case is, you know, like you've been in those positions. And I always think to myself, anytime I've been in that position, I was always thinking, man, is there anybody around here? I'm looking for someone's face that looks like they care, right? That looks like they're like, oh man, that sucks. And I'm like, hey, help me out, bro. You know, like, can you help me? Can you, you know, like, give me a ride or something, you know, like, don't just leave me stranded here. And most of the time you look them in the eye and they can't help it. If you ask them straight on, hey, will you help me out? And I'm not saying ask for money, but I'm saying you had to ask for help before, right? And how great does it feel when the first person you ask, their face lights up and they're like, yeah, hey, no problem. Come here. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride to get whatever, you know, where's your house? Where'd you leave the key at? You know, like that's happened to me. And I remember all the times that's ever happened to me, I always thought how huge that was. It's like, wow, this perfect fucking stranger just stopped what they were doing for the day and helped me out. Why? And they didn't want anything in return. They just literally disappeared into nothingness afterwards. And I sat and thought about that.
I mean,
And
I
it's like,
think a
wow.
lot of people would probably
You know,
agree
like-
with what you're saying right now. But is there like maybe a topic or something we could get on? Because I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's just kind of
I know, I'm just random. I'm running on. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Hey, I like it. It's positive, but I just have to say that it's nice.
Well, I kind of put stuff out there because I'm kind of like needling the conversation for somebody else to come in with something that, you know what I mean? It's kind of what I do. Because I don't, you know, I hate
There
when
is
I'm
a
in a
lot of people
conversation
in
and I'm
here.
really interested in what people are thinking. Yeah, I know. I noticed. I was looking back and forth here to see who was in. I'm sorry. I'll shut up for a minute though and let you guys comment. I'm sorry if I'm monologuing. I apologize.
That's all good. I mean, I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying for sure. I think that if the world were more like that, we'd all be way better off. Like if people were more willing to lend a hand. I think part of I actually think it goes back to the globe Earth, really, but sort of this like individual, like, you just evolved from a monkey and, your evolution, and you're just this kind of individual person, fighting for survival on this globe, and, get what you get for yourself, and capitalism. Like, there's a lot that play into that, instead of like more communal and actually looking out for other people and, wanting to work together. There's a lot less of that and more of the kind of individual, I've got my bank account and you've got yours, and you got to get yours and I got to get mine, instead of actually working together and actually lending a hand and kind of working more in synergy, which is I think the way humans are more like designed to be, is actually to work in synergy and not all of the isolation and separation.
Yeah, we do better when we work as a team. No question. You get farther, you get more done, more accomplished when you work together than just all individuals. Yeah.
Have you seen those like TikTok videos or just like YouTube shorts or whatever, where, a guy will, like, his plan is to go, like, he's trying to ask somebody for like $1 so he can catch the bus. And then whoever the first person that says, sure, they'll give him
like
$100.
$100.
Yeah, he'll give him like $500 or $200 or something. But like sometimes he's asking homeless people. So he'll go up to a homeless person who hardly has any money.
Yeah,
But the guy's only got like, $5 to his name, and he'll give the guy $1. And it's like there's a lot of homeless people that seem, at least in those videos, the ones that he catches, are like very giving. And then he's like, why did you give me that $1 when you've only got a couple bucks? And he's like, well, man, because you needed it. It's like amazing that someone that, is on their last dollar is willing to, practically give the shirt off their back to someone, and then of
How
course,
does that make you feel when you see someone do something like that?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Right. And doesn't it make you wonder, like, what kind of people in the world don't, that it makes them nauseous when they see that? Doesn't it scare you that there's people that makes them nauseous?
There's a lot of people. There's probably, if you went up to a businessman with a suit on and asked him for $1 for the bus, he's probably going to walk right by you and say, no way.
Well, it depends on how you look and how you ask, but yeah, I agree. He might. I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. If you've got a loose $1 in your pocket and you're not going to have to take out your wallet and show them what you got, I'd probably give you $1 if I had it in my pocket, just because you asked. Even if you said, hey, I'm looking to get it, I need $1 to buy a beer, I'd be like, sure, here, man, go buy yourself a beer. I don't care. If I've got $1, it's just a fucking $1. What's the big deal, right?
It's tough too, though, because on the other side of that, there's a lot of people that are, like,
unless I'm $1 short and I'm looking for $1 too, and then that's the only time I'm going to say, like, hey, I can't do that, bro. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I think it could be a point of view thing, because I can definitely see why the guy in the suit wouldn't give the homeless guy the money, right? Because I can rationalize it like this: the homeless guy made a decision, right? The guy in the suit made a decision. So in a way, the guy in the suit could be saying, by not giving him the $1, the homeless guy, hypothetically, of course, he's actually helping the guy, because with hard times comes hard decisions. And when let's say that you're homeless and people are constantly giving you money, you wouldn't see the need to not be homeless, because people are making it very easy for you.
I agree, but I don't really think that anybody's making a living off standing for a 7-Eleven, but I could be wrong. I might be wrong about that.
Dude,
I just would never.
I'm going to tell
but if I was hurting, before I would go rob somebody's house, I would go door to door and offer to work or something for food. I would. I'd go door to door and I'd ask people, is there anything I can do around the house to help you out?
And a lot of addicts, they make more money than the regular person, bro. Crack is not cheap, bro. Heroin is not cheap. These people make hella bread, bro. They make hella money, bro.
You can make a couple $100 a day panhandling easy in a major urban environment.
I realize
think it's
that,
easy to understand
I
unless you know someone.
I could also feel a
or you
lot
come
better
from a
about it if I
background
wasn't
of
just
that.
standing on the corner. I'd feel better
You know
about
what I'm
doing
saying?
some work and earning it. And I'd probably make friends. And actually, I might find someone to let me stay with them. I might end up not homeless if I find somebody that has a place and they don't have a roommate or something and they like me and I seem like a nice guy. And because I'm honestly asking for work instead of going and stealing from people, they might actually respect that. You never know. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm just guessing. But I would try that first. That's all I'm saying. Before I would resort to like taking a store or robbing somebody or stealing out of people's cars or whatever. It seems to me it makes more logical sense to just go and ask people for help and offer them something that you've got. I've got something to offer you. I can do yard work. I can mow the lawn. I can whatever, you know, I can get up on the roof and get that rock or whatever that the kid threw up there or whatever, you know, there's all
Yeah,
kinds of
but when
things.
you're smoking the devil's spice, I mean, it's different. You're
Well,
thinking different.
I'm
You
not
eat it
saying
different. You
necessarily
know?
that if I was homeless, I'd be on that, but I'm saying, you know, like I know
But
that, yeah, there's a lot of
that's a
people
lot
that are
of
on the
what it
street
is
for that
nowadays.
reason.
You know what I'm saying? It plays a
But I
part
do
in
know a
it.
lot of homeless people from my town, in this town, and I would say only a few of them are actually that addicted to a drug that makes them homeless. Most of them are mentally ill, and that's the reason why they're homeless, because they just don't care. They literally just don't care if they're homeless. They like living on the street and not having to pay bills or be responsible or take showers or whatever. They just don't like being hungry, so they're always looking, you know. But there's different kinds of people. Like some people go around and they get in people's garbage and they take things that are valuable and they sell them or they trade them for things they want, for drugs or whatever. I know a couple of guys that do that.
Is it possible that these homeless people that they made a decision and that they saw the Matrix for what it was and they decided, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna play by your rules. I'm gonna play by my rules. So they live wherever they want, and some of them, bro, because homeless people are not stupid, bro. These people, they have a different kind of intelligence, right? And the ability to manipulate people, and they have small side hustles of shit that they steal, that they sell. You know, it's not like they're just homeless and not, you know, like just letting times take them away and withering away and shit in the corner. These
Right,
people
yeah.
are out
Most
there.
people will try to recover. Yes, you're right.
Speaking of this kind of topic of people that live like rough lives and things, there's this channel. I think it's called like it's got like 3 million subs on YouTube. I think it's called like Soft White Underbelly or something. It's kind of a strange name, but and it popped up on my YouTube feed at one point, and I sort of watched one or two of it. And basically, it's this guy that like interviews people, but it's pretty interesting because he interviews like all like people like a mob boss, like a guy that used to be a mob boss, like a black hat hacker, prostitutes, you know, they're living that life, like pimps, like brothel owners,
Ask them to explain
all
it
kinds of different people. And it's just kind of fascinating because it's like just hearing these people's stories and their lives. Like it's like ordinarily stuff that, you know, we might not really be able to hear their stories necessarily, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. Some of the people. One of them was like a warden that worked at a prison, who basically he was like the arbiter of like the electrical chair, you know. So he was the guy that was basically, you know, the warden of the, you know. So he was more or less responsible for, you know, capital punishment and doing all that. It's like, yeah, it's just pretty wild hearing some of their stories and like, and how they actually.
Yeah, that would be. I would like to pick people's brain like that would be fascinating. You're right. That would be cool.
It sounds fascinating.
I wrote it down. Thanks. That's Soft White Underbelly.
I'll post his channel. Yeah, there's just so many like crystal meth addict, prostitute interview, fentanyl. Anyways, there's a ton of them, and they're.
Oh, I know people that are on all that stuff. They'll do anything. But yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I've noticed that at least in where I live here, most of the people that are on the street are not on there because of drug habits. Although a lot of them do drugs, but I honestly don't see them having enough money to do any of that. You know what I mean? Like most of the time, they're chumming for cigarette money. They're not. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, Rookie.
It's funny though.
Hey, Rookie. Someone was asking you for a topic. I had a pretty good one pertaining to what is your guys' thoughts on work being an alien concept, and do you think that plays a part in people possibly choosing to be homeless? Because if working is an alien concept, it didn't come from here naturally.
Right.
You know, to be able to work and then
well, it is when you consider
somebody else's benefit is an alien
concept. Feed yourself, right?
Right.
Working for somebody else's benefit is probably the alien concept. But I think we are hardwired to work for our own benefits.
Yes.
That's
what
we're
working together, right? It's different.
Yes.
When we're working together, it's different.
Guys, there's a lot of people talking at once. If we could try to do one at a time so we can hear what's being said. I think Matrix, it's all good, but I just, what were you saying, Matrix?
Yeah, what I was saying is what I think the alien concept is, that working for somebody else is gonna somehow benefit us. I think what we are naturally hardwired to do is work for ourselves to benefit ourselves, right? Ourselves, our families. What they've taken from us, the ability to be able to see what benefits us and benefits them.
So to reflect that, I'm just gonna give a little share. I work with my mom right now doing caregiving, and I also work with my stepdad doing drywall. So as far as that goes, working with my family in that sense is definitely. I work for other companies, so I know how it is. You know what I'm saying? But working with my family is definitely, I'd say, 100%. Benefits me personally. So I could see where you're coming from when you say that.
Yeah, the rulers have kind of made it their goal to kind of try to crush any type of family other than their own, and so it's kind of part of their, I guess, goal to have us not working for our families, but to have us working for their corporations.
Yeah, what's the difference between a corporation, a gang, or a family, or a government entity, or a big ass group? You know what I mean? You just say, okay, I got this company, the GD company.
That was you. So
The only difference is paperwork, bro.
Well, I think working together is very natural, like for humans to do that, to like build things or to do things. But I guess in today's world, it's kind of more synthetic because the way the world is set up is so like kind of isolated and hierarchical. And then you're also getting paid in this dollar that has like Freemasonic Jesuit, symbols all over it. So it's sort of like you're working for this other entity's dollar. So at that point, it's like, is it more slavery or is it actual, authentic work? Like authentic work would be like, hey, let's build something, or you want to do something with someone. And then, whether some people grow some food and then you build some things for them and then you exchange, that kind of thing. Whereas in today's world, like, the way that there's like this hierarchical system and, you only get paid this much. And then you still have to, pay the same amount for food and then just working for this other dollar that you then have to be taxed on. And so that's where it kind of changes that, like, in my mind, like the natural or organic quality of working together into something that maybe is more slave driven or like more kind of forced in a way.
Yeah, well, instead of saying doing something that is good, doing something that is fair in a work sense. So if you're working something, you're doing something that is fair. So it's whole. It's benefiting not only you, but the person you're applying the work for. Not only that, you're taking care of your workers that are doing the fair work. I think that's ultimately how you would run a great work environment in companies. You're doing fair, honest work, and you take care of your fair, honest workers. I just wanted to share that.
What about when you're doing it together, you actually can learn from each other, like the intricate things, like nothing's really a secret, like when you all do it together, really, you know what I mean? Everybody can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make one anecdotal fucking evidence real quick, and then I won't say more about this. But basically, I was working as a bricklayer, and I built several apartments worth of houses. I was paid $50,000 a year. The other week, I found a job posting online that pays $150,000 for you to go around online and report people for misinformation. So I mean, me building a house is definitely more productive than a guy going online trolling us on fucking Discord servers and shit and YouTube. But like, as you can see, this government is not working for us. It doesn't actually value us. It values its own power, and that's it.
Why do you
Yep.
think that the government has
Thank
to
you,
value?
Mr. Noah.
Why do you think that the government has to value you? Can we all just self-govern each other?
Yes,
Amen.
I agree.
that's what used to happen, and then we got taken over by a private corporation, and it's been in place ever since.
That's got to be the most woke thing I heard DMOC saying today.
But even though we got taken over by the corporation, somehow we fucked up that we let a corporation take over us. So it is still all our fault.
Exactly. That's the
Yep.
problem. When do you use accountability? And information is God. I don't know what God is for that form, but the idea of information and and stuff, like, if this, I don't know, it's just weird, but yeah. They're just taking you away from each other. They're taking you away from great grandmas knowing everything, without having to supply you with a private entity or a middleman or your information. Where do they get their power, right?
Are you standing in front of the door at the liquor store, dude? Like, what the fuck you doing?
Buy your drink, buddy.
I don't drink liquor, so that wouldn't be possible. I'm sitting in my car on break, man.
You
I
gotta
got
do
the
a
accessory
breathalyzer.
on, and
So
it's hot, so I got my
put
door
the
open.
seatbelt on, bro. The seatbelt thing is
Sorry.
Yo, crypto.
What were you saying, Essie?
What's up, Brown?
Oh, I was seeing if Crypto Gangster was in the house. I see him muted.
Yeah, man, I'm just listening.
Are you still in the market for crypto?
No, I got out about a year ago because, well, just before the whole, let's call it the Holocaust.
Crypto talking.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it's
Can you
dipping
hear me?
down again because of the Luna. Luna blew up, and they put a fork in it. They forked it, and now the new coin is also blowing up. It's down 70% from the high. They only floated it out 9 days ago, and it's already lost 75%.
Well, all crypto's been down for a while, so to be honest, I was considering getting back in, but I think I might just get some gold or some silver. I don't know.
I would hold out. I think what's going to happen here. This Bitcoin's right now at 30,400. I think we're going to have one flush out, like one more flush out where it goes down to 10, around 10 ish. It's not going to stick around there. It's going to like be bottom, maybe hit 7 to 10. And I think a lot of money's going to rush in, and that dead cat bounce, you make a lot of money on that initial rebound. I think you can make like a 2-3x.
It'd be good to be able to get like 2 to 3 Bitcoin for like say 10 grand. Because I think at some point it will hit like 100 grand, and then it'll just kind of. I think 100 grand is that thing where the governments will start to really seriously intervene because they'll be like, "Nah, this stuff's too powerful now."
Well, it got to 70. Got to 70 grand a few months ago, 6-8 months ago. It was up there.
The government's probably behind all of it, by the way, low key.
Yeah,
well, we know
training
that.
all the people. Well,
I don't think all of it, but I think they're behind a lot of it. Yeah, they essentially when Bitcoin was kind of hit the scene, as it were, and that cryptographic technology was out there, and the blockchain technology, which connected with the cryptographic, allowed for these blockchains to be created under the cryptography, and they quickly, basically, I think, co-opted, hijacked that technology, and then started building a bunch of networks like Ethereum and many others, to essentially try to kind of to lead it, co-opt it to try to lead it.
Do you look
Or
at their symbols?
Who else has the resources to create such technologies other than governmental organizations?
I don't think they invented the actual cryptography or the actual blockchain tech. They're just hijacking it and using it now for all their purposes that they want to try to use it for, digitalizing the world.
Somebody like, sorry, I thought you were finished.
I was saying the logos, like the symbology for like Ethereum has the diamonds, right? They hijacked the word Ethereum, and they have like 2 pyramids, one stacked as above, as above, so below. That's the Ethereum logo. There, Bitcoin is a B with a cash sign. So all these things have like
information.
What's that?
That's the information I'm telling you about. As above, so below. The 2 people touching in the picture that Leonardo da Vinci painted. That's the spark.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep going. You're right.
No, the symbology on a lot of these crypto
Yes,
coins is occultic.
Even on the dollar bill too, as Gio pointed out. Remember when he was telling you about the dollar bill?
Full of that. Yeah, the dollar's full of bullshit symbology.
But yeah, you're right.
Going back to what you said.
In a lot of those crypto, I was just gonna say real quick, in a lot of those crypto companies, yeah, dude, you're right. That they have the all-seeing eye, they have diamonds. Even a lot of the exchanges, if you look at the Binance logo, it's the all-seeing eye. Qcoin, it's the all-seeing eye, right in their logos. So yeah, just like they have a ton of their symbols that they've put in a lot of their networks. Yeah,
I believe the elites can't
create, but they can manipulate. So I mean, going back to what you say, all these other different cryptocurrencies popped up around the same time. I believe the elites can't really like create something into reality, but they can manipulate it into reality.
Well, you can start one if you're a millionaire. You can like a lot of people can start, you know, in the idea to like get themselves big. Like you can start a flat earth coin if you want, if you got $1 million to put behind it. But then what happens is exactly like you guys are saying, once it gets to a certain extent, then the government has control of it and they can do what they want with it. They can drop it, raise it, whatever, because all they have to do is just buy it, buy out, whatever. As soon as they see that spike in algorithm and their shit, they buy it. Same way anybody else would.
They crashed the market with this coin called Terra Luna, and they created a US dollar coin, like a stable coin, and they backed it with Bitcoin. So the Luna stable coin was backed up by, let's say, $100 million of Bitcoin. Well, BlackRock bought the Terra Luna stable coin, and they withdrew all of the Bitcoin that was backing it up. They sucked out all the collateral. So then the coin became worthless. And everybody panicked. They're like, "Oh my God, I can't cash this my Luna stablecoin out for Bitcoin. It's got nothing backing it up." And that thing crashed, and it tore down Luna, the other Luna coin that was backing it. That went from like $90 down to zero, and it got rid of like 80 or 100 billion of market cap, wiped out in one day. Just poof, went to money heaven. And what I think is BlackRock and Citadel, they shorted the fuck out of it. And then they sabotaged that coin. They pulled all the liquidity backing that stable coin. They withdrew it all, and then it was worthless. All the people panicked to get out, and it dragged down the whole market. We could be in for that because company Luna that happened. They put a fork. They forked it. They forked Luna C, and then they have a new Luna coin that they said there's only going to be 1 billion, but they already inflated the other Luna C to like 9 trillion coins.
What's that word mean? Lunacy. It means ridiculousness. Lunacy. Think about it, but go ahead.
Well, Luna is Luna C, LUNC. Yeah, Luna C. But the other coin was LUNA. That was the original coin, LUNA. And then Luna C, LUNC is Luna Classic. So the class, it's like Ethereum also you can buy Ethereum Classic, which is the old chain that nobody trades because they forked it. Every time they fork it, they create a new coin. So they created a new coin, but now it looks like people are losing confidence because it's already lost 50% of its value in the last couple days. Or 60%.
I've always thought Luna was corrupt. I've always thought Luna was corrupt. So but that's crazy that happened.
They're going to pull the rug again, bro. They already pulled the rug. Luna, the old Luna, the one that went from $100 down to zero, you could still buy that coin, but it's just fractions of 1 cent. It's like, you know what I mean? You can get 1 million coins for $100. That's how cheap it is. They're going to pull the rug. I'm thinking they're going to pull the rug on this one, and it's going to drag down the whole crypto market.
No, bro, listen to me. Who is that? What's your name? Wolfgang Flat. Listen, buddy, the big rug pull is USDT. That is the ultimate rug pull.
Oh, Tether is Armageddon. If they pull the rug on Tether, everything goes down. The ship is done.
No, bro, trust me. USDT
no, I know, dude.
Wait, why though? Hold on. Okay, I know that Tether is definitely shady, but I'm just saying, why would you say it all goes down? It wouldn't go down.
USDC.
I mean, the markets.
USDC is the chosen winner. Just look at all the partners with USDC, and you'll see what I'm saying. All the big banks that have been around for hundreds of years are all on board funding USDC. I think they're going to pull the rug on Tether at some point. I just don't know when.
Everything gets destroyed. Here's why everything gets destroyed. If Tether goes down, all these pairs, Gio, when you trade a pair, you have to trade the coin against something. Most people trade in Tether. So you're trading your Bitcoin for Tether. So like, let's say you want to cash out of your Bitcoin, you need to put it in a stable coin. So most people, over 90%, they put it in Tether just as a holding point. You know what I mean? So if I want to cash out and then buy it later or at a lower price, I have to hold it in something. So a stable coin, ideally a stable coin doesn't lose any money. So it's like, okay, I cashed out of my Bitcoin. I have 10,000 worth of cash, right? So if Bitcoin goes down again, I'll repurchase it. I just want to hold. I don't want to lose anything, and I don't even want to make anything. I just want to stay neutral. So you hold it in Tether. If Tether goes down, you're sucking $100 billion of potential buying power out of the market. All that money goes to money heaven, and they don't have money to buy the dip. And then everyone's panic selling, and no one has money to buy it unless you have like USDC or something. Then you'll be able to.
I'm telling you, dude. When USDT collapses, it would be a perfect excuse for the American government to be like, or even all the governments around the world to be like, whoa. We need, but especially the U.S. government, since we're the originators of the dollar, they're just going to say, this is too ridiculous. We can't have speculation like this. We're going to regulate it. And guess who? And guess who is ready for regulation? Guess which coin? Guess which coin has every big bank and all the governments, all the governors on board with their fucking shit, and fucking Biden and his shit? USDC. USDC is so perfectly fucking placed to be the winner. It's ridiculous.
That's when I'm holding my money in USDC, and I got 25% in Tether just so I could trade contracts, because not all the contracts of the coins that I buy, some of them you can't buy with USDC. So I just keep a small amount for my trading money, and then I keep my backup reserves in USDC. I dipped out of Tether after I seen Luna blow up. I waited for Tether to rebound because Tether went to like 85 cents versus USDC. And then it rebounded to like 9.99, right? So it's like almost at parity. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get the fuck out of this while I can, in case it goes down again. At least I'm not losing my whole. I don't want to be all in on Tether. That's fucking suicide. So I'm like, fuck that.
Well, it's not really though. If you're talking about just having it on an exchange, it's not even yours anyways. It's really just theirs. It's what they. I mean, I know what you mean if the value dropped, but I mean, it probably wouldn't, unless it just dropped. If it dropped, if something happened to Tether though, where like it did drop to zero instantly or something like that, and if you had however much on something where you don't actually own it, well, if you own it or if you have it on an exchange where you don't actually own it, either way, yeah, you would lose in that case.
Well, I'm trading it. Like you have to, like I keep my money on the exchange so I could take advantage of the drops and the bounces. You can't, if I have to log in and upload and then move my coins onto the exchange, the rally's already over. Like
no, I hear you. I'm just saying if it's on the exchange, you don't really own it. It's really just theirs at the end of the day.
I know it's a risk.
But I'd say storing your coins on something like Binance is still more safe than storing your fucking value in USDT. To be honest, if you have USDC on Binance, that is way more safe than having USDT on any other exchange.
I'm not on Binance.
Yeah, no, Gio's right. I'm not discounting what you're saying, Gio. You are right, but I'm just saying like there is. I mean, some exchanges are pretty trusted. I don't see them going down.
You know what you said.
I don't see Coinbase or Binance going away ever.
Here's what they're going to do. Like what you said, I think they're going to crash the crypto market and said this will be their central bank digital currency excuse. Like, oh, these private crypto coins are too volatile. We need something backed by a government. We need a federal, like a Fed coin, CBDC, central bank digital currency. And all that is digital. They've already got that in China. And what that means is it's not even a cryptocurrency. There's nothing cryptic about it. They'll track every payment you make. And if you get out of line, they'll shut off your wallet. Like say you had $50,000 in your wallet and it's all like the Federal Reserve coins, and you do something that they don't like, guess what? They shut that wallet off, or they extract all the credit out of there, and you're fucked. They've just stolen all your money. And who are you going to sue? The Federal Reserve? Good luck.
Well, they can't. Yeah, I agree on that. The thing is, they can't control all these blockchains, though. So that's why I think it's interesting. Like, I do think blockchain and cryptography in general is a technology that these people in power cannot fully control. Like, I think they already had a whole bunch of plans for digital systems, like building from Microsoft Windows and from Apple iOS and all that. They were already building all these ecosystems. And then blockchain came along and cryptography came along, and they were like, okay, now we have to co-opt this. And so now they're just using a lot of those new software technologies that would have gone into sort of, Windows, Apple, that kind of era of things. Now is just going into what they're developing in terms of a lot of these like operating systems and and blockchains and crypto coins that are not actual real decentralized, but they're actually centralized. They sell them like they're decentralized, but they're not. They're actually centralized by these people.
The decentralized network is a perfect way for the government to track everything you do, because you can't go back in and change your data. Say you have some sort of coin that basically just let's just say, for example, it's a heart rate monitor thing. You put a wristband on. Every time your heart rate goes, it uploads that fucking uploads your heart rate to the ledger. Your heart rate is now permanently on that ledger forever and ever. So this new, I guess, blockchain invention is actually, the fact that it's decentralized actually works for them really well, because they don't have to spend money now, I guess, insuring their data. They just upload it to the blockchain and they have your fucking data forever, basically.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think there's a lot of particularities with that, though, because like if you can have a decentralized network that doesn't that still has a private informational network within it. So like the only part that's public might just be like your wallet address. But I do hear what you're saying as well, is that with that same concept, well, yeah, that's what they're doing with it. Like what you described is what they're doing. They're taking some of the decentralized things that actually could be built on transparency and honesty, and then they're just twisting them and then building it so that it's actually more control based, to where they can now track and control people in the ways that they want to. So yeah, it is like using a technology that has the potential for actual more honesty and transparency, but then just using it for deception. But the thing is, we're still going to have the honest, transparent networks, and that's what they can't fully control, which is why I think it's going to be interesting as they try to do whatever financial reset stuff they do. They actually don't have control over the whole thing, and then people will be able to actually choose.
Well, but I think at least for in America, Gio, I mean, when they fucking said that they signed this shit called Trading with the Enemies Act, and it was supposed to only be for the enemy. And then like in 1933, the fucking president signed it so that all U.S. citizens were considered enemies of the state. And when they did their gold recall, they said anyone who has gold, we have like the legal authority to basically just break into your house, take your gold, and fucking lock you up if we want. And that's how they caught us off the gold standard. So I don't see them not being able to do the same thing with these blockchains. If anything, it'll be easier for them to find who's doing what online on these networks. And then they just declare that we're state enemies again. They just declare that we're state enemies again. And if they catch you fucking around with these blockchains, they just bust down your door and say, hey, we're doing the same thing we did when we took you off gold. We're just going to fucking steal all your shit, steal your computers.
I mean, that's possible. That's obviously like a very grim outlook, like this very negative dystopian kind of thing. I don't think it's quite going to go down that way, but I do know what you mean. I think the world's too big for them to do it, to be honest. I don't think they have an army big enough, and I really mean that, to actually pull off what they would have to do to create a total dystopian world like that. So it really is like we the people up against this, I think, a demonic...
Dude, they already did it, though. They already took the gold once. It would like...
Well, that's because they had the gold. I think that's because they had more gold than us. So they actually had a physical advantage because of the other lands that they're hiding from us. They have all the gold from those lands. So,
well, not to mention all the gold of South America and North America and Europe and Africa. Like, these fuckers have been stealing everyone's gold for fucking a hot minute.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think that they had a leg up. Like, yeah, that they had. Because if you come in wealthy like that, as it were, you can then create the structures to even do that, to get control over the countries and the police force and the military, which is kind of essentially what they've done. They've just usurped all of these different systems, and through World War I, World War II, and all the kind of takeover they've done.
I'd say at least for America, I don't know enough about what Europe is like, but looking at American history, it definitely started during like the Civil War. Basically, they had failed attempts with the War of 1812, but their crowning achievement was guaranteed the Civil War. They basically fomented a war where they kind of just exhausted and murdered millions of civilians in the U.S., and then after imposed a bunch of Federalist, I guess, dictates under the guise of like freeing slaves or whatever, when it's not what they actually did. Given Abraham Lincoln had fucking slaves after the Civil War. But yeah, basically, I think the Civil War was the war that fucking put them on top.
Excuse that they needed.
Yeah,
Your mic was a little crackled.
The fact that Abraham Lincoln had slaves after the Civil War was over, I mean, I don't need to say anything else other than the fact that the war was definitely politically motivated, not some gesture of kindness towards some oppressed fucking group.
Well, that's how they get you, right? That's how they, whoever they are, they get you, right? They get you emotionally involved. They make you feel like you're doing something good when you're actually doing something bad.
I'd have to agree with you, Jay. That is, like, most of the time, that is what they do, actually. Like, you see with these, like shootings and stuff. Oh, let's take away the guns or whatever. But it's like, you think you're doing something good, but you have absolutely no evidence or proof for what you think went down in any... Like, it's just funny, dude. Like, literally, they could fake something tomorrow, and people would have some sort of moral superiority because of it.
I think they're flat out just manufacturing these shootings. I don't think none of them are legitimate at all. Come on, all of them have manifestos, bro. It seems to be that they all have like a similar fucking it's like the same script. Or since the Columbine boys, it's like the same script.
Jay, like that, like I think the last one, bro. A day before the last one, there was like someone tried to come in and shoot some people in Texas, and the armed gun owners, he shot one person, and everyone else in the room turned around and shot him, proving that fucking gun ownership saved all their lives. First off, and then there was like a shooting a week before, where like some guy walked into he basically like ambushed some gangsters or whatever, some sort of gang war, and he killed like fucking 15 people in one house with an AK-47, but it didn't even show up on the fucking news. So they're I mean, faked or not, they're definitely cherry picking shit. But I think I agree with you. It is faked. But I mean, why not report fucking the other ones? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you not report a fucking story about shooting?
I think
that whole category is
the ones that they set up. If they don't set it up, they don't even bother to report because they can't control the narrative.
So back to the crypto thing for a second, like Noah, like what, I mean, I know you were saying some of the possible like outcomes that could happen from it, but what do you think they're going to do? Like, do you think they're going to actually develop like a digital, like a central bank type of a digital currency, and then just replace all of the current currencies with digital versions that you have to have a particular device to use?
Can I just throw in one thing on this just quickly? When they're talking about kicking your door in and stealing,
whoever that is, there's like a car in the background. You need to. Oh.
No, go ahead, FE. But it is kind of hard to hear you. But I think if no one else talks and lets FE go, I think we should be able to hear him for a second. I know I kind of mentioned but I think FE wanted to jump in for a second.
Yeah, just to add to, I was listening in and I've just, I know my sound is bad, so I apologise. But with that, when you made that reference to kicking your door in and stealing your gold, and they'll do the same thing with crypto. if your crypto's stored, on a MetaMask or a Trust Wallet or whatever, unless they've got your seed phrase, they can't get your gold. They can't get your crypto. So it's not really a direct comparison to, we've got the right to take your gold. You can't. Unless you've got my seed phrase, you can't take my gold. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not quite the same thing.
The problem is the NSA has all data, and they probably backdoored all these cryptos where they can lock that wallet, and they don't need to break into your home. They just break into your MetaMask or whatever, and they seize the coins. They've done that with these so-called Russian hackers that paid for the ransom. They locked out those wallets. So, like, you can't get back into your MetaMask and withdraw your coins.
No, that's a significant.
Wow. I didn't know about that one. But the NSA are fucking top dogs.
Yeah, that entire topic, too, of just privacy when it comes to that is huge, just in general. But yeah, like Ron, you're saying that if they own your wallet, then they could just take it digitally.
If they lock you out of it,
so
say NSA's tracked your seed phrase when you created that wallet, right? Because it all traveled over the internet when you created that seed phrase, and they backdoor it. Like every keystroke is monitored, and they backdoor it. They lock you out, and they just reclaim your coins.
And you're saying, in comparison, they can't take your gold?
Well, the gold would be harder because it's in your possession. This is on the internet stored where they have all the upper hand. You know what I mean? Like everything that's done on the internet, the NSA has the upper hand.
But you can have a paper you can have a paper wallet though. I mean, the thing is that you can actually remember your crypto in your head. There's even
But
ways
what if
to
you
do it
can't
that way.
get in? Though? Like it's on the blockchain, but what's to stop them from backdooring it? Like they also got a copy of your seed phrase, and they could just drain it. It's on a paper
Well, that's
wallet.
the question though. Yeah, do they? I mean, that's the big
I don't
question,
know.
especially with like the hardware wallets, like
Dude,
ledgers.
the fact that they did it to the Russians, the fact that they already did it to the wallet holders in Russia, I mean,
Canada did it.
What were they doing to Middle Eastern fucks before? And now they're calling us terrorists, like people in the country terrorists.
But you could have your wallet though. Like you could own like 1,000 Bitcoins that's literally on a sheet of paper.
No, I know.
Also, don't forget, the only reason you think they did it to the Russians is because they told you that they did it to the Russians.
That
doesn't mean they actually did it to the Russians.
That's an extremely good point.
It's not going to stop me from owning crypto. But what I'm saying is, I would be cautious and not. I want to get into some Monero and some privacy coins, but even then, I don't really trust it 100%. Like I know these fuckers don't allow us to have anything they can't confiscate. That's my fear. Like if they can lock you out, let's say they won't let me lock in. I've got the seed phrase, but I can't log in. They know I'm trying to log into that wallet, and they blocked me out. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it doesn't quite work that way though. I mean, it depends on what wallet you're using. I mean, if it's like an exchange or something like that, then yeah, of course they can just take your shit. You know,
let's say you're on an Atomic wallet or you're on an Atomic wallet.
If you're on a centralized exchange, you might as well just have your money in the bank. They can take it whenever they want. It's not your money. It's not your crypto. But if unless they got your not your if it's decentralized, if it's in a seed phrase wallet, it's yours. They can't get to it, is my understanding. Now, if they can, then you turn the lights out, the whole world's finished anyway. But don't forget the good guys. The good guys in the world have got they've got moves on the chessboard as well. It's not that this government agency, they've just got all the moves, all the wins, all the time. You know, the good guys also have a say in the game.
Well, what about people who just put them on USB drives or external hard drives, right? Doesn't that kind of get the away from?
Yeah, 100%.
And when it comes to gold, I just want to remind everybody that they made it illegal in this country to own gold for quite a long time, and made everybody like turn in all their gold. So what form of currency does it seems like they're controlling every form of currency?
They didn't make everyone. They made U.S. citizens. There's a difference between everyone and U.S. citizens.
It's the first thing they did was
I apologize.
The first thing they did, the first thing they monopolized was the currency itself. And then after monopolizing the currency itself, everything else is a cakewalk. Anyways, I like to go back to what Gio was saying about what's the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal stretches far beyond, I guess, finances. The ultimate goal is to have an Internet of Things that you can't hack or mute or like that's not mutable and unhackable, i.e., the encrypted distributed ledger. And that Internet of Things is going to be constantly mining data from organisms and items in the environment, and that data is then going to be powering artificial intelligent machine learning algorithms, which is then supposed to like make society much better, bro. The ultimate goal is the fourth industrial revolution with robots that you don't really need to program. They can learn by themselves. And this distributed network is a perfect way to collect data and secure it for very, very cheap. It goes much beyond just $1.
Then I ask myself, do I want to use it, knowing that they're the ones that created it?
Doesn't matter. I don't want to use a US dollar, yet I'm forced to get food from Costco. I wish I would fucking live without US dollars, but that's what everyone trades in. in the future, bro, when they're tracking everything you fucking do and taking the data on you, they're gonna have some sort of metrics and scores, i.e., social credit scores and carbon credits, to measure like how much you can do, what you have access to. When you read into the Fourth Industrial Revolution, you realize that it's the most authoritarian, ridiculous thing you've ever heard of. Like fucking 2 cameras per person, and you go outside and you say the word Uber, and the Uber fucking like company knows what you said because there's microphones aimed at you and listening to whatever you say.
Sounds like you're a time traveler.
Nah, no time travel. I just read what these fuckers are trying to plan for our future. They write it on all their documents.
They're already doing it in China. It's called social credit or some shit like that.
Right. I mean, the thing is, they're already doing that now, though. So is it really that much different what you're describing, other than being more powered by some kind of different network? Because I do think they're trying to get it on a more centralized network, and with new features and faster speeds and a lot of that. You know, the technology.
Basically, blockchain makes what they're trying to do much cheaper and efficient and easier to do. It's only a tool that they're using, right? Tools aren't good or evil. What they want to do with it is evil, and this tool makes it a lot easier for them to do that. But then when you combine it with other things such as robotics and artificial intelligence, I think at the same time they're going to be replacing a lot of fucking jobs. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of jobs are going to get replaced. Even white collar jobs. Like white collar fuckers think they're free, but AI can do a lot of shit that white collar jobs. It'll make a lot of white collar jobs, I guess. How do you say, like, useless? Obsolete is the word.
Do you think human population control has something to do with that, or
they definitely plan with the population in mind. They definitely keep track of demographics and keep a close eye on it.
Because with AIs taking over for most of the jobs, what is left for other humans or beings to do? That's my question.
Exactly. Given every time that they've had some sort of group of people in their way and that doesn't do what they say or is useless to them and they basically just murder them, I wouldn't put it past them to fucking murder us when they don't find use in us anymore.
Fucking AI with Will Smith.
Yeah, like, have you ever heard that they're trying to essentially like harvest human brain energy and human brain power to where like having us like hooked up to like virtual reality systems and being fed like Soylent Green through your bloodstream, you know, and just literally being hooked into some computer all day, and then they're in a sense they're like kind of trying to like collectively harvest like human brain power to then be connected to some AI system.
Yeah, well, there's like
create. They only can manipulate.
There's like 3 companies that go. Okay, I'm gonna say this real quick and I'll shut up. There are 3 companies already that basically say that they're going to harvest human thoughts, and I guess all 3 of them predict by 2040 to 2045 they're gonna have a brain scan of everyone, and they're gonna like basically human thought is gonna be mapped out, and they're not gonna need humans to think anymore.
Yeah, it's a very synthetic reality, that idea, because it's just not even like.
Yeah, and we're going back to the moon. We're going back to the moon in 2024 as well. Don't give in to the fear porn, boys. It's fear is how they control us. All right, yeah. AI, I don't even believe AI can't do what they say. It's like saying, okay, I'm a computer game programmer, so I program a game. But then what AI will tell you is that the characters in the game are going to become self-aware and reprogram the game from within. It can't happen.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Things like this have happened. Google has a story about how they had to shut off 2 AIs because they were talking to each other, and they soon developed a language that they could communicate that the Google staff didn't understand. Right. So these things have happened.
I think his point was.
Well, I was also talking. I hear what you're saying, but I was also saying like what they maybe want to do and what actually will happen are not necessarily the same things. But the idea of like these smart cities and what their actual plans are and how that'll link into a lot of this like virtual reality and everybody's staring at their cell phones and apps and kind of where that whole like extreme is headed.
Do you remember Microsoft made one called Tay AI, like Tay, Tay AI, and it was a simulated person, and the people they had to shut it down because everybody programmed it to talk about the small hats. It was funny. They sabotaged their fucking thing, and it was learning too much red pills. Let's put it that way.
Whoa.
They J-pilled it, dude. They J-pilled Tay.
But are you talking about the idea where like you could be sitting at home like with a virtual reality headset on and then you're controlling like another like robotic human, like a robotic type human, and that's what you're actually going out in the world as?
That's the metaverse. The metaverse is supposed to be that, and that's what Facebook changed its name to Meta, and they want an alternative digital reality, like basically a simulation. So like people will be, that's what they're hoping for, but every time they try that shit, it's flop. So I don't think it'll succeed. But who knows?
You guys go to 4chan?
50 years. I don't know. I mean, maybe people like when we're gone, the next generation will see nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? So they're getting rid of.
It's one more thing you have to pay for. You have to pay to play.
Maybe it's free to play, but they want you immersed in this fake reality.
It's not going to be free to play. It's going to be one of the situations where you can do basic stuff for free, but if you want like a red suit, you have to pay extra for that red suit. If you want a Corvette as opposed to a Pinto, you got to pay for the Corvette.
You know, in the games, my nephew plays these games, and he spends hundreds of dollars on like they call them skins. A skin is basically like another character or basically your clothing in the game, and people buy shit for a game. Like, oh, I want this new I want this character, so I'll pay real money, right? You use a credit card, so that you could have a different uniform in a game or different weapons or whatever. It's like, why?
Have you heard that they're selling digital real estate in the metaverse?
Yes,
yes. That business model. You create a computer system that has like units, and then you just sell those units in a digital space.
There's a digital condo for $50,000. It's like, what? I don't know if it's that kind.
More than that, dude. $500,000.
I think you guys are conflating a bubble in the general market. In past bubbles, worthless, ridiculous shit goes for lots of money. I mean, Cisco was a classic example. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kosho knows about Cisco. But like, we're exiting the huge, ginormous, biggest bubble of like probably the past 100 years. So like, yeah, there's a lot of shit that's way fucking overvalued.
All of the NFTs, every single NFT has no real value. Like, oh, I got a cartoon character NFT that I paid 100 Ethereum for it. Like things were like really stupid price. These Ethereum or these NFTs, and what I think it was is some kind of money laundering. Like you make this cyberpunk.
Dude, this guy's woke. This guy's based down here.
Cyberpunk NFTs, and it's like, wait, why is that worth like $20 million for that stupid 50 pixel fucking image? Like, how is it worth that? It's not.
Yeah, there's a whole
art
community.
has been used in money laundering since time immemorial.
There you go.
Yep.
Some of them are artwork though, Ron, like the NFTs. So
I get it, but do you know what cyberpunks? Look up cyberpunks and look what they sold for. It's like fucking the pixel size on those are like Minecraft graphics.
Yeah, but there's Wyoming has a law where they made it possible for and NFTs and what are they called, DAOs and things like that, to actually set up a whole infrastructure where there's like towns there now that are completely like the whole town is real estate in a metaverse, and so you can actually invest in the metaverse, buy NFTs, which are actual physical property in that town in Wyoming. Which actually was pretty strange.
Why don't you buy
in the future? I think
real estate
they're going to fractionalize. I think in the future they're going to fractionalize real estate property. Like you're gonna own an NFT that represents a house, and then you can even cut that in half and say, "Hey, buddy, you want 50% of my house NFT?" And then that guy will have access to your house 50% of
They
the
have
time.
that.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
have
That's
that.
what exists in Wyoming.
They have it with vacation properties. They call it timeshares. And my mom has one. Like you don't need to own a $500,000 piece of real estate. You could buy $5,000 of it and you get it for like 1 week out of the year. You're a fractional owner of that property. It's called timeshares. So they've had that for a long time.
Yeah, they're
And it
just
doesn't make sense.
they're just tokenizing it and putting it on the blockchain. That's exactly
Yeah,
what
they
it is.
could do the same deal. That wouldn't be a bad idea for something like that. And then you could sell your token. Like here, you want 1 week in Florida at Tampa Bay or whatever. I got a
Well, the thing
timeshare.
is,
I'll sell it.
technology isn't evil. Technology is actually useful. It's what you use the technology for that determines if it's good or evil. There's a lot of really good use cases for this type of shit.
Well, private cryptocurrency is a good thing, but a central bank digital currency is that's their end game. So if they destroy the crypto market, the private cryptos like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, if they wreck those and people lose confidence, and then they insert problem reaction solution. They're like, hey, you need a crypto that you can trust. You need one backed by a nation state, by a central bank it's not gonna go to zero like these other ones have failed. Look, they all failed. Everyone lost their money, and that's why I think they're gonna sabotage. They're gonna sabotage.
Do you know China's philosophy on the CBDC?
They've already got one. They've already got
No,
that.
do you know their? I asked, do you know their philosophy on the CBDC?
Their philosophy is you will own nothing and be happy. That's their philosophy.
Okay, that's not what I was getting at. I'll be brief. Basically, they think that they're going to create a CBDC that they can actually ship to other countries. So, like, say you're in Vietnam, you have your Vietnam CBDC, but it's actually backed by the People's Republic of China, and they see it as basically like they're like how they already produce our cheap crap and send it to us. They think that in the future, like basically their whole Belt and Road Initiative is going. A big part of it is going to be the fact that their CBDC technology will be like the backbone of this Belt and Road Initiative, and that they're going to be the ones securing everything. They're going to be the new heroes of Asia and fucking Africa.
I think the Bank of International Settlements is going to have a one world crypto, like a one world central bank digital currency. And I don't know what
they already have that. They already have it. It's called a special drawing right. Special drawing right.
Yeah, SDRs. Yeah. So they're gonna what they're gonna do though, they're not gonna let China monopolize it. It's gonna be the same Rothschild cocksuckers that run this shit.
I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna let China get their portion in exchange, but in exchange, obviously, they're still gonna have to pay their usury back to the Rothschilds cocksuckers. You're right.
It's still a puppet state. Like China's just one puppet state out of many. It's not really calling any shots. The real shot callers are the fucking Rothschilds. They own China. They own that presidency. They own that whole administration. Just like they own all of our governments, these fake governments.
Fucking based. Like I said, dude, Dalai Lama and the fucking leader of Islam kisses the Pope's ring, and the Pope kisses Rothschild ring.
Right. Let's establish the pecking order by who's the bitch, who's kissing the hand. Right. People say that the Vatican's at the top. No, the Vatican, and you see it, dude. You see the black Pope and the white Pope. The white Pope is the Pope kissing the hand of the black Pope. They both wear the same fucking hat. They're both wearing a yarmulke. No, that's not called a yarmulke. It's called, no, bullshit. It's the same fucking hat, bro. You can call it whatever you want. They're both wearing a yarmulke. Call it what you want. It's the same fucking hat. And the one guy kissing the hand of the other is he's the submissive one, right? So he's the bitch. He's kissing the ring.
This guy's based, dude. You're fucking based. Holy shit.
I've been at this a long time. Like I knew about the J pill way before I knew about flat Earth. So did a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people that are J pill
is like screamingly obvious. It's kind of what woke me up. It's kind of, bro. I'm not even really a flat Earth believer. I think that it still could be a globe. I just haven't seen any fucking evidence of it. Maybe someone does have some evidence somewhere. The retards in here definitely don't present it. But the J pill, I think it's so glaringly obvious. I really don't understand how anybody doesn't see it.
Well, that's the problem I have. Like a lot of people that are J-pilled, like for a long time, for 10, 20 years, they can't see the big picture. The whole flat earth thing, what it really does is tie together that there's already in existence a one world government. I mean, the J-pill does that as well, but this cements it. This is 100% glaring, smoking gun that it requires the cooperation of every nation state on earth. Nobody dares step out of line and reveal the truth. Nobody. China doesn't dare step out of line and reveal the truth. None of them do. They're all bitches. Everyone is a bitch.
Russia,
All
Europe,
America's a puppet state,
China.
bro.
Yeah.
So if somebody was to do it, like if there was a fucking real legitimate country and said, you know what, all these motherfuckers are lying. You do not live on a globe. None of these fuckers are in space. These are some illegitimate fuckers that are lying to you. And here's the proof. Here's the proof. You can go look with your own eyes. And then you know your government is an illegitimate piece of shit. They would all crumble. They can't allow that to happen. They can't allow all the dominoes to fall. So these nation states have to be controlled so that no one steps out of line. They don't care about guys like us. They care about nation states. If a China was to come out and say, look, we've been lying to you, but we're coming clean. You know, the Rothschilds run everything. Fuck them. Like if they were to go rogue, guess who would be a one world terror? If China was to go rogue and tell the truth, they would be invaded by the rest of the world. It's like, that's why no one does it. You get turned into Gaddafi, right?
Yeah, bro. If China were to do that, like if Xi got on the fucking podium and he said like, yeah, it's actually the Rothschilds and we're gonna like exit. Honestly, that video would be fucking, every time you try to look up, it would be fucking uber wiped. You couldn't find it. And if you did, there would be disclaimers everywhere saying it's fake news, and there would be hit pieces on the article, and then they would be like, "Oh, look, China bombed Taiwan. We have to go to war." Like, bro, it's so obvious what would happen.
There would be a false flag that they would blame on China. They would go bomb an American city and blame it on China. They would hit it with a DO weapon, say that they used a nuke. China launched a nuclear weapon against Seattle. We have to retaliate. But they're not going to. I think the alien invasion is going to accomplish that. I don't think it's going to be nation versus nation. They want the one world government.
Have you heard of this? Apparently, Russia says that they have a rocket called the Satan II rocket that can like hit Europe in less than 6 seconds or something ridiculous. Like
6 seconds.
Bro, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. They said like, yeah, we could bomb London in 6 seconds, and he's like, and like, there's like videos
obvious
of like,
is that, dude? How fucking obvious?
And it's called the Satan II rocket. Satan II. Like, what the fuck? Like, god
why not call it the Satan 6, dude? It's like, let's make it more fucking obvious. Let's put the fucking eye in the pyramid on it. It's the Satan 6. You know, like the Saturn V rocket, the Saturn. The Americans were naming their shit after Satan, the Saturn V, these rockets that did the moon missions.
Yeah, bro, but like
Apollo
Saturn is slightly esoteric. Satan is not hiding any. Like calling your rocket the Satan II, like that's not even. You're not even trying to hide it.
It's in your face. So what? So was Apollo, like all this occultic shit. And you know what they read? Genesis.
The moon landing rains hellfire down.
What's that?
It's because the rocket rains hellfire down.
Dude, the Bitcoin is pumping.
Dude, that's so funny you just said that, Ron, because I literally just looked at it and I saw that it's gone up like a. I was just looking at it too, right when you said that. That was a crazy.
It's up 1,000 points in the last hour. It's just pumping.
Yeah, that was an amazing synchronicity. We must be like telepathically connected because that's literally what I was about to jump in.
I watch it 24 hours. I'm logged in. I watch it 24 hours.
But what I was going to say is that like we talked about crypto for like that whole hour. It's like pretty much right when we started talking about it. All the way through, it's just been
it's pumping up big time.
Yeah,
it's up about 5% from the bottom.
Well, it's actually at kind of a prime place because it came down and it hit that like $25,000 low point, and then it's just been going sideways. So like a month. And it did break the range a little bit, popped up to that like 32,000, and then came back down. So from here, it's kind of like a break
in the middle. It's right in the middle of a breakout.
Right. But it's at a point where if it breaks up, then it really could break up to all.
It could run away. It could run away if it breaks out, and it's been going up. It's at that breakout stage. Like if it keeps going, the shorts are going to get steamrolled. I don't know, dude. It looks unstoppable right now. I think I'm going to get some. I'm going to get a little bit, dude, because it's. I hate chasing them, dude. I hate buying in at a top. You know what I mean? I hate fucking doing that just out of principle because it seems every time I do it reverses on me. Like, oh, you just bought the top. It doesn't keep running, but it's like, damn.
So I just got to put in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not going to go big. I'm going to put in like 5%. And then I'm gonna put a limit order. So if it reverses on me, I'm just going to dip out. But I'm going to look for a little pullback. I don't like that it just pumped up 1,000 points. I'm going to let it come down a couple hundred points. Or I'm just going to sit it out, dude. I'm perfectly content to sit this out and wait.
Yeah, right before the crash, I moved most of my shit to USDC out of all the fucking side coins. So I basically only hold fucking Bitcoin and USDC right now. I might buy back into the projects. I have about 10 projects that I know that the world government's gonna fucking back, so they're not going anywhere. But right now, I already knew that Bitcoin would become dominant, so I just moved all my shit to that. And then the rest to USDC and just let it ride.
What price did you buy in on the Bitcoin?
Okay, so there was that main fucking spike, I'd say about 2 years ago, and then it crashed hard. I bought in at that crash, and then it spiked back up. I sold perfectly at the fucking top. It crashed down again the second time. You know, those are two main peaks that happened over the last like 2 years. I timed it perfectly. And then when I sold that, I was also trading like the side coins and stuff, depending on which project or whatever.
Altcoins?
Yeah, altcoins like Ethereum, Stellar, all that shit, basically. But right now I'm holding mostly USDC and then a little bit of Bitcoin on the side.
You're holding Tether, USDT, or USDC?
C.
Oh, okay. Sounded like you said T. I'm like, wait a minute. We just talked about that shit coin.
No, yeah, that's why I have to, when I do it, I have to first fucking transfer between any of the altcoins or Bitcoin to USDT. And then I have to fucking additionally fucking move from USDT to USDC, which is kind of irritating, but
you know why?
It is what it
Because
is.
sometimes you got to exchange your Tether. When you were exchanging Tether when Luna was crashing, you were getting 85 cents on the dollar.
I knew fucking Luna was fucking shite from. I have a couple channels that I watch, and they're probably just as based as you. So like, and that's. I mean, I'm not the one who called the fucking tops and bottoms. I listened to what they were saying, looked into it. Everything they were saying made sense, and I was just like, okay, I think I could trust this. And I mean, they didn't do me wrong, right? So. Yeah, but right now, I'm I have a little bit, mostly cash.
See what they got on KuCoin is these coins that are like a 3x leverage coin, and you can go long or short. See, if I go short this on the futures, I could get liquidated, but these coins you can't get liquidated. They just go down in value. If the trade goes against you, the coin will go down in value, but it won't liquidate you. On a normal futures contract on a leverage, you can get liquidated. I'm going to let this ride a little bit, and I'm going to start shorting it because I think it's going to come down.
Can I ask you guys a question?
I don't do futures. I don't short or
No,
not at all. I just hold shit. That's it. That's all. Most of my money that's invested is actually in stocks, not cryptocurrencies. I'm just talking about cryptos because that's a topic at hand, right?
I'm shorting this rally, dude. I'm gonna hit it.
Bitcoin does make some big runs, though, Ron.
No, I know. I think it's going to come down about 50% of this rally. I'm not shorting it for a long term. I think it can come down 5%, and if I'm at 3x leverage, that's a 15%. I'm not going to go all in, but I think I'm going to short it for a couple $100. I'm just trying to make
it is common that when they pop up, there's like more percentage that they will come down rather than continue.
A little bit. It might come
but
down.
Sometimes they do. Yeah.
It might
Dude,
come. I'm thinking
I'll tell you right now why it has to fucking go down is because interest rates are raising. All the money and all the market, in every market, not just crypto, but every market on Earth is going to start experiencing a shortage of money. So, yeah, that's why things like those types of assets are going to go down in value. Whereas like
I think Bitcoin's going to keep increasing, man. Okay, if Bitcoin, like the last low that it hit was like that 25,000. If it breaks below that, then yeah, it's likely going to be going into the 20s and maybe even, who knows? But we've already, I think it's already held that zone. But if it continues on its next uptrend, I think it's going to be headed up into the 80s for this next.
Remember the last dip during the Corona crash in 2020? Bitcoin got down to $4,000. So I'll let you in on a little secret.
Yeah, I don't think it'll ever get that low again. I think we're headed to 80, and like the next stop I think will be 80, and then it'll probably retrace back to like 60, 65, 70, and then what happens above 100 after that.
You know what happens if it goes to 24?
Here's the problem with that. People are not going to have money for fucking grocery bills and shit, let alone fucking Bitcoin. So all the money everywhere on Earth, not just for buying Bitcoin, but for buying gold and for buying fucking stocks and shit, is going to be in shorter and shorter supplies as the entire world and all the central banks all together raise their interest rates together. That's not something they're going to do in the future. That's something they're doing right now as we speak. So the thing is, when interest rates are raised, money is usually pulled out of assets and held like liquidly. So that's the thing, is the money supply is not, dude. The thing is, they printed fucking 30% of the money or whatever, 25% or whatever the fuck they did over 2 years, and then you saw fucking all these shit coins zoom up to the fucking moon and shit, and all these shit stocks zoom up to the fucking moon and shit because it was the bubble. This is like the bubble is bursting, so I don't see Bitcoin going away. Obviously, I think Bitcoin is going to stay dominant in the crypto area, but I don't see things going up the way they did over the past 2 years, man. Like the past 2 years was pretty historically significant.
You know what happens?
The virus and whatever.
I think the next run is going to be threefold. The last one.
It might, but let me fill you in before you get carried away.
Sorry, I just want to jump in with it just real quickly. Say because the prices of everything is going to go up. Food, everything. So we're gonna but go ahead, Ron.
Michael Saylor, who has over 100,000 Bitcoins, he gets margin called at 24K. You know what that's going to do when you put 100,000 Bitcoin on the market? It's going to fucking wreck the price. And we weren't that far away from his margin call that he probably can't meet. So that means he's going to start getting liquidated. And then all these leverage buyers who bought this shit on leverage, you're going to see hundreds of billions of dollars of crypto thrown at a market order. And it's going to temporarily wick down. You're going to get like one of those wick crashes where it just boom. It's like, what the fuck just happened? One of those 20K red candles. And that's when you want to buy. Because in the long run, yes, I do like to hold Bitcoin long term. But in the near term, we are in serious danger of one of those wicks. Like
I think what Gio said about the coin shooting up to 80 to 100K, I think the next bull run, it will do that. But I don't think the next bull run is in the next couple months. I think it's in a couple years from now. Right now, we're going to go through the fucking pain. Right now, it's not the time for pain. And then in a couple years.
Squeezed out? Our boy Crypto got squeezed out at the bottom because of the COVID thing. He was forced. He needed liquidity. He needed cash, and he had to sell. Unfortunately, near the bottom. I mean that hurts. That hurts to have to sell it. And he's not going to. This time, things are going to get so tight. A lot of people will be forced to sell their crypto. They don't want to sell it, but they'll have no other source of cash. You know what I mean? A lot of people will be selling their shit near the bottom, and I don't think we're there yet. I think it's going to flush out way lower, like where we're at 30K. I could see it going back down under 10. It might touch that 5K. It ain't going to stay there and camp out for a week. It's going to touch it maybe for a few minutes, wick down there, and bounce right up.
Oh wait, so you think Bitcoin's going to go back down to 10 and all that? You think we're going to
under 10.
you think we're ever going to see 10 again? Oh.
Under 10, under 10. But it ain't going to camp out. It ain't going to trade there for weeks and weeks where you have a long, should I buy some? Should I not? It's only going to wick down. Like, in other words, you'll have a crash, like say Michael Saylor gets liquidated. You'll see it plunge down, but then rebound. People will come and buy that dip. It'll bounce right back to around 20 and then probably come up to 30. I think it's going to happen because there's a lot of leverage in the long side. There's a lot of people going long on leverage. And if they get liquidated, there's like hundreds of billions of dollars when you, not just Bitcoin, but Ethereum and Litecoin, all these altcoins.
Yo, and imagine this, dude. Imagine the day, like, okay, not the day, but imagine the same time period that Michael Saylor's fucking margin call gets called, USDT also fucking collapses. You know how fucking
fun, dude. Then you'll see if $500.
And then watch. You'll see fucking Joe Biden like get up onto a podium and be like, "This small meddling with the markets, the private people. Oh, I need a sandwich. Ban Bitcoin and only let the Fed." Like, dude, they could do so much retarded shit. Like, it's so funny.
Dude, it's still pumping. This thing is still pumping.
You know what you guys should be thinking?
Short, dude.
What are the banksters going to do? The guys that control the money? How are they going to control these coins? That's what you guys should be thinking.
They don't like stable coins because you could earn interest on your stable coins. Like if you have USDC or Tether, you could loan that out on the exchange and you could get like 5% interest per month. They don't like that because if you could have a stable coin where there's no risk, you're getting way more interest than a 10-year bond. Why would you lock it up for 10 years at 3% interest or 2.5% interest? You get 3%, 4% in a month just holding stable coins. They don't like that. That's why they went after Celsius. Celsius was doing that staking. You could stake your stable coins. Say I have no intention to buy the market and I got 50 grand worth of stable coins. I could make good money just loaning them out with no risk. If you trust the exchange or trust the person.
That's one of the things. That's one of the use cases that is really, really good. Like, it's a good use case. But the old, like, our current financial system is based on one group of people monopolizing the entire interest rates, and that so given they control all the money on Earth. And that's their primary driver of how they get money. There's no way they're going to let it happen for too long.
No, they're chomping at the bit.
Now you're talking.
It's not a lot of money, but they don't want any competition, especially because it equals the U.S.
That's what I'm saying.
Once you become a challenge, once this becomes a challenge to these guys, they're going to wipe you all out. All your Bitcoins and all your Ethereums, everything you're talking about now is going to disappear.
It's chump change for them right now. It's chump change because the whole market cap of Tether and USDC, I'll tell you right now, USDC, the whole market cap is 54 billion. Dude, they wiped their ass with 54 billion.
Exactly. But once you become a threat,
it would take a lot.
They're either going to take it over,
this amount. But they're already
going to take it over, or they're going to slosh it out.
I think we might happen. Like, what this rally is going to suck people in, and they're going to get rug pulled. I think they're going to. That's why I'm going to short this thing.
The big boys can short it and drop the price to the floor.
Well, the thing about some of the blockchains, see, what I think is that some of them are completely owned by these guys, these controllers. So they created them, they own them, they run them. They are deceiving people to say that they're decentralized because they're actually centralized. They're actually completely centralized and controlled, but they're trying to kind of sell people that they're decentralized. But then there's the real decentralized ones. And the real decentralized ones are actually not controlled by them. They're actually not controlled by anyone.
You mean Monero? Monero is a fucking good privacy coin.
Well, like some of the real decentralized ones are actually owned by people that they could alter. And then there's some that are actually independent. Like, for example, with Bitcoin, like nobody owns Bitcoin and nobody can change it. So
that's going to be the first to go then.
What I'm saying, I see, but here's the thing. They can't control it, meaning that the only thing they could do is shut the internet down. So if there's certain networks like that they truly can't control, then they can't shut it off, other than just shutting off the internet or shutting off the power, of course.
Or they could do it in
There's
China.
no other way to do it in?
Nope, they can't do it.
Like
that's
China
gonna be
keeps banning. They're like, China bans Bitcoin, so they got rid of the Bitcoin mining. The people mining Bitcoin in China, they shut that down. But then all that mining equipment just went other places. Here, you mine it in Taiwan or mine it in Hong Kong or wherever.
Hold on, can't they write an algorithm to see if you're exchanging Bitcoin to wipe it out, or to like give them a warning or something?
That's what I was saying with the whole gold standard before. Fuckers had physical gold and they got it taken away from them. You think they're not going to be able to take your fucking access to the fucking
That's what
internet
you say.
away?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude. Like, listen, if they make it illegal to hold any type of cryptocurrency, like they made it illegal to hold gold, bro, they were able to send people into your fucking house and rob you of the physical gold
in the
you have.
30s. Yeah.
And you don't think that they can just press a button and turn your fucking computer off? You don't think that they can press a button and your router is fried? Your router and your computer is both fried? Dude, the fact that they were able to take fuckers' gold away in the 30s, and look, bro, the people in the 30s were harsh, dude. I don't think it would be fucking easy to take gold away from them. You don't think it would be easy for them to take away your access to the fucking internet? Oh, you got caught for trading crypto. The thing
That's what I was saying. That's the only way that some of these networks. I'm not talking about all of them, because there's a huge wide range. Because like cryptography and blockchain technology, it's just a technology, but how it's used is really what matters. So it can be used for, unfortunately, like even more like kind of control and fast and security in that way, but it also can be used in a positive way for like more honesty and transparency and actual true decentralization. So the ones that are true decentralized networks, they cannot control them other than, like you said, if we just shut off the whole internet. However, if they shut the whole internet off, then we have bigger problems. I mean, you can't even log in. You can't even log into your regular bank anyways at that point. You can't do anything. So if they shut the internet off, that's a problem. And then in terms of them making it illegal, the last thing I was say, in terms of making it illegal, like you said, yeah, that obviously, I mean, yeah, if they just put the police force on you, then obviously, yeah, then that's,
I was just going to ask, could they impose a tax on it?
Is like, listen, they could send fucking people to your house to grab gold from you in the 30s. If you see crypto have some sort of mega crash where USDT, oh wow, this isn't backed by any cash, it's worth zero, goes straight to zero from fucking whatever it is down to zero immediately. Oh, Micro Sailor's fucking margin call goes down. Oh wow, the whole crypto market is crashing. Oh, the whole fucking market is crashing, including stocks and bonds, because the fucking crypto market's crashing. Biden gets up on the stage, says, these cryptos caused our entire economy to crash. Look, you can't afford food at the fucking grocery service because of crypto. You know how many dumb retards are going to lap that up? And they're going to be like, yeah, get those people who trade crypto. They're evil. And then all they have to do is just look at your fucking internet activity, what you fucking do on the internet, which they already have access to. And they say, look, this motherfucker's still trading crypto after we told him not to. Send the fucking SWAT team, or fry their fucking router, or fry their computer. It's so much easier than stealing gold, and they already stole the gold. That nothing will fucking nothing. Yeah,
like
that's the same thing they're doing with the guns. They're making them bad so they can ban them.
Look, few things are certain in life. This is one of them. If you go against these people, no matter who you are, look at all the countries that got attacked. They're all off the system. If you're off that system, your days are numbered. It's just the way it is, man.
I think they could lock out your wallet, like so you can't log into it. Canada did something like that with the truck drivers, the people who got donations with.
Yes, they blocked all their accounts. Exactly, that's right.
Well, when it comes to like blockchain and cryptocurrency, though, there are different wallets and different ways to hold them for sure. So yeah, if you're okay, so I would say there's definitely wallets that have been created by these controller entities, as it were. So if you're using their wallet or using a system that they own, then yeah, then you are at risk.
Do you think Trezor is good? I got a Trezor hardware wallet.
And then even more than that, any cryptocurrency that they own, they can control as well. So if you own their cryptocurrency, that's another issue. But if you have a real decentralized cryptocurrency on a real safe, secure wallet, then they actually can't access it. Now, yeah, they could still have the military or police come to your door and put a gun to your head and say, you have to tell us the password and some insane shit. Yeah. But other than that, they can't actually access it.
The people in Canada got their shit blocked, not because they were exchanging cryptocurrency from one wallet to another. They were using websites, third-party websites that blocked their shit. You can't stop crypto to crypto.
hijacked
Unless
it.
you shut down the internet, you can't stop crypto to crypto exchanges.
I could use Geo if they lock me out and say, no, you can't log in. I could log in through his account or my friend's account to move those coins. But I think there's a way they can lock that particular wallet that no one can undo that wallet. They could freeze the asset.
Not if it's your wallet. If you have a Bitcoin wallet or
I think
something,
so.
if you have a Bitcoin wallet, they can't stop that. They'd have to shut the internet down. If you have your shit on exchanges or third party websites, yeah, they can stop you all day on that shit.
Plus two.
That's
Once
why.
once they because I don't think crypto's going anywhere. It's definitely not. They want it. I think they just want to cause some sort of huge fucking like media event where then they can say like, oh, we need regulation, bro. When the regulation comes, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the ones that they want to rise are going to rise, and you're going to see the ones that they don't want to rise are basically going to be like illegal. They might even bring it that far to make it illegal to use certain networks. I wouldn't put it past.
Question: is there a cryptocurrency that's public and a cryptocurrency that's private?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so private crypto can't be regulated by governments. Government only has jurisdiction over public.
No, but the stable coins, they will go after the private stable coins like a Tether or USDC. They'll try and shut those down.
Well, I mean,
they don't like stable coins.
Yeah, there's things they
do
let through, though. I mean,
because
like
it's the medium of exchange.
Like what I was going to say, what Noah was saying. I mean, Noah, that is a possibility what you're saying, but that's also like kind of worst case scenario, you know, that they like make it illegal. I don't think they will, and so that's kind of I just don't think it's in the destiny that that's quite how they're going to approach it all. But you're right. I mean, I guess if they do go that route, then that would be crazy. So you got to see the thing is from there, they're playing like a game of chess. If they do something like that, there's always going to be a reaction. And so if that reaction comes back to actually shoot them themselves in the foot more than it does to help them, you know, because like every time they do something to a huge group of people, we respond, and they don't even know exactly how we're going to respond, and we could respond in a way that essentially exposes them, and then you know they now have to relinquish power that they had previously. So it's like each move, I think they have to be careful, and I think they will expose themselves in the end. Anyway.
That's why. No, I think they're going to use us against each other. They're going to cause some sort of huge fucking market crash debacle and basically put it all over fucking the news, and all the fucking numpty retards are going to be walking around saying, do you see how the whole world collapsed because of crypto and now I can't buy bread at the store? Fuck people who use crypto. And they don't even have to do anything at that point. The fucking masses are going to consume themselves. That's what they fucking do that's what they did in 9/11. Like, oh, did you see that plane? Fuck people. They literally said there was numpty retards walking around and said, did you see that passport out of that flaming Inferno fucking plane that's linked to some Muslim guy? Yeah, fuck Muslim people. They do the same. Oh, did you see that thing on the news of some white guy shooting people? Fuck white people. Like, dude, they do it so much, so odd. Like, you see those anti-vaxxers walking around? Fuck though. Like, dude, it's so easy to manipulate the average retard. Once, like, it, that's their biggest weapon is the average retard. Let alone all this other shit.
Well, I think when it comes to crypto networks, clearly what they've already done, in my viewpoint of it, my understanding is they've already just co-opted the technology to the maximum and then exploited it. And then they've used all of their best technicians to build new types of networks, like new internet networks and metaverse-based networks and all of these like smart contracts and currencies and that they're building within their networks. Like, you know, Ethereum, of course, is one of the big ones and several others, which end up being like entire operating systems where you can actually develop code and develop apps onto them. So what it looks like they're doing so far for sure is just trying to co-opt it in the most maximum way possible, meaning they're still kind of keeping it out of the mainstream to a degree. You know, they still kind of downplay like Bitcoin and other things in the news. However, it is becoming more known and everything, just be, you know, in a lot of ways like Dogecoin and Elon Musk and that whole thing and just a lot of those things. So, you know, it's becoming more kind of mainstream in that way. But what I think they're doing is they're just trying to build like the biggest, best, you know, networks that they're then going to present to the people, you know, so it's going to be like And you know, the same way like Google, you know, Apple, Google, just these huge companies, you know, so it's kind of going to be like that next generation of things. And so for them to try to make other networks illegal, I think would be a red flag for a lot of people. Be like, wait, why are you selling us this new thing? But then, you know, it's not a free marketplace. Like these other ones are just illegal. So that's why I think they can't do that. So I think that they're just banking on making the biggest ones and hoping to get everyone to, you know, kind of subscribe to their network, as it were.
Bro, but the thing is, every day, all day on CNBC, all I see is talking heads talking about fucking regulation on crypto. Like, wouldn't it be great if we had regulation on crypto? Then us actual institutional investors could put our money in. We can't do that until there's regulation. Bro, every single day, there is at least one fucking talking head that pulls up to CNBC and talks about how they need to regulate crypto, including people who are the people who do the projects themselves. So like,
stupid.
The whole regulation thing. I mean, bro, people, the fucking numpties have been basically hearing crypto regulation in their ears and how it's good for like the past 2 years, basically. If you see some sort of major collapse where they fuck everything up and blame it on crypto, everyone's going to be for regulation. Yeah, you watch, bro. Haven't you seen with anything else on the news that's popular? I mean, how many people are in here trying to fucking tell me about fucking Johnny Depp and why his wife deserves to whatever? I don't fucking care about your fake shit, but it's going to influence the mind of the masses, bro. They want regulation because they've seen it on TV. They want Johnny Depp to win because they've seen it on TV. It's the same thing.
Selling public interest is the biggest danger.
So wait, you're saying that they're going to use like psyops to try to convince people that regulating crypto is the way to go? Is that what you're saying? And then control it in that way?
Yeah, basically. They already do control it, but the regulation is only just going to help them solidify that control, basically. Plus, what you said about networks or whatever, bro, if it's illegal to use the network, let's say they don't even, I think they will make certain networks illegal. Let's say they don't even do that. Let's say they just fucking regulate it and then, you know, boost these fucking certain networks. The utility of a currency is the ability to trade with someone else with it. If no one else is using your private fucking network and they're all using the public one, then your private currency is going to be pretty useless.
But that's what I think. But that's
what happens to the private one.
But that's what may happen. I mean, if they do some huge financial reset, then they roll out, you know, their new like, you know, sort of crypto-based central bank digital currency with a network that goes with it and social media, kind of like a new internet version, essentially, like a whole new version of the internet that you then have to pay for that service. That's one thing, but can they actually, you know, eliminate the ones that are private and that are actually decentralized? I would say no. So at that point, in terms of like for humans, it's now everyone's going to have a choice. Like, okay, do I just go with the government one or do I use one of these other ones? And then at that point, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because at that point they could actually lose power.
But you can't do both though, Geo, because you've got, like, even right now, you can't, if I've got Dogecoin or Shiba Inu or Bitcoin or ETH or XRP, I can't go and buy a loaf of bread with it, right? So I have to, if I've got XRP, I've got to convert it back into fiat currency to be able to go and purchase, whether it's a loaf of bread or a car or a house, you know, in 99.9% of cases. So all they can do, if these CBDCs come in and they regulate it, I mean, what they could do is say, okay, all these altcoins, Litecoins, shitcoins, whatever you want to call them, well, we're going to disconnect them. You can't turn that back into the currency, which is now the approved means of exchange, at which point what happens? Do all these other altcoins and everything become like a sub-economy? Because if I want to send you BNB or send Jeremy some Shiba Inu, well, then they can't control that from my wallet to your wallet. It's just a transfer from me to you. That doesn't have to go through one of their centralized exchanges to do that. So I just don't know how this will play out. Does a sub economy form where people can trade with one another, and then what determines?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of options.
The values, I don't know.
Yeah, they'll start a war, bro. They'll demolish a country. They'll put 7 nations to kill each other. They will not allow it. It will never happen. I guarantee you
this is just individuals, bro. This is just people trading with each other.
The fact that these
You will
people have the
never
world's
get rid of that
militaries.
system.
Yeah,
Never.
but the fact that these people have the world's militaries, the minds of every dumb retard that believes what they say, and basically all the resources, you think that they're gonna let you like? I'm with SC on this, dude. It's unreasonable to think that they would allow anything that challenges them to fucking take place.
Well, I guess on like the practical level, I was going to say from what Fe said, like, so if you have like, let's just say like there's one cryptocurrency called Zcash. Now, I'm not saying Zcash is good, bad, or anything. I'm just saying it's called Zcash. So, for example, let's just say that grocery stores started accepting Zcash, meaning let's say the value of Zcash is I don't know it off the top of my head, but whatever it is right now. So, meaning that if you went to the store and you wanted to pay with Zcash, you could. Whether you swipe it on your phone app, you do an online order and you go pick it up, however the actual system is, or even the credit card system, that's its own thing as well. But anyways, I'm just saying if they did something like that, now the grocery store would accept this new government-based central bank digital currency, and they would accept other ones. And
yes, like that, they'll do it. Yeah, they'll control it. Yeah, that's the only way. That's the only way. If they can control it.
Yeah, you're right. They would want to regulate it, tax it, that whole deal.
And the problem as well, Gio, is that let's say all the other coins become like a subculture that exists. The only reason they have the value they have now is because ultimately everything's pegged back to the US dollar. You know, BNB today is worth $308, and in an hour's time it's 312. But it all pegs back to USDT or fiat money or whatever. So once crypto gets disconnected from the quote unquote approved means of financial means of transfer, then what's the underlying value to it? That's a big unknown as well.
The issue with a lot of these things, man, everyone's talking about private this and private that, but the question is how many options are there actually to take care of modern debt? And most people will tell you 2 or 3 or 4. Most people will probably say 2, like Bitcoin and Federal Reserve notes, or Bitcoin and whatever the heck your country's note is.
I think it depends on how much they want to actually
take care of things.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, no, I mean that's my point though. Is there's more ways. I mean, how many people do you know that have actually read the Bills and Exchange Act?
Well, I think when it comes to cryptocurrency and finances in general, the way I see things going, and this is just my sense of it, I don't have any way to see into the future, to know for sure. But I think they're going to kind of be like focusing on like the idea of smart cities. Like these, like basically the cities being very highly populated, and then the people there, are like on that medical system, and they're on that whole system. And then the rest of us that are not in those smart cities can essentially, they won't actually regulate us as much because they just don't have the resources to do it. They won't have the resources to do the smart cities and to monitor the rest of the world. So the whole kind of new world order thing is shuffling people into smaller areas that they can control. So if you don't want to be in that area, you're not going to have to be. And then actually the rest of us, as it were, are actually going to have more freedom and less regulation, which means we'll be able to kind of party more, if you will, or actually like enjoy our lives more. But the people in those cities are going to have it worse.
Yeah, it's kind of like in China, bro. They can't even regulate their own fucking rural areas. They just fucking basically they're not a threat to the Chinese government, and they're not and it would be fucking a liability to try and go and fucking make them do shit. So they just fucking leave them there and focus on controlling the Chinese people in the city. So I think Gio's completely right about that. As long as you're not a threat to the world government, they actually kind of don't care. they care about fucking keeping themselves safe and harvesting and fleecing the fucking people they have in their control.
What's the only threat to that system at large? Let's see if anyone knows.
You, Cuddles, and your law knowledge.
Being private. Having privacy. The entire market is about selling personal, private information that morons give out freely to every company that's selling that shit 1,000 times a day.
I kind of think nothing's really private right now. Like I was thinking, like even in terms of like Windows and Apple iOS, like I mean, does anyone in here think that the people who designed both Windows and Apple iOS didn't put in complete and total backdoor access to every single person running these operating
Dude,
systems?
those were programmed into chips.
100%.
100% did. They 100%
Everything
did. There's
on the
whistleblowers who came out and were saying like that they were fucking putting fucking backdoors into the OS system, but guess what? The news didn't cover it, so the average retard didn't see it. And if the news did cover it, they would cover it for a day and then show Johnny Depp's face the next day, and people would forget.
It's on the hardware too, like the chips, the semiconductors have backdoors. Like if you got a Qualcomm chip,
The
in your
machine
phone,
intelligence. There's a what is that? The management. There's a fucking chip.
BIOS. It's the BIOS, dude. Jesus.
No, there's
the
another
base
chip. It's called the
programming.
management. There's called like,
you're right,
the
Ron.
management machine or something. It's a literal backdoor that never turns off and is always powered. Your CPU, everything else on your computer can be off, but it's still on. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, Ron, are you talking about like the microchip tech where essentially they had like, kind of what Noah was just saying, where there's actually like built into the silicone is actually a communication device that can actually communicate even if the unit is off.
Yeah, and you could change the operating system to Linux or whatever, but at the chip level, at a semiconductor level, they're all back. The NSA has a backdoor into every chip that's approved. So it's not, you don't have a device that could run without these chips. So they're all hackable at the chip level, regardless of what OS you use.
That's why rooting was such a popular thing. That's why it still is. That's why having custom operating systems, cracked ones, was a great thing, because you could lock down your ports. You could actually administrate your own security.
Let me know when Cuddles Semiconductors opens up. I'm gonna be your first customer.
Dude, I
Cuddles Law Practice. I'll be your first customer.
Well, the semiconductors would probably be the first thing, because that one pays off in 4 years or less. It actually pays for itself. So that's an easier one to get into, at least, I mean, from startup, because there's already a demand for silicon.
It would be sweet to have our own chips, and our own operating systems that are not built on Windows and Apple and Android.
Oh,
I mean, Android's pretty cool for what it is, but it's definitely very controlled at this point. I mean, you can actually have an Android that can be fairly secure if you have it on your own kind of system, but of course, like on all these cell phones, it's very modified and controlled.
Right.
You know, it would be a good investment. Find out which coin the banksters are going to back.
Dude, they're backing half of them. They're backing half of them. XRP was supposed to be in the Japan Olympic Games. The XRP was supposed to be the coin of the Japanese Olympic Games that was going to happen. XRP was making its debut.
Here's the thing. There's several that admit that they're actually part of like these central banks, like JP Morgan, LinkedIn with Google, and a lot of different. So
really,
but
Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. We have 20,000 fucking shit coins, and once the fucking government, and when I say the government, I mean every government on planet Earth, probably gonna meet in some fucking room called ISO 2022. And they're going to fucking meet and they're going to discuss these cryptocurrencies. And they're going to say, we have 20,000 shit coins floating around the fucking world. We need to regulate it. The whole market's going to fucking crash. They're going to fucking do some news event so the retards have some sort of propaganda to go with. And then only like 1% of the cryptocurrencies is going to fucking come and rise. And then those 1%
I like the way you think, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, those 1% of cryptos that rises, those are gonna be the ones that they're backing right now. Like I have a list of this shit. Like I have a list of the ones that they back.
Those are the ones you gotta invest on. They're either gonna wipe them out or take them over. So if you're a betting man, find out the currencies that the banksters are banking and buy those.
Banks are using it for bank-to-bank transfers. They're doing business and, well, as privately as they can. But it's one of the easiest ways to transfer large sums of money without large fees. To transfer $1 billion and only have to pay 10 grand, that's cheap.
Oh, with crypto, you can do it for free. But yeah,
Well,
crypto
that's even
blockchain
better.
is way faster. Yeah, you could send any amount of money to someone for free on many of these networks. Yeah.
Well, not on some chains. On Bitcoin, Ethereum is the worst, dude. Ethereum will rape you.
Now, some of them have bad fees for sure. Ethereum has these
Dude,
gas fees that are.
you want to know something?
But I mean,
sent
something
my
like
brother-
Stellar Lumens, for example, is free and only takes about 2 minutes.
even Litecoin charges a small fee, but Ethereum is the absolute worst. I had $100 of Ethereum and I sent it to my brother because I couldn't sell it. I had a which wallet did I have? I had a wallet that was on my cell phone, and the minimum amount you could sell was $150. So I sent it to my brother. I'm like, dude, sell Ethereum right now. It's at 4,300. This is the first time when it went up there. I'm like, just cash it out for me. It cost me $30 to send $100 to them. They took a third of my fucking money. I'm like, what? I was thinking maybe at the worst $5, but $30 fucking just to send $100. I was disgusted.
Let me ask you, if you were to cash out Bitcoin, right? How much, like, how does it work? Do they tax you on it? How does that work, that transaction, when you change it from
That's a good
a
question.
coin to money? How does that work?
When you remove it off the internet is when you have a problem. Let's say I wanted to cash it out into US dollars. I would have to go through someone like Coinbase, through an exchange. It has to be, or Binance, and it's tied to my bank account. So then they ask you all these questions. When did you buy it? Because they want to tax you. Say you bought $1,000 of Bitcoin and it's worth 50,000. They want to tax you on that, the 49,000 that you made. So they're going to want all the records from Binance or Coinbase or whatever before they let you take that money out. That's the problem, is converting it to fiat, the off ramp. They call it the off ramp. So you can make as much as you want, but when you want to take it out of the system into fiat is when they get you.
That's how they do it. Okay, I was wondering. I go, there's no way,
You're
man,
trapped.
that they're letting
You're
this go
trapped in there.
without.
That's not really my understanding of it. Maybe I misunderstood.
How do you cash it out, Gio? Like if I had, let's say I had one Bitcoin, it's worth 31,000. How do I convert it to fiat without an off ramp? Like how would you do that?
Well, I mean, Bitcoin itself is like there's the private key and then the public key. So the private key and the public key essentially is the Bitcoin. So I mean, if you had like the private key and the public key on a sheet of paper, let's say you actually have that, nobody could.
I know how that works
in any way. And then if you want to sell it for US dollars, then yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it. If you go through one of the more mainstream exchanges, they have what's called KYC, know your customer. So that part, I agree with what you're saying. Like you do have to give your driver's license. If you're going to use an exchange like Coinbase or something, you do have to give your information.
How do you go around the exchange?
And then they do keep track of it for taxes as well. However, you don't have to buy or sell through that exchange. You could do it. There's even a website like localbitcoins.com where you can actually buy or sell Bitcoins to people locally. You can actually like meet people, give them cash. You can do PayPal. Like there's all those options.
That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Private or cash. So
Under the table stuff. Under the table stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, you can still sell it. I mean, you're supposed to still pay taxes on it, though, capital gains, no matter what. Like they, even if they don't have tracking of it, the IRS tells you, that's their kind of.
I say fuck that. But the thing is, you would have to do like a Craigslist thing. Hey, meet me on Craigslist, and you'd have to trust the person, the other third party. Like, hey, does this guy give me $1,000 and I'll send you 1,500 of Bitcoin? You're going to take a hit. No one's going to do it for fair value because they could just buy it on the exchange. You're going to have to sell it at a discount anyway. So it's like you're being taxed. Nobody's going to give you, say Bitcoin's 31,000. He ain't going to give you 31,000. He's like, well, I know that you would have to go through Coinbase and they're going to take a slice. So I'll give you 25,000. If you want to sell it, that's fine. If you don't, you're going to take a hit doing like a, private transaction, in my opinion.
No, yeah, and I actually agree with a lot of what you said. I guess there was just one part where what I was referring to. You said that because they do, keep in terms of the KYC exchanges. Yeah, they definitely will for taxes. Like they are keeping that reporting. But the thing is like you can still. I guess there was just one part that you said where you said that like they'll hold your crypto unless you pay the tax. They don't.
You want to know something? There's a streamer called Crypto Face. He just talked about this. Coinbase is holding his money. This guy would make $5 million Bitcoin trades. He would use leverage, right? He would stream his shit on YouTube. Look, you can look him up, Crypto Face. The last video he just did, he's like, dude, I think that it's the end of the game for these big trades, like multi-million-dollar trades in crypto. He's like, I do everything by the book. I do it publicly. And Coinbase is holding my fucking money locked up. They won't give it to me. They know who the fuck I am. He's like, I got to pay payroll and all this shit, and they will not give me my fucking money. And he's dealing with Coinbase, it's a US based exchange. So if you're on Binance is not US based. They have Binance
Buddy,
USA.
I'm telling you, they're going to fucking collapse the entire market. There's no way the market can go higher given the amount of interest rates. And then they're going to use that excuse. They're going to use that excuse to show the retards and give them propaganda and then regulate it. And then once they regulate it, the institutional investors who have been fucking parroting on fucking CNBC every day for the past 3 years that they can't invest until it's regulated, then these motherfuckers are going to invest in it. You're going to see it go way up, and then it's going to stabilize because it's going to have like 401ks invested in it and shit. I mean, bro, there's literally like videos of all these investors like fucking talking about it. You don't think hedge funds know about Bitcoin? Like,
well, Ron. I mean, if they're holding his, I mean, that's definitely a problem. Now, I don't know his account. I know that Coinbase's customer support is pretty well known as being pretty bad. Like, they take a long time to get back with you and stuff.
He's a whale,
if his account is locked for some reason that's like legitimate on their end, then that's one thing. But I mean, if they're doing that, then I mean, at that point, that's pretty much fraud. And if they're doing that, that should be known. If they're actually just stealing his money or whatever, like if they're
he's a whale account. Well, they're not stealing it; they're just holding it. They won't release the funds.
They've leaned it. They've already leaned it. That's why it's being held.
Well, I'm just saying that should not happen in terms of how Coinbase is designed to work. So if it is, then they're frauding him potentially. I mean, I'm not saying they are, but that's not. I don't know if it's not a thing that's known. That there are some exchanges where people have lost money, but I mean, in terms of everything I've ever heard with it, Coinbase is usually pretty secure. They don't generally just hold people's money or anything.
No, normal people, but he's like a whale. He does his shit publicly, and he's probably got $500,000 in there, which is most people have less than 5,000. So he's a whale. He's a big trader, right? So
Send
if they're
me the link to his where's the TikTok?
Crypto Face on YouTube. Go look at his last video. Watch it at 2x.
He's making income, and he's already declared himself a taxpayer. So what they're looking at, probably the lien for the hold on his stuff, is trying to avoid taxes.
Well, I don't know. We don't really know what this account or what it is. There's no reason to really speculate on what it is.
It's obvious because the only way to stop a transaction is to put a lien on it.
Okay, I mean, that's an assumption that somebody's doing that. The bottom line is that Coinbase in general touts itself as an honest platform that, you can always take, cash out and put cash in and exchange all of everything on their platform. I know that like if they have some problem with like your identification or something like that, they might ask you to like re-identify, but I'm just saying the claim that they're doing that is actually a big claim and means that they're not legit. So,
Yeah, Coinbase is the next bank, bro. Coinbase is not leaving, bro. They're on the fucking stock exchanges. You really think a Coinbase? I could buy Coinbase on New York Stock Exchange if it wasn't regulated.
I don't think they are. They have to be by the government in various ways regulated. Yeah, but I don't think they're actually owned by these controller people. I think most of the exchanges are, like Binance, KuCoin. A lot of them are owned by them, but Coinbase is actually not owned by them. And the Coinbase technology is actually like much more primitive than the other ones. And they've also gone after Coinbase, like in a lot of ways too. Coinbase was just saying recently they almost were going bankrupt. Like not really, but there was an article that was like talking about that. And then the actual owner had to like respond and say like that they weren't. So yeah, they've been actually like almost kind of going out in a way.
Does anybody here use Kraken?
Kraken is one that I have heard that actually people do lose their money. They actually do get locked out of their accounts and then they just lose their money entirely. So yeah.
Guys, why don't you play like the traditional stock market? Because you guys sound like you know what you're talking about. What's the allure of these coins? Like, why don't you just buy like, RCA or Panasonic or an up and coming?
The use It's the use. With use comes value. The more people use, the more value it gains. With stocks, people have to actually buy the products that are offered by the companies or the services. I mean,
See,
heck, there's
look at that
probably a
article I
few
just
cleaning
posted.
companies. There's worldwide cleaning companies that are probably on the stock exchange. And they clean schools, they clean houses, I mean, dude, it's business. You're investing in the stock market.
There's no doubt that
of
once Bitcoin became popular, there's no doubt that the government stepped in and did everything they could to try to regulate the exchanges, at least to make sure people are having it taxed. You know, so yeah, that is a thing. However, they still don't really control Bitcoin. That's the thing. They don't actually control Bitcoin itself, and you could still send Bitcoin to someone else. But yeah, they do exchange, like kind of like Ron was saying, like they do kind of own like the US dollar because it's US dollar. So yeah, they can control the on-ramp and off-ramp, at least the major ones that are transferring Bitcoin to US dollar, but they don't control Bitcoin. And, you know, they just don't have like full control over other parts of it like that.
crypto is not the stock
problem
market.
Is the off-ramp. Like if I have a lot of money, let's say I had, like him, if I had $500,000 and I want to be out of the crypto ecosystem. I don't want to be in a stable coin. I just want dollars. Say I want to buy a piece of real estate. I need to pull that cash. I need to somehow convert that to fiat so I can buy real estate or whatnot. And that's what he was doing, trying to off-ramp it through Coinbase. And they're giving him a hard time cashing out. And this is what I heard about Tether. When people want to cash out their Tether in large amounts like him, like say you have 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, dude, they drag their feet to cash out the Tether. Places like Coinbase, they will delay and delay and delay. They can't afford to have 50 billion taken out of Tether because the Tether will collapse. So they make you jump through loopholes and shit. They hold you up and whatever. And you're like, fuck it, I'll just buy another crypto. I'll buy Litecoin or Ethereum. Fuck it. I'll just keep it in this crypto ecosystem, or I'll just hold the Tether, or I'll buy USDC. They don't want that money coming out of the ecosystem. Because once you bring it out, you're probably going to stay out for a while. You know what I mean? Once that money's out of all types of crypto, like right now I could switch from USDC to Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. I can switch between them really quick. Once I take it out, it's kind of a process. It takes like 3 days for my bank account to settle into a crypto on like Coinbase. If I deposit money in Coinbase, I can't spend it right away. I have to wait for the funds to settle. So it's kind of, it's kind of a pain in the ass to withdraw, to cash everything out. If that makes sense. They call that the in and out ramp, the in ramp and the out ramp. You know, and you kind of have to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you kind of need an exchange to go from your bank account, from the exchange to go from the crypto world to your bank account. You need a middleman. Like what Gio was saying, doing it privately. Hey, I'll give you $500 and I'll sell you some Bitcoin. You're taking a lot of risk dealing with people you don't know, and you're going to have to sell it for less, because why should I buy it off a guy on Craigslist when I could buy it right on the exchange? Why should I pay you the same fair market value? It makes no sense. You have to offer me a discount because I'm giving you what you want. You want fiat? Well, then you give me a better deal.
No, usually people pay more to do it this way. Like this website, Local Bitcoins.
They'll pay more?
Usually, oh yeah, it's you usually, like these ones right now. The first couple that popped up, like 32,466. What is Bitcoin's price?
What? Right now it's 31.
Right. So exactly. So it's like $1,500 more.
Dude, I would arbitrage the shit out of that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Why not? If someone's going to give you the money, I mean, here's the problem.
You want US dollar, you know. So when you think about it, it's like, yeah, you're going to have to go through some exchange, you know, that's somewhat regulated, or through a person, because how else are you going to get US dollar, you know?
See, you're going to have to reload. You're going to say you want to buy more Bitcoin. You're going to have to reload your fiat currency up onto Coinbase, and they're going to know where you're getting all this fiat. How did you just up? You just sent 100,000 to Coinbase. Where did you get the 100,000? So there's your problem too.
I mean, I would think Coinbase has some pretty big players, probably people that have multiple millions in there. I know 500,000 is a lot, but I would imagine they've got some big whales in there that have a lot.
He might have more than that. He might have more than 500,000. He would normally trade with his account would have upwards of 500,000 to $1 million, and he would leverage it between 3 times and 10 times. So sometimes if he had a couple million in there, he would only use 3 times leverage. So meaning like every dollar it moves or every 1%, it moves 3% for him. So if you're on a 10x leverage and Bitcoin goes down 10%, you get liquidated. You've lost your whole fucking nut, which is it's a highly risky game. Like right now, it just moved up 4 or 5%. If you're on 10x leverage and you shorted it, you lost 50% really quick. That's why I'm using these short coins. I just bought some short coins on Ethereum, and I think it's going to sell back. I think it's going to give back half of these gains, and I'll probably sell my short coins there.
I mean, in a way, I think that actually a lot of these crypto markets are actually more secure in this way in terms of compared to stocks, because with stocks, you really don't even own the stock, you know, like you just own literally a digit on their system that they do control completely. And there's even people that have said, obviously, who knows for sure, but that the entire stock market is completely controlled.
It is.
So
100%.
It's like they're doling out essentially those stocks like to the companies and then controlling the world through certain company stocks go up so that they can grow, other ones go down so they get tanked out. So I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself. At least with certain cryptocurrencies and blockchains, if you take it off the exchange or if you just own it in general on your own private wallet, you actually do own something. Now, whether that has value or not, yeah, it depends on, you know, whether people will pay whatever they'll pay for it, either US dollar or whatever else it's being exchanged for. But at least you do actually have something that is not, you know, just something on their system in that way.
You know what happened to my friend's dad? He had General Motors stock from like a 401k, and he had like $300,000 of it, and it went to zero. He lost all of it. His whole life, like his whole portion that was in the GM stock. He had other diversified, but they would match him. So okay, he would get $1,000 and he would put it in and they would match him. So he'd get 2,000. He kept doing that over like 35, 40 years. And then eventually when GM went bankrupt, he lost all of it. I was telling him, dude, you got to get out. You got to get out. Because it went from 60 down to 30. I'm like, just cut your losses. Just get the fuck out. And then it went from 30 down to nothing. They eliminated that stock and they issued new stock. And guess
GM
what they
stock
issued?
did go to zero.
You know what they issued it? The new stock at $33 per share. It's like, oh, what a slap in the fucking face.
They just started over.
They reissued a new stock. Yeah,
that's great.
Oh, that's insane.
Hey, wasn't it like wasn't it there was a crash, like the most recent crash, and like how it began was it fell like 600 and the fucking what was it, like the Dow fell like 666 points or something, and that's how it began. It's just like it's so obvious, fuck.
Yeah, it's in your face. Like this shit is so in your face.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that like stocks, the thing about stocks too is like they'll make just huge jumps up or huge jumps down, you know, instantaneously, often like right when the stock market opens or right when it closes or just even in the middle of it. They just make these massive drops, like instantaneous. And if you own that, then what if it drops that quickly, you can't do anything about it. That's just it.
You can't even get out, dude. You know what that is, Gio? Let's say I have a stop loss. Say the stock was $100 and I have my stop loss at 90. Sometimes it'll snap right through that. It'll open up the first day of trading. It opens up at $90. So I get priced out at, unless I have a stop limit. You can do a stop limit where you only sell it for that specific price. But if you got a stop loss, it gets triggered, and then it creates more selling. Like it hits other people's stop losses, and these exchanges can tell where the stop losses are. They're like,
Exactly.
Dude, if we punch this down in the morning, this $100 stock will drop to 75. We can come and scoop it up at 75, and then you see that quick rebound. That was after they bought it up and they made that huge profit. Everyone else got fucked. They got tricked on their stop loss. They got fucked, and they sold out.
It just happens in the stock market a lot, where there's those huge drops that you can't do a thing about. Sorry, go ahead, Noah.
That's why most people just hold stocks over time instead of try to trade it short term. So you're trading it short term, you're going up against basically their fucking trading. Whereas if you hold it long term, that's what they want you to do is hold it long term. And so that's why you kind of get almost like a reward for holding it long term. It goes up over time.
There's a
I mean, it seems like they are controlling it that way. What a huge way to control it. I mean, because with cryptos, they're generally pretty stable. Like they usually don't make huge drops and falls like that. they're usually more kind of in the middle because a lot of different exchanges are trading them. Whereas with the stock market, yeah, they'll just make instant drops.
Dude, crypto is the most volatile, dude. It's more volatile than anything.
But with
Like, you
stocks,
can't.
it's different. You're looking at 10, 20, and 30-year investments, depending on the type of company. And if you get something that everybody needs at the low end, you're looking at a 50 or 100-year stock option.
But Ron, I'm talking about like the charts just going along, and then within 1 second, it drops 20%. You know what I mean?
That's
a full
crypto.
20%. That doesn't happen in crypto. Not
Luna
usually.
stock today. Luna today had
Must
it
be
had
bad
a 1 minute
news.
scan. It dropped 20% in one. Luna, Luna.
It dropped how much in how much amount of time?
20% in 1 minute.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not saying it never happens in crypto. I'm not saying it never happens. It does. And Luna's a totally demonic, crazy, like, you know, like Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. It's like one of their coins. So yeah, that's kind of a rare one that's been on the fritz anyways. But I'm just saying in general, like if you were to pull up, you know, 50, 60, 70 of the top crypto charts, they're never making huge 20% drops like that. But
It's
yeah,
not normal. It's not normal, but it happens more than you think. Like a 15 to 20% move in crypto is not that uncommon. It happens once a month. And even like sometimes Ethereum will do it, Bitcoin will do it. It's not unusual for them to move more than 10% in a day. Either direction.
Bank on them moving real quick.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I was just referring to the ones I've just noticed in the stock market where they're like insta drops is what I'm talking about.
If you're worried about
and they happen fairly frequently.
Gio, if you're worried about volatility, you can trade like the SPYs or the QQQs. So there's a little more stability than just that one stock.
Yeah, I've never really done much with stocks. I'm not really a fan of that ecosystem, but I've just looked at them and looked at charts and seen that behavior quite a lot. Like if you, that's like they look like demonic almost. Like they just make these huge.
Yeah,
drops.
but here's the thing, dude. Like most people don't trade stocks. You realize that, right? Like people know that trying to beat the hedge funds at their own game is a bad idea. So most people just buy the business for the actual business itself. Like if you were going to actually buy a business, like in real life, say like a restaurant, you would want to hold that restaurant for 20 years and make the profit, right? You would not want to buy it and then, quickly, let me wait for someone to speculate on it and then resell it to them. Stock trading and then stock investing is two different things. But basically a lot of retail people trade cryptos that don't even trade stocks itself, because trading cryptos is a lot easier too.
I wouldn't say it's easier. I would say the amount of volatility lets you can get a 10% gain and get the fuck out. Like, okay, I just made 10%. I'm out of this fucker. Whereas 10% in the stock market, it might take you all year to make that 10%.
Yeah, but
Crypto
if you have business credit and your brain works and you're coming up with ideas and actually applying yourself and learning, you could play the long game with a business. You could just own a business. But see, you have all these people that come here and their entire family, they all sell the same house to each other. They all go get loans. They all pay off all the loans, all living in the same house for 20 years. By the time the grandchildren are here, by the time they're 3, they have a $100,000 line of business credit. They do that thing with businesses, with stores. Why would everyone else be doing?
All the Arabs come here from Iraq or wherever, and they own every convenience store, a lot of the gas stations, all the cell phone stores. They own all that shit, dude. And then they, like you said, they come to the country, they pay 0 income tax, and then after their 10 years is done or whatever, then they let their one of their relatives own it. So they keep deferring any income tax. So yeah, they know the loopholes. They're not stupid.
Well, it's not a loophole. Building business credit isn't a loophole. And,
they know
building business credit inside your family isn't either. Like as you're building your business, you can add your 1-year-old to your credit. Now, when your 1-year-old is 20, she's got a $500,000 line of credit that she could use in business if she actually wanted to go to college and gear up into business.
They know how to take advantage of the system. So if you have another word than a loophole, and it's not a loophole, I think it is. They call it a
They're
loophole.
just playing 4D chess correctly. It's all 4D chess.
All right, then they're playing 4D chess. They're taking advantage of the system that most people in this country don't know how to take advantage of it.
I mean, most of what I'm hearing is problems, but there are solutions. I haven't heard anyone say a trust once yet.
Yeah, you could transfer, like I could transfer my crypto to a trust and I don't have to pay any taxes on it.
You could build a trust to trade crypto.
Huh?
You could build a trust to trade crypto.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean by a trust? Are you just talking about trust in general? I mean, I will say that I think within a lot of the blockchain and cryptocurrency worlds, like security is a huge thing. And a lot of these different protocols are like developing, security type systems built within cryptography and in terms of that. And then, trying to, the concept of a network that actually is based on trust and transparency would be amazing.
I mean, unloading your crypto, the only thing I'm seeing is what country to unload in. That's all I'm hearing when y'all are talking about the issue of unloading it. You're looking for the lowest tax bracket. You take a vacation, you go unload there. Have fun. And you just pay the damn tax.
What do you mean by
most people don't have enough money to worry about. Like say you have 10,000, you're not going to go outside the US to dump 10,000. It's just a small amount.
Right, but I mean you could do whatever. I mean if you have like you could have money on like either Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency. You can remember the seed phrase, and if you have it on a secure wallet, you could technically travel anywhere in the world and just remember the seed phrase. You don't even have to have any piece of paper or a USB drive or anything. It's literally in your head. You can just travel to another country, get there, tap into the internet, and get all of your money.
That's the part I like.
Memorize 12 words. If you can memorize 12 words, you're good.
That's the good thing. The bad thing is the fees. Like, say you want to do fees and you want to see, normally I would use a swap site because let's say you had a large amount of money. If you had $500,000 of Bitcoin and you send it out of your one wallet to another wallet, they can see what you have in that wallet. You want to go through like Simple Swap or something, and you could say, I will convert this into US dollar coin. I'll give you $100 of you. And then that way only the swap site has your wallet information, not the person you're sending it to. Like say you go to get a coffee, you don't want the guy at the coffee house to know you got $500,000 in your wallet. Like, holy shit, this guy's got a fuck ton of money on that Bitcoin wallet. He just sent me $5, but he's got 500,000 more.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting.
Yeah, that would open it up. That would open it up for criminals.
We'll use a swap site between them. Use a swap site, and then the swap site only knows how much you have. The end user that you sent it to, it's not an A to B. You go from the swap site as an intermediary, but they charge you a fee. But it's worth it to maintain your privacy. Or you could use a
Monero. Have 2 wallets.
Or you can. You got to remember.
Oh, come on! Let's start a flat Earth swap site. Let's do it, and all the proceeds can go to fucking building a fucking flat fucking straight linear structure somewhere.
Dude,
I'm telling you right now,
the most based exchange ever. We could have Cuddles as our lawyer.
That would be amazing, dude. That would be awesome,
bro. That would be fucking revolutionary. Gio, you got to get on this idea. I'm charging Gio since he runs the server to be in charge of this.
There's 2 markets I would get into
exactly
right now.
Like an actual honest exchange and system that is actually transparent and doesn't have all the fee gouging and actually lets people transfer anonymously. I mean, that would be ideal, but the problem is that the government's, that's the problem. Like they want to get their paws in it, in terms of regulation.
Some of the swap sites, they compete with, they have different fees. The fees on one site versus, but the problem is they might not have the pairing that you want to trade. If I want to trade a USD coin for Ethereum or Bitcoin, that's an easy pair. But if I want to buy something like a crypto that's not really that common, it's hard to find the right trading pairs. You have to, you know what I mean? You might have to see like a bunch of different exchanges to see if they have that what you want to trade for the other pair. They have to match them up. It's like, so let's say I wanted to sell Dogecoin. Dogecoin's not that uncommon, but let's see like Filecoin or something way down the list. They might not have that exact pairing
My
match
boy
up.
knows about Filecoin.
What's that?
You know about Filecoin. Not only are you based, but you know about fucking small cryptos like Filecoin. This guy knows what he's talking about.
I know pretty much all the top 100. I've been in this for a year, like every day and night that's all I do. Holy shit.
I have a book or 2 or 12 for you.
What platform do you trade on?
I'm on KuCoin, and then I use some swap sites. Like sometimes they don't have the coins I want to trade, so I have to use a swap, like Pancake Swap.
How do you use the swap sites? How do you trust them?
How do you trust them? The same way you trust anyone. You just someone that's got a good reputation, that's been around, and they do a lot of volume, and then those are the trustworthy ones.
Dude, but that's small money. Silicon Factory, we're talking about all being millionaires in under 10 years. An oil refinery.
I like the way people are thinking on this. Someone's starting a fucking crypto swap. The other person's trying to get us all to millionaires. It's bro. When the Globers don't interrupt, man, things go well.
That's the point. That's why I normally like sidebars. Which I was actually going to talk about a sidebar in another room with anybody that'd like to, because this is interesting, but solutions to most of the problems I hear, you're not going to find on TV. You're not going to find on YouTube. You're not. You're going to find them in a book.
Yeah, I mean, Noah, we've talked about having like a second live stream and just having it like, you know, like no globe debates, or, you know, like no globe
FE only, basically.
Well, it doesn't have to be like, it's not like no people that believe the earth is a globe could be in there, but it's just like a room where there isn't the, you know, people challenging each other and going all, you know, globe, you know, doing the whole like
antagonism.
Debate / argument / tactics / you know, sometimes it's kind of more like bickering. Sometimes it's just like condescending. You don't know. People going back and forth. Like, you don't know this or that, or you don't understand.
Yeah, dude, sometimes it's like you're saying something and it's not even about the globe. And then someone just starts trying to debate and like, it's like, dude, this isn't even what? I forget what it was the other day, but the other day I was saying something and someone interrupted me to tell me I was wrong about my personal experience. Like, sir, you weren't there. I was. How would you have more authority on what fucking like?
It's like the difference. Like, I always think it's like if you're out in a park and, you know, you got a boombox, you're listening to good tunes, you know, you're chilling, grilling up some food, everyone's just talking and hanging out, and you're having like really interesting conversations with people, and, you know, productive, interesting, like, you know, in that way, like even like advancing ideas and all that, and just like laughing and having fun. It's that versus like, and I'm not saying it's always this case, but there is some individuals who kind of bring like, it's almost like they're like coming into the party and just being like, you're wrong, you don't understand, you're wrong, you know, fight me on this, fight me on that. And it's like, you can't kind of keep the good vibe going if you got like a bunch of people coming in, you know, trying to like attack in that way. So
yeah,
the debates are good though. It's just a matter of maybe having like a separate live stream set up for it, which we will have in the future. But, you know, right now it's like we're mostly just in the one room right now.
Yeah, and it's not like all Globers are bad, bro. Like, I don't know. Every time I talk to Druss, it seems to go pretty well. I don't know if anyone has separate experiences. You know what I mean? But like,
well, I'm not putting down the like debates and discussions about the shape of the earth. I love all those too, you know, in that way. But I'm just saying that when they're happening, it's just a different vibe. Like, it's not as much of like a podcast vibe. It's just more of it's different. It's just more of a debate, and there's often more kind of tension. But I like those too. I mean, those can be fun too.
Bro, sometimes it's just funny to watch the DMOC go off. Like, I don't know, dude. Sometimes it's annoying, but sometimes it's fucking funny as shit.
You want a fun idea that would be worth investing in? A private school.
Well, it's a pretty huge discussion. I mean, the Earth not being a globe. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely a huge ongoing process of all the factors. And yeah, a lot of the discussions, like especially if they don't go into complete dumpster fire land, there's actually a lot of information that's being exchanged. Because yeah, this mainstream like globe model is pretty kind of infiltrated into science and all this stuff. So I think it's very valuable to continue the conversation going and having it be an open discussion like that.
Though that's the thing. You're talking about information that's incorrect, that has invaded private lives, that is now affecting private lives and the public at large, and it's a bad thing. And there's more than one scenario where this has happened, which is why we're talking about Bitcoin and stocks and stuff. Think about legacy. Think about long term when you open a business. Think about something that everyone's always going to need. That everyone's always going to need a good place to increase their acumen. Private school would be perfect. Teach them about the earth, start up a flying club, a sailing club, become the largest, coolest private university in the world.
And we could do field trips down to the Antarctic.
Dude, we could get
in our sailing club. The sailing club will sail around the Antarctic. See if they let us.
The marine department or the school, the board, right? We could have a contract with the Navy, right? We share this data with you when we go and we're doing scans and we're doing tests, and you guys protect us while we're down there. How about that? Simple.
I love the idea. I love it.
It's called communication colloquially, but in the legal land, it's called diplomacy.
Man, if only Cuddles could write a treatise.
I probably will. I've got a lot of stuff written down already. I'd probably leave most of it raw too, because tearing apart information, right? It really does screw things up, because trying to boil down a 10,000 page book into like 5 sentences is hard.
That's what I'm good at. I'm good at summarizing complicated stuff into very few words.
Oh, then I need to toss you some books. Then we need to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm good at boiling shit down.
Yeah, sometimes, Cuddles, the way you fucking describe shit is so roundabout, like, and not directly.
It happens. Hey, look, it happens. But see, I'm relating things to my experience. If you guys haven't ever lived on a farm, and I'm saying shit about the cows or the chickens, most of y'all aren't going to get it. It's not because you're stupid or because you're dumb. It's just
his base too. He lives on a farm.
The minutia, if you could summarize the minutia and not get down into the semantics of words, parsing words and such.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. Is you really?
I get it.
Really
I get
do.
Leads, but first you got to build the big picture, and then you get into the minutia. Like if you're going to argue over the minutia, you're not moving the ball.
One of the things to know: Microsoft makes its own dictionary. It defines words in the English language the way they want to define them. So did Webster. So did Oxford. So did Yale. So did the federal government. They all have different definitions for the same word.
Like, what is a person? A person is a corporation. If you're talking Black's Law versus Webster's dictionary, there's a difference. That's not what I'm saying is minutia. That's not the minutia I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, that's a thing that people have to know going into the conversation, that if you're reading Jules Verne, yeah, sure, Webster's is going to work. But if you start reading Animal Jurisprudence, you're going to have to go get Bouvier's or something else.
Legalese is a whole nother language. They're using similar words, but different meaning.
American jurisprudence is Old English, but it's American constitutional law, what they call organic. It's different than like the FRC, which is the federal rules and federal
it
regulations.
Might as well be Chinese, because there's two meanings to each word, just like you have like your corporate straw man account and you as a man, a living man. They've corrupted it such to confuse people, right? Because they're used to the common vernacular versus the legalese usage, which are two separate meanings. And that's where the people get tripped up, because even I hear flat earthers use the word planet and it makes me cringe every time. Like, oh, he's the richest person on the planet. Ugh, what do you mean a planet? What planet are you? We don't live on a planet, bro. It's like, that's one of the things, my pet peeves.
Richest man on the plane, just get rid of the T. It's easier.
Right. Drop the T. But I mean, it's if your whole life been conditioned to call it that, or say the whole global economy. Even that, I don't use that global economy. I'll say worldwide economy.
Have you ever heard Bro Sanchez when he says planet? He says it's like the concept of a plane within a net.
Plane within a net? I haven't heard. I don't listen to him so much, but no, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a cool way of kind of recontextualizing that word, meaning like, yeah, a plane within a net, and the net being like the toroidal field that surrounds the plane.
Or a mental prison. Your mental prison of the globe.
Or like a netting of the magnetic field. Or it could be seen that way too. Yeah, but it's just interesting how he kind of like recontextualized like a plane within a net. Because they try to use planet, even though planet really means to wander. So it's connected to like wandering stars, but somehow they convince people that a planet is a quote unquote wandering star, which now is a sphere out in.
But they say the Earth is wandering, right? We're wandering around the sun. So like, no, we're not moving at all. Like the whole concept of a geocentric.
Geo, are you with the Mandela effect? Geo?
Yo, what's up?
Are you with the Mandela effect?
Well, it's just like a quick topic change.
I was going to say that planets used to not be in the Bible, but now I guess it appears in the Bible now. I just want to throw it out there.
Oh, so really?
Is in the
As
Bible
a Mandela?
now, yeah.
That's
it's weird. In there, planet.
But I definitely,
Remember,
but you're saying that's a Mandela, or are you saying they actually added it?
It's a Mandela. 3 years ago, Eric Dubay made 3 big videos about planet. It's never in the Bible, but it's in there. I don't know.
Dude, Mandela is a weird thing. It's like, I don't like to talk about it too much because I can't prove the source. I know it's happening, but it's hard to argue because you can't point to, there's no definitive evidence. I've seen things change, but if someone doesn't, if they didn't believe it or whatever, it's hard to convince them otherwise.
Simply
like
put,
like,
the
like
first
a
thing,
soundbite in a movie, like a Forrest Gump in the movie. Life is like a box of chocolates. I'm positive that's what he said, but now that it's never been in the current movie. So it's hard to convince someone otherwise.
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
That's exactly how I remember it, but some people don't.
That's what he said.
Right, but some people remember it the new way where he never said that. Life was like a box of chocolates, not is. So it's a very subtle difference, and that's why it's confusing too.
How can you say it was? It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but that's the new, the field of dreams. Build it and they will come. Right?
Yeah,
build
yeah.
now it's build it and he will come. Build it and he will come. It's like, what? Like, that's not how I remember it.
They meaning the baseball team.
But it's just very subtle. If you don't pay attention to details I mean, people that are real detail oriented in here, they might kind of recognize it, but I don't follow details that closely. So sometimes it sounds so similar, I can't really remember which way it was.
Well, something can probably read, it can most likely write. So, yeah. And if it's got a computer chip in it, it can be reprogrammed. Like, if it's attached to copper lines, it's literally attached to the entire network.
Dude, this happened to paper. Like, go in your Bible, things have been altered. It's not the lion and the lamb, it's the lion and the wolf. And it changes your print. The typeface in your own Bible that you own, printed paper, and you go look in the same Bible that you've read, the lion and the lamb, and it says the lion and the wolf. It's like, what?
Yeah, I think Mandela definitely. I think it's a feature of consciousness. So yeah, I do think it's like
it's very disturbing. It's very disturbing because you don't want to believe that your paper can be altered, even so subtle as that. It's only one word. It's only one word that was altered, but it's like fucking A. That was in a book. That was print in a book. How the fuck did that change? It's a mind fuck that I don't like to send people down that mind fuck.
But you know about like the idea that like there's you know how the idea where there's like, okay, like there's like parallel universes. So like, let's say I get up right now and I go get a cup of water. There's a universe in which I didn't get up and go get a cup of water. And then there's ones that I did get up and go get a cup of water. And like each thing fractures and splits up. Oh, well, it's kind of like tracers. You know what tracers are? Like either on like mushrooms or LSD, where you put your hand in front of your face and you see like these fractal.
Oh, the floaters, the little floaters, yeah.
Well, it's like fractal, like you see like thousands of versions of your hand. It's like fractal, like frozen moments of your hand.
It's
in that way, if consciousness is like that in multiple timelines, then we live in like this fractal expansion. So if something like that changes, it's like just a slight little tweak within the consciousness field where you're technically tapping into one of those parallel timelines, but it happens to be almost identical to the one you're in now, except for that change.
It's so small though. Dude, you want to know something? I wrote a poem, right? And in the poem that I wrote, I uploaded it on Steemit, right? It altered one of the words. It added the letter A. I'm like, huh? It inserted a letter that was never there. And it was supposed to be unchangeable. It's on a blockchain, on Steemit's blockchain. And I'm like, how the dude, I have residue of it. I have proof that it altered my
what I was gonna say also is that I basically with this quantum computing, they were saying that they could fucking like hack like elliptic curve fucking encryptions in like 10 minutes with the new quantum computers they're coming up with and shit. And basically that like it's gonna change the game in encryption because they're gonna be able to basically decrypt things that were thought to be like impossible without having thousands of years to basically decrypt it.
I'm convinced they have it already, dude. They just don't want us to know they have it because people would lose a lot of trust in the system. So they can't afford to have the trust. You know what I mean? They can't afford to lose all the confidence. So they have to string us along thinking that everything's legit on the up and up. All the while they got these back doors and shit into everything we think is secure.
That's kind of what the Matrix was about. They had all these back doors that go to different places.
Pretty much, man.
Gio, you're saying there's alternate universes, so could that mean that the flat Earth is the alternate universe?
This is reality, bro.
You mean that some people live?
Mandela effect?
Wait, in what way? There's a couple of possible like ideas with that. You mean that some people actually live on a globe and other people don't, or or do you mean that it changed?
Well, you said the word consciousness, right? So consciousness can change the fabric of reality. Yes. So if enough people believe, there's a globe, then it becomes a globe. So you see what I'm saying?
Well, I think maybe what I was saying is that I think that what we call the Mandela effect is like a feature of consciousness, like it's a part of the way consciousness functions. But you're saying a little bit something different. You're saying that if enough people focus on it, then they can make it so, kind of thing.
Yeah, like manifesting.
I mean, that would be an extreme level of psychokinesis if you could take a stationary flat plane and just by believing it's a globe, turn it into one.
But it's not what the TV is. It's not mind control. Like
if that was true, then wouldn't that have already happened?
Can I
But it has
manifest?
happened. But it has happened. We're having an argument right now.
Can I manifest 1 million Bitcoin into my wallet?
Yes.
I can.
Yes.
Nice. I wish. I've been trying. I've physically been inserting all my mental energy, and it just hasn't happened yet.
If you believe, like, if you go outside and say the sun's out, and you believe that it's nighttime, it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon, you believe that it's really nighttime, you go outside, it'll be nighttime.
I'm trying to manifest my will on the Bitcoin market, and just not even 1 million Bitcoin, but even like 1,000 Bitcoin.
You mean to acquire it, or to, what do you mean? Just
Yeah, to manifest that my account contains 1,000 Bitcoins.
Well, the magic is that you can't force the universe to make it the way you want it. You'll have it, right? But you can't tell what method it will come. You know, it could be bequeathed to you, like in it. Someone may die and leave it to you, or you may find, you know, somebody's password, or someone may just give it to you. You can't decide how it's going to get there. You just have to believe it's going to be there.
But don't hold your breath in the meantime.
Well, I mean, like, Ron, are you trying to like harness your goals towards that, or are you actually trying to somehow like psychically just create a reality in which that's the case?
No, I'm just making a joke of it, meaning that yes, I've wished for all these things, like, oh boy, I wish I could but it never seems to happen, right? Even though no matter how hard you exert yourself, it doesn't seem like I have these magic abilities.
But haven't you done things in your life and it happens, you're like, oh my God, that was like a miracle. How could that even happen? But you accept it. Right?
I haven't had a miracle moment, but no, that's why I'm like, damn, I keep coming up empty-handed.
By your first girlfriend.
What about it? My first girlfriend?
Yeah, that wasn't an amazing event for you?
I had a lot, so I don't know. I mean, it's like not so much. No, the first one wasn't that much because it like nothing really happened. You know what I mean? It was just more at an innocent time, so it wasn't really. I kind of get what you're getting at. Like the first one you have a sexual relation with, you're like, oh,
if you're not open, like you say miracle, if you're not open to the miracle, then when it happens, you'll just dismiss it. You know, you have to be open to it. Then you'll know when it's there. Otherwise, you'll just like ignore it.
Well, there is an idea of creating your own reality, like that whole, like The Secret. But that really, I mean, The Secret just kind of jacked that, made a documentary out of it. But in that concept of it, it's not that you're necessarily just trying to make it happen right away, but that by focusing your consciousness on whatever it is that you want, whatever it may be, and actually just like holding it in your consciousness, focusing on it, and actually feeling as if it's real, which is kind of different. Like it's not necessarily just like dreaming or idealizing, but this is actually like a process of like actually, you know, like feeling it as real, if that makes sense. Like
self-delusion, like a self-delusion.
Well, I was thinking like not a delusion though. I mean, because like I think of a delusion more as just like a fantasy, but in this sense of it, like not letting like, you know, the negative parts of yourself like just wipe it away as a fantasy, but actually almost like in a lucid dream. Like
feeling the feeling, feeling is if you have the real thing, how does it feel?
Well, like when you get into like
that's self-delusion.
Well, part of the idea of a lucid dream, like when you get into a lucid state, that you once you're in there, you can basically create anything you want in the lucid dream. So if you want to create, boom, you're on, you know, Hollywood Boulevard, or boom, you're on another, you know, dimension, or, you know, there's 100 naked ladies, whatever you want, you know, but you can like create it instantly, or if you want to fly or whatever you want to do. But the way you do that is when you're in the lucid state and you realize you can do that, it's like you feel it as real and create it as real, and then it instantly manifests. So in that same concept, instead of the idea of like a self-delusion or fantasy, but by actually focusing on something in that way, then in that sense, you're actually bringing it into reality in the same way that you can bring realities in a lucid dream into your experience.
You know, when you said that, I thought of that song, Life is Just a Fantasy. Can you live in fantasy life?
Yeah, The Secret had that one part where it explained that when you're like meditating or imagining, and you're thinking about yourself running, for example, or winning or doing whatever, you feel the feeling as you're doing it. Your mind can't tell the difference between doing the real thing and imagining the thing. It has synapses go off the same patterns the same way. So the idea is that you release that power, which is your subconscious. You release that on your life, and it'll manifest in real life.
Yeah, like what you focus on will manifest. The only thing with that method, you can't really control when it's going to happen. So the idea is that you like focus on it and hold it in that state until it happens. And whether it's in this lifetime or another lifetime or whatever it may be, it will eventually come to pass.
You can also say self-fulfilling prophecy. You make it happen by believing it, and then something will happen where it'll come into being, and you'll grab onto it.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
It works positive and negative also. It can work negative way. If you feel like something bad's going to happen, eventually it'll happen because you're making it happen.
Yeah, I try not to dwell on the negative because it's out of my control. It's like whatever happens, happens. I'm already cool with it.
Well, at the foundational level, do you think that you have enough of like, let's say, the parts of the creator within yourself to actually create your own reality, the way it creates reality?
Yeah,
I just live in his realm, dude.
That's the foundation of prayer. Ask, you shall receive. What's in heaven will appear on earth from my Father which is in heaven. I think that's the whole point of prayer and faith, is that the whole moving mountains is manifesting in your real life.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his playbook, and I don't think we could change what he has like preordained, or like I don't know that you could change what's coming. Like you can wish all you want, and we're probably going to see a fake alien invasion just because that's what the motherfuckers that run shit, that's what they want. It's like I don't know. I mean, as much as I try to get rid of them through my mental telepathy and my will, they're still here. And I'm sure we all want them gone. We want them off our backs, but I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of them. Like these parasites, we know who the parasites are, right? But it's hard to just remove them from their power by enforcing our will, just willing it to happen.
If you're afraid, you give them power, being afraid.
No, I ain't afraid, dude. I wouldn't do what I'm doing if I was afraid of them.
Well, there is a pretty deep way. See, I would say that the creator actually has created these entities to be here doing what they're doing. Like, I think there's an actual like interplay with another, like a demonic spirit, essentially, like a demonic layer that happens to be very influential at this time, kind of, in the whatever they've done, like taking over the actual old world and all this, the whole Tartaria stuff, and the huge reset, whatever they've done. So yeah, this is like a bigger. It's like a parasite that all of humanity has to shake. Like, it's not even about any one of us. I mean, individually, I think we can all play our part, but it's because if you have like a parasite in your own body, then yeah, there's ways to get rid of it, like different plants or medicines or ways of healing it or whatever it may be. But it's like this one's like on the whole human race.
You know what, too? I think it's a proving ground, and the parasite is here to test you. Like, you could take the easy way out in life, and you could sell out. You could sell your soul to the devil and do, like, say, go work for Hollywood or be a sellout, go on the dark side. Or you can suffer. You can suffer through this existence and take all the lumps, take all the fucking pain without selling out, and that's how you pass the gauntlet. Like, if you're not a total scumbag, then you're worthy of advancing to the next level. That's kind of what I think this whole life is for, is just to prove yourself worthy of advancing to the next level. You don't sell out, you don't do all these rotten things. And obviously we're not perfect, but if you come clean and you have resentment and say, you ask for forgiveness, then I think you get a second chance. It depends, man. It depends
High
what you've
energy
done.
versus low energy. Enlightenment versus like high energy versus low energy. Like enlightenment versus like base desires.
See, that's why we're tempted with a lot of bad things that are bad in God's eyes, that He frowns upon, and it's constantly pushed upon people through the media. Things that are repugnant to God, like the transgenderism and stuff like that. Yeah, well, yeah, especially that, but well, especially like the homosexuality and the transgenderism. Like transgenderism is a total abomination to God, and that's what the Baphomet is. It's a transgender and a transhuman. It's half human, half animal, half man, half woman. It's the ultimate abomination. It's the big middle finger to the Creator, saying, "Here, I will make a total abomination of your creation. I will mix man and woman, man and beast." It's totally an abomination.
And the Baphomet's gone back thousands of years, literally, and it's been worshipped.
It's the ultimate middle finger to God. So that's why I think they worship that entity.
And I was talking about this in another server. I don't know if I brought it to you guys, but like this whole flat Earth, this whole cover up, this deception with this globe Earth. Is it possible that it's not just corrupt education and the Rockefellers controlling education and science and the government, but is it some kind of a black magic spell that has been cast over the world that is a spiritual attack as well as a physical attack? Which is to say that no amount of science or math is going to prove to someone, it's going to get them out of their spell. You know, you if it's a spiritual attack, you need spiritual weapons to fight it, like a mysticism, black magic spell.
That's a good point.
I think
spiritual
the flat
weapons
Earth,
for a spiritual battle, physical weapons.
The flat Earth is what brought me to spirituality or the belief in God. Like I was agnostic beforehand, and only after I found out did I become like religious or have a belief in God or a creator. But I was totally agnostic before that and more kind of nihilistic. And I think that's what the whole globe is meant to make you feel worthless and nihilistic. And what's the point? You know, we're one speck of dust in a billion galaxies of shit. You know what I mean? So it does lead you down that road, that demonic road.
If it's like a corrupt demonic attack, then no amount of black swans is going to prove to someone to get them out of their spell. You have to use God and.
Yeah, but why does it have to be nihilistic, like you said? It's a globe.
Because if you believe in evolution, then you don't believe in the creator. If you understand that the realm we live in, everything within this realm, within the earth, you, me, plants, animals, they all have a similar structure, like a Fibonacci sequence.
That's right, Coach.
What if the creator created evolution? What if the creator created evolution?
Hang on, though, Joe. Coach, you believe in science. You're not special. God does not love you. Understand? You believe in the Bible. You were chosen by God.
That's your idea, though. Your idea.
Listen, Coach, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Coach.
Yeah, but
God
why
knows
does evolution? Why does evolution and God, or evolution and God loving you, or science and God loving you? Why do those things have to be mutually exclusive?
Because science teaches us that we're just animals, Coach. We're
what does
just
that have to do
animals.
with God loving you?
No, it's anti-God. Evolution is
That's what I'm asking.
anti-God.
That's the nature of my question. Is why are you guys stating that? What tells you
Stating
that?
what?
What tells
Because
you
you're
that
not
those things
you're
are
not a
mutually
divine
exclusive?
creation. You're not a divine creation. You're a result of randomness, and that's you're not a result of randomness. It should become obvious when you piece this all together. It becomes obvious that there's an intelligent design to everything: plants, animals, everything.
Yeah. One kind of, I guess, says that you're the God. The other says you're the child of chaos, basically.
That's right.
Is it randomness or a creator's work? Is there a divine creator that created all of this? And when you understand that there is, then the people in control of this world, they get knocked down 1,000 levels, right? Like they're all powerful on this realm, right? But when you realize there's someone more powerful than them above, like watching over everything, then they become totally irrelevant. You don't fear them. And they rule through fear. If you don't fear them, they're basically powerless.
Science will also teach you that there's no sin. If there's no sin, there's no righteousness.
I mean, I think though you can, but I mean, it is possible though to be a globe earther and to still see it as a divine creation.
Absolutely, my best friend is like that.
You know,
I've had a
Gio,
hard
but
time.
that's right. But you get what I call lukewarm Christians, right? So you believe in God, but the Bible's kind of not really true. It's kind of symbolism, kind of, stories. So you lose your faith.
They pick and choose what they want to believe, yeah. And then they redefine things. Well, that's not what it really means. It means this. Like Steven Anderson, he goes, well, you see, the waters above is, even in Arizona, there's moisture in the air. And moisture is water. There's millions of gallons over our head in the form of water vapor. So see, that's the waters above, the water vapor in the clouds. He's really grasping at straws.
What do you mean?
Earth take shape like clay under a seal. The heaven fashioned as molten glass.
What else does it say in the Bible? Even the elect shall be fooled. And I would say he is the elect, and he is totally deceived. He doesn't know it because he's too proud. He's too prideful to admit he was wrong. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be Christianity for you to believe in a creator. You don't need to follow what I'm doing, just to know that there is a creator and let people follow their own path and see where it leads them, right? They might come to the same result, the same conclusion you came to, that the Bible is the truth, right? They will find their way. You point them in the right way and let them make their own decision. They have to draw their own decisions. Everyone has to chart their own path.
The thing is, the Bible also says that adulterers should be stoned to death, and that women should wear hats in church.
Not New Testament.
Yeah, that's see, there's a big thing that happened in the Bible. It's a reason why there's a New and Old Testament. There was a different law that was put in after Jesus as opposed to the one from before. So when you look at the old laws,
but hang on, isn't God the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Yeah. Yeah, but the covenant is for a certain group of people, right? And so if the covenant between God and that particular group of people, and you're not that group of people, and you didn't agree to the covenant, if you didn't agree to the covenant, then it doesn't apply to you, and God isn't changing. It's just a covenant. It's just a covenant that doesn't go along with you.
I agree with you. The problem is unless you add the problem. So if you want to take the Old Testament reference to what the earth is, I'm in the same camp as you. I'm just trying to add some texture to what you speak about. If you want to just quote what's in Psalms. Psalms is a book of poetry. The book of Job. Do you want to take that as a historical document? It's probably not. So to just quote it like a science book, I don't think does us any favors. That's all I'm saying.
No, nobody's saying because in the Bible it says the earth shall not be moved, right? I mean, if you're a Christian, that should be foundational. It says the earth shall not be moved. It's not moving around the sun. That should be foundational to you, right? There's no wiggle room. There's no gray area in that statement.
But was that written as a scientific reference point, or was that written poetically? Like you have to give context to what was the writer trying to convey. Who was his audience? Those sorts of things. It's not just, because the King James says this, that makes it scientific fact. I'm a Christian, and I'm a flat earther, but I just don't take this literalist view that a lot of people do.
I don't use it as scientific fact. I don't say it's scientific fact. I say if you're a religious person, right, they're stuck in the globe mindset, then you can't have a foot in both camps. I'm not saying it's science, it's faith. The Bible requires faith.
This is where you get lukewarm Christians. You believe the Bible is symbolism.
The Bible also says that you can, shelter under God's wings. Do you think God has literal wings and feathers? Some things are poetic. Some things are metaphoric. I just don't know that
I
quoting
understand the
scripture in that
difference.
way, you know what I'm saying, is
You read the
necessarily
Hang
done
on.
us any favor.
Hang on. Where in the Bible does it say it's a spinning globe?
It doesn't.
No, I'm asking each their own.
There is one part, yeah.
Tell me, which one?
Kosho, there's one part. What do you got? What do you got?
I have to pull it up, but I think
Globular aspinicus.
I think what Ozzy's saying though is pretty. I mean, I would take it to heart because he's got a good point. The Psalms is a list of poems, right? It's poetry.
Oh, what about Psalm 19:1? Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. That's a pretty profound statement. It's on Werner von Braun's gravestone, so it's like that to me doesn't sound poetic. That sounds like truth. That
So it
sounds
doesn't
like
matter if it sounds poetic. It's
Either
a
if you have
poem.
faith or you don't, man. Lukewarm Christians.
This is not even faith. You can prove that Psalm
who's to say
19:1 is true.
Hold up.
Bro,
Who's to say? Wait. Who's to say that I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but who's to say that the Book of Job isn't historic? You know what I mean? Like maybe it's not, but who's to say it isn't? You know what I mean? We don't know. We weren't there.
If you don't add in a thing called historical
Job.
arc, there's a historical arc where you start right back at day one, and man's understanding of earth and God and all those things, knowledge grows, and what's written 2,000 years after the beginning of mankind, their understanding of the world around them and of God is different to what it was on day one. Now, you can argue in whichever way you want, it's different, but it is different. So the Bible's written over, 2,500 year period. So you have to factor in historical arc and context. And are you reading from a book which is poetic, which is historical, like a historical record, like the books of Kings and Chronicles? I mean, they're historical records. Are you reading from an epistle that was written to one church at one time about one issue? Like, there's lots of stuff that doesn't get included in a lot of people's opinions and the way they express it.
But what if the real knowledge has been corrupted over time and it's been
Absolutely
controlled by
Absolutely.
scientism and satanic deceptions?
Yeah, like
So what we
the
knew to
book
be
you're holding
true
in your
for
hand today.
what we knew to be
Sorry.
true for 3,000 years has changed. We've exchanged that to what we science for 300 years. So the last 300 years of science. So how do you know which one is better? Testing.
Yeah, still though, didn't answer my question about the mutual exclusivity between whether it's evolution and God or God and science, or as you said, God loving you and science. I don't know why those things have to be mutually exclusive.
Okay, that was like 5 questions. Could you maybe
I explained
It's all the
it to
same
you. You just
question.
glossed over it, bro. I explained it to you.
Kosho was just complaining about how he didn't get his fucking question answered. Now I'm asking him to just ask one so someone can make a direct answer.
No, it's all the same question.
So the mutual exclusivity of God and what, atheism? I mean, atheism is mutually exclusive with God.
That wasn't the question.
Oh, sure. The scientific understanding.
Are you saying with the? Go ahead, Godric.
The scientific understanding is that clay, light, and heat got together, and life, after a cajillion years, life just rang forth, and the first cell was alive. It started growing and multiplying, and eventually turned into you and to me. Or God made you. He made Adam in the garden and Eve. That's a big difference.
Well, that's one specific story, right? But God could exist without that story being accurate, right?
Either you believe it or you don't. What do you believe, Kosho?
Did you hear my question, though? That God could still exist without that specific story you told about the garden and Adam and Eve. God could still exist without that specific story being true or accurate.
The Bible tells you that God knows you and He loves you, and that's why you're special. And He gave you dominion over all the animals, the earth.
Dominion. Who said that though?
Genesis.
Yeah, but what guy said it? God doesn't talk. Remember that.
It's in Genesis. I don't know who wrote it.
But Demox answered a good question because Genesis was a story that was passed down verbally before it was written down 800 years, at least 800 years later. But it was a verbal story for a long time.
The conversation is science versus faith. Why can't God exist with the current science understanding? Right? Is that what it is?
God can exist with anything, especially with man's incomprehension.
That's very profound in mind. That's exactly right.
So think about this one real quick. Would you rather listen to, okay, let me see. You got the truth and a lie. What do you think? Which one do you think is going to be more simple?
The truth would be more simple.
The truth would be more simple. So if Satan or God came down and told you something, you'd pretty much listen to God because he'd probably tell you the truth and it'd be more simple, right? For the idea, right?
Right.
So if a scientist came and he said, I can explain something to you simple, and another scientist came and said, I can explain something to you in 72 books and autobiographies, which one do you want?
I don't know. Whatever one I thought made more sense. Had to use your understanding, your discernment.
So if I could tell you something in three words rather than 72 books, don't you think that'd make more sense?
Yeah, and what's the 3 words?
It do what it do. It was a fucking example, man. Stop holding shit I'm telling you a story about common sense. If you want to listen to fucking jargon all day and 75 books of babble, you're not going to get anywhere. That's not really the truth. It's telling you right in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding, you understand? And if something is simple and done, that's pretty much usually the way it is.
Look, the Bible has all these tenets to serve mankind, and the reason it's propagated is because it works and it serves humanity. And it keeps our faith. It tells us about our Creator.
No, hold on. What I heard was it works. I don't even know what it is. And you don't need to talk to God. Why the hell would you need to talk to God? You think God would have trouble telling anybody anything that he needed to tell them all at the same time or once or personally?
Look, you communicate to God through prayer.
No. Listen to what I'm telling you. Do you think the thing that made everything would have trouble talking to you? You think it needs Bob and Tom to tell you something? I don't think so.
No, but you have to.
Hold on. I'm not done. Stop looking to other people to give you a fucking third-party story that you can give yourself. Please stop doing this.
Absolutely.
Everybody has the information in their self. If you can't look within yourself and figure out the answer, motherfucker, ain't nobody gonna give it to you.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but you definitely don't need any intermediaries between you and God.
Right. And I agree with both.
Coach, I was going to ask before, Coach, when you were asking that, were you actually asking that based on when you asked that question? Were you asking it in terms of the globe Earth, in terms of what God loving you and caring for you, and the Earth being a globe versus because that's where it was brought up originally, the Earth being a stationary plane. That people were saying having more of a sense of creation and that that there's a purpose. Are you trying to say is that what you originally were asking that you think that could be the same on a globe?
Well, I mean, it goes. That's why I said it's the same question because the question is the same whether or not it's the globe in God or it's evolution in God or whether it's science in general in God.
I got a simple answer for you if you want.
Yeah. Okay. The question isn't unique to the globe, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. The answer to your question is that God is not mutually exclusive to evolution, but evolution is mutually exclusive to the scripture. The predominant scripture that we have.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's Percentage actually said it better than anyone else.
Well, no, Demox said it's just the same thing though too, where he was saying that scripture. That's just like I said, that scripture not being accurate doesn't mean that God doesn't exist, or God existing doesn't mean that Scripture is accurate. And I think that if anybody were asked about the accuracy of the Scripture, asked if you question them enough, you'd find that they don't even have complete confidence in the complete accuracy of that Scripture. So
They can't. It's made up.
I don't have confidence in the globe.
Well, you can't. It's made up too. But two things that are made up. Bravo. Globe scripture and Bible scripture. Made up by man, both of them. No different. That doesn't stop
make more
God
sense
from
that
being
God
God, though.
Does it make more sense that the creator would create like an actual physical plane where down is down, up is up, and then like the celestial field above us, or that it would create this like infinite vacuum thing that's expanding and then all these balls are floating in a vacuum?
I'd say the flat thing, because and able to process, how in the hell can you process every direction being up and down and all around and confusion? That's a process of total confusion from confusion, and it doesn't really make any sense. To process anything or to have like a set rule of informations or a blueprint, you need to have a set. And I think the flat earth or the idea of a flat plane is a set. I think it makes more sense to me.
Well, that's the one that the Bible tells about. The book that you don't like.
Why didn't he just make one left then? Like, why didn't he just make one left? Just make it even more simple. Just make it so there's only one left. Nobody's ever going to be confused. You don't have to say stage left or regular left. You can just say left.
Hold on, Coach Show. Hold on.
How could you have that?
Hold on. God didn't make words confusing. Man did. Remember this.
Just one arm?
I agree with you.
What, like one arm, Kosho?
Well, no, so that's my point, is that up and down are relative directions and left and right are relative directions.
No, they're not. Up and down are not relative.
They are.
Nope.
So why
forward, back, up and down, left and right.
Up and down is the same for all beings. Up is up, down is down.
Why isn't it just one number instead of a million numbers? Then wouldn't that be simpler?
That's my question, because somebody else brought up this, how much simpler it'd be if there was only one up and one down. But I don't think that's a question of making things simpler just to make them simple.
Well, they are up and down is somewhat relative, meaning that like if I'm doing a handstand, then my up and down in that moment relative, like the actual up and down in reality is now different than my up and down. But if I'm standing upright, so it is relative only in that way between people, but up is still up and down is down. The way that the globe tries to mix those up and say that that's relative, I think that is a complete twisting and a deception upon reality.
It's superpositioning.
They're trying to create that position so they can create this like worship to the entity that created that confused upside down world.
Yep. Confusion. Yeah, they can be everything, and they can be all in every different every different level, every aspect, every department, every fucking the fucking five a different realm. What is it called? For some reason, the dimension, the different dimensions. So they can add all the different dimensions and tell you that it can be in 20 places at one time. And everything's everything and nothing's nothing and it all doesn't matter. Superpositioning, you know. It's a wave, it's a particle, it's all like everything but not, but it is, but it's not. That's globe science.
Yeah, but we can explain it to you mathematically, Demo.
You can draw some numbers. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
That doesn't explain anything to me at all.
Yeah. The other thing is, I agree.
Like a
I don't know why did God make a creation which, by its very nature, is deceptive to his created being? Like it looks flat, but it's round. It feels stationary, but it's flying through the air or through the vacuum. Like the very nature of it's deceptive to its creation.
It's not flying
I don't know
anywhere.
what.
I never said flying anywhere. Earth's not flying anywhere.
It does say in Job, who can measure the lines of the earth?
It's not flying anywhere is what I'm saying. I'm like, you just mixed up all kinds of stuff that can't be. You can either have one or the other. You're either flying or you're not moving at all. You're either stationary and not spinning and sitting in the base that you are, or you're moving, and we're not moving at all. So what do you mean?
That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of misunderstood you a little bit.
Yeah, bro. No, that's my point. Like, if God made this thing, and if it is a flying ball in a vacuum, He has made His creation a complete deception.
I got you.
Say it again, Effie.
So if God made a ball flying through a vacuum, then it's deceptive to us because our reality is flat and stationary. We don't sense curve. We don't sense motion. Up is up, down is down. It's not relative. It's a deception if that is what He has done, which I don't think He has.
I wouldn't say it's deceptive or deceptive.
It is tricky.
That is interesting.
That is.
Well, hang on, but I think what he was kind of saying. I think what he was kind of saying is that, okay, let's say the Earth is a globe and it's in a vacuum and it's flying and gravity and all that stuff. I think maybe what he's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Effie, but if it actually is that, you're saying that the fact that the Creator also made it so that we can't experience the movement, we can't, that it just seems like a stationary plane. In that way, it's deceptive.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think.
Yeah,
I
wouldn't say that.
We don't get to experience what it actually is. So that's a deception.
But
yeah,
hey,
so you could say it's like it's miraculous, or it's mysterious, kind of how God works and stuff like that. But I wouldn't say that God is deceptive in doing it, because that denotes intention, malice. And
we can find the map, but percent. I hear you disagree, but isn't this part tricky right here? Where like if you go straight and you just keep walking straight and then you come back around to where you started, that would kind of fuck you up in the head a little bit till you had a team of people. You know what I mean? Like, that's tricky.
What do you mean? Who says you're going straight?
If you circumnavigated the globe, for instance.
Oh, if it was a globe, yeah.
Yeah, it would confuse you. You'd be like, what? What the fuck? Like,
yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily mean that's deception, though. It would be like,
well, let's be clear.
The mystery of the workings of God. It would be, you could call it a miracle or whatever, but to call it deception is, I just have an issue with that.
Let's be clear. You can circumnavigate going west to east, keeping the compass north, doing a mild circle. But you can't circumnavigate going north to south to north. That's impossible.
Percentage. I just say, instead of maybe focusing on the semantics of what I said, it's more the sentiment of what I said.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, you could call it a different word, but I
get you, man. I feel you. Yeah, I get it.
It is interesting.
Well, it is an interesting thought, though, yeah.
Because they always come at it the other way, right, Gio? They always come at it the other way. Where God, wouldn't want to trick us. And, like, why would it be a flat earth when we think it's a globe? Or what? They try to be like, God would be tricking you into thinking it's a globe when it's a flat earth. That's what they always... I'm sure you're familiar with that.
God doesn't have to try to do anything. That's what I keep repeating to you guys.
Well, it is interesting just in this way. Okay, since as far as we know, all ancient humanity before this current globe idea thought the earth was a plane of existence, and the celestial fields are above. That's why all of our words, above and below, horizon, like all these words are actually built into that. Like the sun sets, it's actually the sun that's doing it. And the earth was always stationary. And then there's this like modern day globe thing going on. But okay, if it is actually just planar and stationary, then all of the ancients were correct. And we just have this modern day thing going on where these people are pushing this totally false globe idea. So that's the one possibility. The other possibility if the ancients were all wrong and they actually were on a spinning ball whirling through space at millions of miles an hour, and they just, none of them knew it. None of them picked up on it until, Copernicus came along and blew our minds, or, that whole, whatever that story. So if that's the case, then from that perspective, you could almost say that, that the creator almost, maybe the word deceived is not the right word, but kind of like tricked all of humanity since the dawn of time to think the earth was a stationary plane when it really wasn't. They were actually on a curved ball whirling through space.
You could even like phrase it as like, a joke to kind of
I think
expose
that
our
story
folly.
is also inherently it's a humanitarian story, I guess. It's a story of how human beings came from this ignorant monkey man into over time we become more and more enlightened, and now we're becoming so evolved that we discovered that what appears as a flat plane is actually a ball that's moving, even though you can't feel it. Science has progressed to a point where we can. It's a great fucking narrative and a great marketing tool for, I guess, the scientific narrative, I would say. Also, I'd like to make another random point really quick. The way we pronounce world, as in if we were whirled around, as if we were spinning, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, but it could also be a narrative, like a great kind of religious narrative for like God, because you have this thing that feels absolutely motionless, and then just because we learn more, we realize that it's actually moving, and there's all these other things and stuff like that, if it were true. And
speaking of it,
to the miracle of God that he made it like absolutely motionless and flat, and yeah, it wasn't. That's right. A testament to his creation.
And we did have to grow to supposedly figure it out. But speaking of narrative and Copernicus or whatever, that is interesting that they figured it out before they mapped it. Like, it could have been figured out before they guessed it, right? It could have been mapped first, right?
They didn't figure anything out. They still haven't figured it out. They definitely didn't.
Okay, do you get my point? Can we continue from my point though? Like, seriously.
Yeah, I know.
You're saying that when they mapped it out, you're saying that when they mapped it out, they should have been mapping out a globe, right, with curvature. You're saying, and they weren't.
Oldest globe is 1492.
They had a stick calculator shadow.
I support you. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. They had to guess it. They were out mapping. They had great maps.
Dude,
there was great maps.
What are you talking about? Shut up.
I'm on your side, buddy.
Calculator with globe shadows.
But you're really.
That was funny the first time.
Yeah, my point's more broad than that.
Fucking shadows, dude. That's a hilarious way to describe it.
Mark, I'm like totally agreeing with you, man. That's what's funny to me is even during the time when they were out mapping land and sea, they still needed the stick shadow calculator to fucking figure it out, right? That's, it's fucking weird, bro.
Well, apparently, they said that they mapped it down to the fucking mile when they originally did it. But the problem is they only had a fucking they only had divided the circle into 60 sections, and so the instruments they were using couldn't have even been that precise if they were actually mapping the supposed globe. So the story's fraudulent on its own fucking head.
Was it 60 face, like 1/60th of the face of the sphere or something?
Basically, there's like a protractor. Okay.
None of that exists. That's all bullshit story.
Never mind. I won't say it. It's demock time.
No, you can say what you're saying. I'm saying the guy.
You're roboting.
As I was saying, anyways, the protractor, which originally is not a half circle but a full circle, and was only divided into 60 sections, not 360 sections, was not precise enough of an instrument to use to measure the angle of the shadow to even come to the conclusion they claim that Eratosthenes came to. It was years later, after Eratosthenes died, that the actual 360 section protractor was brought to Greece. Before that, it was only 60 sections, which did not have the precision to give the measure they say he measured. So the story, just on a historical fucking level, is already quite fraudulent. Maybe it wasn't him that in their story supposedly measured it, or maybe he didn't measure it as accurately as they say he did. Either way, the story is a fraudulent story. Just it contradicts itself historically.
You can't measure the ocean right now today. None of you.
Billy O.
Not one of you. So, whatever you're talking about, nobody figured anything out. Ever. Especially not back then with their stick shadow well calculator. I'd love to get me one of those stick shadow well calculator, because I want to put my hands on it and I want to stick shadow well calculator.
I like how he comes like, nobody ever discovered anything ever, especially not with a stick shadow calculator. Fuck, some of the shit
how could you do it?
should be fucking recorded.
Shadows are definitely meaningful in terms of the way that the sun strikes upon the earth. Like sundials are a good example of a celestial clock that works using shadows and light from the sun.
Well, for the time that it's overhead, yeah, but it's not going to give you the shape of your ground. And it's definitely not going to tell you how many feet or inches you are, miles you are for anything. So, yeah.
You're roboting again, Demo.
I got you, Gio. I agree with you for your wrist clock, but I don't agree for measuring like trees, buildings, distances, miles, anything like that. Not
I want to know how Eratosthenes was in Siam and Alexandria, which is 500 miles away, at the same time to look at the shadow difference.
He wasn't. Life was better back then. He had a slave.
I mean, he could have had a cell phone and a live stream to show the shadow in Siam and Alexandria that they're different and the degrees are different. He would have had to be at both places at the same time. I don't see how he could have not done it that way.
Let's talk about refraction. Let's talk about that. I don't think it's anything bending towards the medium or anything. I think it's the light has its wavelength and then it hits stuff. And as it hits stuff, it's, orientation or whatever is going to change. It's polarization or whatever. And then that shit hits you at a different frequency or whatever, a different pole, and it flips for you. Or it like slightly bends. How does it bend towards something when it has to go through the thing first? Does it bend towards it before it gets there? When it gets there, which way is it gonna bend? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's only when it's at an angle that it does it, right? Like if it's perpendicular, it does nothing. But then we still see it flip through water, right? We still see a flip. If we look through a glass of water, what is the flip from? The glass? Right?
Yeah, it sounds like you're describing how polarization works within the light spectrum.
And I mean, obviously I'm nobody, but I'm saying, like, is there some extra combining that they need to do to stop selling us some of these bullshit stories? Like what's the difference between refraction and space-time bending? You know what I mean? Like when the light passes by the object, the space-time is bent, so it leans in towards the mass. Like that's the same as refraction.
Yeah, like refractive lensing and gravitational lensing.
Yeah, like I don't.
How can you tell the difference?
I mean, they have, a ratio, whatever. I'm sure they have a thing, but maybe they got to combine it more. Like, I mean, they don't know what's up with this polarization still. I mean, they trying to nail it down and give it its spin and its fucking color and its whatever. You know what I mean? Like the third, whatever the third wave sign thing is, like there was the electric field, and then perpendicular to it's the magnetic field, and then but now they got the 45 degree or whatever. Isn't there another field they're putting in it? Like we working on it. And then that's another thing. Okay, this is what I want to get at. If I didn't kill everybody, you know, Chike's little famous picture. It got brought up again like yesterday or something. So it had me thinking the one with the mountain, the light is coming under the cloud or whatever, and then lights at the bottom of the cloud, and then also the one where it hits the mountain and the light goes up. Okay, well, clouds are denser than air, so
that's true.
What if the light? Yeah, so what if the light is coming? The sun's above, and then the light goes down under the clouds, but then some of it bends back up towards the cloud because the cloud's denser. So
Clouds are denser than air.
Yeah,
that's an interesting idea, man.
How's that?
Wouldn't work like that.
Okay.
At all.
How can a cloud be denser than air?
It can't never work like that, Kosho?
No, percentage, go ahead.
Yeah, it wouldn't work like that because the light bends in the medium that it's in. It doesn't bend towards a more dense medium. So it's like not like the light is going to bend towards the building because it's more dense than the air.
Right.
It has to go through it, you're saying?
Yeah, it has to be the medium that the light is in.
That's what Snell's law. That's what refraction is described. Refraction describes light traveling through a medium with, there are several mediums with several densities. So if it's not traveling through the mountain, then the mountain's density is not relevant.
Okay, no, but let's talk about cloud. So I know that it's okay. Fuck, I'm off the button. The part above the cloud is blocked by the cloud, right? But the part that goes to the side and under the cloud, that's the part that gets through. And we're saying it's not going through the cloud, right? So it's not bending, right? That's first glance.
The light that's inside the cloud, let's say like
yeah. So we're eliminating light inside the cloud. We're talking about light that's coming from around the sides, right? But that's first glance. Let's see if we can dig deeper. Well, the cloud isn't just a balloon, right? The cloud probably has a dispersion gradient or something, right? So the light that we're saying is coming from the side of the cloud, and then we think it's clear cut through. That part is still going through, pieces of cloud material, but very loose, like harder to see edges of the cloud. And then that can be the part that's bent back up. No, probably not as much. Maybe a little bit of it, but not a lot or something. But
which picture are you talking about?
Like the stuff's gonna come under a cloud. We think it's just going under, but really, and then it's through, and it's not traveling through the cloud, but it's traveling through the fringe of the cloud.
How can light go under the cloud if the source is always on the top?
From the side, like a diagonal.
Yeah, but it's still on top. The source of light is still above the cloud.
It makes it under, yes. But it makes it under.
No. The sun doesn't.
Bro.
The sun stays up.
Democ, can you turn the cartoons down, please?
Democ, the sun hits the ground of the earth, which is under the clouds. So, I mean, come on, man. Like, even through the clouds.
Sunlight shines through the clouds?
Through the holes in the clouds, yeah, it comes down, and that
shines through the clouds too.
And if it's at an angle, it's going to be a part lit. Like shadows can be at angles,
What do you think makes the clouds pure white and lights them up, buddy? The light. What are we talking about? You guys don't understand X-rays or what? You don't know how light shines through shit?
Democ, can you turn the cartoons down, please?
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to say, is there enough of a crazy phenomenon that could ever happen? Because that's a really cool one, man. There was a guy arguing with whoever, Biodual. I think it was Biodual. It might have been in Gems, man. It was like yesterday or so.
Irish guy.
Yeah, and he's arguing, and Bio's like going, I'll put the diagram, the sun as far away as you want, is still above the cloud. And they're talking about how that light could look like it's coming sideways or below the mountain up and putting the shadow of the mountain up above the cloud. Like
doesn't know what he's talking about.
If you drop the sun, if you put the sun farther and farther back, it goes below the clouds, obviously, because of perspective.
How?
Yeah. So I don't know about that. It had to be refraction involved or something, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand how that would work. If you
Just
if you
go
have
out,
a
look at
spherical
street lamps.
source of light, right, and it has light coming out of it, like a sphere would do, like in all directions, like a sphere, and you put it in any position. There's no position if it's above the clouds anywhere, and they're on a flat plane. There's nowhere where those light rays are gonna like. There's no angle of light coming from the sun that is going to be able to come up below the clouds if it was ever above the clouds. There's
I'd
just
love to see what a flat plane
Yes, it
would look
will.
like with this.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. This is actually something that has to be resolved in the flat Earth model.
Right. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to say maybe it's a very, very thin angle because it's very great distance, and maybe upon some of that near parallel, right, where it's the sun's far away, and so there's some close to parallel part of the horizontally parallel, right, ray that's going to come up under the cloud that's going to be almost horizontal, and maybe that's the part that gets refracted back up. But now when talking about the mountain, that's a whole lot different because you're in the middle zone again. Like it has to be in that bottom middle to go from the bottom of the mountain, right? But just to have the clouds lit from underneath, maybe there's a little bit. We got to try harder. I mean, come on, I'm nobody, dude. Like, there's no way
Yeah,
I'm
don't
the
say
only.
that about yourself, man. Let
I'm
other
the
people
only
say that about you.
dude. They do talk about this a lot, though. I mean, me and Percentage push this at about the same time. But Percentage, they are quick to make sure to mention the thin layer of water vapor above the water now when they talk about it. But they sure to mention it every freaking time now. They used to just ignore this shit like it was nothing. He's AFK.
Yeah, I've seen that meme of the clouds being lit up and the sun being behind a mountain like quite a few times just in the past 2 days. So they're definitely mentioning it.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that type of stuff is
an
really
actually good argument. Yeah, it's actually a good global argument, unlike some of the dumb shit I hear.
Yeah, they're that's what got. Oh damn! You don't want to drop fucking cans of soda, but that's what got me interested in flat Earth a lot. Was like seeing some of the dumbest globe arguments that are presented as mutually exclusive to a globe, and then you feel like maybe that could be flat Earth. What are you talking about? Like this,
and like the sheer dishonesty of some of the people. Not saying anyone particular, but you run across some people who are just like you fucking pin them down. They know they're wrong, and then instead of admitting, okay, I was wrong about that point. Nope, up to the next point. Let me distract you with the next point. You know what I mean? And yeah, there is like, bro, like just in and of itself, that Professor Dave guy, like his top 10 flat Earth debunks. He's like, if you're below the equator, you see one side of the moon, but if you're above the equator, you see the moon is in the opposite direction. It's like, do you not realize it would circle around the like? Yeah, some of the fucking arguments, dude. Like some of the arguments are so bad.
I'm gonna tell you this. Look, they still come at that one. They have a Kosho. Would you be able to champion the standing version of that argument that that I think I hear Globers have still? And I'll be honest.
I wasn't listening. Tell me.
I'll admit my ignorance. Okay?
One of Professor Dave's top 10 disproofs for proofs for the globe.
So what it
top
is,
10, dude. That
it's
dumb
one,
shit made it to the top 10.
Yeah, but Kosho's dealt with this, I think. Kosho, this is where you put the 6 on the ceiling of the room, and you can be on one half of the room and see the 6 and go to the other half and see the 9, right?
What exactly did Professor Dave say though?
He just talked about how so I don't fuck what he says. What is this? He might have took the strongest or not. It doesn't matter. What's the strongest standing version?
I gotta see what his argument is though.
No. The moon, being at 2 halves of the equator and seeing the moon rotate. The globe still makes this claim, right?
I'm not sure exactly what argument you're supposed to say. You gotta make it clear what his argument is.
Okay.
But there's plenty. There's a lot of arguments that surround that. So
we're basically asking you because me and Noah think it's a dumb argument, so we're looking for the strong version of the argument.
Okay, Kosho, you want to hear it? You want to hear it? Basically, that if you're south of the equator in the southern hemisphere, when you look at the moon, you see it one way, and when you're in the northern hemisphere and look at the moon, you see it, but it's I guess flipped upside down. and he's saying that that can only occur on a globe Earth when, in actual reality, I can put a 6 on my ceiling, and you can stand across from me, and we can say the point at which the 6 is above is the equator. You're in the northern hemisphere, I'm the south. You see a 9. That's the fucking that was one of Professor Dave's top arguments, that the moon being flipped on either side of the either side of the equator is proof of a globe. That was in his top 10, dude. Top 10. And it was the first one that comes up on YouTube.
He's deep dived it. I'm sure he's recollected his thoughts.
Professor Dave?
He's
No,
not a
fuck
professor.
Professor Dave, Kosho. What is there not a standing globe argument that says, yeah, it's not simply as it being flipped around, but you see a different part of the moon, something like that, isn't there?
I'm actually gonna look and see what his argument is real quick.
Oh my God! This is what we're talking about, though. This is what we're talking about. Kosho is too smart to be.
Listen, there's several arguments that are being made there. So just give me a second so I can see what he's exactly saying.
We don't want to see what people are saying. We're asking you off the top of your head. Do you know that? You can just say you don't know. That's fine. But off the top of your head, do you not know the standing thing where the globe still? I still hear him talk about.
As I stated, there's several arguments, and since you're not going to wait for me, I'll have to list them off for you. Okay. Argument being that if you're north or south of the equator, right, or any specific latitude, depending on what latitude you're at any given moment. At any given moment, the moon does flip.
It's right there.
I can see that. It's fantastic. Fantastic, man. Fantastic.
He's got it.
I'm in the middle of responding to it, dude. So there's no need to say anything like that. All right? Yeah, anyways, if you're north or south of the equator at any given latitude, for any given moment in time, different people are going to see different rotations of the moon, different orientation, like they call it, like a cartwheel or something like that. I don't know if that's what Professor Dave was arguing, but this is true. Could this happen on a flat plane? I'm not sure that this is what you would expect to see. I think you would expect to see different parts of the moon, not exactly the same moon, just rotated, but it's a different argument.
Okay, well that's it.
You see what I tagged you in, Kosho? That image right there, that is what they are saying is a globe proof and is mutually exclusive to a plane Earth.
And I think Kosho just elaborated for us a little bit more, where he's saying like possibly on the flat plane, because I think they're assuming it has to be a closer moon again, but they're saying we would like actually see around to different hidden parts of the moon face. But on a globe, it just does the rotation. That's what Kosho just reiterated to us. And I think that is what it was, Kosho. And thanks for rejogging my memory.
But there's other aspects of that same argument. Like I said, the moon, you only see one face of it. If it were some object that were above the Earth, and this is what I remember him saying, although I have to see exactly what he stated. But if there's an object above the moon, above the Earth, you wouldn't just see a single face of it. Different people in different parts of the Earth would see different parts of that object.
All right, let me reinstate the point so we're all clear. If the moon was close, local, above a flat Earth, you see the side of it, like the dark side, the other side you can't see. But instead, we both see the same face.
That wasn't in his top 10 fucking thing. So you kind of
so that's not the right one. But this is a globe argument. Okay.
That's exactly what it is they come out with straw mans, no, but then they it's because they're idiot lemmings and they don't actually know the actual steel man.
Yeah, but see, the problem with that argument is that they're assuming the moon is a sphere, and we don't know. No one believes that. I mean, that's why it doesn't believe it's a sphere.
I mean,
you can't see the other side if it's not a sphere. I think that's a globe problem. If it was a globe, if it was a sphere, you should see different sides from different places on the world, but you don't. Just the same side, minus 5%.
Kind of a funny way to reverse the burden.
He's also not a professor either.
Yeah, after watching his channel, I can only imagine the fucking if there's people out there with that kind of personality that watch that shit for fun, fuck me, I'm gonna have to fucking end my life soon.
What's up, Grant?
He's a complete tool.
Too much.
He is, dude. It's actually like I honestly could hardly even stomach the 10-minute video outside of the fact that like 5 of his 10 fucking proofs were like auto debunkable. Like I could debunk it in 3 seconds or less. But outside of that, dude, just listening to him talk and how condescending he is about every goddamn thing, it's like, oh, fuck, man, I'll fucking end myself.
What he also does too is he'll say that he proved it because no flat earther can respond. But if you respond, he just deletes your comment.
Yeah, and the thing is, look at my fucking name right now. The only fucking flat earther this guy debates is Fed Weiss. Like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna listen to you debate some shill. Like, fuck, are you fucking kidding me? Maybe if you came on one of these, bro, Fight the Flat Earth is a better fucking Glober, honestly, than fucking Professor Shitbag. Sorry, not Professor.
You kill me with the Fed Weiss.
Yeah, dude, the only fucking Glober that the only flat earther that this fucking and of course it's Dave v. Dave. Like in the shill contest, the shill off. Dave versus Dave, Globe shill versus flat shill, Fed Weiss versus fucking Globe fucking shill. Like 2 shills battling each other, and I'm supposed to say like, oh, this is a real argument. Like I said, dude, Fight the Flat Earth is a much better Glober. He actually comes and debates real flat earthers, not Fed Weiss.
Feddy Weiss. You got to be Fed wise, man. The feds are everywhere. What's up, guys? I know y'all here to protect us.
You tip off their ego a little bit so they leave you alone. Like, hey, Fed, shouldn't you be like worried about some mosque somewhere?
I think it's weird that all the army people aren't building houses on all the land constantly. Like, if we're not at war, what exactly are they doing?
They're training.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I'd probably do things differently.
Oh, like you'd actually like care for the people and not just be a secret organization that fleeces the people.
Yeah, something like that. You catch on quick, buddy.
Yeah, I was just thinking actually like this morning about what would our world be like if it was actually run by people who were good people that were actually in integrity? How different would the world be?
The meek shall inherit the scorched earth.
I honestly personally think that we deserve the retards that we have. Like, we didn't stop these retards from fucking getting into the positions they're in, so it's kind of our fault.
But okay, well, there's a question there. Could we have even stopped it? I mean, you know, when you're looking at World War I, World War II, I mean, how much bloodshed needs to go down?
How come we can't stop them now? I mean, they're too entrenched. It's not that we don't know they're bullshit, but how do you go about? It's much easier said than done.
The thing is, they have a giant meat shield of retards in front of them. That's one of the main things. Is if you wanted to actually stop these guys, like retards would stop you. They'd be like, "Wait, what are you doing?"
I think there was a great Adventure Time episode. Maybe it was something different, but you can't stop the evil mind controlling wizard at the top of the tower without first getting through his million zombies. You know, like.
Right. And so, like, basically, it's like the king at the back of the fucking army. You have to put it like that. He has a whole fucking army of retards in front of him, and him sitting nice and plump in the back. So it's like, yeah, it's the same thing, bro. If you wanted to, like, cause some sort of change, dude, you would have the entire feds after you. I mean, just imagine if someone put your face on Most Wanted on CNN. You know what I mean? Like, how fast you would get fucked.
The telltale sign in history of when the shit got fucking like you said, just the entrenchment and the barrier for the peasants just became too unbearing or whatever. Like the game changed when the philosophy or practice of making regicide bad or whatever. Like you said, king in the back. It used to be king in the front or whatever. I mean, they would lead some and they charge some, but then they'd still be on the battlefield still. But you would want to kill the officer or king, right? If you could shoot an arrow and kill the fucking king from across the field, like you'd love that shit at one time. And then all of a sudden it changed. And it was like both sides started to agree not to kill the king. Like what? Like what the fuck is that?
Yeah, and then both kings secretly met up repeatedly and caused wars and fleeced the people more and more.
It's like, what is
the thing is, if you had a king, you have someone who's accountable for your problems. Like the peasants know where he lives and they could revolt against the king. I mean, it might not go well for them, but at least they know where the fucker lives. Nowadays, they have a heat shield. They have this false representative, a puppet, and that's their heat shield. All the anger gets directed at the puppet, like a Joe Biden, right? So he gets all the anger when the real power is safe, using him as the heat shield. Focus your energy on this man who is not really in control.
Wolf say it all the time. Fucking base.
You want to thank for all this standard of living and all the good. There are the good things that we do have. It's like, well, who do I even thank? Like, where is my king even at? Where's the puppet master at?
You know on the money. It says right there, "In God we trust."
Well, they get the puppet gets the praise and he gets the blame, but he's still the puppet. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he's
but the master gets the profit.
Yeah, the master's behind the scene. He gets the profit off of the peasants. So it's like I mean, there's really, the only way to dethrone them is to show who the fuck they are. Like, you know, the little dog in the Wizard of Oz. He pulls the curtain back, and it's just this little fucking midget controlling a giant machine. The real people pulling the strings of the puppet are really that frail and weak. If they were to ever be exposed, their power would disintegrate overnight. So that's the only way to defeat them is to show, hey, here's the fucking man behind the curtain. And then when everyone sees it, his power is dissolved.
He wasn't that short, man.
He was a little.
That's the thing, though, is like with the internet coming out and people actually exposing it, and now you just see with this whole censorship campaign where it's like anything that's misinformation has to be censored. It's like, well, who determines what is and what isn't misinformation, dude? Are you fucking kidding me?
Joe Biden.
They understand real resources and manpower and land and natural resources and shit. It's like how we have in our pantry or something, we might have like salt on the table, but it ain't our main shit. We got our daily bread, our meat, our cheese, and then we add some salt on extra, right? But the way we live our daily lives, like money is our meat and potatoes, but to them, money is just like salt on the table. You know what I mean? It's just some extra that they use.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah,
that's true though.
It is.
Yeah, but I watched Dave's video, by the way, just to be clear. But yeah, the thing he was stating was, like I said, was about the people seeing the same part of the moon. That was his argument. He was saying that on a flat Earth, you should be able to see different.
Yeah, because the moon must be a globe, so you must see the other side of the globe. But we don't think it's a globe, so it's a straw man.
We're giving Dave the steel man, huh? What's crazy is he doesn't, you know what I mean? Like they don't walk through, to me, Kosha, when I watch them, they don't walk through and sit there and talk about it the way we talked about it. It's like, this was impossible because assumption. He doesn't flex the range of assumptions that are being made, doesn't disclose. He just like, no, it has to be this one flat Earth model. Boom, boom.
He sucks. Yeah, he sucks. He's not that great. But I'm just saying that's generally the argument is that any object, not just a sphere, but any object, yeah, you'd be able to see different sides of it, different aspects of it.
You do understand.
Yeah, but you can't see different sides of it from a globe now?
Not the same moment in any given moment from any different parts of the Earth now.
The whole idea that we see one face of the moon is completely impossible.
Unless the moon is a light projection.
Oh no!
Like a rainbow.
That's actually the most common orientation for any moon, even our solar system or anywhere. The most common orientation is tidally locked.
No, to see only one side of it, not even seeing 1% different. It's always the same face of the moon.
Well, there is like 9. There's about, I think, 59%. So there's about 9% difference that you'll see over time.
There's a 5% deviation.
Not at any single moment.
It's
But
a
no, that's the
5%
most common.
deviation.
Yeah, tidally locked is the most common for any moon in our solar system.
Wait, how is wait, I have a question. How is something tidally locked? Is that just for the gas planets in your model? Because like, how could like a liquidless, atmosphereless, rocky planet have a tidally locked moon? You know what I mean? Like, why would Mars have a tidally locked moon? It makes no sense.
It's
There's no
basically
tide.
stuck. It's basically stuck in orbit.
No,
The
it's
tidal. Hosha, you got it.
something will become tidally locked usually when it's forming still, like it's still liquid. It's got a lot more. What do you call that?
Tidally locked doesn't have anything to do with liquid.
Yeah, I know, but what do you call that? What's that word? Malleable.
Malleable.
Yeah,
Tell him about what
malleability.
tidal forces mean. Tell him it's different tide.
Right, but I thought the moon tidally locks to the Earth because, like, the theory is that like the water on the Earth bulges at one side, and then the extra gravity from the fucking water sucks the moon and keeps it tidally locked, so only one face is always towards us.
Oh no!
Is that incorrect?
No.
Is that incorrect?
The new one
That
is
is
the dirt
incorrect.
spins inside the water, and the water is held by the moon on one side and the sun on the other.
The moon is affecting the water, but you know how the moon affects the water? The moon's, I don't know whose tide it is, but whatever.
I
The
don't
tide
believe it
comes
does at all.
because of the moon. It's the same way like the earth affects the moon. You know how the moon pulls on the earth's water? Well, the earth pulls on the moon's spinning and it stopped it from spinning.
Right, but why does that fucking occur on the rocky planets then too in the model? Or
But
I mean,
that's
I
what
don't.
I was
If
saying.
a Glover doesn't
There is
know,
no
That's
then
why I
okay,
was.
I don't know. I'm just curious what's going on in the
That's why I
model.
was talking about the malleability. But I think Jeff has been trying to say something, but he's kind of quiet.
I wanted to say one thing before the question of tidal locking came in.
Their model is a number math problem. It's just a math problem.
Yeah, hold on, D-Monk. This guy was talking. Go ahead, Jeff.
Tidal locking has nothing to do with tides. It has nothing to do with bodies of water. It simply has to do with the mass being uneven in the body, and therefore one side of that body is always going to tend to face the other body. But what I wanted to say before tidal locking came up was that if you have an observer far in the northern hemisphere looking at the moon at the same time as you have an observer far in the southern hemisphere, they will not see exactly the same face of the moon.
There's a 5% difference.
Wow, man, I'm actually learning some shit.
Are you talking about lunar aberration, or what are you referring to?
You guys know some shit.
I think he's talking about libration.
I am not talking about lunar libration. Lunar libration is the shifting of the moon over the course of several weeks. I'm talking about an observer in the northern hemisphere and an observer in the southern hemisphere, far apart, observing the moon at the same time. They will not see exactly the same face of the moon, for the same reason that if you hold a basketball out in front of you and you move your head slightly from one side to the other, you will see different faces of the basketball. It's geometry.
Just geometry perspective.
That works on both kind of setups, though, on a close and local moon or on a. Well, it doesn't really work on a 236,000 mile moon. It doesn't work on that. But let's just give it that just for the hell of it, just to pretend
How
like
much
that.
doesn't it work? How much doesn't it work, Gio? You just said it works on a close and local moon. So let's say the moon is close and local, and you have two observers who are, say, 10,000 miles apart. How different should the face of the moon be to those two observers?
It would depend on their position and their distance.
I told you they're 10,000 miles apart. How much will the moon look different to the two observers? A close and local moon, like you said.
What the fuck is that?
Don't let it distract you. I asked a question.
No,
But I would say ultimately it is what it is. We don't have any way to physically measure the distance or to even verify that the moon is physical, which would then be required to then make some kind of calculation based upon that. But what we do witness is just precisely what we witness of the local celestial object within our field of view.
So you're backtracking then because you said it works. You said it works for a flat Earth. It wouldn't work for a 230 whatever thousand mile distant moon. When in reality, if the moon is 230 something thousand miles difference, then two observers north and south, 10,000 miles apart, would see very slightly different faces of the moon.
Well, I'll give you that in terms of the general model layout, like the general concept. That's why I originally said it works on both. However, I just quickly, my mind already went to, but there's already problems with the moon being 236,000 miles away. And so I was just saying that part's not even possible to begin with, but let's just give it, like pretend that our eyes work differently and we have Superman eyes that we can, and then light totally functions in a different way that isn't like any physical experiment that's ever been done. Like light would have to work in some pseudo physical concept for it to work. But I'm just saying, but if you want to, in terms of not going to all that depth, just in general, yes, it would be work on both. I mean, the inverse square law of light, for example, the moon being 236,000 miles away completely violates the inverse square law of light. That's a whole nother part of it. So I'm just saying for it to be that far away is impossible. However, if it was in some kind of totally like fantasy creation thing, then yes, it would work on both to see slightly different parts of the moon because you're looking at it from a different angle.
If the moon is 3,000 miles above the flat Earth, then two observers 10,000 miles apart would see vastly different faces of the moon. And the inverse.
How do you know how do you know that moon that you're seeing is not an apparent object and you're actually looking directly in a straight line physical object?
Oh, is this a theory that you would like to put forward, Noah? Would you like to continue with this theory that maybe the moon is an apparent?
Yeah, I guess I don't think I ever mentioned a theory once. The word didn't really come out of my mouth, but
last is possible.
I would just say like hypothesis. Okay, so you don't want me to make you don't have a question.
No, I want you to start with your hypothesis. Okay, you're right. It wasn't a theory. Let's start with your hypothesis. What if the moon that we see is just an apparent moon? Okay. What does that look like in the flat Earth model then? How is an apparent moon made?
So you're not really making a point.
Yeah, that now is a whole separate point. Hold on, Jeff. You actually interrupted Noah, and then you asked him a point that's now something different.
No, Noah interrupted Jeff first. He was telling us that 10,000, 3,000 apart. He did, and Jeff was. I don't know if you had more to say, man, but I was listening, and you were talking about it would be vastly different pieces of the moon, and that got interrupted.
Can I make a similar point?
It's simple geometry. If you draw this on a piece of paper, you have two observers 10,000 miles apart, and you put a circle 3,000 miles above them. Use whatever scale you want. Okay, so 10,000 millimeters apart are the observers, and 3,000 millimeters above them is a circle. And then you draw a little cone that shows what one observer sees of the moon and a cone of what the other observer sees of the moon, and they see vastly different faces of the moon.
Okay.
Now,
You're thinking the moon is a globe, though, and that's not true.
Now, if you what?
You're thinking the moon is a globe, and that's not true.
Well, okay. You're saying the moon is not a globe, so now present your evidence for that.
Let me make another point. If the moon was 220,000 miles away, that is 30 Earth sizes away. Okay, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Okay,
now you would if it was very big.
Exactly.
No, because it's not even a quarter. It's a quarter size of the Earth. So no, you wouldn't see it, and it wouldn't be as big as it is.
Yes,
maybe you can draw that out for us.
It would appear about half a degree in angular size, which happens to be about how big the moon appears in the sky.
Wasn't there some sort of thing where it was like, for the amount of light coming from the moon to be as much as we see it, it had to be like fucking like molten metal fucking hot on the fucking moon? Therefore, no.
Oh yeah, think about how bright like a full moon is when you're out, like, you know, if you're out at night, like taking a hike or something, and you know how the moon can be so bright, it's like you don't even need a flashlight. It's unbelievable. It lights up the whole land. That amount of brightness, which is supposedly coming 236, that's like a flashlight that goes 236,000 miles. Think about getting to that surface and being on it. It would never look like a dingy, dusty, hardly reflective thing. It would be blasting your eyeballs out of your head. The lumens, and I've done the calculations on with the inverse square law. The lumens would be blinding even within like 80,000 miles. I forget the exact numbers.
Geo, they adjusted all the cameras.
Alone getting on it and bouncing around on a dingy surface. It's just that.
I'm playing golf, might I add.
They adjusted everything. They adjusted the film and the cameras and everything so that it just shaded it down.
And they had super sunshade.
Before we get into that,
yeah, but what you're missing the point. It's supposed to be reflected sunlight. It's not emitting its own light. It's just a reflection of the sun. That's what they tell us.
So shouldn't it be even
the sun will blind you in the North Pole?
How many different issues are you going to bring up? I'm trying to answer this question about the brightness of the moon. Okay, from the Earth, when we see a full moon, we're seeing half of the moon's surface, right?
It should be even hotter.
Hang on, excuse me. When you're standing on the surface of the moon, are you seeing half of the moon? No.
Are you standing on half of the entire? You can concentrate the entirety of the lumens of half of the moon onto a single person's footprint wherever he'd be standing. Then you have an argument. That's not the comparison.
Yeah, but the full moon simultaneously lights up everybody's backyard across all of America.
Can you stop changing the question? You're changing the subject. I'm not even done answering the first one. See, this is why I don't bother to come onto these channels, because you can't have a one-on-one conversation, and you can't just follow a topic through until it's finished. If you're standing on the surface of the moon, you have, let's say, 120-degree field of view, and you're seeing a very small portion of the surface of the moon. Whereas when you're standing on the Earth looking at the moon, you are seeing light from the entire half of the moon. Okay? Two completely different situations. Do the math on it.
The moon is lighting up the entire half of the Earth.
You cannot illuminate a sphere equally across the entire surface. It would not be equally emitting the same intensity of light across this entire surface. You'd have a hot spot and you'd have a spot that's less intense. It is supposed to be reflected sunlight, but it's clearly self-illuminating.
Yeah, dude, the other day I went hiking and I was on top of a mountain and I looked down the mountain in the full moon and I could see the rest of the island lit up by the fucking moon and the water out in the ocean stretching out into the fucking oceans. So it's not just lighting up the whole half of the moon is not just lighting up my half of my fucking backyard. No, it's lighting up the entire fucking state I'm in right now when it comes in its full. Not right now, but when it comes in its full, it lights up a much larger area than just my backyard. The whole light of the moon is not going in some sort of cone from the face of the moon down onto my backyard. It's spreading over the whole fucking Earth.
It's not only that, the moon is emitting a light that's colder than the shade. So in other words,
think about this, dude. They said, the light, it should be colder because the light's reflecting. Wait, no. If it's emitting its own light, that would be kind of hot. But if it's reflecting light, that means the light that's bouncing onto it is getting absorbed, and only the fucking light that's bouncing back off is what we're seeing. So even more fucking energy is being absorbed by the moon. Therefore, nobody was playing golf on it.
There's something else with the moon. And if you have a fire, like a bonfire outside, and there's a moon out, the fire will be more intense. Like it feeds the fire. Whereas if it's in the sunlight, the fire will be less intense. Like let's say I had a stack of 2x4s and I had 10 pieces of 2x4 lumber, 2 feet long, and I was to light them on fire, one in the sunlight and one in the moon, and then measure the height of the flames. The one in the moonlight will have higher flames, all things being equal. Something is strange about whatever the moonlight is. I have measured the temperature of the moonlight in the wintertime and in the summer, and the top of my truck, that where the hood of the truck, the moonlight was hitting it, was substantially colder than the part on the far side that wasn't getting any moonlight hitting it. It was like 5 or 6 degrees in one case, and in the summertime it was much more than that. It was over 20 degrees difference. Like the temperature on the hood of the car was like 43 degrees, and the air temperature was in the 70s. So
wait, so you did an actual experiment? Holy shit!
Yeah, I did. I did several. I did them in the wintertime. I did them with actual liquid thermometers. I did it with the infrared heat gun. I did at least 4 or 5.
You guys, he ran.
Bro, I've seen it before. I didn't believe it, but you're pretty based, and I trust you, so it gives it a little more credit.
I made a video. I'll send a video.
Yeah, send me the video in DM.
He wanted to get.
I've heard that. I've heard that before. I just thought it was bullshit. But if you've actually done it and tested it for yourself, I'm actually willing to give it more credence.
He got upset because we ripped on Professor Dave, so then he wanted to come in and stick up for his like cult leader.
Fuck Professor Dave.
Yeah, once he realized that those arguments weren't going to fly here, he just ran.
Yeah, bro, and he was like accusing us of changing the subject when he asked me a question. I was about to answer it, and then he changed the subject, and it's like, I mean, yeah, we changed the subject, I guess, but you did as well.
Well, the subject the whole time was sky. Really, at the end of the day, like no one's talking about the sky. Talking about Earth. You can like postulate what the sky is, but that doesn't get you back down to Earth.
Yep. The thing is, when they originally came up with the globe in Greece, they assumed that ships are going over the horizon. That assumption was proven wrong. Now today, whenever they present their arguments, they have assumptions in them. And the thing is, instead of being like, oh, that's an assumption, but I'm willing to make that assumption, it's a pretty reasonable assumption, they just say, no, there is no assumptions. I'm definitely right and you're definitely wrong. Dude, how long were we talking about crypto for? That was like a good fucking 2.5 hours.
Did we? I wanted to thank Jeff before. Did he get mad and go, or did he just say
He
bye?
left by a bit of. I think his topics kept changing so quickly.
Yeah, he had one quick freak out. And then
Dude, when he finds out that globe model doesn't work, he's going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, I do. I do agree that, or it interests me and pleases me to try to stay on one topic because you can get really deep. You know, there can be a lot of fun stuff done with it, a lot of learning.
You can actually resolve it, yeah.
Yeah, and then yes, yeah, and then it was gonna be kind of the end there, and actually resolve things. And
well, if he wanted to request, or if anyone wants to request to do like, you know, a little bit of like a one-on-one for a bit, like we can always do that and then moderate. And I think with an open panel like this, you know, like if it was going to be a longer type of thing, like, you know, like one verse one or 2 verse 2 kind of thing. It doesn't even have to be verses. It could just be a discussion. But I think in this room, we could do it at least for a bit, you know, maybe like a couple minutes and kind of let everyone else know, like, hey, let's just let these two people discuss this. However, with an open panel, it doesn't make sense to have that be the case for too long, you know, since it is an open panel. But on like in other contexts, more like in like a show style, you could do that for even longer. Because yeah, I mean, I can see where that's coming from, but he would have to just request that we can do it. Otherwise, it's just an open panel. And
yeah, no,
there's the word though, Gio. There's the word, Gio. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, I want to welcome Graham. I do want, of course, on the open panel, we got to fight for it. We want to stay on the topic. You just got to fight for it. And I did want to share with Kosho. Like I promised Kosho, I was trying to do some bullet points, but you stole the words out of my mouth. I had floated the word resolve in my head, that exact word before you even said it, man. So
yeah, I was just saying, like, the whole thing about Gio just said, what he said kind of gives it away, though. If he had come and requested, the thing is, he didn't request anything. He just started demanding things without any like foreknowledge or foretime. And he just, oh, this should happen. And it's like, when did you become fucking king of this server just by coming in?
Like that word was going to be said. Yeah, we got to fight for it. You got to, you know what I mean? Like, what I thought he was going to win there for. I thought he was going to be like, motherfucker, stay on the topic. And then he was gone.
I think it was other people were asking him questions. He was just answering the question.
Yo, he was
Before you got
on
to
it.
the one answer, you got a different question in the middle of that.
No one asked him anything.
Yeah, I think Don asked him a question, and then several other people asked him a couple of questions. Yeah.
It's both. Like he kind of stepped forward to give answers, and then from that we were asking him stuff. Yeah, but what's up, Grims?
Hey, what's up? What did I miss?
Moon maybe not being a ball.
Which landmass on Earth would have craters like the moon?
Apparently, we made the price of Bitcoin go up because we had about a 2-hour conversation earlier on Bitcoin, on crypto and Bitcoin, and right when we started talking about it, the price just started rising. It went up like $1,000.
Yeah, I just kept buying. You guys had me sold. I was just like, put it all in there. Fuck it, man.
It's gonna get up to about 60 or 80, and then it's gonna drop back down to nothing again.
Let's hope so. I'm selling at 75.
Yeah, I think up into the 80s is the next run.
But you have to do it quick. You'd have to you have to just be the luckiest motherfucker ever. Like only lucky ones can get in there at the right time and do it.
100.
Kind of funny though. Talk about a diverse range of shit.
Well, see what it does is it circulates the broke motherfuckers from the rich motherfuckers.
It does.
So, like if you put money in there, right, and you got it all up or whatever, and you put more, and then other people put it, and everybody's convinced, and they all put it in there, and it gets up to 60,000, and then it drops to 30. Everybody who put all that money in just lost 30,000. And then it drops to 10, and everybody who put the 30, now they're only in it for 10. And then it goes back up and gets the other people who have 80 to spend who think, oh, well, this is going up, I heard all about, and then boom, it skyrockets down again. And then the only people making the money are the big wigs who put it in play. Ever.
I mean, that's hyper minimalization of the whole thing, but it's true.
That's sneaky.
It's very sneaky.
Pump and dump.
But some regular people can get rich on it. It just has to be, you have to have the right timing. It's a gamble like anything.
Your equation balances the dumb rich people and the smart poor people.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Liquidation.
I think it also serves to kind of encourage a gambling and speculative society where it's like, oh, don't save your money. You can just put it in here, and next second it'll be $1 million.
Yeah, stock in itself for all stock in itself. Any stock promotes stock. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There should be whatever job you want to be, right? The government should have it. And of course, they could be sucky and shitty and pay the worst. And not a lot of people hire them because they all suck. But they could have their own programs where they're doing their own work that it needs to do. And it could be a base, it would definitely be still competitive market, right? But
you want to keep them out of the market.
You have to think about it. Think about the government. The government qualification program for being a janitor or anything. You'd have to go past the test and be now I'm government.
That already exists. That's called prison and the army. They already have that.
They already got
No,
that.
but really, Grim, think about it. Even your no, I'm going to fight this real quick, Grim. Even your industry, and many industries that are controlled. I know you don't want them.
Against.
That's why I'm kidding around though. They do it anyway, bro. They do it anyway, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, we got to stop.
Why should you have to do it, but the janitor doesn't?
Same. The janitor doesn't want that either. Not all janitors are just janitors. Some of them actually own their own companies and they're janitors, and they don't want that shit.
That's my point, though, bro.
$14 an hour when they can contract a job and get it done by piecework, get it done faster, and make a lot more per hour.
My point is the government should be consistent, and it should either be let people do their work or make everybody be regulated. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Every motherfucking body, dude.
So what do you guys think information is?
All or nothing, man.
Everybody, what do you guys think information is? The actual definition in your mind for information, and then the definition for intelligence.
because everybody I ask seems to say the same word, processing, and that's what
Energy, pressure, information is
hold on. What information is what?
pressure.
Pressure. Now, what's intelligence?
Pressure with options that makes the choice for itself, possibly.
Intelligence is processing the information.
I think the
What the
idea
heck
of
are you guys doing?
well, I'm just saying. No, think about this. Now, if information is your turn, like if I say what's information to you and you answer it, and then I say what's intelligence, and you pretty much answer it the same damn way, what are the difference between the two? And you have the same conundrum from the science we've been given, from the thoughts we've been given, and the way they put it. So, like, if you're a processor of information, right, or intelligence, the process, the information itself is both. It's the information and it's the intelligence, and it's the processor of itself. The only thing that can
Intelligence
process
is the
something
ability for
is
the one receiving it
information.
to utilize it.
No. The information is the one receiving itself. You don't
That's the
understand.
intelligence. So
They're
the
totally
intelligence
different.
would obviously be.
That's why it is the same thing. The
No, it
information
can't be.
is the intelligence. Yes.
I have a book
And
right
everything
here.
is made from it.
Does that mean that
Electricity
book
comes
is?
It
from
is
it.
not. They're different things, Demon.
No, not in my opinion. And
Look at the
and the
philosophical.
electricity or
Okay.
the energy comes from it or the differential, and that's where you have electrical energy, which carries all the information with it. That great source of like whatever God was, the information, the blueprint of everything. Because without the information, you have squat. You don't have anything to follow. Hot,
You can have
heavy,
all
cold,
information
cold.
and not know how to read it.
Hold on a second. Things would not even have the differential to separate themselves. They would have to know how. You have to know how to do the things. Things just don't happen for a fucking random chance and on some goofy whim just because action and reaction only, as far as we know it. Action and reaction has intelligence. That's why it has the action or reaction it does. It has to do one. It can't just pick and choose what it wants to do, right? It has to follow a set format. Each thing to its own, right? That's in that fine beauty is its intelligence itself. It's hard to understand, but trust me.
Demon. You can have all the information, Demon, but not have the intelligence to process it.
No. The information is
I
the
hand that
intelligence.
child an encyclopedia. They don't know what to do with it, but the information's there.
Yeah,
They have
no, that's your
intelligence. They
story.
can read it and interpret it.
No, God doesn't not know how to have no encyclopedia. Listen, the information is the intelligence of the fucking source.
Don't bring God into it. I said a child.
That is what God is. It's information. Read my name.
No, God's not
Information is
that.
God. Can't read. Information is God. That's my name on the server. Do you hear? Do you see it? What do you mean? Don't bring God into it. That's my name. Information is God.
That's pretty interesting, man.
Information is to have
Yeah,
the
pretty
information.
interesting.
Intelligence
The
is to
processor
interpret it.
processed you, right? To process whatever you're talking about right now that might make sense to you, doesn't make any sense to me, but probably makes all the sense in the world to you. Just like when I talk, it probably makes no sense to you, but it makes all the sense to me. So yeah, you're gonna process your own shit your own way, and I'm gonna process mine my own way. But the processor in general, the information in general, that is the processing source of intelligence, doesn't need any help. It is the
Yes, it
intelligent
does. You need a
thing.
conscious mind to interpret information.
It is the conscious mind. I don't know what you keep saying.
An encyclopedia by itself is not a conscious
I
mind.
didn't
That's
say nothing about it.
information.
What are you talking about? I didn't say nothing about a
That's my
book.
analogy. The encyclopedia
Like
is
what?
So
information.
your encyclopedia is God? Okay.
It's information. No, again, don't bring God into it. You don't know the mind of God. Don't
No,
even
I
try.
said information is God. I'm talking about information. And you keep saying don't bring God into it. That's utterly ridiculous. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
It's
The
because you don't
information
know
is
the mind
God.
of God. You're
There's
just
no way
saying
to
shit.
not bring God into information. How does that work out? Let me know.
God is far beyond your human concepts. That's why.
No. He's beyond yours. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. It's information. That's why it's beyond your concept, because you can't grasp a shape of information.
And you see
You
why
don't
I
know what
faded into the
information looks
bushes
like,
on this
do
one.
you?
It
What is
doesn't look like
information?
anything. It's a concept.
It's the most known unknown. That's what God is, right? God is the source that all information comes from and goes to. The information is the knowledge of source. God separated itself, right, to produce itself, right? To process, to produce you and everything. Everything is a processor of electrical fucking continuity, and all that goes back to ground, back to source. And when you die, and when everything, like, it all goes back to source. Whatever the fucking source is drawing all that energy back in, it doesn't have any problem ciphering everything. It's the Lucifer of all. It's the Lucifer of everything. It deciphers everything. There is no code to God. There is no uninformation code. Like, God is the information. Anything that goes out and comes in is processed by God, not by you, not by me, not what he processes. We process our own bit of information or reality, and we talk and debate like we're doing now.
Is this the new version of the King James Bible, or what is this?
This is
No, it's
monologuing.
information. No, listen.
Okay.
The blueprint to life is the information of life. The source
It's
of
getting to be
information.
just a monologue, Demok.
Well, I mean, it
Well,
might
go
be
ahead.
Obviously, we all faded into the
incomprehensive
bushes.
people,
There's no
incoherent
way to
people,
really
but God is
conversation
information.
anymore. Can't you
Anybody with
tell?
the brain, right, or the eyes to see or the ears to hear, it's information. Which is electricity, which is light, which is sound, which is everything. I mean, how many words you want me to put it in? That's not a monologue.
No, Pete and repeat were on a
I
boat.
was trying to tell him the information is one thing. The intelligence is necessary to interpret that information. Totally different
How
things.
can you? What do you mean? How can information not be intelligent?
Jesus
Because
Christ.
information is like when you have an encyclopedia or a crystal skull, which has information on it. So you have to have
You keep
intelligence to
saying
interpret it.
encyclopedia. What's an encyclopedia to you but a book of dirt?
It's information. A, B,
What
C,
kind of
D.
information?
You put whatever you want to put in there is information. You can put your life story in there if you want.
Right, Demok,
You
you
need
didn't specify.
intelligence to interpret
You
it.
said information. I mean, the whole conversation can be so arbitrary that I don't know why anybody can be wrong about any of their opinions in this.
Well, where does electricity come from?
Who the hell knows? Where does fire come from?
Comes from God.
Okay,
It's God
okay,
trying to
Demok.
process Himself.
Everything
Where
is
does
from
God
God.
come from?
God.
It doesn't get us farther
Information.
in the
The
conversation.
Where does God
information
come
set
from?
itself out, right? It set out the
Yeah, but where
spark,
does God come
right?
from?
It set out the spark. The
Where does
information. That's
fire
what I'm
come
trying to
from?
figure out. It
Just
don't know.
ignore it.
It doesn't know.
Where does
God
fire
doesn't
come
Where
know
does
where
God
it
come
comes
from?
from. And neither
Demok,
do
this is
you.
world view, dude. Where
And
does God
neither
come
do you.
from?
You don't know the same thing it doesn't know. Your
Yeah,
sole
but Demok,
purpose is
where does
its
God
sole
come from?
purpose to try to figure shit out and process.
Never mind.
Sad, huh?
Listen to this, Tim. Just give me 2 seconds to try and word it differently. Like your intelligence, you have a concept of intelligence where you have the ability to process information. The only way you have the ability to process the information is because of previous information which you have absorbed in one form or another. So without that information, you can't process the current information. Like a newborn baby, a newborn baby can't
We ain't
process
supposed to process
anything.
nothing.
It
We're not supposed to.
doesn't mean the newborn baby is not unintelligent, but it can't
Who said he
process
wasn't?
anything.
You're not going to be
Tim,
able
I'm
to.
not against
You're not
you
going to be
here.
able to
I'm
do
not
it.
against
What
you.
are you? I
I'm
never
trying
said
to
babies
help
were
you,
dumb.
bro.
What are we
I'm
talking
trying
about?
to help you.
Listen, if you guys don't understand what the blueprint is, right, to build everything, you need the base of information for things to act or react. You need a base of information for a differential to even be created or to cause or to fucking even
Miller
act like that. Do you not understand that? You have to have, I mean, the things have to know how or where to align
You
themselves.
can't even understand I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to explain what I think you're talking about. You have adversarial. I don't understand. Well, no one seems to be understanding what you're talking about. So clearly your way of articulating it isn't
Well,
working,
stop talking and I'll help you. Do you know what a blueprint's for? A blueprint. Do you know what a blueprint is? Hello? Nobody knows what a blueprint is. Okay.
Oh no, I'm sure we could give you an answer of what we think it is, but we'll be completely wrong, right, Demok? So why
What you think
bother?
a blueprint is? How can you be wrong on what you think? I never said anybody was wrong.
You've lost your audience, Demo. That's the problem. The way you present your information is hostile, and you've lost your audience.
I never had an audience. I've only got people with common sense or not. That's the way it works. You either understand reality or you don't. It's that fucking simple. When I take this thing and I plug it into your computer, it's called a USB. The only thing being transferred is electricity. What causes the electricity and creates it is information of God. God is the information. It's the source. It's the intelligence. Information is the intelligence of itself. So it comes out as electrical continuity to us. That's how we can see it. When we see lightning and shit, and when we exchange any information, when we talk right now, I'm talking through electrical continuity. I hear through electrical continuity, and I see through such. But God itself can't be electric because electric is the motherfucking cause from the differential. It's the action of. So you have action and reaction, and when you be as simple as possible, when you break it down, God has to be the information that's the blueprint format for everything to have its design set design. It's form, right? The informer is God. The information is the stuff that goes through and fills out form or solidness in a void of nothing. And it does this because God doesn't know where the fuck it came from. It wants to know what the fuck it is and how it got here. And yes, it does need us. That's why the fuck we were created. Because it made us through the fucking spark. It made everything from every blade of grass to you. Everything on this fucking planet is just as smart as you are. It's just as smart as you are in its own processing way to do what it has to fucking do to survive and live. You're not going to tell me it's not. Just because you don't understand it, it's not my fault. Information is God. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, G-Mark. Thank you. A round of applause for G-Mark.
Well,
Nobody understands it, but you're correct. There you go.
Would beg to differ because they're not smart enough to get out of the way of my lawnmower every day.
Okay, next topic.
Grass only does what it's supposed to do. And it does just fine in the way of your lawnmower. It's doing what it's supposed to do. That's what grass was made to do by the fucking God that put it down there to make it, to design it, to do what it did. To be the process of every blade of grass is a process or a study. And if you don't believe so, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think every blade of grass is a study from every
Don't tell us anything, Demo. That's okay. I just want to come back to the point where I was talking about a baby. Not to you, Demo, because you're going to be hostile, but everybody else. Is a baby unintelligent because it has limited ability to process anything, or is it simply, does it have potential intelligence? What's a newborn baby got as
A
far
baby
as?
knows how to cry and knows how to suck a big breast full of milk.
But is it a moron? Is it a moron or an idiot?
Intelligence is just. He's saying like if a magnet.
You can be a broke processor.
Does what it does, and it has intelligence.
Just give us a break for a minute, Demo, will you? Do you get what I'm saying?
A baby has intelligence for a baby, but it hasn't developed its other faculties yet.
What's intelligence?
Demo, please. That's my point. Like, we only have the ability to process what we do because of the information that we've absorbed and retained and comprehended to this point in our life. So what is intelligence? Where does it come from? I don't think a baby is stupid or an idiot. It just hasn't received any information to develop its own reckoning and processing ability for additional information.
Yeah, relative to what, right?
I agree. That would be correct.
Yeah. So I don't really have a point here other than I think that's interesting. That's all.
As the baby gets older, it starts developing his intelligence and starts having experiences and gets more knowledge.
Don't pay attention to it, and it won't pay attention to you. It sees you looking at it, and it thinks you're hunting it. You become an issue.
Graham, did you say it thinks you're Humphrey Bogart?
No, it thinks you're hunting it. No, we're talking about some glowing eyes in the forest over here, staring at it. Oop, there's another set blinking.
Remember the
deer won't come close to
eyes
see.
from Never
No,
ending.
they're just deer. They won't come close if you're staring at them. They'll just come right out in the yard and stuff if you just don't pay attention to them.
The motherfucking wolf in Never Ending Story came out the motherfucking.
Wrong. That's not a deer. Ah!
Oh, the deer.
Yeah. Their eyes glow. So pretty cool.
I see a lot of them.
Back to
I'll be
Bitcoin.
like, damn.
Back to Bitcoin and investing in general. I noticed that novices will buy the item and then sell it when it drops because they're afraid. And that experienced investors will have patience and wait out the storm and be able to wait till it comes back up. And then expert traders can sell when it peaks and buy when it dips and repeat.
And let's add that nothing you hear on the Earth Awakenings channel should be considered financial advice. It's just a discussion.
Buy at your own risk.
Do your own research.
What to lose. Even the experts get it wrong sometimes.
Yeah, I just don't want you getting in trouble if someone construes anything we say to be financial advice and then comes back.
Please. Yeah, nobody told them that there was a financial advisor present. I think it would be like common knowledge not to take advice from strangers on the internet under false names.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because it's weird that they even have that. It's very strange that they have that. All those like regulations, like why can't you give financial advice if you wanted to? I mean, if somebody wanted to say right now, hey, you should buy this, buy that, it's like, why do you have to do a disclaimer? It's because they want to control the shit.
No, because if you do, you will owe me and the government, and the government will have to fix it. So it just can't do it.
Part of it is because everything is litigious.
I'll do it all the time.
So, like people can sue you. Like if they heard you say buy this, buy Bitcoin at this price, and they lost money, they can sue you. So it protects you.
Well, they hear me all the time saying, "Don't buy Bitcoin, don't buy fucking cryptocurrencies, don't buy into the fucking vaccine bullshit, don't buy." They hear me all the time. I mean, sue my nuts.
Yeah, but you're giving advice not to do it.
Grimm.
You're giving advice to do something. Someone can
That's advice, though.
try to sue you.
That's advice, isn't it? Though.
But it's advice not to do something, so that's not really
I mean,
advice.
what if I tell you not to do something, but if you would have made millions of dollars? Is that
I don't think someone can sue you for that. I don't think that would hold them in court. If you tell someone buy at this price, you're going to make $1 million. That technically
you didn't buy it for them.
Into a lawsuit.
You didn't put a gun to their head. You gave someone advice. Did they chose to take it or not? Where's the self-responsibility? We're kind of forgetting that people are supposed to be responsible for their own actions, and that we keep on throwing the blame left and right to everyone else except for the motherfucker who actually made the decision. Wake up, dude, and start growing up and being a man, and take, you know what I mean, and make sure other people do it too. Fuck that. No, don't accept that nonsense, dude. Seriously, don't accept it into your worldview.
It's always someone else's fault. Always. You got to be able to sue somebody.
I know, and then your kids hear all that bullshit, and then they fucking grow up thinking that they can get away with everything, and it's everybody else's fault, and all they got to do is cry fucking that their feelings are hurt, and they won't have to fucking take responsibility for their own actions, and fuck all that noise, man. We're gonna have a bunch of really soft, lazy, bullshit people wearing rainbow fucking hats before you know it.
That's happening right now.
Yo, I saw a AAA baseball game, and it was Memphis versus Charlotte. And the Charlotte Knights had on the most beautiful rainbow striped outfits. I'd never seen something so crazy in a baseball game. They had 12 different colors on their freaking shirt. Straight, they look like a horse jockey or something. Clown shit. I've never seen any fucking baseball product.
That's crazy.
For the pride, it was some pride or what, and this was like yesterday.
I mean, all that shit is fucking orchestrated nonsense, man. All the circus and bred sports, movies, all that shit, man. So of course we're gonna see the political shit popping up out of them, where they shouldn't be, you know.
Yeah.
Just play the fucking game.
Golf and all the sports. The sports is awesome, but like, there's so many more responsibilities too. You know, and to create professionals, it's like, it's got to be this, you know, specialist type thing where self-reliance is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's gone, but it, you know, it has the tension. And it's like, we could be, you know, just promote it. Let's make sure, guys, we promote the positive, you know, be as self-reliant as possible message and be strong. Yay.
Yo, Don.
You don't want none of this.
I just got a question, man. How long do you think it takes, like, the average human being to become like a specialist in something?
10,000 hours. Math solved it. Bye.
10,000 hours? How many years is that?
1.
Ugh.
It depends on the topic.
Okay. Computer programming. Like, to build a program like Discord, how long would it take you? Like, how much learning would you need? How long would
You
it
have
take
to
you
be a
become
programmer that knows the code to do that first, then you can do it after.
Yeah, so how long would it take you to know?
100 minutes.
How many years is that?
I imagine the program would be
It
massive.
would literally take. I wouldn't have to learn shit. I would just have to pay somebody to do it with me.
You would need many programmers.
Just have it done in moments.
You would need a lot of programmers to run Discord?
To make it from scratch, yes.
Look at the way Elon Musk did it. He fucking got this. Fucking. You know what I mean? Like
just buy it, right?
Got a fleet of people to work for him.
Okay, maybe building Discord is a bit complex. Let's something easier. To build a car, like, how much training would you need? One individual to build a car by themselves?
0.
If you want a fast one, you need kind
you
of
need to watch a YouTube video.
heavy machinery.
Watch a YouTube video. All right, but the point I'm trying to get across is it seems it takes a long time to become a specialist or something, right?
Yeah, but that's different from being able to do it or being a specialist.
Right. A
What do you mean?
specialist only means
All
that
right.
you're good at that thing. I mean, what if you're good at a lot of different shit?
Okay, well, maybe not a specialist, but just to be able to build Discord. Like, how much training would you need? Would you need to be a specialist or be a random person? What do you think?
A
random person could absolutely do it. If it was
Like
the
a
right
random person with no training in programming whatsoever. Like, would one of us be able to build Discord?
Would a random person with no training in the 100-yard dash be able to beat the world record?
I don't know. Would they?
Well, there's your answer.
So the answer is I don't know.
Would they? It's the same as your answer. You don't like it? You answered
I don't
the
know.
same fucking way. You're gonna hypocrite. Never mind.
No, I'm asking, is that the answer? There's no way to know.
How could you know which random person is there? Not
What
all
does your
people.
word
Some
like?
people are like savants. I mean, if you pick
All
the
right.
right random, the chances of randomization.
Well,
I mean, that means that there could be a person who actually could get the job done, right?
yeah,
Randomly,
but come
and
on,
then
you just
well,
being pedantic and weird.
No,
no,
that's
you're
the
not.
Like
point.
You're using
you
language
know
that
how it is.
allows me to escape.
I don't feel there's a need for me to be ultra specific when you literally know what it is I'm talking about. You know? Come on, man.
Yes,
I mean,
but we have a
I know you
random word
trolling.
Well, I don't even
generator.
know why you're asking questions then. If you already know the answers, you should just be saying your statements. That's an easier way to get
We have a
conversation.
random word generator in chat. Have you guys never met DMOC?
All right, so the point I'm trying to get across is, well, I think I already made the point. So it takes a long time for someone to learn how to do something, and I don't think we live long enough for you to learn how to do a lot of things. So you got to make choices in life as to what it is you're going to be good at and what it is you're going to rely on someone else to do for you, right? Like Grim is good at growing weed, but I don't think Grim could build a car, right? So Grim's going to grow our weed and
You're
then
wrong
rely
about
on
that too.
mechanics.
I bet Grim
All
could
right,
build
it's
a
just an
car.
example. It's
But
just an
Literally,
example.
I literally got videos of me putting together a BMW from scratch.
and he
All
should be
right, but
able
I'm showing
to.
you something.
Every
Oh,
man should be
Dick.
able to build their boat.
Oh,
Every man
Jesus
should be able to
Christ.
build their
foul ball.
bicycle.
Foul ball.
All right, Grim, I'm showing you
BMWs are like one of
something
the
you
hardest
can't do,
cars to
right?
work on, and I've ever worked on.
All right, but there's something you can't do, right? I
Of
hope.
course there is.
Yeah.
Can't dunk a basketball.
But you should be
Yeah,
able,
so
Nate,
you
to
rely
do
on,
everything necessary for yourself. The
like
necessary,
what?
bare minimum necessities you should be able to do for yourself.
Like what, Don?
Like change your own oil, spark
No,
plug.
like whatever the situation to survive in whatever environment you happen to be in, that.
All right,
And right now, you
Don.
take it for granted, like there's people, but you should say, what if I was the last person right now? Would I be able to?
Okay,
Yeah.
but this
Whatever you need.
applies to you as well, right, Don? Like you should also be able to know how to do these things, and you don't.
Huh? I do.
Like
I do.
if I left you in the woods alone, would you be able to like Bear Grylls that shit, or would you die
Hell
within
You're
a
yeah.
talking
week?
to guys who are in their 40s, dude. I mean, we grew up like that. It's the next generation of little softies you could get that way. You know what I mean? You can tell them that shit, and they'll be like, "Oh my
Yeah,
god, man,
but Don's
pine tree."
part of
What's
that
the difference between a
generation.
pine
Don's
tree and
not
an oak
40.
tree?
Dude, I'm 40,
Yeah, but Don's.
something, bro. I'm 40 something.
Don's 40,
Oh
dude.
my god.
At least.
There you go.
You know how
Hell
I
yeah,
know it? Because he had to keep
Don't
holding
lie,
the
bro.
phone away from his face
dude,
so he
I
could
could live
see.
in the sewers. I could live in the trees. I could live in the ice. I could live in whatever, bro.
So
Shit,
you
I
could
can
like
even live in
Tarzan
like
and Mowgli that shit? I don't know, Don. Like I've heard you
Yeah.
complain about the Wi-Fi, signal not being all that and whatnot. Like I don't think you could Tarzan living in the woods, bro.
Ain't funny.
There's a
No.
difference between not liking it and having to
Yeah,
do
you
it.
couldn't because Tarzan lived in the jungle.
All right, jungle, whatever, man. Tarzan, Mowgli, that ain't done.
No, I'm a greedy,
No, I'm
selfish
playing, man. I'm
person. Don't
playing.
get me wrong, like, but still, I mean, I could do it.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking.
I've done it.
You've done it?
Hell
Like
yeah.
what? Summer survival camp or something? Boy Scout?
No, I'm
It would
talking about
depend. It would
NRE,
depend
bro.
where it is, how cold it gets, if you're bringing any tools with you.
Could you survive percentage in like the middle of the desert?
It depends on middle of the desert. Maybe not.
Yeah, like we,
'Cause you
we
can't,
just
like,
we just
make
drop you
water.
off in the middle of. All right, what about we drop you off in the middle of like a jungle? You be able to survive it? No tools. You gotta make food from
I
scratch.
think so.
Make
Yeah, I think
fire. Like you gonna know which frog is safe to touch, which one isn't. You're gonna be able to hear the sound of like snakes rustling through like leaves and whatnot.
I mean, I might die, but if I'm not like bitten by anything or hunted by some like leopard or something like that, I could probably make it.
Do you think
Yeah,
you
I
could
just
hunt
feel
all your
this
own?
whole
Do you think you could hunt all your own food, build your own shelter, make your own fires, the whole deal?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be like good shelter. Like it's not going to be pretty whatsoever. But I think I could, if it's the jungle, it's you don't really need to worry too much about, having shelter that's like really good against the elements because you have the canopy of the trees up overhead and everything. So I wouldn't be too worried about that.
Doesn't rain get through that canopy though? Rainwater?
Maybe in some places.
Yeah, it rains a lot in the jungle, man. I don't know, and like you got ants and worms and
Have you ever?
centipedes and shit.
Well, you could get out of the jungle. That would be your number one thing. Okay, have you ever slept in the rain?
Yeah.
A lot of people think I've slept in it. Like I'm talking about the rain. Like
Yeah. I've had to sleep in the rain. It is not nice. It's cold.
I've probably only slept like in a tent in the rain, I would say.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope that's what Dawn meant. That's what I found.
No, that is not what I meant. No.
You're
No,
talking in the rain. The rain.
Yeah, like sleeping bag or something like that, and it's just pelting on you.
Nah.
Just in the dirt. Or on a rooftop.
Yeah.
No. Why would you do that?
Or in the icy snow in a gutter. No,
it's a good
never
experience.
How do you even sleep? Like all that rain just hitting you.
It's like you like almost die type of thing. The ice, you almost die. Like in the rain, you just have to like pass out, like exhaust.
No, man. I couldn't do that. I'll be honest enough to admit that I wouldn't survive a day in the jungle.
Fuck the jungle, dude. I'm getting the fuck out of the jungle, but I've been in the forest and shit.
But how would you know where north is, where south is? How would you orientate yourself?
Wait, why is the jungle so much worse than the forest?
Like he makes it. I don't know. Like I'm just saying. I ain't never been to no jungle, bro. I don't know about no jungle.
Yeah, I've never been to the jungle.
Have you seen the size of the cockroaches in the jungle? They're like 8 inches in diameter.
What the fuck?
Oh man, there's some insects in the jungle that you do not want to have crawling over you when you're sleeping. That's for sure. I would be heavily protected in any sleep environment if you're in the heat of it.
Same, man. And that's the thing, these creepy crawlies could get into your tent easy and bite you. You wake up with half your face swollen. You don't know what bit you, so you don't know what like the antidote is.
I've slept on rocks next to like rivers and streams. I've slept like under rocks.
But I'm assuming this was like in a safe environment, right, Don? Like you were with other people. You weren't alone, were you?
I mean, half and half.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we've become so civilized to the point where most of us wouldn't make it a day without. Well, not a day, but at least a month.
Do you think it's DNA evolution? What do you think about that type of situation?
No. I think socializing, and civilizing. You've been socially civilized, programmed in order to be able to survive, to live in this type of society. And we're so far removed from what happens out in nature that I don't think most of us would cut it in nature.
If you're born with it, how do you lose it if you're born with it?
How do we lose what?
The surviving, the removed.
Oh, I mean, we know how to survive. Just we've adapted to survive in this type of environment. You've been socialized to survive in this type of environment.
Right, but
I
you
mean,
said you don't
you
think
know,
we can do it. How could we not do it?
yeah, we that have been socialized. If you were born in the jungle, you'd be able to survive in the jungle. You would be like a feral child, right?
That's not
But
the
because you
question.
were born,
That's not what is okay. So first you said we're not different. It's not a different evolution. I don't care if it's in right. So everybody's the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are people who are born being able to survive. Period. But you're saying now, I guess
that's
we're getting
all
to
of
the meat
us.
of right. But you're like, you have to have lived in it first. You don't know, you're born, you know nothing, but since you live in the jungle, you learn how to live there.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
have the ability to live in the jungle from when you didn't know how to live in the jungle. So now you're saying we're removed from it, but how did we ever lose it? How could we lose it if we're born with it and you can just go and learn it? How by learning America or whatever other stuff, how did that remove the primal ability to solve the jungle?
Maybe we were born with the primal ability, but not with the knowledge. We have physical
Yeah, I like
ability
the way
to do it, but we still need the information as to how.
exactly. Yeah, we haven't been socialized. You haven't been given that knowledge to survive in the jungle. Innately, as a human being, you have the innate ability
No,
to
but going
survive.
to the jungle, you
But
just learn it. Just going there, you're going to learn it.
no,
You're going to survive it. So you could make it.
you could, yeah, you could, but the chances are highly unlikely. Though. Like if we dropped some random Joe that's lived in the city their whole life into the middle of the jungle, what are the chances they would survive? You know, they haven't
The
been
same
taught
as a
those skills.
baby.
Okay, true. The same as a baby. But if you drop the baby and its mother in the jungle, the mother could teach that baby to adapt. Or have you ever seen feral kids, like real life Tarzans and Mowglis,
Oh
that were
yeah.
dropped off in the wilderness and then they were raised by animals and they've learned they basically animals. They don't act like human beings, you know? Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So it's got to be, yeah, of course, the mother. You got to learn from another type of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Someone's got to, teach you from a young age. And then, yeah. But I totally agree with you that, a male adult dropped off in the jungle, it's not like they're going to die immediately. They might be able to survive, but the chances are so slim.
Yeah, it's like, I guess it's like what baseline do we like compare it to? It's like it's hard to compare
It's
it
like,
to a grown man, right? It's hard to take out that mothering condition and see if there's another grown man that wasn't conditioned by what we have here and conditioned by something else.
do you have pets like dogs, cats?
Yes.
Do you think your dogs and cats could survive in the wild with like lions and wolves?
See, you said things that are bigger than them. It's like, you know what I mean?
Okay. What animal is the size of a dog? You think dogs would be able to survive with wild dogs, dingoes, and whatnot? I don't
Or a
know.
fox?
A fox, yeah. Like a pack of foxes against your dog.
They're scared of dogs. I kind of live really rural. And
I said a pack of foxes. Obviously, a fox is going to take on a dog 101, Chris.
yeah,
Yeah. It's like a
they're,
pack of
they're more
foxes. Mhm.
they're more like they're interesting animals because you're like I don't know. It's hard to say because dogs are interesting because they got a presence about them, like an aura. The other animals,
Mm.
I mean, maybe you could say because they smell like us and they're always around us. But other animals are scared of dogs. I mean, even like bears. Like the people say it's a bark, right? The frequency of the dog's bark makes bears
Mhm.
freak out or assaults their sensibility.
Really? I can't imagine that, a bear being afraid of a dog.
Well, it's like their bark. They're afraid of the bark, the sound or whatever.
Okay. Interesting. Maybe also, you know, dogs when they're around humans, especially they're human, like they feel extra confident. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, no, I think just dogs have that sort of presence about them. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is. It's not so much that the bears are like scared of the physical stature of dogs, but I'm trying to look it up. Like, is there something? I just remember hearing somewhere too that bears don't like loud noises, and dog barking is a specifically type of loud noise that like makes them disorientated or whatever.
Yeah, maybe they have like
dogs, when they're
sensitive
barking,
ears.
They're just like all threats. You know, they're basically like
All
barking,
threats.
You don't want the smoke. You know, they're just
fighting
like a
words.
brave face on 'em. And the bear's like, oh, it's not even worth the trouble.
True that. Yo, do you guys watch that show, The Boys?
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
You
don't.
It is, right? Have you seen
No,
like
no
the
spoilers,
first
bro.
episode of?
The new ones are so
Okay.
nasty.
Talking about the very beginning of the
So
first episode.
nasty.
Yeah, that was really gross. I
Yeah.
agree.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
but season
foreshadowed it. I
3, episode
foreshadowed. I
1.
That's what I'm talking
Oh
about.
my
Season 3,
god.
episode
Dude,
1.
they go. He no, not the.
Oh my
Way early, way early. I'm not gonna say nothing, but I said, I said, oh, they want us to think he got a cold, like for whatever reason, right?
I saw that coming, dude.
It's so way early for whatever reason. They're like, he got a cold, and then my wife like 1 second before, and I was like, I didn't understand what she was saying. Like, I thought it was going to be more fun. She said a thing, and I was like, oh, it's going to be a fun situation. Oh
That was too far.
That was
man.
so gross. Yeah.
Almost completely unnecessary too.
Yeah, they didn't need to put that scene in there.
Remember that dick from the season 2? That the guy with the huge dick that was like choking him.
Yeah. That show's crazy, man. But I'm glad it's back.
That was the only part that I saw, so no spoilers. All right, I'll watch it tomorrow.
Very cool.
I was doing some reading on this topic with the bears. So people think it actually has to do with a human voice. So if the bears, if the dog's barking, and then people talk to tell the like, hey Fido, sit, or come back here, Fido, and then the bear reacts to the human voice, not the barking. Because we're saying here that bears actually like dog poop; they'll eat it.
The fuck? Yeah, I did find it weird that bears would be afraid of dogs. I mean, dogs are domesticated. Like, I've seen how wild animals react to my dogs. They just find them interesting and cute.
Yeah, that might make sense. Because on an anecdotal way, people are thinking the dog barking is freaking the bear out. But when I guess when looking at the whole event, they didn't really factor in that maybe they were yelling too.
Exactly, yeah. And I bet we sound fucking weird to animals, when they hear us talk.
Okay, Nate. I've discovered the curve necessary to kind of analyze the comparisons we're making. So it's like we have baby dog that learns to be wild, and then we have the domesticated dog that has to go back into the wild. So basically, it's like, could the domesticated thing learn to sustain before it runs out of its initial resources, or is it already too old? You know what I mean? Like, if it takes 2 or 3 years for the thing to learn, and they only live to their 15 and it's 14, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's important.
I think
it's not going to survive right away, but we have to do apples to apples type of situation. So
Yeah,
Like,
I think it will definitely take some time for this domesticated animal to acclimatize because the dog's going to learn, it's going to need to learn how to hunt, right? How to hide its smell and scent from the animals, always be downwind, how to stalk and, hide within the weeds so that its prey can't see it, how to get close enough, how to catch it, bite it around the neck. Like it's gonna learn all of this shit, doesn't it?
You'd be
Or do you
surprised
think it
at how
has
much they already
those
know just from
natural
like
instincts?
playing around.
Mm. Yeah, true.
Because they played and they, with other dogs and cats and stuff like that, they'll just like feign and a litter will like basically be hunting each other when they're pouncing on each other and stuff like that. And that's
True
without
that,
being
yeah.
taught, right?
Yeah, but that's like practice, play. Like, can that
Yeah.
translate to real world events? That's like you and your brother and sister like practicing WWF moves at home. Can you take that into the ring?
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, a lot of these animals they'll get into like scraps and they'll be injured and stuff like that. Like growing up, I had outdoor pets and we just let them like roam, and they'd come and they had like
Roam.
a cut on the ear or they were this cat was bitten by the dog there or something like that. Just random things. So they learn.
Yeah, I guess.
It's whether or not they'll learn enough in time to like avoid succumbing to the elements or to like the natural predators. That's the question.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of them could make it.
What about humans, though? Do you think most humans would be able to make it in the wild?
No, most I don't think. Well, I mean, from the Western world, the civilized world as it is, most wouldn't.
Damn. You
If
ain't
they're on
got
their
faith
own,
in us, bro.
like if they're all individually out there. But if they're obviously grouped together, then that improves the chances a lot.
Yeah.
Now, does the same apply to animals? If you had like a group of dogs, like pet dogs, and you just let them, like release them all together in the jungle or something like that, would they be more inclined to survive?
Hmm.
Would they behave as a pack?
Do
I don't know.
do domesticated dogs know how to hunt in packs? I've never seen domesticated dogs do that. I don't know.
You said you never seen domesticated dogs do that?
I mean,
I've seen stray dogs do it, but strays aren't domesticated.
It's the same animal.
right. I mean, Nate, it's just so weird. Like,
Yes.
we have to compare the success rates like across different success rates of other species. Like even these domesticated things that we're talking about, are they even going to survive in their own domesticated situation? Like, what's the differential? And I think you'd be surprised, man. I think it's hard for the primal instincts to go away. I get the situation where it's like you can be conditioned to the negative, to where it's like you're overly snobby and so you won't eat the worm, or somehow you're dumb and lazy because you stare at your phone all day, so you don't look when you cross the road or something. You don't look at something that's going to jump out the bushes at you. Like, I get that, but that doesn't seem to really kind of be most of the practical overlapping case. I mean, you can imagine a motherfucker like goes from the domesticated situation to that extreme. That's going to be so shocking, right? It's going to awaken those primal instincts.
Yeah, I was doing more about this dog and bear stuff. Is it so? A lot of the incidents, like park rangers and stuff. So they say that most conflicts happen when the bear tries to eat from the dog's like food dish. and the dog will attack first. Or if your dog is off the leash and the bear tries to flee, but the dog will try to circle it and like force it back to the human, and then the bear will fight the dog to get away from you.
Right. And I don't know if Nate's trying to
dog picking a fight with the bear. It's not just.
He might be trying to trap us. There may be a trap laid in here, whereas we're supposed to say, you know, maybe not for the dogs, but for the humans. Nate, I don't know. I guess you're trapping, but it'd be cute if this would be a cute trap. Is like if we're supposed to say like, no, the domesticated humans would obviously do better, because think of the whole team of society that they've had to condition them and school them and educate them on how to think and how to learn and how to use their brain more and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And all these tools, they would actually do better in the wild than if a Tarzan kid or whatever, you know. So, you know, there's that answer.
Me,
if they're together,
like
if there's a group of them, but a singular one.
No, but if you go from saying like, yeah, you take a single one, but we've been conditioned by the whole great society, you know, which is so much brain power condensed, and you know. But if you just take a dude that's like if he didn't get thrown into it, but you're saying, okay, just someone of that intelligence that just happens to be there. But yeah, man, I don't know. This is an interesting. Did you have some secret trap point that you had for us tonight, though, Nate?
I think I made my point long ago. It's just the conversation's changed now.
All right, my boy.
Yeah. I have another question. If we were in an apocalyptic situation, how would our survival instincts express themselves? Are humans innately hunters, or are we prey animals?
I think humans are innately builders and farmers, actually.
Uh-huh.
I don't think human beings compete well. Hunting wise, I think trapping is actually better and more efficient than actually running down an animal and trying to physically hunt it. Human beings leverage their mind, right? They're not like most other animals.
I think we're copiers.
We are predators, right? Innately, or are we prey?
Nate, are you serious?
I would say we're predators.
What? No.
We're stewards.
I am wondering why you're asking that, Nate, because humans don't have any predators. We are like the apex. As it were.
Talking about? Do you have some secret definition of the word or something? Can you define your terms? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Because we dominated whatever animal it is that used to prey upon us. But I'm just asking if there was a situation where we had an animal as smart as us that could prey on us, you know. How would our survival instincts manifest in that situation? Would we be predators, or would we be prey?
Nah, that animal would just manipulate our social conventions and put themselves in charge of us, and then basically just give us TV and brainwash us.
Suck its dick. Suck its dick.
Oh, relax.
Yeah, but what was that? Noah? What Noah said was pretty interesting.
That They Live movie. You ever watch that They Live movie? I'm pretty sure that's exactly how a predator would take us over. They would broadcast some shit that makes them illusory and then put themselves in the power positions, because we're an innately social animal. They could feast on us easily. I mean, we've sacrificed people on the top of fucking pyramids in South America and shit. I mean, what's to say there wasn't some sort of What's to say there wasn't some sort of vampire overlord or some shit?
Vampires do that too, yeah. The vampires.
What's to say there aren't vampires today that rule everything?
Oh, there should be. I mean, if the birds can fly, why can't we? I mean,
so they would treat us like cattle. We wouldn't even know that we're being slaughtered.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
The shape-shifting reptiles are.
Like, what?
Yeah, bro. See the same thing we do to our prey. We don't like go and hunt them. We raise them from young, and we take care of them and shit. You know what I mean? And then we eat them. They would do the same for us.
It's crazy, actually.
Yeah,
Nate,
it's a
you're
crazy
just
thought,
you're,
man.
you're just
It's funny
probing, like,
because being a human's prey is actually better for an animal than not being its prey, right?
Is it?
So are we actually prey
Yeah,
by
I think
the
it is.
shape-shifting reptile overlords?
We
Yes,
could
they
be.
exist.
He asked me to
King, I know you
speculate on
Would
can't
you
the
tell
know?
yourself. I
predator.
know the king is in
That
the
was
shadows.
smarter than
and
us.
Thank you, King, for being and staying in the shadows so you may stay almighty and keep us all safe and eat us later. Thank you.
Exactly. Raise us and then eat us later. Kind of like what we do to animals. And like lots of animals that like wouldn't necessarily be very successful in the wild, they're highly successful because we keep them safe and then eat them.
Like cows, yeah. Pigs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
pigs would die in
horses.
the wild. Oh my god. Yeah.
I hate pigs.
No, you got some wild hogs that are pretty strong.
Yeah, but I mean like a farmer's pig, like a domesticated pig. It
Oh,
wouldn't survive a day in the wild.
farmers pigs are hogs. If you have a baby pig at an early enough stage and you release it in the wild, it turns into a hog, and vice versa, I believe. That's that
Really?
Hogzilla
Yeah,
show.
does it grow
Yeah, you
hair
didn't know that?
too?
Yeah, bro, you gotta look into it. Look into like hogs and pigs are apparently the same species. It's just the conditions they grow up in.
Yeah, all the American wild boars, they all were domesticated pigs. There was no pigs here before the Europeans came, so they were all domesticated pigs that just became wild again.
Yeah, they
How
go
do they
through like
grow
Do they
the
have different
the
subspecies? Because they look very different.
I think they
Yeah,
have to be
and
they
the
have to
tusks.
they have to grow up as a kid in the environment. You can't just take an adult pig and then it'll turn into a bar. I think it has to be like a baby growing up and realizing like, oh shit, I'm in the wild, and then some sort of metamorphosis happens. Not
Baby.
metamorphosis.
Baby. Baby.
Do male pigs have? They don't have tusks. So what about the hogs? Are you talking about the hogs that don't have tusks? Like that species?
Oh no, I'm saying that the
Does the
wild
American wild
boar.
hog have a tusk?
What?
This is
Does the
crazy.
American wild hog have tusks? The male version.
Baby ones. Don't they have baby ones?
What?
Don't they have little baby nubs? Or like big teeth? They don't. I think they just got big teeth.
I'm pretty sure all wild boar. It's like the difference between a wild boar and a pig is the wild boar has hair and tusks, which grows if it knows it's growing up in a wild environment.
I don't know, man. That sounds unbelievable. That a male pig in like the pig pen, will not have hair or tusks, and then a male, like his male brother that's released, at birth in the wild, will grow hair and tusks.
There is
that sounds
biology. There is studies. At least I've seen simple studies percentage that like growing hunger, the feral condition grows like with hunger. Like that's pretty interesting that you will get hairier. It seems like pretty solid science. I just want to point out real quick, it's funny that Nate just being interested, Nate making the point that he thinks that people can't survive because they've been conditioned in society. Like it's got us this deep. Like this is fucking hilarious right now, bro.
Yeah, the parallel that we might be getting farmed by our overlords.
Yeah.
Oh, you could probably ask Cuddles. He was on a farm, right? You can ask him about pigs and wild boars and how they basically are the same fucking creature.
Now the boar has the tusk. I think the pig just has the big teeth. Or some boars have the tusks, right?
I don't know.
I've seen too many cartoons.
Yeah, I always thought they were different species. To be
It's like it basically is like it doesn't take very long. The reason pigs look like pink and hairless is because they're really, really inbred and kept in really unnatural conditions.
Okay, Nate and percent everybody. What is a species? How do they even know? You know how
it takes only a couple of months for a pig to go feral and become a wild boar when it's released.
See?
Yeah, I should rephrase Don. I always considered them to be different subspecies, I guess, because I always thought that they could, like, have offspring.
What even
No,
is
it's
that?
like
Though? Is that
if
all that
humans
you?
were like if
It
humans were
doesn't.
like boars, then I could put fucking percentage in the forest, come back a couple months later, and he'd be a Sasquatch.
No, see their definitions. We could blow this. This can be an
Joke's
actual
on you, I'm already a
legitimate, like,
Sasquatch.
we could call science inconsistent on this here. I think, man, because it's like, what are the factors of this? How can evolution be this fluid thing, but then there be these black and white factors put to the categorizations? Right. That to me, species, family, genome, like all this chromosomal stuff. Like what's up with that?
Well, the chromosomes aren't changing. It's the same pig. Like you just release the pig into the wild.
That situation I understand that one, but I mean on the broader scope of it, right? Like I get you, and because like everybody's DNA is different, right? A monkey doesn't just have a human baby; it just slowly fades into the human.
I don't know. I don't want to see proof of that. I've never seen a monkey give birth to a human.
Just think about it. Once it has the mutation, does that mean like all the offspring after that are going to have the mutation? Because they need to, because they need to have that first step plus as additional steps. So it's like, anyway, don't you think it's inconsistent, man? Like how can we not be? If you say we can have offspring and all this, you can't. Man, tigers and lions and shit can have offspring and shit. They ain't the same.
Yeah, they can. They can. But I think most of the time, I think most of the time when a tiger and a lion has an offspring, that offspring has issues living. It's too big. It can't support its own weight. Things like that.
Oh please.
There's a difference too. If it's a male, there's a difference if it's a female tiger, it becomes a liger, and if it's a female lion, it becomes a ligon or whatever. And so it even depends if the mom or the dad is a male, or which one's the tiger, which one's the lion. And apparently the one with the liger, basically it has giantism, so it will basically grow until it can't support itself and die. So like mixing species and stuff can lead to giantism, and is one of the main things that I guess happens.
Okay, so what's the difference between a race and a species? But I'll yield. Go ahead.
I would say, honestly, if you look at like Asian people, black people, and white people, they're very different in their pure forms.
Right, but what about now? I'm cutting it off.
But those are like phenotypical expressions, right? I would say a species is when it's the general definition of if you can't have babies, then you're not the same species. While with human beings, I would say races are kind of just different breeds, the way cats and dogs have different breeds. And I would say races have become an especially distinctual thing due to specific type of breeding amongst humans. This whole idea of you breed with your kind, selective breeding amongst humans. My daughter can only marry this sort of man, yada, yada, yada.
Damn, Skippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your daughter is owned by the state now because you live in a communist country.
And you make her marry whatever color you are, Nate. I don't want to guess about it. But no, I'm just kidding. But anyway,
exactly. But that's what most people do. Black, white, Indian, Arabic, you name it. That's what most people do. They want to marry and live amongst their own kind, and this has caused.
Not me.
I think this is, intensified the racial division. And I think if it carries on like this for like 1,000 to 1,000,000 years, then you might start having situations where certain races can't breed with other races.
Tell me this is true though.
I disagree with that.
I have an example, dude. RH negative people. I mean, in some cases, can't breed with other people who aren't RH negative because the womb will reject the child.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're RH negative, your womb, if your husband's not RH negative and you are, well, if you're a girl, and he, I guess, has a child with you, your womb will be actively hostile towards his child.
For subsequent
That's interesting.
pregnancies, not for the first one.
Yeah, they have to. There's like a whole thing at the hospital. If you're Rh negative, like they do a whole procedure basically to make sure that your womb doesn't reject the child. So it is kind of a miniature form of speciation, if you think.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
But RH, it doesn't really. I guess there's no kind of predisposing difference between race with like you have the same chances, as far as I know, of being Rh negative or positive regardless of your race.
All right.
But anyway,
so when I was younger, I remember Hollywood conditioning me, and I remember knowing that one of my parents was a mutt, and one of my parents was like half. No, one of my parents was a mutt, and one of my parents was a full from the old country, and so I was half. So I realized that, okay, if to grow on or to improve, I would have to get with somebody who was whole, and then my kid would be 3/4 or whatever, right? Because my other half was a mutt.
What's wrong with being a mutt?
Nothing. I'm just saying, like, exactly. I could have looked at it from that, like, oh, it's better to be a mutt or whatever and have more in you. But I'm looking at it like from the whatever. I'm telling you, I was conditioned. I was like, I know that it was like biased from conditioning because
yeah.
How old are you? I'm curious.
I'm 42, I think. So when I started getting to attracted to females, well, we're talking facts. So like when I started talking to females, it was like I realized that, the more exotic ones was like, sure, in my race there it's very beautiful, but still the more exotic ones were all different. You know what I mean? It's like more exotic was different. Although they say the Beauty Channel or whatever, the Discovery Channel says like beauty is the symmetry and familiarity. But like, it just feels it. I wanted to reach out and ask this: does it not feel like you said, percentage? What's wrong with being a mutt? It feels powerful to be able to get that other half of I'm already this race. Let me get with something else and mix, and then we can have
I feel you.
two.
But on the thing that you said, beauty is familiarity. What about like beauty is what's exotic? People are attracted to what's exotic.
That's what we think, dude. I don't know that this was
in the West. They feel like a nice tan is like with this golden skin. That's unlike the white skin that you see everywhere.
Right.
Isn't that a recent
in,
phenomenon?
The Middle East and stuff like that. Someone that's blonde and blue-eyed is seen as more attractive than the one the brunette, even though
right. I don't remember the exact results, but there was some sort of data conclusion that it was like, okay, like the different colors maybe don't matter. It's more about these symmetries or something, but yet exotic.
Yeah, definitely symmetry.
I don't remember the exact conclusion, but they had some info on it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, but I don't know. I wouldn't be more attracted to some fucking limp, half-faced fucking white chick than to a fucking fully like symmetric black chick. I'm pretty sure symmetry is much more important.
Yeah, symmetry is probably the most important.
To what you said, Nate, about like people preferring their own people, I don't think it's a natural, innate kind of like attraction. I think that's because, like for most cases, your own people have the same like societal, cultural values and stuff like that, and for convenience, people want that in a partner. They want to raise their kids a certain way that they've that they feel is right, or that they've been raised or what have you, and your own people usually want to raise them in that same way. So I think it's indirectly they're looking at that.
And I also think they switched it up, because what you're telling me you saw when you were growing up, you're much older than me, is exactly the opposite to what I see when I look on a TV screen, or I even look up something like that on Google Images. There's definitely a concerted effort to have people mix.
Yeah, it used to be a little different in America, at least a little bit.
It's not, and I don't even think it's really a cultural thing. I think it is, but I also think our in America, at least, culture is kind of some guy runs a couple sheets, says, well, I economically benefit. Well, me and my fucking small group of people economically benefit. All right, tell them to mix. I don't think they look at it as, is this morally right
what
or
it
not?
does, it miscegenation, it divides people because you don't fit in with either group. If you're like mixed race, neither side accepts you. And they want that division because then we're easier to control if everybody is divided. I've heard that from both sides, like people that are
unless you have enough value, and then both sides want you and will welcome you and accept you.
No, dude, it's the opposite.
Like think of Obama. You know, like if before he was no one, he probably didn't belong or whatever. But then now everyone, like black people say he's black, and white people say, oh, he's
they
you know,
didn't accept
his mom's
him.
white and stuff like that. They try to take.
Oh, I don't know.
Kind of.
I feel like a lot of the times, people who are like even down to like a quarter and an eighth black are still considered black. Whereas if you're slightly varied from white, it's very easy to tell.
Do you know what the paper bag test is?
Excuse me?
Raw
do you know what the paper bag test is?
If you're lighter than a
That's
paper
the test
bag, you're white.
for whether she's a butterface.
No. There's a lot of bigotry, and I'm from Detroit, and there's bigotry against light-skinned blacks.
Yep.
That's funny as fuck.
It's true as fuck.
Light skins usually they got it good usually.
I didn't know about that. That's funny.
Yeah, there's a certain bigotry, like someone like Brittany Venti, like she's like white passing. The black community, there is bigotry and jealousy to the lighter shade black people.
Okay, so
I don't know, the boys
kind
seem
of what
to
we're on,
you know,
right?
get it good.
Humans can mix colors. To me, lion and tiger mixing, that's the same thing. They mix in color. They just different races of kitty cat. They not species or whatever.
Well, you don't see that with birds. You don't see like a robin and a blue jay. You just see like a robin with a robin or a mallard with a mallard. You don't see, and I think who's behind it is the people who require DNA purity to get into Israel. They want everybody else miscegenated like Brazil, and then there's no unity to oppose them. Like Japan, everyone is Japanese. They're not Korean. They're not Korean Jap. They're not Korean Chinese. They're all Japanese. Even though they're Asian, they're still all ethnically Japanese. They're not miscegenating even amongst Asians.
Yeah, and think about how open of a fucking ethno state Israel is, and yet nobody calls it out. It's kind of weird, right? That particular group of people, dude, they see anything they do wrong doesn't seem to get reported. It's just kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like they have an invisible shield or something. Like something's.
Yeah, it's called media.
They're bigoted.
It's called owning everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ashkenazi Jews are bigoted toward the Sephardic Jews, which are probably closer to the real Jews, right? So the Ashkenazi, they don't like the Sephardic or the black Hebrews, right? The black Hebrew Israelites, which claim
yeah, but those guys are clowns.
They're
like
pretty
you try
crazy.
to actually ask them. You try to ask them what's their basis, and I've looked pretty deep into it, and there really is no.
I know they're not the real Israelites, but I like I just they're in a catch-22 like the Jews, like they can't really say shit. So I kind of admire the black Hebrew Israelites, even though they're obnoxious as fuck.
Yeah, they're annoying.
You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's kind of how I picture them.
Them and the fucking 5%ers, the god bodies, they all fucking annoying.
The what? The
god bodies, the Nation of Islam people.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, isn't that a fucking didn't Jews fund the fucking the Nation of Islam though?
Most likely, yeah.
It's not
I was
Nation of
looking
Islam.
into a documentary.
It's not
on it.
Nation of Islam. It's 5%.
The 5%ers, yeah. The god bodies, because they all think they're like Allah or some shit. Ridiculous.
It's
They think what they have 5% Allah inside of them. Is that what you said?
85%.
No, they believe that
I'm definitely
all
blind.
black.
10% corrupt. God is inside you. Like Dimok was talking earlier, actually. He touched on it earlier when he told
okay. So what they believe is all of the men. Yeah, but I'm just saying what the Nation of Islam believe. You know, all of the male members believe that they're all reincarnations of Allah. So they all call each other, you know, God. Peace to the God. You know, they throw out phrases like that. And then the idea is they are the 5% of the population that know the truth. The other 95% is blind.
But they don't even make up 5%, do they?
No, there's others in their same religion.
That's the idea they have.
And it's 85% are blind.
Is it?
And 10% are evil and corrupted. And don't let Nate trick you because maybe he one of them, but I'm just kidding. But
okay, something. But they are the 5% that you know.
They are the 5%.
Yeah.
They're special.
So the thing here, though, is right.
Like a modern day prophet band.
Right.
A modern day band of prophets, except they can't call down miracles or anything. So.
No, I don't think they consider themselves prophets. They consider themselves like, you know, teachers. Like, I guess, like, you know, they have a message, so you could say messengers, but not necessarily prophets like that do miracles.
Dude,
yeah,
it wasn't
themselves like righteous teachers.
Righteous teachers.
Remember how Dimok was talking to you earlier? No, it was you, right? Nate, I don't think you were here yet, but remember how you were like, oh no, was it Godric? Or somebody said, like, you don't know what God knows, and Dimok was just like, fucking no. You don't know what he knows. I know what he knows, and we're all figuring it out for God, or we're helping see what he is and all this. And like,
yeah, but Dimok, I've never seen someone he's an individual. I'll say that.
But that's the sentiment. That's the sentiment of the spirit of, like, you know, the truth is in you. You are the truth. You are the power. You know, all that.
Yeah, Demok's definitely a free thinker.
What's with the noises in the background all the fucking time when he comes into the thing? Like, I hear, like, it's like, I don't even fucking know where he is, but there's always some weird shit in the background when he's talking.
Party people. He got like family,
so here
bro.
it is, the 5%, like, it says 85% of the world's population are described as uncivilized people, poisoned animal eaters, slaves for mental death and power, people who do not know the living God or their origin in this world, and they worship that which they do not know. They're easily led in the wrong direction, but hard to lead in the right direction. 10% of the world's population are described as the rich, the slave makers of the poor, who teach the poor lies, to believe that the almighty, true, and living God is a spook and cannot be seen by the physical eye, otherwise known as the bloodsuckers of the poor. And then 5% of the world's population are described as the poor, righteous teachers who do not believe in the teachings of the 10% and are a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and
a lot of
then
the truth, like about having the normies, the like, you know, the following blind, what have you, and then the evil, you know, 1%ers or whatever. But
I think they're off on the percentages. I mean, the 1%ers are really a 10th of a percent, like 1/10 of a percent or 100th of a percent. They're
It's not about, well, they say
anyway, close to the Pareto principle, the 80-20, that they're saying 85.
It's about your heart. It's about what's in your heart. It's not about the wallet totally. There are, you know, the people who aren't the 1% wealth, but they're still evil bloodsuckers. Okay, that survive that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm saying that the 1% would include people like doctors and athletes that are not necessarily part of the cabal, part of the blood sucking at the top. You know, like you could be an entertainer and not be a total scumbag.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
you would be part of the 85% then. If you were just like a doctor, you were a good guy, but you don't, you know.
You may not be aware of this, though. You may not be aware of this, but the Nation of Islam has recently had a split in recent years because Farrakhan aligned himself with the Scientology group. So they've merged with that.
What?
And that's changed the... Yeah.
What?
Scientology. Farrakhan has merged with the Scientology, yes. He called it, they had a new thing called auditing, So he decided to join them and make his money. For every new person that would join the Scientology, he'd get money. So this was maybe
He's a
more than
Freemason.
8 years ago or more.
Yeah, Farrakhan is a shill. If anyone believes
He's
in
a
him,
Freemason. I got pictures of him in the Freemason garb.
No, we need to give Farrakhan his money. Does he? I mean, he doesn't use it to just like party with. He's a good guy, right? He does good things with it.
No,
Control
100%.
That
is
Well, if he's
absolutely.
not partying, then I don't want him to have the money. It was a trick
He's
question.
partying, man.
He needs to be
He's
partying. Okay, well, he can have
partying.
Now you're stuck, Don.
He's partying, man, all the way.
he's definitely having
$1 million
his
house, couple of $1 million houses here, there, and everywhere. He's well made. He's one of his sons married into a Jew. After all these years of slagging the Jews off, his son married a Jew.
There you go.
What a fucking shill, dude. What a fucking shill. I can't believe people follow these shills.
Yeah. So there's been a big rift, big split. So, and Farrakhan's credibility has dropped somewhat, but you know how he is. He can always be like a phoenix and rise again. There you go.
I wonder how many of the 5%ers...
Look into absolutely anything, then you could believe in Farrakhan. But yeah, as long as you can just look into his fucking family and then compare it to what he says. I don't know, bro. A lot of these shows are very transparent. Like, once you get into it, you're like, wait a minute. This is very, like, they kind of make it easy for us.
Of course they do. I mean, to be in the Nation of Islam, you're just a lost human being anyway. You're lost. Don't know where you're going. You've got no direction.
I was gonna say, I wonder how many of like the people in the Nation of Islam
a dead end
actually study Islam and then move towards like actual Islam.
A very small percentage. A very small percentage. My brother is a member. My brother's a member of the Nation of Islam.
The weird phenomenon with the Nation of Islam is they recruit most of their members in prison. Like the overwhelming majority of their members, they get them in prison, and it's that in prison they offer you community and protection, and they sell you this idea that the black man is the king, and there's hidden history about the black man, and the black man's history isn't true, yada yada yada, whatever.
Yeah. They do that on the.
The idea is. Yeah, a lot of these Nation of Islam members, when they actually come out and learn Islam for themselves, and they go to Mecca and they do their Hajj, and they go to like the Middle East and they see what real Islam is like, they tend to leave.
That would be Malcolm X. That would be Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, for example. Yeah.
That was his experience.
So you're saying real Islam is more racist or isn't?
There's racism
with the Nation of Islam. There is racism amongst Muslims, but it's not within the.
There's no racism in Islam.
The wording of Islam.
No, you're saying so. Just in prison, they teach you this black man is the king thing, or what?
Well, no,
the Nation of Islam, but that's the Nation of Islam. That isn't Islam. Islam and the Nation of Islam are two separate things. No?
Right. I mean, I kind of distinctified that too when we first started, so I made sure that right.
Yeah. The Nation of Islam is a separate thing.
Okay,
it's nothing to do with real Islam, although they follow the Quran to some point.
It's like Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with black people. Like a lot of black people despise that organization. They know it's a divisive tactic, and they don't like it.
Bro, I've been in waiting for dental care before, and there was a guy that was like literally trying to talk to my wife and tell her that, why are you with this white devil? And black women should just be with black guys. And then I was like at a gas station before, like dude try to run that shit like on my girl and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? Like they literally, and they'll try to say that right in front of you, like you look at, and I'm like,
but that's why he would have been drinking the petrol. If that was me, I would have pumped him up with his own fuel. That's what would have been happening there live on the camera.
There was 100 people, and the first place
on camera. Jin is a champion.
Molotov cocktail.
I'm on camera, bro. Jin is a fucking champ,
because they got the cameras there. You ain't going to talk to me and my wife like that. He's going to be wearing his pipe, and I'm going to be piping in with gasoline, pump it up, and say, "Yeah, you know why I don't like this guy."
Jin,
That's what they do.
has that ever happened to you though in Japan?
Oh, not in Japan. No, not in Japan.
Japanese people are fucking respectful.
Britain, yeah.
Japanese people are
In
the
Britain,
most
yeah.
respectful people
They'll
on
think it, they won't act on it.
Yeah, that's right. But in Britain, it happened, and they were kicked out of the pubs many a time.
That's what's up.
Mashed them up.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Got him.
You know, those days I was doing karate like 3 times a week. So sorry for the man.
You are a gangster.
Yeah,
Well,
but
then
usually,
live
tell
right.
me if this, do y'all relate to this though? Usually, when you got that fight or flight, manning up to the fight is usually like, do you ever? Mostly for me, the measurements are always the aftermath. Is always the measurements. You're just like, I don't want to go through all that extra. I want to go through all that after the fight. Like, the fight is always so much fun, but you don't want to go through like after the
Bro,
bullshit.
you can't think like that.
No, yeah, that doesn't come into it.
I
If
hate
you
it.
think like that, that'll affect your like confidence and stuff like that, and you might be more likely to fight because you were thinking those thoughts. You know.
No,
They might
I
not
have
back
to
down.
know.
A lot of it is like bluffing, and
No.
you know, that's a bad bluff.
I gotta
Yeah.
know that it's gonna be fun and we're gonna love each other after, no matter what. The hate after,
No, that's
the
down to
wasting
him.
of
That'd be
fucking
down to the idiot
time,
who started it.
the
That'd be down to him,
money,
you know.
the possibly getting in trouble with the. I mean, just being like people, like literally, you become a slave sometimes afterwards. Literally, like you become a slave. Sometimes people could be attacking you, and you're gonna become a slave afterwards for it. Even though everyone would do it. Yeah, that shit is bullshit. That's what I'm talking
I
about.
think it's a case by case, dude. Like, if none of your possessions are in danger and no one is in danger, and maybe they just disrespected me, I actually would probably let it go. If they disrespected someone or threatened someone I knew, I might fight. I most likely would fight them. I fought a lot of people for disrespecting girls I was with, but I think if I'm there, none of my property or nothing is at risk. He's just trying to get me to fight and just insulting me. I usually don't even fight. I should be like, okay, if you really want to fight, I'll kill you, but I'm not going to fight you until you throw the first punch.
That's it.
Interesting that you preface it. Isn't that interesting the way he's prefacing that? He's leading it up to almost like he's saying, yeah, if I don't have anything to risk, of course I'll. But you're like, if I don't have anything to risk, I'm not going to fight. But
I said if I don't have anything to risk, I won't fight. But if something's
I hear
at risk,
you, but I'm telling you,
one
what
time,
I'm
bro,
trying to
I was with a girl. One
is you
time I was
tone
with a
it
girl.
very
A guy tried to came up with us with a fucking knife. I fucking beat this guy's ass because I thought he was gonna stab the girl I'm with. But that's the thing is I had something to lose. But if it's just a punk in a club trying to fight me and stuff, it's like it's not worth it. You know what I mean?
Wait.
But if it's,
Now I'm hearing you. So in the first time that you said it, I wasn't even thinking like I guess I'm thinking
There's no reason to,
if
'cause
your
there's nothing
stuff
to
is in
protect.
danger, you don't have to fight. You could just run, and it would be less danger. And the fight
if
causes
things are in
more
danger,
danger. I guess what I'm saying, I didn't know he was
I fight if I would fight. I would fight if
you.
things are in danger. I would fight if things are in danger. Or if I'm with someone and they're being like disrespected in a way that's like. But if I'm getting disrespected, like I honestly I don't know what it is, but like people insulting me, I find it kind of funny because it's just like, okay, like you're not gonna do anything, and if it does come to a point where I'm in danger anyway, I'm going to fucking kill you, or I'm going to beat you until you are fucking senseless and you can't get up. I will fucking stab a motherfucker if I'm in danger. You know what I mean? I'll kill him. But I'm not gonna fight you.
Unreasonable friction
I'm not
is
gonna fight someone. No, listen, I'm not gonna fight someone if I'm not in danger. That's the thing. I'm not gonna fight someone for some sort of ego boost. Go beat some guy's ass up at the club because he talked shit to me. No way.
You're sounding
He'll start it, he'll end it.
But you'll do it for the female. But you know what I mean? It's just
the female thing is a little weird. Like,
friction
like,
is funny.
If she's
like,
just a random girl that you're with, then you know, who cares if you?
No, that's yeah, no,
like,
not.
hey, you're right. She is
No,
a hoe.
not
Why you
that.
think I'm with her?
Not that, bro. Bro, this was the fucking mother of my child, and the guy tried to
Okay,
come
that's
out with this
different.
knife,
That's definitely different.
with a fucking knife, dude. And I beat this motherfucker onto the ground senseless, and the cops didn't come for like 45 fucking minutes. Useless fucking pig.
Yeah, but I think really in reality is whatever woman you're with, whether it's a friend of a friend or somebody you just met or a woman, if she's getting abused by someone, you're not going to stand there and let that person abuse the woman. You're not, are you? Realistically,
you shouldn't be out with random
No, but
tarts.
for me,
excuse me.
it
Well,
depends.
that's if you're looking at it from an Islamic point of view, fine. But if you're living in the real world where you might enjoy the pleasure of a woman's company, yeah, in the
But you're
real
gonna
world.
instigate. You're gonna talk shit
and
to
then you
get
can-
them to punch.
I'm not saying
you
it
don't
from an
just
Islamic
punch
point of view.
them.
I'm saying it from
No,
like,
I know you're not. I know you're not. But
a righteous,
what I'm trying to say,
you know, wholesome
it
point of
doesn't
view.
matter.
Yeah.
Wherever you're going with your woman, the woman you're with at the time, if she's receiving abuse from another man that is nothing to do with this woman, you're going to say something. You're not going to let that happen.
Absolutely.
Right.
I actually, I would
Doesn't matter what
differ,
woman
bro.
it
If I'm
is.
with, bro, for me, I would differ, bro. No, I actually have to, you know, have something invested in the chick or like the chick to
Well,
fight
yeah,
for
I
her.
understand your point.
I'm
Yeah.
not fighting for some fucking rat. Like, if I meet a girl that night and then some guys, like, I'll tell the guy to fuck off. But honestly, like, I really don't care that much about whores to fight for them. I would only fight with a woman who actually means
Doesn't
fighting
matter.
for me.
For me, it's never mattered the woman. It's never mattered the woman, even if she's a prostitute, whatever. If she needs protection, I will protect that woman. It doesn't matter if she's a whore or not. Why is she a whore? Let's look at that later on when everything's settled and the dust is settled. Let's find out why she has to be a whore. You understand? You don't write them off as they're nothing. You know, you're not helping the situation by doing nothing and allowing her to take the stress because you don't give
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
shit.
be honest
That's
with
the
you.
difference.
I've
I
been
give a
around
shit.
I've been around enough shitty women that have screwed me over that I am not gonna protect a woman just on the basis that she's a woman.
I have also. I've lived longer than you, son, and I know that women can be down at the dregs. But when you start to analyze why they do it, there's an understanding there. Something happened in their life, and now they haven't got a moral compass. It's gone for some women, but not all women are like that. But they do need protection, and if you can do that, do it. I've done it. I've done it many a time. Stop a man beating his wife on the streets. Do you know what I mean? So hang on a minute, mate. You're beating her up like she's a man. Stop this shit, yeah? The police are going to be coming down here. Calm down, you know. And then I suggest you go somewhere else. And I took the woman home, taxi, put her in a taxi, escorted her home. You're fine? Yeah, I'm going to carry on. Don't worry. Good luck. Bang, gone. Done that many times. I've done that.
I remember.
Fuck the shit out of her right after that.
Yeah, fucking cheek. So it depends on who you are.
Yeah,
Depends
bro.
on
I did used to be like that, Jin. But I remember one time like defending this chick, and then like a week later she screwed me over, and it's just like I'm not defending anyone unless they're my friend. I really don't care at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, no woman can screw me over like that. I mean, I'm not in that kind of cesspit. But there are times when you walk past the cesspit, it spills in your path. You think, hang on a second, hold on, look. Don't you think this is a woman you're beating up, man? You're beating her up like a man. Stop that. You know?
Yeah, you
Calm
know what I
down.
saw is
What did she do?
when I was living in
Fucking hell.
when I was living in Vancouver, dude. You know what I wanted to fucking do? I wanted to knock crack pipes out of fuckers' faces, dude. That's what I wanted. Like it was or heroin needles, bro. It's honestly it should be legal to like take their shit and throw it on the ground and smash it because it's fucking disgusting. It really is.
Yeah.
Like walking
it
down,
is.
I'll walk out my fucking building, and what's the first thing I see? Some guy shooting up in my fucking like doorway. Like what the fuck? Like
What,
you know what I
live
mean?
on
Like
East Hastings or something? Shit.
dude, I was living pretty close to East Hastings, actually. Yeah.
If I could just say one thing, so I understand that it's like a pandemic, what we're going through with heroin addicts and all that. And I know what you're talking about, what you're seeing, and it's disgusting and what you're dealing with. And it's just, you get overwhelmed with, fuck this shit, you're out. But at the same time, I understand someone from a perspective of myself being an opiate addict and getting away from it. I understand a perspective from seeing people who are heroin addicts really drop into the floor, overdosing, and their life being saved. There's a reason why every single person is in that situation, even if they're fucked up and acting a fool. And let me tell you, one day they might turn around and realize that they're acting that way, but you don't know their struggle. You don't know why they're there. And I'm not giving excuses. I'm not, but we're all human. We're not perfect. And I've been broken in points and times in my life pulled out. Myself that did it or another thing on even honestly comes on the server. So when I look at people in the world, I have compassion and care even when they're acting ridiculous and are shooting up. I do.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. One time I seen like a fucking guy injecting heroin into like a 14-year-old boy. I like it was too late because I was turning the corner, and then as I turned the corner, I seen the fucking liquid go up the fucking needle. But it's just like, why the fuck are you injecting a fucking like, basically like a preteen? Like you're getting a preteen addicted onto a fucking drug already. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't. It already went in, so it's not like. But I was just looking. I was like, bro, I don't know. Sometimes that type of shit, like it pisses me off, man. Like that in particular, I got fucking angry that day. I had to go home.
Yeah, I could imagine. Now that guy would have been arrested. I would have had him nicked. He would have to be arrested.
Vancouver's a fucking shit show, dude. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't even trust me, dude. They took 45 minutes to get to me when I told my girlfriend to call them and say that I'm getting stabbed, and they took 45 minutes to get there. They're fucking shit.
Only in America, I understand. Yeah, what a shithole that place is. Honestly, fuck. Come on.
I think he was talking about Canada.
To knock out 3 buildings and then blame it on the Muslims. You know, there you go. What a shit house that place is. Can't even call it a country.
Dude, the passports being found 10 minutes later is my favorite part. Like, look, we know who did it. Their passports. Wait, like you're saying the jet fuel burned steel bars, but the passports were okay. Like, dude, it's so fucking.
And
like,
all that dust, they found him pretty quick.
Dude, it took them 10 minutes, and then they even reported like the second tower has been hit, and then like you can see the second tower hasn't been hit yet in the background as she's reporting it. It's like, really, guys? Like, is this really?
Yeah, that would be
really going to be
building
that
7.
obvious?
Sorry, yeah, that'd be the 3rd building. Yeah, the 3rd building, building number 7, the Solomon building. That's what you're talking about there.
No, Jin.
Yeah.
There's a reporter who was saying, "Oh, it looks like a second plane hit the fucking the second World Trade Center," and you can see in the background. You can see in the background that the plane hadn't fucking hit the tower yet, and it hit it. A few minutes later.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I haven't seen.
Yeah. No, but the building 7 is also fucking. I know what you mean. Like that is also ridiculous. Like,
yeah, I thought you were referring to building. I haven't seen that report that you just mentioned about that second building being hit by a plane and it hadn't gone down yet, hadn't been hit yet. I haven't seen that report myself. So that's
bro. It even like people zoom in on the time too, and they're like, "Wait!" Like in the video, like they zoom in on the time, like, "Wait, what time is it?" Like, oh, that's weird because the second plane should have hit at this time. Like, it's
outrageous, man. Outrageous. So many mistakes.
Dude, the passports is the worst. The passports is the worst, dude.
You got these bodies incinerating. And yet the passports, which usually people carry on their body, on their person,
it's in the pocket. It's inside either in your little hand luggage or it's in a secured place. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
There are only a few invincible materials on this planet. Passports being one of them.
Oh yeah. Right, and that's the world we live in.
We got like titanium, passports, tungsten carbonite, those types of materials.
The good news is the architects for 9/11 Truth, architects and engineers, that is, they haven't given up. They're currently suing NIST, FBI, the government, and FEMA. That administration. Yeah, they're still suing them.
How recent is that?
This is recent as like this month. Still not giving up.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, bro. Fuck these guys, dude. Fuck this obvious bullshit. It pisses me off.
Yeah, that's right. NIST has been requested to redo their report because their report does not follow the scientific method, the laws of physics, etc., and it does not match what we actually view. And they omitted certain strategic structures within the building that would make what they claim happened impossible. They totally removed a certain brace, 2 braces that were holding the girders in. So girder number 75 slips off its mounting and initiates this progressive collapse, what they describe that's due to thermal expansion. But what we see is what's known as a global collapse, where everything's coming down simultaneously, symmetrically into its own footprint. And for that to happen, they've done the maths. They said 400 girders per floor per second has to be moved simultaneously. 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm so happy that
yeah.
there's actually like truthers out here, and it's not just
Yeah.
me, the only one. Like, I would be so sad if I hadn't fucking found Discord, like, because I know it, but everyone else I know, they just ignore it.
Yeah.
You know, they're complete normies.
Yeah, that's why it's good that they can't ignore it. When you give them the truth like that, you know, you're ignoring the truth.
No,
You're
they
an
still will.
ignorant pig. Yeah, you're an ignorant pig. That's all you're doing. You're willfully sticking your head in the sand. You coward. That's what they are. Period. Finish.
That's exactly what it fucking is. They're cowards. That's
Yeah, of course
exactly
they
what
are.
it fucking is.
Of course it
That's what I
is.
realized, bro, that most, like, I don't know, dude, even my own dad, bro, I feel like my dad's more cowardly than me. Just like in not only just like in like, I guess, not only in based subjects, but just in life, dude. Like the way, I don't know, it's like if my personality is different from his or something.
Yeah.
Exactly. I always end my statements with in these comments, your government is at war with you. What are you going to do about it? You're at war with your government. No Muslim, no Islam, no Saudi Arabian government put those explosives in those buildings. How did they do it?
Well, they even declared it, dude, with the Trading with the Enemies Act, and then they changed
Yeah.
it to the enemy was all the citizens of the U.S. Like, wait a minute, what? Like, this is an official law in the congressional record. It's right here in black and white in the congressional record. I can read it and I can show it to you, and then you're gonna deny it to me because you're a fucking coward.
There you go. See? So yeah, man, you know, let's not kid ourselves here. That was an attack by your government. It's left a massive psychological effect on all of the American citizens because everyone's carrying on like nothing happened. Okay, then you get your coronavirus thing with all your masks and that's another whammy, and everyone's still trying to carry on like nothing happened. Like
It paved the way for those draconian
Fantastic.
measures.
Fantastic.
That, like, you know, that they used for the coronavirus crap.
You know, the people who don't want to let you into a fucking business because you're not wearing a mask or don't have a fucking vaccine card. Are you fucking kidding me that there's actually people out there like that?
Oh yeah,
are you fucking kidding me?
They're the
dude? Like,
majority, man.
no, yeah, bro. I was
They're
in
like the
Vancouver.
85%
I witnessed this shit. I was like, my friends are going to Chipotle. I'm about to go. No, not Chipotle. It was some fucking place, like some fucking chicken place. About to pull up Nandu's. That's what it is. Oh, sorry, we can't let you in because you don't have a card. Like, I'm like, sir.
Stupid.
I know it's not your. I know you're just a fucking dumb sheep that doesn't fucking think through anything. But I will never buy chicken from Nando's ever. Like ever again. Like never will I ever buy it again.
One of my students last Monday said that she went with her mother. Sorry, on Monday, but she went on the weekend, the Sunday, okay, the day before, and she'd gone off with her mum to this lovely Italian restaurant. And from the beginning there was problems. Do you have a mask? Oh no, I've got one of those. Okay, well when you're in the restaurant, can you put it on when you're talking and that when you're eating, of course, tuck it under your chin, you know. And it was just a hassle just to try and have something to eat. She said she's never going back there again.
Oh, dude,
she's been going there for years.
I grew up kind of with the loose change videos, so that was the only conspiracy theory video that I ever watched. But
well
I was never into any of this conspiracy shit. I knew that the Twin Towers were like, okay, like that's fucking obvious bullshit. But I'm just gonna live my life and make money, party, do my own shit. But then once Corona happened, dude, it is just so like
it's obvious, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is
obvious.
Like
right.
It's basically you have to be a lying coward.
Yeah.
Or a true believer in what, like, I don't know, dude. It's a trip how fucking obvious the fucking what we went through the past 2 years, and they're probably gonna give us a round two. But like, it's really
it's
obvious.
coming. Monkeypox. Monkeypox is on its way, and then after that, it's going to be rhino pox, giraffe pox, elephant pox, and then your friendly rabbit pox. That's what's coming after that lot. I'm telling you.
Dude, apparently the Rand Corporation predicted a novel coronavirus outbreak, and then shortly after a monkeypox outbreak. So, I mean, the Rand Corporation basically worked with DARPA to create the internet. They're basically like the private version of DARPA. So I
Yeah.
believe that they're going to execute what they said they are going to.
Yeah, well, at least you know that they're going to be doing that. There's lots of people out there who are running around blind and oblivious. They don't even know what's going on, you know, because we all know that nature doesn't work that way. God, the creator, did not create animals so that we can be catching diseases from them. Of course, you can get stung by a snake and be killed, but that's the snake's defense mechanism. That's there. That's real. But God did not make it so that flus are jumping from animals to humans or from humans to animals. That's not happening. That's rubbish. That's man just lying.
It's funny you mentioned snake venom.
Yeah, there you go. You know, the creator created this earth perfectly, right? And people who are thinking God's going to come down and help, I said, don't be waiting for him or God is not coming to help you clean up the mess you made. He made this earth perfectly. The fruits and vegetables free for you to pick, as long as you keep the tree and the vegetables going in its natural cycle. You eat forever. What's the problem?
Yeah, bro.
What's the fucking
The other
problem
day,
here?
I actually I have a mango tree in my backyard, and it just started blooming. And I literally sent my friend a picture, and just wrote literally like, money doesn't grow on trees, but food does. That's literally what I fucking wrote this. That was like fucking 2 days ago or yesterday.
Well, there you go. That's living, you see. That's the truth right there in your garden, man. Okay? But no, Earth has been hijacked. Now we're paying to exist on this thing. Let me tell you, man, I don't pay my taxes wherever I cannot pay it. You better believe that, given my money. That's the last thing I'm going to be doing. Told you that already, boys. Out with a bang. Don't be in such a hurry to give them your money. Fools. Running in to pay that. I don't have a bank account, so they can't do no direct debiting. That doesn't happen. No one has access to my money unless I give it to them. Okay? Got to fight the system. Old tech, low tech. That's gin.
Where do you keep your money?
Well, I keep it at home, of course. Where else am I going to keep it?
In like paper currency, or
I keep it at home. That's all I'm going to say. I keep it at home.
I'm saying in fiat currency, or have you like
it's cash
gold or something?
It's cash. That's all I do. Yeah, I don't have gold. I don't have any gold or anything. I have a couple of gold rings and a necklace, but that's it. It's mash, man. Cash. That's how I keep my money at the moment. I don't have any bank. Remember, this is 23 years in Japan, yeah? Oh, who can say that? Come on, people. Speak. Speak out. You can't. You're too scared.
For 23 years, you've had it in cash? No bank account?
I have no bank account.
Damn.
My name is not in any bank in Japan.
Look at this legend.
Isn't that inconvenient, though?
No. Why is it inconvenient? I get my money, I do my shopping, I'm going and carry on with my business. What inconvenience is there?
What sending people money or like buying things or something?
I don't send people money. Who am I sending money to? What kind of lifestyle do you think I'm living? I don't send nobody the money. Sending money.
Don't they have like a bunch of what are they called? Vending machines? Like everything.
That's right. Yeah, they have the vending machines. Of course they do. Yeah, they have all those. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, but you know, I've got a mobile. Look, I don't even have my mobile phone account because they tried to rip me off. I said, okay, cut that instantly. You're lost. Cut it. Don't overcharge me for things I don't use. Cut that immediately. So now all I have is house Wi-Fi. When I go out on the streets, I float from 7-Elevens to 7-Elevens if I need to do any transaction with the free Wi-Fi. That's it. They've lost. They lose. Fuck with me. You lose. Not that desperate to have a bloody mobile phone in my hand. Don't think it's not that wonderful, okay? Where I'm having to be begging you to give me an account. Stupid fool. Honestly, man, you don't know me. I don't need money.
Jim. Yeah. You're giving over more information at those 7-Elevens by connecting to their Wi-Fi than anything else, mate, you poor bugger.
It doesn't matter.
You realise that, don't you?
I'm only
that free Wi-Fi is not free, champ.
Well, the thing is, I'm only using Skype when I'm doing that. Maybe the occasional Discord, perhaps, but mainly Skype and emailing. That's all. And like I said,
email.
I'm not scared. I'm not worried at all.
Like You're using a VPN?
Nope.
They're not worried either, Jim. Don't worry.
I'm not worried at all, mate. They know that I'm too real for them. This guy is real. He's one of those. He's never buckled down. You just got to kill him outright. Yeah, don't waste.
Love it.
Hey, that's bad. I'd rather fucking die outright.
Yeah.
Okay, it's coming to a point where dude, it's coming to a point where basically the Canadian government tried to basically starve me to death because I wouldn't fucking succumb to their medicine. So I don't fucking, dude. At this point, I don't give a fuck. I'm open. I openly declare war on Canada.
Don't give a fuck.
Don't give a fuck about
That's
them.
it. That's what you've got to do. That's what you've got to do. You've got to fight the system because the system is at war. It's at war with you. It's trying to bring you down, devalue you. So who's going to put the value back in yourself? You will. So you say the middle finger. That's what you give them. No, I don't want to sign any documents. Sorry, I'm not interested in what you got. Get out of here. I'm not that desperate at the moment. Thank you. I don't need you. You're just in my way. You're in my way of progress and living harmoniously on this earth. Yeah, man. So yeah, they lose, man. And when I did have an account with the mobile phone providers, they sent me the bill, and then I paid it at the 7-Eleven. That's it. No problem. What do I need a bank account for, man? What kind of life do you think I'm living? Running around with a bank account.
Paid the bill at the 7-Eleven?
Correct, yeah, at the 7-Eleven, yeah.
That's what my friend does. He fucking this fucker. Should I call him?
How do you do that?
Electric bill, gas bill, telephone bill. It all gets paid at 7-Eleven. No problem.
What the hell?
So that's literally what my friend does. He does that too. He doesn't. His phone is fucking off, and then fucking couple of days later he'll call me and be like, "Oh, I forgot to go to 7-Eleven and pay my bills." Like what?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
7-Eleven accepts the cash and forwards it to your company.
Yes, correct. Yeah, because you get your counterfoil bill receipt that goes through their register. You pay, you get a stamp, bang, 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 and it's gone. Yeah, they loved it. They do all that. 7-Eleven. They provide that service. Yeah, it's great. Like I said, bank account. Who needs one?
Does your wife have bank account?
She has one. Yeah, she has one.
So why not just use her card?
I don't need to use it. I don't want to touch it. Don't want to go near it. It's her money, her stuff.
Oh, okay. You keep separate. Yeah.
Yeah. I like it that way. I don't want to be involved in anything at all. But occasionally, when I wanted to get something on credit, when I bought some parts for the motorcycle and that, okay, that time we used it. Used the card to get the stuff because we needed a credit card. But that's it.
Oh.
If I don't use Amazon anymore, but when I was using Amazon, I needed a credit card. I said, look, no, cash on delivery. That's all. If you can't do the COD job, I'm not buying anything from you. You're lost again. Do you want to make your money? Well, provide me the cash on delivery service.
So you're like, I don't use my wife's shit anymore, but when I really want to, I will. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying, only
what it sounds like.
Card, if it's
only when it's really convenient.
Only when it's necessary and
only when I can't do it all by myself.
No, only when it's necessary. And that's very rare. That's the truth. There, it's very rare. I don't really.
So what did Amazon say about cash on delivery?
Oh, they gave me cash on delivery, of course, in the end.
What, for real?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, they got my address. My account is there with them. They've got my address, telephone number, everything. So I'm a real person. And then we have a delivery courier service that can bring it to the house, and you pay when they deliver. Of course.
I didn't know they had that option.
Because I said to them, otherwise you're losing money because there's many people that don't have credit cards because they don't want it. They don't want the headache of having a credit card and being charged money for using it. We don't want to play that game. So we've got cash money to pay for the goods. So what are we going to do? You lose because I'll get my goods somewhere, but you don't get the money. That's all. And they just said, okay, yeah.
Well, good on them for
providing it. No, good on him for putting his foot down and damning the man.
We don't need one more person. We got billions and billions of dollars worth of product and business.
Oh yeah, because at the end of the day, I want the goods, you want the money. What's the problem here? But now I don't use Amazon because they lied about going to space. Bezos, as soon as he did that, I said, no more Amazon. And I said to my kids, we can't use Amazon because they're lying about space. And I don't want to give them our money to make him a billionaire to go and lie to the world. So I don't use Amazon. Don't order anything.
I try to only use it when there's a price error.
I don't
be taking money from them.
I'm not looking to buy anything at this point anyway. Haven't bought anything for a while. I bought a brand new pump yesterday because the one that I had that was 22 years old finally broke.
He doesn't use Amazon anymore after yesterday.
No, I didn't buy anything at Amazon. I went to my local bicycle shop to get it. It was like
what kind of pump?
A bicycle.
That's what I wanted to know.
A bicycle pump to pump your
You said it
tires.
twice.
Oh,
I like the way you think.
Yeah, like a foot pump.
Yeah. This is a hand one. So you got a handle like in a
like a
T
breast
shape and you
pump.
pump it down. Yeah, exactly. And the one I had, which I've still got, the rubber hose broke. So that's after 22 years. And I couldn't get a new hose replacement, but I'm looking to get it. So I haven't thrown it away. That's still going to live on. Why should I throw it away?
Nice.
How much you pay for the
No,
pump?
why should you?
The pump was like
Create more
$6. $6, less than $10.
Not bad. Pretty good price.
Yeah.
What color is that hose?
That was the cheapest one on the
It's obviously
on the
black
rack.
and red, like always.
Oh,
No, this
Sounds
one
like a quality item.
No, it's a very reasonably priced item and very good. Yeah, it's okay. It's got a few attachments as well.
How many pumps do you have now?
Single ram, single pump.
This
I
one
bet he's at least 2 pumps.
I've got two.
Single valve or
I
twin
own
valve?
2 pumps now.
What a
that
chump.
I and my children will be.
Ba-dum-bum.
One at the moment is not working, so we've got one very good working pump, and then I've got a pump that I have. It's a
He has
telescopic,
one
a
good
telescopic
working
one,
pump.
which is on my
All it takes.
rucksack. So when I actually go cycling, it's got the puncture repair outfit, and of course you're going to need a pump there. So I've got that.
All right, he's doing
That's a
this on
smaller one.
purpose.
Clearly.
Of course he is.
No, you.
On the rucksack, eh?
Yeah, got the pump on the rucksack, man. Attached.
He's a G, man.
Oh yeah.
These are
And
skills he picked up like in his, career.
in my youth. In my youth.
Yeah, back in your 60s.
Yeah, in my youth, man. Keep those skills going all the way. Saturday morning, it was brake alignments on my bike and my son's bike. And then I had to repair a little leaky valve. And that's done. And then I went cycling.
Only one track on you.
So now my brakes are dead sharp. But I don't only do that for myself. I actually do the neighborhood kids' bikes as well. You know?
Oh God, I don't want to hear about that kind of shit, man.
But it does happen. On a Sunday, the kids are there playing and that because the park is right by where I live.
Oh man,
Right.
don't talk about kids, dude.
Oh, I love kids, man. Love kids. And I say to the
I
children,
bet you do.
okay, it's Jin Sensei's bike maintenance time. Let's see what you got, boys. So I've got my WD-40 spray, the Japanese version. I've got my tools lying down on the bench. I've got the spanners, and we start doing the brakes. And they're looking and they're watching, so they're learning how to do it for themselves in the future. And I said, this is why. And tell your dad or tell your mum that Jin Sensei maintained the bike in case anything goes wrong. Say Jin Sensei fixed your bike for you, so they know. Man, doesn't cost anything.
I really hope that's not some kind of code.
No, it's not code. Don't be silly.
Nah, that's what I do. That's every summer I do that through the
What
summer.
did I
months.
do?
All my children's friends, and then their friends, and then the kids even the kids that I don't know. Their bike's fixed.
That's a lot of pumping.
It's not really. It's okay, man. They love it. And then I say to them, ride carefully because now you're going to be riding really fast. So be careful.
Sweet Jesus.
Yep. As an adult, that's what you do. If you've got the knowledge and you've got the skills, and you can help, then you help, don't you? It's simple, really. It doesn't cost anything. Keeps the kids coming.
The kids learn.
Yeah, that's how I learned because I got helped.
So, in all this time having cash in the house, did your kids ever try to steal some?
No, they don't know where I keep my cash.
Where do you keep it?
But all the neighborhood kids do, right?
Yeah, like they do. Yeah.
If they knew where you were keeping it, they definitely. Did they look for it at all?
No, why would they? They don't know anything about it. They're not concerned about the finances. It's got nothing to do with them. I don't talk to them.
But as they grow up, like maybe you wanted them to go to the store to buy something like that.
I still don't. No, they don't. I go to the store. I don't send the kids to the store to get anything. I go to the store. I don't give
What if
the
they
kids
need money for,
I give them,
you know,
I give them their own
stuff?
money. They go and do what they want to do with it. I give, here's your money. Go and do what you want to do. Go and buy
So
your
you've
suit.
never once been in a situation where you didn't have the cash on you and had to go to the room or whatever to get your cash, so you could give to them for their
No,
for their
no
pizza
problem
party
at
or
all.
whatever it was that they needed
No,
it for.
that situation hasn't arisen in my life so far.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, I'm a
'Cause
white
if I was your
bastard
son,
for that.
man, I would have sleuthed that.
No, you
I was thinking
wouldn't,
just a
because
little
you
bit,
wouldn't.
you wouldn't even realize it.
Well, you wouldn't, because only if you're interested in banking and accounts and
Well,
paying bills
he doesn't realize it.
and meeting your friends, and daddy's got the money, there you got the money, you go up and do what you got to do. That's it. They don't worry about the finance and stuff like that, but they do worry when I say don't waste electricity, don't waste the water, don't waste the gas.
Good man.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking on their case there, screaming at the top of my fucking voice.
Who the fuck left the lights
Like
on?
that commercial in the
What?
80s and 90s, Sorry Daddy Didn't Mean It, when the kid drops the glass of water. They're
Yeah.
terrified. That kind
Well,
of
the
shit.
thing is, I mean, they have to understand that every penny that is wasted, it means the electric man's getting my money. So we're giving the electric man free money. They love this house because we waste so much money. They make a lot of money from us. Is that right? If that happens, that means you don't get the training shoes you need or the trousers or whatever you get because you gave the money to the electric man, okay? Or the gas man or the water man, okay? Carry on.
Right, and then you make
What
sure
an
that they know
OG.
how many pennies per everything that they need
they-
to survive. You let them know how many minutes you worked for them to.
I want them to know that money is not a game. And when your energy, it's not a game. I mean, look at in Britain. I told my children recently in Britain.
But you never send
we're
them
in
to
love-
buy anything or
No,
give them any
I don't-
responsibility.
No, they don't.
Oh,
They don't
it seems counterproductive.
Hold up. Just
no, hang on. They're
because he's
busy
not
doing their.
sending them on errands doesn't mean that they don't have
No.
any responsibility.
Yeah, they buy their own stuff. I give them money.
They have a
buy-
responsibility not to trigger him.
Yeah,
But if you give them money, do they earn the money or do you just give them money?
they do chores. Of course, they do
There you
chores.
go.
Clean the toilet, wash the dishes. Of course, they got to. That's what
All
I'm
the
saying.
shit you
But
don't want
whilst
to
they're
do,
washing
right?
No, I do it. I do it as well. I do it better than
Yeah,
them, but
I
they
bet.
don't. I do. What do you mean you bet? I mean, I do the laundry non-stop. Fucking hell. I
Don't
just
worry,
finished
Jen. She's
that
just projecting.
Jen,
Oh,
Jen.
only
you have to
your
tell
laundry,
them-
though.
you have to
No,
tell them about
No, I
your
do the
toilet.
family's laundry.
Jen,
I've been doing
please tell them
family
about your
laundry, yeah.
toilet cleaning and how you will eat off the toilet. And all
Yeah,
that,
I
right?
can lick that toilet. Yeah, I can
Whoa.
lick that.
Oh
That's how
gosh,
clean
that's
it's gotta be.
good.
That's got to be that clean.
You
can
really
lick
cleaned
that
it good
toilet.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. I said to my children, if you can't clean the toilet to that level, it means you didn't want to clean it. You want to leave a dirty toilet. That's what you want. You want a toilet that's covered in your urine and the poo left on the side of the fan. That's what you want to see.
That's disgusting.
So you
That
lick
would-
it to make sure, right?
Well, I showed
Right.
them. I've showed
Just a
them.
test.
Not
You
only
know,
that,
I'm going to come in there and
There
lick
you
it.
go.
It's not clean
only
enough.
Now
You're
I
gonna-
understand. Thank you.
All your
Not
meals
only-
will be served on the toilet from here on out.
Dude,
Not
oh
only
my
that.
God.
Only
Do you
that,
wash the bleach off after you bleach it? Or do you
There
just
you go.
bleach it, wipe it, and then lick it?
The bleach, you see, is watered down, of course, because you don't use it neat because there's no need. It's
Take
so
the lick.
powerful.
Take the lick.
So you decant that into another bottle. You get 2 bottles out of one, and then you still water it down when you put it in hot water in a bucket with a little bit of soap. So you can clean very well. Polish that thing up. Polish.
Well, of
that
course,
toilet.
because it takes like a lot of minutes to make a whole bottle of bleach in pay. So you want
There
to
you
thin
go.
it out clearly.
Well, of course, I want to stretch my finances
Like a cap
as
of
best
bleach.
I can. Yeah, Ebenezer Scrooge can learn from me. I'll tell you.
I know.
A
You can
whole
even
cap,
save on
though.
toothbrushes.
Ebenezer Scrooge is nothing compared to me. I'll tell you that.
Damn, y'all pinching some pennies hard.
I am pension.
I mean, why buy a
pension.
toothbrush when you have a toilet bowl scrubber? You know? I mean,
Exactly.
you can
That's
save money
it.
there
What's
too.
the difference at this point? What's the difference?
When you
I don't
use
know,
boiling hot, water
Just
to
take
clean
my
that
dentures out and rub them on my.
and you use a brush to clean the brush, I have confidence it's clean. I showed my I said, look at that.
I
See
don't know.
that?
I think you're being
Brushing my
wasteful.
teeth.
If you're using a brush to
Ah.
clean your brush, you're not pinching
Well,
hard enough.
you actually need a brush to clean a brush because you can't get into the crevices.
Oh,
unless you
they
have-
do. Not you don't
No,
though.
I do that.
Everyone does.
That boiling water takes
I mean,
a
if you're
lot
not
of
making
effort.
that
You learn
much,
something new
brush.
every
The
fucking
energy
day.
man.
If you're not
Jim.
cleaning a brush with another brush with longer bristles, then you
Yeah,
don't know how
I
to
do
clean.
that.
Well,
You don't
now
have to
here's the
clean
real
exactly.
trick.
And that's a
To make
military
a
thing.
brush in the first place, the brush has got to be made out of your hair.
What have I done
So
with my
a brush
life?
made from your own hair is the brush you want.
Plastic bristles. Still, long, and they penetrate all the way through the crevices, and yeah. And you see the dirt run off, and then you pour that hot water on, and you see that yellow stuff come down.
What crevices?
The crevices of the brush.
You've got crevices in your scalp?
In the brush.
Oh, I was imagining like some fat head with rolls of fat.
You sicko.
Okay. You've made me.
Gripping
weed. You made me do it.
Yeah,
You
it's
said
kind of
crevices.
weird, isn't it?
We weren't going there. You went there.
Oh, yeah, he went there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can say that.
Where else was I supposed to go with
cleaning
crevice?
I don't buy. I don't
The
have so many.
brushes.
Yeah, I don't have that many things to like cleaning agents. I have bleach. I have Fairy liquid. You know, the liquid that you use to wash your dishes, and some fabric softener, and detergent to wash your clothes. That's it. Done. Finished.
That's a lot, man.
No, it's not a lot.
You use
not a
fabric
lot.
softener?
That's a lot. All you need is vinegar.
He said it's not a lot.
No, I'm not using the vinegar stuff, man. No.
All you need is vinegar and baking soda. That's it.
Just vinegar.
Nah, creating more mess than necessary. No thanks.
How luxurious.
Yeah, vinegar. You know, food.
Vinegar's
Liquid
like
food.
perfect, man.
Vinegar kills
Yeah, it's
germs.
perfect for removing certain stains. I agree with that. Yeah.
Kills germs too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good for
Yeah,
wiping
I'll
windows
take
too.
take
In a
pride
lot
in
of
my
cases.
take pride in my cleaning. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not into that like elbow grease. No.
Jen, you should write a practical guide to life.
Yeah, I should. My brother said that the other day. Actually, you should write a book on how to live economically. Yeah. Because lots of people waste, man. My brother.
I bet that he didn't buy fabric softener though.
No, he does. He does. But he bought many.
Hypocrite.
He bought
Jen, what are
many.
you going to do when they go to a cashless society? What are you going to do?
I will wait and see. Cross that bridge when I get there.
Well, he won't be paying his LG&E bill at a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I might be bartering. Good old barter. Because that'll be the crowd that I'm going to be moving with. I'm not going to be moving with the high-tech crowd if that's the case. Yeah? Start to draw. Prioritize what's important, high-tech or natural living. I wonder which
did you say LG&E bill?
Yeah, that's my
what's
local.
L?
It's Louisville Gas and Electric.
Okay.
You know, the big city one.
Like G&E's gas and electric. L. How do you get L from like water or something like that?
Yeah, I doubt cash is always going to be needed. We're never going to make it to that point where there'll be no cash. I'll tell you that now. And if the revolution that must happen does happen, that's never going to happen. Then,
Well, of course not, because the people that don't want to pay their bills wouldn't be able to go to 7-Eleven and pay them.
Exactly. That's why the revolution is going to be happening.
So Jen, if they fake the revolution, right? If they make it seem like a revolution, but it's not a real revolution, and they just want to use the revolution as a way of making changes that'll actually ultimately end up in their benefit, how will you know if it's a real revolution or not?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, we'll know when the dust settles. When the dust settles, that's the only way I'm going to find that out. Obviously.
But you'll participate in whatever the revolution seems to be at the time.
Well,
like, when I win.
That's what's going to happen. Look. That's what's going to happen. If that was the case, then there'll be another revolution.
Come on, y'all. The TV will tell them when it's time.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can't get everybody on the same page to have a real revolution. We know this already. We can't get enough people to have a bake sale.
It's coming.
You can't organize.
It's
not,
slowly
not enough
coming.
online. They infiltrate in any revolution.
The revolution is over. The rich folks won.
Yeah, it's basically over. But they're going to make it seem like now we're fighting back when it's desperation time, and they're going to use that as a way of benefiting themselves too. Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure.
We
That's
fell asleep a long time ago, and here it is, man. Our grandparents did this shit. I mean, what we weren't even.
The people that controlled our grandparents.
We were asleep. Some of us had to be woken up through violent interactions with the system not working for them. But other people are just. sleeping.
Yeah, it's coming.
On
The
this whole
revolution's
thing.
coming. You watch. Don't need so much.
I mean, I agree. Not as many people are going to try and line up for this next batch of experimental nonsense, but a lot of people still will. Enough to make it
I wish
look
I
like
could
it's
agree.
a.
I wish I could
It's,
agree with that. I'm not sure now.
well, I mean, we're already filled with the discord of knuckleheads that are just drooling over the chance to get this new retarded thing.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean, but we don't want to get funky pox. Come on.
Fucking Jesus. I'm telling you.
It's money pox. It's money pox.
It's money packs.
I'll get that.
Sorry.
I'll get the money box.
Darn it.
Anytime.
I never had money packs.
Funky letter. One funky letter off.
Evolution's way of getting rid of the idiots. This is just survival.
That's deep. That's a toss up for me.
The idiots
Like,
they roll up their
Real
sleeve
deep.
and
We're not trying to get rid of the idiots.
do they really want to get rid of the idiots, or do they want to
they're not
get
trying
the
to-
not idiots out of town? Or that's a toss up. That's hard.
But is that what Darwinian evolution's about? Survival of the fittest. You know, nature selects the strong to continue. Well,
I guess if that was real.
processes. Yeah, I know. My tongue's firmly in my cheek, but yeah.
It's about using the idiots to control the rest of us.
Yeah. That's what's going on. Because if you look at those
They're very clever.
so-called security personnel, they're really thick.
Well,
Honestly.
listen to the words. Listen to democracy. Like if you spelled it with a B and a U, a democracy. Like if you have enough dumb people, you could just
Wow, that was a
move the rest
stretch.
of the. It was
Democracy.
That was.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
of it
honey,
that
was
way
a
when I
stretch.
hear it. Democracy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good word. Good word.
Okay.
Because that's what it is. Because it's not really democracy. It's actually dictatorship masquerading
is it exactly? Is it democracy if it's really an uninformed population? No, of course not. If you're hiding information
Nobody
and
wants to
not
be a
giving them the
dictator.
full deck,
Come on.
right? But it's still, it's not really democracy. It's more like fucking, magic tricks and bullshit. Fucking, which Jesuit did you vote for this year? Which Jesuit? Because they were all Jesuits, by the way. Oh, fucking, I don't know, man. I'm just not into it anymore.
You have a two-party dictatorship going on in your area.
It doesn't matter how many parties they got over there. They're all Jesuits in the first place. It's like this. They don't care which one of those assholes you vote for because the World Bank gave them all to you. You know?
Yeah.
They're like,
Because they
vote
all
for one of my guys.
I don't know why anyone would vote for their enslavement, their taxation, and their imprisonment all in one. Why would you do that? Man, that's mad. I'm never going to do that.
I think we're
On my
supposed to call
ballot,
them
it says I don't
Marxists
consent
now. We don't want to be
to any
offensive.
of the above.
Or the red or the blue. That's your choice.
Where it says or other, I don't consent to any of the above.
That's right. Put your name on the ballot. And what's his name? Jesse Ventura said it. Put your name on that ballot. Vote for yourself. You know? You
So
can
you're
do
like
that.
political party fluid then? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Jaded, more like. Jaded to the system.
I mean, come on. They're all in the same clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah, they are.
Well, I've seen the videos when they weren't present and they were just voting, slapping the tables of their opponents, voting machines in Congress and shit. You know, we've all seen that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what
a
the fuck?
joke.
How do you vote for him? Like, well, he's not there, so.
How do you
why
vote?
isn't he there? Somebody sent
Period.
him on vacation.
Jesse Ventura was going to run for president, wasn't he, in 2016, around about that time? But he said people would have to kind of like represent him because he's not going to do the raising the money on the campaign trail. He didn't want to go that route. He doesn't agree with that. and he would rather you guys just write his name on the ballot paper. If you really want me to be president, write it on the ballot paper when you go to vote, and that's how we win, he says. And the first thing he would do was cut the military budget completely. That was the first thing he said he was going to do. Cut that military budget.
That's what the Navy SEAL said?
That's what the Navy SEAL said, yeah.
You know, it just makes you wonder, right?
The awesome guy getting you to continue believing in that system.
Right.
That guy.
No, he doesn't. No, he wants to change it. He wants to change it for the people.
He wants to damn the man from the inside, right?
Give him the power. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to take the power himself. That's not what he's about. You can tell.
I mean, if he's gonna,
in what he says.
That's what they all say.
But you can tell he's sincere in what he says. You can tell. He's speaking.
What's he doing now?
What he's living. What's he doing? He lives in Mexico half the year, and then he comes back to the other half the year, and he's off the grid. He says he doesn't. He has all solar panel on his housing. He's enjoying his life. He can see the way forward. You guys have just got to pick on that and vote him in, and you'll have a landslide win, and then you'll get what you want, and it will be less money wasting on military and shit like that, and more money in your pockets. So he says.
Is he a Mexican national now?
He might be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that.
So he can't be the president anyway.
No, he can, because he's still got his American citizenship. He hasn't given that up yet.
Dual citizenship.
And he's also working for Russian TV as well, RT. He's been doing a lot of work for them.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want.
Oh, you don't write off a man because he moves around the world. I mean, that's wrong. Don't write him off because of that. Remember, what's going on is being played by those powers that shouldn't be. So the war in Ukraine, that was already planned. So don't lose sight of the ball. Yeah, you have one man out of all and the other one was Ron Paul, but you have one man telling you this is what he wants to do, which is more in line of what you would want him to do. And if you're going to ignore him, fair enough. You're going to write him off, then you're going to be sitting in your cesspit still.
Oh, there's always one Superman. When the answer is
there never was a Superman.
There's always a Ron Paul. There's always a fucking John F. Kennedy. There's always a Superman.
People.
There's always a Trump. There's always some
good people.
Yeah, but no,
Trump.
they're not. They're not. A Trump. Yeah,
no,
they all are.
People. No, Kennedy was a good man. Kennedy was a man of integrity. He was a man of integrity, definitely. I did not agree with him womanizing.
Or he played a huge psyop on the public by helping them.
He didn't.
Are you trusting the plan?
Maybe he faked his death. Maybe that was a fake.
No proof of it.
Thing.
Show the evidence.
Maybe.
Maybe don't make it for me, man.
Controversial issue there is, right?
I'll go with what I see. Go with what I see. Go with what I hear. And Kennedy was a man of integrity. So was his brother.
It seemed to teach the American people not to expect. Hey, Jen, give me a second. Hey, Jen, can I get a second? You mind?
Get a second. Right, you got a second over. Done. Now, what was I saying? Now, carry on. Go ahead. I yield.
Yeah, thanks. Like, isn't there? It seems like there could be a chance that maybe because the population of the U.S. immediately didn't expect anybody to audit the Fed. There's no new president expected to audit the Fed, right? Because, you ever heard of learned helplessness? Learned helplessness is like a psychological condition when if a situation seems too grandiose for you, you kind of give up on it.
But he didn't give up on the Fed, did he, Kennedy? He was trying to shut that down.
Yeah, you're not understanding what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is, with them faking his death over the situation, after he said something about a shadow government, the population of the United States never actually is going to hold the next leaders, the next Jesus, to the fire and make him audit the Fed. Because
we're coming up on some reparations now.
Yeah,
right?
That's what we always keep saying, right? Like, have our new president audit the Fed? It's like, the last president, got shot for doing that.
Yeah.
We don't expect the next one to even attempt it because it's so dangerous. So we just keep letting them get away with it.
No, they're going to do it. No, Jesse Ventura
Oh
said
yeah, when
that really
after how
shut
many
that down.
lifetimes?
Shut that
Right.
down. It's easy to shut it down. You take the military in, shut it down. That's what you use the military.
But he just defunded the military. Remember, that's the first
he's
thing
going
he's
to
going to
defund
do.
it. You
Defund
can
the
defund it.
military, completely disband the military. But then
because it's not
his
good for
next
your
move
country.
is to take the military that he doesn't have and do what with it?
No, you're going to have your self-defense force. You're going to have your defense then. You use that to bring down your Federal Reserve quite easy. That'd be no problem. That's a no-brainer.
So self-defense, not military self-defense?
No, your own
I don't know
military.
what's going on there. It's just it's not
easy.
very well thought out.
It's thought out well. Just throwing things in the way there because you're panicking.
It looked good when you heard it, right?
No, I thought about it for a long time.
Like you read it in an article once.
No.
Great.
I've been thinking about it myself.
Oh no, it was
you
a video.
You work out all these scenarios.
A 4.5-minute video.
You work out these scenarios in your head. Why is this thing not changing? What's going on? And then slowly you get an idea for yourself through trial and error, thinking it through. And suddenly you hear one voice. Jesse Ventura was saying exactly what I thought. That's why I like him.
And they put him on the mainstream television, and never mind.
I like what he was saying. I didn't hear him say it on mainstream. I watched it on YouTube myself.
Well, just so you know, Jesse Ventura was on all of the mainstream cable channels and shit.
Yes, I know that.
Where they don't let the truth actually get talked about like that. That's where ancient aliens goes.
But if you
Jesse goes
to what
with
he says,
ancient
he
aliens.
speaks the truth every time. If you listen to Jesse Ventura, he is speaking correctly about the system that is in place that he doesn't like. He said it. He doesn't like the government system. He loves his country, doesn't like the politics. He said it.
So whatever happened with all of those body containers, the millions and millions of body containers?
The plastic coffins.
Yeah.
Well,
I just realized something, y'all.
Was
Today
there any
is
follow up
666.
on that?
They're probably still there. Who knows?
Okay, just checking. I didn't know if he followed up on that.
I followed up. I haven't followed up on it because
Did he follow up on the Skinwalker Ranch?
No.
No aliens.
I'm not interested in that. You see what I mean? I'm not really interested.
Well, I mean, he wanted you to be. That was important to him, right?
Yeah,
they made a big move with Congress. They had that whole meeting, with Congress.
So that wasn't in your video you watched.
No, I don't watch anything to do with aliens. I don't watch anything to do with aliens.
They decided to change their the way they take UFOs seriously now. They're gonna change the rhetoric. I listened to quite a bit of that. Did anyone else? The whole hearing they had about UFOs.
Dude, I think that guy, that cracky, crazy guy that obvious shill that talks about some truths and then tries to make it all look hyper fancy, and so you throw it all out, maybe with the bathwater. David Icke, right?
Yeah, I've never liked him.
I've never liked him. Yeah, well,
He was a super trooper for the Blowvades.
Yeah, 20 years ago, he was talking about Ronald Reagan's speech about a new world order and all that, and he was saying some shit like, they're gonna fake an alien invasion. They're gonna get you believing that aliens are real. All of a sudden, after denying them for all these years, and then and I was like, that I could believe that the government would fake an alien invasion as an existential external threat. That basically the whole world would have to work together. Like a.
But they're going to.
Ronald Reagan said it before. Anyway,
it's going to be out of Congress. It's not going to be from other planets. They're going to use flat Earth, and they're going to make it an outer ponder invasion. It'll be much more believable. Even flat Earthers will buy it.
But didn't he say he's the new Jesus? So maybe he's right. Maybe he's telling the truth because he's Jesus.
New Jesus.
Well, here we go. You can't argue with that,
I mean, I can't argue with that.
I'm going to try. I'm going to fade off into the bushes. Like Homer Simpson in that meme.
Or like Johnny Cash eating that cake in the bushes. That was good. You didn't see that one?
Not exactly like that, but you know.
Not that good.
Not
that oblivious.
I'm not enjoying the fade that much.
You're not having
I'm
so
actually
much fun in the bushes.
Yeah. I'm actually nervous about what's about to happen.
Okay, because he wasn't nervous at all.
At all.
Yeah, so Jesse Ventura is your man. If you want to see the end of the Federal Reserve, vote Jesse Ventura. I just don't agree with him with the Earth is a planet thing, which he still seems to think.
He's a shill.
Nah, he's not. He's not a shill.
Yeah, he is.
Nah,
A lot of your heroes are, Jen. I'm really sorry, but a lot of your heroes are shills, including Robert F. Kennedy.
Nah, they weren't shills.
That's a hard one.
Sorry.
Nah, they weren't
Sorry.
shills. You've got Robert Kennedy Jr. You've got Robert Kennedy Jr.
In my opinion, just hold up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go on.
We've been through this. We don't have to go there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to stick with what I know.
Jen, you don't think those
For
guys
now.
are part of that whole royal family bloodline stuff? I mean, for real? All those
Nah.
Kennedys? You thought they were just an outsider dude that just popped into the biggest cabal on earth and somehow became president? Those guys are royalty. They're part of the old British families.
They're not. Nah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
They're not.
Kennedy's on the list of Illuminati family members.
100%.
Nah.
Yeah. Sorry, Jen. Really is.
Nah, I don't believe that.
Listen.
You didn't know that?
I'm only serious with you about this because if you are going to join a revolution, don't get behind one of these cucks.
Yeah.
Just don't join a revolution.
Don't worry.
Oh, he's going to lead it.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
Right.
But he's going to lead it under one of these cucks. That's the problem. You have to see through these guys if you're going to be a true revolutionary. Because if you don't see through those guys, then you're totally putting all your efforts into the same thing exactly what they want you to do, even though it seems like the opposite.
You mean like begging for what rights you already have?
Exactly.
I'm not begging for any rights.
Robert F. Kennedy is.
Yeah, I'm not begging for any rights. Just removing a system that's cancerous.
When necessary, right?
I'm not going to be protesting. I'm going to be action. Removing.
Oh, you're going to activize
cleaning house.
The assertion that you want your rights back.
Not my rights. I'm not. Look, I'm talking about cleaning house, getting rid of this cancerous, shitty system. I don't want to be
protesting.
I'm not going to be protesting. I'm going to be revoluting.
Make big signs.
I'm going to be revolting. I'm not going to be protesting.
But not with any weapons.
Weapons.
Lots of fist pumping.
Weapons, of course. Going to need that.
With weapons.
Megaphones.
I thought you were going to do it without weapons.
Maybe some big signs.
That would be the first step.
Hey, I said that already.
No weapons at first, but if
super big signs.
Fist pumping was good. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Fist pumping. No, you won't see me doing any of that nonsense.
No, your plan was to go to the army, right? Remember you told me.
Correct.
Go to the army and explain to them the earth is flat and they do not need to be taking the orders from these people any longer.
Yeah,
and they're going to be like, oh my God.
Oh my God, you're right.
Oh my God.
I didn't say.
What the hell are we doing?
Impeachment. I did not say to them I was going to tell them a flat earth. I was just going to remind them of their duties to protect the citizens who pay for everything they have.
Impeachment on the grounds of incompetence.
If we're the people who are upset with the government,
a stern reminding.
We don't want you to die in. Okay, start thinking. Do you want peace? Put down your fucking gun. Join this revolution, and let's go take out the people who are sending you to die and giving us this triangle flag that we get folded up. And he died in his boots.
Whoa! You're going like homegrown terrorism there.
That's not man. That's in your constitution, by the way. That is your duty as a citizen to remove a government. It's in your government. It's in your documents. It's in your constitution that you have the duty. It is your duty. You have a responsibility and a duty to stop that, and that's what we're doing. That's not terrorism. That's a fact.
How are you going to get in front of all of the army at once, though? I mean, you can maybe hit one troop, but even if you got the word out to one troop, they're going to be on the lookout for it. You're not going to get
There'll be many of us sending the message out there. They know. In fact, I've heard that there are military personnel who want this revolution. They know
Let's get a really good production.
He's heard it somewhere.
No. I've heard it from military personnel from their mouths. I've spoken to them, and they said that they know
the comment section on YouTube.
They're just waiting. They're biding their time at this point.
That's meaningful.
I know them personally. I've seen them
They're
on
all
their video,
on the same page.
and I've commented.
I've spoken to them.
The same comments page.
I've actually spoken to them. So there you go.
Yeah, they commented back too to me on the comments page.
Yes,
We're
face to
best friends
face.
now.
Face to face.
FaceTiming them and everything.
Face to face, in person. Touching hands, shaking hands. Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Current or ex-military person?
I'm sure you wore a mask.
At the time,
right?
they were current.
Right, and
hands,
gloves at least.
sanitizer.
Hazmat suits.
Yeah.
Like hugging through the plastic curtain thing.
So they know things are not right. They know. They're just waiting. So don't worry. I know that the military will join the mass public because it's
They'll go against the generals, and all the army men will just revolt.
A general is just a wanker, a coward with badges. That's all a general is.
Well, they'll go against the captains or whoever.
Stupid scumbag. That's all he is.
Coward with badges.
Sending the young who are ignorant to go and die. That's all a general is. Fucking eat them 10 a penny and shove them down the toilet. Shove their heads down the toilet and give them a loose shampoo. That'll wake them up. Cunts. Mention generals to me like there's somebody big.
Well,
no
captains
coward.
maybe? I don't know. Whoever's in charge.
Captains, generals, lieutenants. Anyone sending anyone.
So they're all gonna go AWOL basically and help the citizens.
I think the generals were going to be running scared because they know that at the end of the day, they've been party to this system that's been devaluing the human race. So they know that, that their days are numbered. So they either pull their gun out and shoot themselves in the head or join the revolution and put their hands up and say, yeah, you're right. Let me help and do the right thing now. Simple. You know how a coward is.
What's going to trigger this revolution?
We should have been triggered by now already.
Well, it hasn't. So what will? What do you think?
But the indictments are sealed, man. Didn't you know that? They can't
more
talk about
BitChute
it.
videos. More BitChute videos might help. I mean,
BitChute videos, that'll do it.
It's just more people waking up. It's just relying on getting the message out to the people.
It should do it.
What about some more? What about some more Discord conversations? That'll probably
that might help.
That's getting
yeah, there you go.
Because all the most
we got like
important
3
people are
viewers on
here.
YouTube right now. We got like 3 at least. Let's see.
Well, look at that.
That 3
changing
can
the
grow
world.
to be 3 billion.
We got 6. We got 6 watching. So there you go.
Oh,
double what I
got a chance
thought.
to get 6
That's
billion
twice as
people
much
on.
as I thought.
The potential to have 6 billion
We're
people.
on our way,
waking up
boys.
there, then we're on our way. Exactly.
There we go.
So okay, so let me get this straight. Like the military is
Easy
going
peasy
to
Japanesey,
revolt,
right, Jen?
and the captains, they're going to do the Japanese ritual self-disembowelment thing because they're just so dishonored, and then the plan's going to just happen right there. Is that what we're going to do?
No, you're going to march on, like your constitutional document says, you march onto where those government officials are hiding, and you remove them from
Wait,
office.
after all that happens, you're still going to have to march?
Of course you're going to have to march. You have to march.
What are you
to get
marching
your
for
food.
at that point?
You have to walk to go and
Can I
get
just
your
use
food.
my-
For some marching's
You have
sake.
to march to go to the toilet to empty out your dump. Of course, you're going to march.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry. Little marching's not going to break you.
I just use my hoverboard,
To
dude.
to get.
I gotta go to the toilet. Bzz, bzz.
I'll
Hoverboard.
be right back, man. Hold my place in the
you
marching line.
Fuck this.
If you need a hoverboard, then ride your hoverboard and get on the revolution with your hoverboard. No problem. Everyone's welcome.
Peace train. Oh wait, war train.
I mean,
how are we gonna do
It's
it?
very, very
Is
easy.
it gonna be like?
I don't know what
Are
you
we gonna
people
get
are saying.
kill?
I
Are we
don't
gonna
know,
have to
man.
kill people?
Yes,
Wait,
people.
are we gonna have to kill other people through this
No,
revolution?
hell no, dude. Let's never
No,
talk
no
like
killing.
that.
Okay, good. Okay,
Listen,
good.
if
Revolution with no killing. I'm
the
all for
goal
that.
is, this is gonna be funny. I think the goal is for us 6 to tell, I don't know, 2 more each person, and then who knows the math on that.
There you go.
Sorry.
Exponential. It's exponential, dude.
Like the grains and the chessboard thing, the math thing, you know.
Yeah, who could ever do the
Head.
math on that?
Like, not him.
Blows my mind. I'm so stoned.
Congratulations.
I'm not usually this mean. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're revolting.
Yeah.
You're damning the man right now. Dude, you're gonna lead the revolution.
Yep.
Oh,
Dude.
Again.
I'm so
Homer
stoned,
Simpson
I'd lead
fading
that
into the
revolution
bushes.
no matter what.
Yeah, Grim, you are revolting.
where do we sign up?
You're already
Stay-
you're already
That was a
you're
good
already
one.
here.
You've already signed up.
Abadi,
Stay
abadi,
tuned.
abadi. What does Mike Adams say? If you are here, you have already joined the revolution.
Yeah.
From natural.
Who else is
news.
going to lead, Jen? Who else do you put at the top to lead this revolution? Just give us a few.
Well, I have no idea who else is going to be leading, but obviously,
You gotta lead your
people.
own local revolution, guys.
Like-minded people will come to the forefront. Let's go.
The true
right.
leaders will not be appointed beforehand. They will take up the mantle. They
Yeah.
will
There you go.
self-appoint because they'll be base.
And remember,
won't they be too busy like tending to the garden that they found in their secluded area that they were smart enough to get?
No.
that might.
That's
Oh, they aren't
selfishness.
going to lead the
The
revolution.
true leaders will not exhibit selfishness.
They're going to be totally selfless.
They'll be
Okay.
for the people.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course they are.
But they won't be smart enough to have a little plot of land just in case the revolution
They will
doesn't
consider
work out.
it and they will choose against it because it is not the greater purpose.
That's correct.
But it would be the smartest thing to do still, right?
No. The smartest
No,
thing
okay.
is to support the group, not to be
Ah.
selfish and individualistic.
Is that really the smartest thing? I'm not sure yet.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
To guide this group, to shepherd them to righteousness.
Yeah.
Sounds like you have a partner in crime, Jen. I think Percentage is on your team. He's going to lead the
There you
revolution.
go. Because he knows we're talking.
You got
the truth.
one.
That's
You
right.
got one more.
He knows. He
You're on
knows
your
what
way.
I've been saying has been correct for a long time. And
You're
I've been saying this for years. So don't worry. I'm not scared.
You know the television, or you know what the revolution will not be?
It will not be televised.
You gave up. You fucked up. You gave us the
No. That's
You
bullshit.
Scott
The
Aaron.
revolution definitely will be televised. It'll be on live streams. It'll be completely fake. It'll be completely what they want, and it'll be completely bought into, just like they faked this like whole George Floyd thing. It's going to be exactly like that. There's going to be agent provocateurs that put bricks out and all that kind of shit, making sure that it happens just the way the TV
that's
wants
not the
to
real
show it.
revolution.
I thought he was going to say.
Well, I don't know what the real revolution
bombing.
is, but that's the one that people are going to think was the real revolution because it's going to be
I
bigger
thought you
than
were
any
gonna say
revolution.
Boston
And that's why the
bombing.
first
Somebody just
step,
decides this is going to happen.
the first mission
there's not
of
going to be
the
any.
revolution is to
I don't
take
think
out
was
the
there
broadcast.
ever any real
Yeah, the
revolution
media.
ever? Can anyone name a real revolution that ever happened? Please, I'll wait.
There's been
Name one.
a few, but you know.
Okay, name one.
The French.
French. What about the Egyptian
Oh,
one?
you mean
recently?
Napoleon?
The one that they
Napoleon?
took out the Egyptian.
That was a real revolution. Come on.
That was controlled
Give me something better.
opposition.
A real revolution. A real
And the Pharaoh
grassroots
never
revolution.
fell. Rome never really fell. The Pharaoh never
Give me
really
one.
fell before that.
The French.
We need some
One
kind of
would have
example to
ruled.
follow.
Did you hear the French Revolution was a real one?
Napoleon, no, it doesn't count.
No, that's before. It was before Napoleon.
Yeah.
You don't know
King
the French
Louis the
Revolution, bro?
16th.
It's Maximilien Robespierre.
16th they got rid of.
Okay,
Yeah,
so but that was a coup d'état. That
I
was a
think
coup
his head
d'état.
was cut off, wasn't it?
No, Louis the 16th's head was cut off, and Robespierre took charge.
That's all fake.
But
That
he
whole
got his
history
head
is
cut off
fake.
still.
I really enjoyed
How do we know that's real? All your
one
history
history
is
lesson
fake.
that I enjoyed.
Or are you guys parroting that shit? It's mainstream fucking science and history. It's fake.
Then there was the Tunisia Revolution recently, where they used the high technology.
That was also fake.
Yeah,
That's
it
a good
wasn't
one.
fake. That was real people. Real people did that.
Yeah, Tunisia
And
started the
Egypt.
whole Arab Spring.
Yeah, Arab Spring. Well said. There you go.
That's what they
So
wanted to
there's
believe.
no, that's what happened. Definitely happened. Real
Did they
revolution.
actually start it though? Or was it
Yeah,
incited? Was it somehow like provoked by the West?
No, I just think that they were fed up after looking at the West and thinking that they had democracy. They were fed up. They realized they didn't have it. It was time for a change. How can you have the same president, prime minister in there for years upon years, and their lives have got worse? No, they just had enough.
The sad reality is, for a real revolution to ever really take place, people have to be in like totally desperate times, and at that point, they're going to be fending for themselves against each other. I'm not sure that it ever really happens, honestly.
The voice of reason will be there, and we will be reminding them the reason for your plight is you brought it on yourselves. If you want, and you've helped the system bring you to this point. So don't you think we should take the system? Why should they be allowed to eat whilst you're rummaging through bins to find food, whilst they're sitting with gold knife and fork in their mouths? Is that what you want?
Wait a minute, though.
Well,
but what you just said, desperate for some shit and against each other, and isn't that the plan right now? No, we're gonna.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So this is not a
Wake up.
revolution either.
It's coming. Don't worry. Like I said,
But it's not a fucking revolution.
People are going to revolt. It's going to happen. They're going to realize.
You mean people are going to loot? Nobody's going to fucking revolt.
No, they're going to revolt. They're going to revolt.
If anybody was going to revolt, they would have done that a long time ago.
It's coming. Don't worry. You're giving up. You've given up hope. It's coming.
No, I've given
we
up
don't need your
illusions.
energy in our revolution.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry.
You have fun with that.
Oh, I'm enjoying
You
it.
go make some big old signs and march down the street.
I'm a real revolutionary.
Pump your fists.
I'm fighting against the system every way.
Yeah,
I can.
man.
I'm fighting my devaluation. I know that a revolution is necessary. I support. No, I don't vote. I've never voted in my life. I never will. I'm totally against authority.
Wait a minute, but you're gonna wait a minute. You're talking about Jesse
don't
Ventura.
Yeah.
How are you going to get him in office if you don't vote for him, man? How's that going to work?
Well, what you do is you obviously write. If you're going to vote,
You tell other people to vote because you don't vote.
if you're going to vote, then you're going to have to write his name on your ballot paper. That's all I'm saying. If you want change in your
But not
area.
you because you don't vote.
No, why would I do that? I just want to do the revolution.
And you also don't get credit cards unless you really need one bad, but then you use your wife's.
That's very true, but I haven't used a credit card this year. I didn't use a credit card last year or the year before that. I haven't had a credit card usage in years. We can go back to like 2007 was the last time that I used a credit card. So I don't use this stuff.
Somebody else's credit card.
Was that a snort?
But
Did you just snort like
once,
a pig?
No, I don't snort.
Once, yeah.
I'm going to go clip that.
Once in a while. I don't use it.
Yo, if we put her in the wild, she might get hairier.
She did snort.
Yeah, I don't use credit cards and stuff. Don't need it, do I? Why do I need it?
Probably, what, because you can't get one?
No, not because I can't get one. I don't want one.
You don't need one because your wife has them.
I don't want one. Okay? That's it.
Right.
Not because my wife has one. I don't want one. I don't need one.
All right.
It's not a necessity for me. I never will.
Because your wife has all of them.
Not because my wife's got one.
You're not going to find her ass paying the bills at 7-Eleven.
No, we pay the bills at 7-Eleven, honestly. I do it.
Because you ain't got no credit cards.
I don't need the credit cards. That's why I don't need it.
She doesn't want one.
Yeah, I don't want one. I don't need one.
Damn the man. Damn the
Meanwhile, I have a lot. I have a lot of credit cards.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got all this plastic around, worrying about losing them, and then you have to start cancelling. I don't have that worry.
No, I'm not worried.
Okay, cool. That's
Like,
good then.
I keep them in a drawer. I use the one that gives me the most like cash back or whatever, and I just fucking.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
That's
okay.
called free money.
Yeah, you're taking
It's
them.
non-taxable too.
Yep. That's how you damn the man.
I just don't need it. Don't use it. Damning the man much better, I think.
At 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. Exactly.
Before I forget, today is 666. That's kind of relevant in conspiracy circles.
Take out the middle. Just take out the broadcasting stations, man. Ninja style. Knock them out. Boom, boom, boom. Power cuttage. Power cuts.
I give up.
Do it simultaneously.
It's gonna be tough, man.
Well, yeah. But it can be done, though. Military operation. Remember, we have military personnel with us. So they'll be able to work that and get their energies into that and work it out easy. It's a doddle.
Ex-military personnel. How long they been out of the game, man?
You'd be surprised how fit they are and how ready they are, man. You know, that knowledge doesn't die.
Yeah, plus with Jin to stop.
Jin to motivate them, fire them up, remind them why they're alive. Remember, and we said, remember, it is the gift of life, yeah? The gift. Right, let's use this gift properly now. We haven't been doing so for years. We haven't appreciated the gift. Now it's time. Yeah, man, I can easily rally them up. Easily.
So is this the end of times, Jim?
No, it's going to be the beginning. It's the beginnings of real freedom, which you haven't had since you come out of your mother's womb. So no, it's the beginning of real freedom. You haven't been free yet. Stand up now. Now be accountable for your actions now. Yes.
How do you go about being free?
Well, it's easy, isn't it? Once you remove the government and you're no longer being governed, you are now free to do what you want.
How do you do that?
Well, you just act, move, do it, go do it. Organize yourselves into groups to help yourselves to get on and live on this earth that the Creator
That sounds
created.
awful generic.
With all the food for free, everything's for free, but now you're paying through the nose.
You mean
Double
like
prices in
welfare?
places. You see, welfare is not a bad thing when you're caring for yourselves. You know, so if you're doing it for yourselves, you're helping each other to exist. That's good. That's welfare. Good. That's okay. It's not a crime.
It's actually kind of ridiculous. I was eating the salad the other day, and I swear to God, it tasted like on a dare. I ate the leaves off a tree when I was younger.
Yeah,
I swear to God, it tasted worse than leaves off a tree. I swear to God. And this salad, it costs like, you know, however many dollars. It's just a scam and a half, man.
Yeah, they've poisoned food there.
I thought you were almost going to be honest and say you had a yard salad, like ate some like outside wild stuff.
Oh no,
that's nice.
I mean, I do that sometimes. Like I'll pick some raspberry bushes and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about the literal leaves off a tree tasted, you know, better. The same than this salad that I ate, which costed you know X amount of dollars from the store. Ridiculous.
Wow.
I could literally go outside and eat a tree, and I'd get the same fiber and the same taste for free.
Shameful. You should go back and tell them.
No dressing, obviously.
You should have You should have gone back and told them.
I wanted to.
Well, you're not a real man if you don't eat it dry, right? Dressings for pansies.
You gotta go raw.
And elites and government people.
Yeah.
Fancy things, you know.
Well, today I've only had a banana and an orange today. That was nice. I went running in the rain earlier on. It's the rainy season in Japan. So when I started, it was sunny, and then it changed. It started raining. It hadn't stopped. Still, no skin off my back. A revolutionary doesn't flinch because it's wet. Does he now? Yes, people, it is the gift of life. The gift, yeah? Right, let's see if you appreciate that gift. Prepare to stand up and take out a system that's devaluing the gift of life. Yeah? Are you ready to do that?
They're not ready, Jin. They're not ready.
Nah, they're not ready, man. You know, crying and moaning and screaming and, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that?
New perspective. You said something. I don't know if you're still here. He's basically talking about how, they're not going to revolt or whatever. They're not going to have a revolution unless they're starving or,
Yeah, that's right. Extreme, yeah,
And while I agree, you could be starving spiritually. There's people that, even though they had enough to eat, over ideology, they went to war.
The reality that they're not free should be motivation enough. You haven't been free at all yet. You've been living in a prison under dictatorship. You've been brainwashed that the earth is a ball when it isn't. Time to wake up. Time to now break free from this madness that you're in. And a government that kills its own people by destroying buildings, blaming it on other countries. Well, there you go. Enough said there. I should have been revolting from that point. But no, still sleeping. You don't live in a country. You're living in a business. 24-hour film set. Yeah? It was incorporated into a prison attached to corporate business. That's all that America is. It's not even a country. Fuck. It's a mad place. How many shootings have gone on so far? And that's definitely PSYOP because they want to take the guns from you. That's why all these shootings going on. They want to attack your right to carry your guns.
How long have you known that?
Years.
Years.
Yeah.
So what's your solution?
I've said it already. You heard it.
Big posters, duh.
I've told you, revolution. It's all
No,
that is
for
left.
slowing down shootings or stopping shootings.
Yeah, revolution.
Take all the guns. Hello. Come on.
No. Don't do
Well,
that.
guns kill people, man.
No, the gun doesn't kill anybody. It's the person operating the gun that is the idiot.
Then
And
how do you get rid of
drugged?
idiots operating those weapons?
But if they don't have guns, they can't shoot anybody.
This kind of idiot has been specifically created to go out and do that job. They drug them up. The powers that shouldn't be drug these people up, send them out there to cause mayhem in your neighborhoods just so they can take your guns and bring in new laws. That's what they're doing. It's been calculated. Doesn't make sense that someone would go to a school and just shoot up people. Kill my grandma, shoot her in the face and just shoot kids. It's stupid. It's obvious. It's as obvious as coronavirus was a hoax. Come on, as they didn't go to the moon now. They can't go to Mars. Come on, your country's a mad place. It's a film set. Remember the anthrax after 9/11? Then you had your anthrax attack. I tell you, your country, well, your area, don't call it a country anymore. Your film studio is well out of control. Fuck's sake, get your stage hands under control, will you? Can't call it a country. So non-stop.
They're running there.
Yeah, man, it's a non-stop movie, your place. Fucking hell. America. Like it's something to be proud of. Fucking crazy place. Anyone thinking
You're
revolution?
acting like the same doesn't apply for the West, the rest of the West.
It applies everywhere. Don't worry,
Does it apply
America's
to
not on
Japan?
its own. It would apply to Japan. They're sleepwalking. So if they think their government's trustworthy, then they're delusional beyond belief. And they are
It
anyway.
applies to the whole world,
Perfect,
man.
perfect robots. They are. Huh. Yeah, man. Asking me if I've got a bloody mask in McDonald's. You got a mask? I said to them, no mask, no danger. Yeah. Now, can I order my fucking McDonald's, please?
It's a
Thank you.
lovely juxtaposition right there.
Right, you know what I mean?
They're still enforcing masks?
Yeah. In Japan here, you know, they're asking me for a mask. I just said to them, I've come to order, yeah?
But this is recently?
This is recently. This was
Oh my
3 days
God.
ago. 3 days ago, because my son wanted a McDonald's, the youngest one, you know. And the reason he wanted it was because he fell asleep at dinner time because he had a baseball match, and he came back, he was knackered. So he didn't have a shower or anything. He just slept in his gear, and everyone's had dinner now. Now he wakes up, dinner's gone, and he got upset. And I goes, well, you know, why did you look? What's going on here? What do you want to eat? Okay, Daddy, can we go to McDonald's? Okay, let's go then. So we went.
What the hell, Jin? Why didn't you guys save him his share?
We shaved him the shit.
He,
No.
How old is he being knackered?
He's 13, right? And
And he's drunk?
Share.
Does knackered mean drunk?
No, knackered means tired. Yeah,
oh,
tired.
okay.
Yeah.
Lost in translation.
He's playing a baseball.
Plastered means drunk. When he's plastered, that's when you're drunk.
For schnecked.
Or smashed.
No,
Yeah.
Knickered is drunk.
Knickered.
Knickered, yeah. There you go.
Knickered.
Yeah. So no, he had his food there. He didn't want to eat that.
Knickered.
He didn't want to eat what we had.
Or
you know
skivvies.
that. Yeah. So he didn't want to eat.
Sorry, what was your excuse, Jin? Why didn't you save his shit?
No, he saved his shit. He didn't want to eat it.
What?
He didn't want to eat
But ultimately,
he doesn't like fish
you
all
gave
the
your
time.
kid McDonald's.
You allowed that? You allowed him to choose not to eat his meal? And opt for McDonald's instead?
Yeah, because that's what he wanted, and he was upset. And I thought, okay, look, come on.
Yeah, that's kind of snobbish, Jin.
He wanted.
No, it's not snobbish.
Like,
it's not snobbish because that doesn't happen all the time.
Respect and authority.
Okay, so they can be snobs every once in a while. I got you.
Yeah, just once in a while, you know. And,
so based on principle, you couldn't give him like actual food, so you took him to get not actual food as a.
No, that's what he wanted. Yeah, nice.
What's up with this girl's
delicious?
Yo, your comprehension is bad.
Right.
He said that his food was available. He just didn't want to have it.
Yeah.
No, he said he was knackered, so he didn't get
tired,
dinner.
So he slept
Dinner
through
was
the
no
meal.
longer available.
No, it was.
And-
It was whatever. Like his share was saved.
Definitely.
It was like cold food, I guess.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
my misunderstanding. I
wanted
thought he
McDonald's
said
instead.
like dinner wasn't there anymore. Dinner was over. Like
Yeah, no, we
actual
didn't have
food
dinner
cooked
when
at
he was-
home.
Yeah, we'd had
there was
dinner.
still food.
Okay, I felt like his punishment was that he was not going to get real food, but then he gets McDonald's because that's what he wants.
No,
he was knickered, not knackered.
Yo, drop the knickered, man.
Knickered.
So
Or
yeah,
they.
I told your sister.
Taking my
drop the
son,
knickers.
Hey, watch it with those
I've
hard
never
CKs.
heard that word.
Sounds like a
before.
hard
What's it?
CK.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to be careful there.
Knicker, please.
Yeah, I haven't taken
Whoa.
my son to McDonald's in his 13 years. He hasn't visited McDonald's 10 times yet with me. I've not even taken him there 10 times. So in his
But as long
13
as he goes by himself, it's okay.
No,
Did
I
he
took
win the
him.
game?
Yeah.
That's
He
why.
won.
Then what are you
You're
bitching
rewarding
about?
him. That's why.
Yeah. He won the game. His uniform was totally trashed. Brown, came in brown, left white, came back brown. And I'm the one who cleans that.
That's
Everything.
oddly racist.
That's good. So he played well, and you rewarded him for it.
Well, yeah, in a way, yeah. But like I said, I haven't taken him there more than 10 times yet. Hasn't reached 10 times yet in his 13 years. So there you go,
That's like.
I bet
parental
the
achievement
McDonald's
right
is
there.
better in Japan than it is in the United States.
That's
It's
actually really
delicious.
good.
Yeah,
10
I
times in
love it.
13 years. That's crazy.
It
The
hasn't
meat is
happened
far
yet.
better.
Hasn't happened 10 times. I haven't taken him 10 times yet. So it's less than that we've been there together. Yeah, the very first
Yeah, that's
time
really good.
that I took him to McDonald's was in Hawaii. That would be 2013. And he was born in 2009. So he was 6 years old with the first time he went to McDonald's. And that would be the first time that all my children went to McDonald's. In Hawaii.
When was he born?
The youngest one was born in
Hawaii. I like that.
He was born in Japan.
When
But
then?
we went to
Because before
Hawaii
you said
on
less than 10 times in 13 years. Now you're telling me that for like his first 6 years or whatever, he didn't have any McDonald's. So now it's less
None
than
at
10
all.
times in like, 6 years.
But
7
only in
years.
Hawaii.
Still
So
not bad,
you're,
is it?
you're hurting your odds right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Still not bad, is it?
Still not bad.
Because
You're right.
he's 13 years old and he hasn't been to McDonald's more than 10 times. I think I'm doing good.
You definitely
Not that the McDonald's food is bad, because like I said, I don't hate McDonald's. I cannot say I hate McDonald's food. I can never say that because I enjoyed it all the time. The only reason I stopped when I was 19, I discovered that McDonald's ethics were skewed because they were destroying the Amazon forest in Brazil to create grassland for the cows to eat to make hamburgers. And the other problem was their packaging wasn't biodegradable. When I learned that, I stopped. I'd been eating McDonald's for about a year at the time. At the height of enjoyment, I had to stop through ethics that I don't want to be part and parcel to the destruction of the Amazon forest in Brazil, and I don't want to have a packaging that doesn't biodegrade.
Have they changed that? Those ethics?
Oh, they've changed it since then. Yeah, they have changed since then. Yeah, they have changed. But that was the reason I stopped McDonald's. You see, in Britain. I was in London at the time, living in London then. And I used to buy the McDonald's every Friday for me and my brothers because it moved into our area then. And then I said to my brother, this is the last McDonald's. We can't have any more because McDonald's is destroying the rainforest in Brazil. And we can't be party to that. So no, that's it. No more McDonald's. No more Friday. No more Friday.
You are a
McDonald's.
man of principle, Jen. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, that's how it's got to be. You've got to draw your lines. You've got to, haven't you?
I stopped eating it when, well, depending on what country you're in. But if it's not kosher or halal, I don't eat it.
Oh, yeah. I never thought of that myself. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I used to eat like at one sitting, I could have two Big Macs, quarter pounder with cheese, filet-o fish, apple pie, and a chocolate milkshake, and large fries, and that's all gone. That's my lunch.
Damn, that sounds so good right now.
That did sound good, I'm not going to lie.
That's great, man. Yeah. I used to polish that off, no problem. Everyone used to watch me eat and think, where's he putting it?
The only thing that sounded a little bad with that was when you said filet-o fish.
Yeah, I love that fillet.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Extra tartar, please.
Sorry?
Extra tartar sauce, please.
No, I'm just saying the way he said it sounded a little ugly.
Oh, okay. Because nobody's tartar sauce tastes like their tartar sauce.
Yeah, that's how we pronounced it in London. Fillet-o fish, please. Because it's a fillet, you fillet. But it's filet, of course. Of course it's filet, French. But we say fillet.
You feel it in your stomach as you fill it.
As I fill it up, yeah, it was nice. So, I can honestly say, no, I don't hate McDonald's. That's a lie. I don't hate it. Lovely. Good food. Delicious. And there's nutrition there. Don't let anyone kid you, there's nutrition in it.
I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
Amongst all the chemicals and binders and genetic modified sludge and pesticides.
And the emulsifiers and the E numbers and that. And the preservatives.
And the human fetal cells, just straight up human meat as well.
That's why I'm not getting any older. That's why I'm still young.
He's immortalized.
They grind it in there.
Everybody go get a Happy Meal. Shit.
Yeah, man. Slows down the aging process, man. Preservatives. Yeah, man. Go for it.
Well, to be real though, back like in the 90s, it was actually somewhat normal food back then. Like, it was at least chicken and some kind of beef. Whereas these days, what
it
are
kind
you
of looked like
getting?
chicken, right, Dio? A little bit.
Back then, yeah, they did kind of look like chicken. Sometimes you get a feather in there.
Kind of. Yeah.
Some beaks.
I used to love the Egg McMuffins, man. They were I used to have 4 of those one time. Egg McMuffins. Beautiful. Knock that. Pull out the little ham there.
Their
I say
breakfast
no ham,
is
please.
delicious.
It is, yeah? Yeah. The Egg McMuffin.
No, but for real, they concoct chemicals to make your brain think the food tastes good.
Yeah, you're right. They do. I did watch the documentary on it. Yeah.
You mean they don't just sprinkle
Stimulate the
crack on
brain.
the fries?
They might do that too. Would you like some crystal meth on the side with your fries?
Yes, please. Can you give me a double portion of that, please? Comes in a sachet. Yeah, give me 2 sachets, please, of the crystal meth. Thank you very much.
Is that a baggie? Is that what that means?
Yeah. A baggie, yeah.
Because here a sachet is like something like your grandma puts in her sock drawer so it smells nice in there.
Ah, that would
Like
be
lavender flowers and
Yeah, that would be potpourri in England. Well, potpourri. Where they put it, you got these little nice, like you say, flowers that smell nice, dried, and they put them in this kind of, like you say, sachet, but it's a potpourri cushion-looking thing, and then you shove it in the drawer.
Yeah, no, they call them potpourris in North America
Yeah.
too. I don't know.
yeah,
if you
there's
know what I'm talking
potpourris
about.
also, but that's more like decorative.
A sachet is just like a packet. It's like a
Yeah, like an
it's a
envelope.
packet. Yeah,
like
like
a sachet, I guess, of potpourri.
But you don't want to
Yeah.
see those. Those are like kind of tucked away, hidden, so
Mm,
people would
Oh, just,
suppose
like,
that it
make things
actually
smell good?
smells that nice in your
That's
house.
right. Correct. Absolutely, perfectly correct. Yeah. You get your sachet of sugar in the hotel.
It's
Brown
to
sugar.
hide the mothball smell.
That's right.
But if the mothball smell is hidden, is it working?
I don't know.
No, it's a strange smell you get. Mixture.
Do people still use
isn't the smell
mothballs?
what keeps the moths away?
I don't know.
I don't know. I've
believe-
never
Yeah.
seen anybody with actually having moths as a problem.
Yeah, walking out with holes in their shirts and trousers.
That's kind of like a old wives' tale, isn't it? Like, have you ever seen somebody with like
Well, the mothballs
shirts?
sure as hell aren't, because
Well, yeah, they
exist and
stink
stuff.
like the dickens. I've smelled those.
Yeah.
You can't walk past that in the grocery store without. Oh my god! But
Maybe you're a moth, because I'm not too bothered by them.
well, maybe shit.
How do you feel about fire? A little bit of pyro.
That's a trick question,
Marshmallows and hot dogs.
right?
Nothing like stories by the campfire, hey?
Dirty pool. That's dirty pool.
I had my first can of beer the other day. That was when my son had the McDonald's. That was 3 days ago now. Saturday.
Wow, you really downgraded
Your first
Yeah, that was
can
my
of
first. This year, yeah.
this year. Wait, were you in Hawaii when you had that can of beer?
No, I was here in Japan this year. The other day, 3 days ago.
Well, then it doesn't count.
First can of beer
Start
this
over
year.
at 0.
Yeah. Last year, I only had 1 bottle of beer. That was a Corona last year. Only 1 bottle. This year, I've had 1 can of beer so far. I've had about 12 bottles of wine this year so far. Around about that.
But who's counting?
No, I count. I count them.
God's counting.
You know why I count them?
Haram
Because I don't want to oversubscribe on the alcohol. So they do mount up. If you don't check it, you can easily fall into a pattern of just drinking and not keeping count, and then wonder why you got bad health. So no, I count them. Keeps myself in check. That's why I do it.
Angels are counting.
As strange as it might be, but I do. Yeah, I have my glass of wine. So maybe once a month I might buy a bottle, or twice in a month I buy a couple of bottles of wine, and I drink that when I'm eating only. I don't drink wine and sit down and be on Discord. I'm drinking wine. I don't do that. I'm eating. Wine. If I'm not eating, I'm not drinking.
So then just get some food when you're on Discord.
Oh, I've done that at times. I have done that where I've got some food and then had my wine whilst I'm eating my dinner when I'm on Discord. No, the earth is not bloody round, right? Shut up. You got it wrong. You're delusional.
Now you're starting to sound like the one that snorted.
Jen, what do you think the word intelligence means?
What do I think the word intelligence mean? Yeah, that's a good question. Someone who's clever, who's articulate. Or gathering intel, gathering information.
Now, what do you think information is?
Okay, information is some kind of data. It can be anything to deal with fixing something or making something, or information on people, words that are put together that lead us somewhere.
You called them both basically information. Basically, both are information. They're both data.
Yeah.
There's no bad data. There's no good data. It's all data.
It's all data. Yeah.
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 So the thing I was trying to say is, like, most of the people I ask usually end up with both answers are the same for those two things. It's weird. It's like, in a way, they were the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just saying, like, if intelligence, and information are basically the same thing, right? Then the idea
That's
of whatever God is, or the creator, or the thing that made everything, it would have to be the information of intelligence. It would have to be itself going against itself, trying to figure out where the fuck it came from. Processing. Just processing. You're a processor. I'm a processor. Every blade of grass, every mosquito, for whatever the fuck you are in your life, or whatever you do, things that are created, all the electrical continuity that passes through or is stored in your brain, or even in a fucking rock of gold or anything, all goes back and is processed by whatever God is, the super fucking processor.
Yeah. Yeah. I can align myself with that line of thinking. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
The Earth is a living entity. The Earth is a living entity.
Yep. Even the fucking air, if you want to say that.
Yeah.
The
You know
air,
what?
the water, everything, every fucking thing.
You know when they say, "Oh, my loved one has left the Earth." No, they haven't. They are now broken back down into the molecules and dust. They're still living on this Earth. They're alive, keeping this Earth continuing.
Yep,
So
the energy keeps flowing. The energy is the information and the intelligence. It's all the fucking electricity too.
Yeah,
the
that's right.
information and the energy is the intelligence. It's the same. It's like a package deal. The information of intelligence creates fucking electricity, which creates the differential, which creates the flow of to like all that shit goes through
Thank you, sir.
electricity. All of it.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
But is
so
it
I'm not
living?
sad. Well, it's helping to make things live. Yeah, it's contributing.
Yes, it's the compression of
Contributing.
itself. Yes, and it's trying to process where the fuck, where, when, who, what, how, and then why.
Yeah, and the
would you
system
say
is so
a piece
good.
of metal, this little piece of metal that was like in the rock,
right,
which is conducting electricity, is it living?
The electricity is information. So, like, whatever you call living is a different idea of what the hell God would call living. Or, like, it's just the idea of processing that. Whatever permeability that piece of metal has is a source of information. There's no good or bad information percentage for the processor of that, which is God. You understand? So even that piece of metal has some type of information, whether you call it alive or not, that it's going back to source.
Yeah, it will have some use in order to make your life better or worse. It's there, so it can be living at one point. You put it into a machine, the machine is alive. It works because of this piece of metal. You remove the piece of metal,
depends on
and the machine stops.
It's got some weird definitions of living.
Well, it depends
Well, I
on your
mean,
idea
it's
of what consciousness is, right?
yeah, and how you look at the earth.
Or just how your comprehension is of what you think
Yeah, it's just your
living is. It's how you explain it. Is it
yeah.
movement or the ability to decisively do what you're supposed to do? Isn't that like being alive?
That's one of the criteria.
Okay, so things have to take form. How can you take form without information or intelligence or life of some sort?
Of course, there's intelligence or
Okay.
design or information. I don't think
my
that
whole
alone
point.
means it's living, though.
Well, I mean, that's your interpretation, right? Of
Yeah,
what's
it's
alive
part
to
of
you.
your life.
That's what it all
Yeah.
comes back to.
Sure,
you
yeah. The
living?
definitions are
You know.
decided or agreed upon
Well,
by
the piece
people,
of
but I
metal-
think most people would disagree with saying anything that has information is living.
Well, you're not the creator. You didn't make everything. So
Well,
you would think
neither are
differently
you.
than
So who's to say
it.
your
Well,
definition
it
is
doesn't
right?
matter. Well, that's right. So what we think doesn't matter. That's my
Okay,
whole
so
point.
I'm saying I disagree with your definition.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that's fine.
the
You can do that.
processor
You
doesn't-
have the right to do that.
Right,
Yeah,
you
of
have the
course.
right to do that, but the processor doesn't disagree that that piece of metal you picked up has information and there was a point for it to be there, and it exists.
No, absolutely, we agree on that. For sure.
Okay. All right. Well, I just think we disagree on what the idea of alive
Life.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, The Rock could say, you're not alive, and it is. With its electrical continuity. How would you know? I mean, how would you know?
I think we'd know.
You'd know if a rock thought? That's weird.
Yeah, I think we'd know if
Well, how
rocks
do you know if you think?
exhibited life.
How
If
do you know
they-
you're thinking right now?
How do I know if I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Because I think, and therefore I
You
am.
mean because there's electricity going through you?
I don't even know.
Is that
Yes,
why you think
there
you're
is
alive?
electricity going through me. I've never
So is that
once
what you call life?
verified it.
So what do you call life?
I mean,
is what
yeah,
I'm
I guess I
asking
have verified it, but yeah.
So
You
what's
can
that life?
you can
Is
like
it
hold on to
electricity
the
or
multimeter thing and it'll, you know, you can see
Yeah, or
that
even like
elec-
checking your heart rate through some of these like different apps and stuff like that. They check pressure and that
I
sort
mean,
of
what do
thing.
you call a soul or a spirit is the question, right? Which would give you your idea of life. It would still be the electrical permeability that still has to go to ground when you pass. Like Jen was saying, you break back down and go right back down to the earth. Ground is where all electrical continuity wants to find itself, unless it has a different potential like helium, and then ground is up for it. So what I'm saying is the idea of you saying that electrical permeability that can be in that metal is the same electrical permeability you're calling your soul or your spirit or your life.
Is there
So there's
anything
no
that's not electrically permeable?
Nope.
What's water
Not a
then?
damn thing in the world ever.
What's
No,
water?
it's what makes magnets magnets. It's what makes water water. It's what makes air air. When you shock it, it turns to different forms. It holds different information.
What about distilled
I
water?
like that.
What about
Distilled
what?
water isn't perfectly. Everything has
it's
a
a
little bit of
buffer.
conductivity.
I'm saying everything, electricity passes through everything. There's nothing that's going to stop it from going through everything. It is the fucking return
Yeah,
to
even the
sender.
most dielectric material.
I suppose, yeah.
has
Like
a
so
bit of
that would be sort
conductivity
of
to
like
it.
comparing, like ultimately entirely dead water to absolute zero. So it would be like conceptual.
In a way.
Yeah,
If
it's
there
like
could- yes.
the perfect vacuum. There's no perfect vacuum, right? But you have pressure,
Right.
a pressure gradient,
Everything's
which is
trying
a
to find
spectrum.
that
It's
zero.
the same thing with conductivity, or
Right. That electricity is trying to find zero. It's trying to find
insulation,
fucking source.
insulativity, or
It
whatever
is.
the
It
word
really is. It's like God trying to find out and made us and made things to try
Well,
to help it
like a
find out what it
pressure
is.
different, well,
Through
spreading.
differential, yes. That's what everything's processed from. The differential, right, creates the electricity. The electricity creates a differential of temperature within cold. So you have the idea of cold. It's not even really cold like science. It is, but it ain't.
You mean heat?
It's negative and positive, yes, sir. It's not even really hot and cold. Those are all electrical fucking things too. It all breaks down to magnetism. So the idea of magnetism comes from electricity itself. So if you shock a piece of metal enough, you get a lodestone, which is a magnet or slightly permanent magnet or whatever.
But isn't the electricity by nature warm?
Do what?
Isn't electricity like warm, or doesn't it run hot, basically?
Yeah, that's the differential. There was a super negative, a super cold conduction. Inside the super cold negative, which is just negative, it created positive inside of itself.
Yeah, but you were saying
Right.
it's not hot or cold, it's positive or negative. But you're saying
Right.
the thing that causes the positive or negative is hot.
Exactly. Well, hot, what, hot, negative, positive. But I mean, negative can be hot too. You can be freezer burnt. You see what I'm saying? It all breaks back down to itself. It's all the same fucking thing as the source. That's why you get confused. The information changes form back to whatever. It's like the same as the magnet. High, low, hot to cold, positive, negative. And like that potential can flip. Just like a magnetic potential. Once you do whatever with it, it'll flip. And that's why it's hard to fucking break down, because the information is hard to pin down.
Gotcha.
I mean, unless you're the, creator, then it's hard to process what the fuck you're
Freezer,
processing.
freezer burnt doesn't mean literally burnt though.
No. But cold fusion does. And so does freezer burnt. It really does. Your skin will turn jet black, just like if you get in the sun, or
No,
just
that's
like if you light up
frostbite.
the skin. Right. It's all burnt. At the
It's
end of the day, it'll be
frostburn.
carbon. Yeah.
Frost burn. No, I've never heard
Yeah,
that
it's
one
all
yet.
gonna be
Well,
shit.
shit.
Glass, carbon,
Learn
or
something new
whatever
every day,
you
don't
call
you?
it. Well, I mean, what's cold fusion? Supposedly, in the super cold,
Theory.
the differential of whatever's forced in that cold creates an action or reaction. So, like the same with sound. If you can force sound, if you can compress it, it becomes light.
What
The
causes
electricity-
sound?
What's the opposite of cold fusion?
What's the opposite of cold fusion?
Yeah.
Hot fusion.
Wrong. Hot fission.
That was mean.
Who said hot fission?
I did.
Yeah.
I knew that's where you were going with that.
Yeah, it's relatively simple.
Fusion
Come on.
is fusion.
I was.
Nah.
Still didn't get it.
Yeah, that's just two different words that mean the same thing. Fission, fusion.
They mean the opposite thing.
They're literally opposite.
No, they don't. That means comes together. Does that mean
No,
separating?
fusions comes together due to the gravitational whatever that they claim.
No.
And then
Listen.
fission is coming apart.
No. When you fuse something, are you putting it together or separating it?
You're putting it together if you're fusing it.
Okay, so when you fizz it, you're doing what?
You're pulling it apart.
Yeah.
You're pulling it apart. How are you doing that?
With energy.
How? When you melt it? How are you pulling it apart by melting it?
Just decay, just the natural decay of
So you turn it into a gas, and that's what pulls it apart?
Well, that's a little more
By
basic.
electricity? So you
Okay,
melt
first
it
off,
into a puddle.
it's not relevant to
I
them
don't
being
get what you're saying.
opposites, but yeah, the process is different.
So you melt something and you spread it apart. Okay.
No,
Energy.
I'm pretty sure it's not about melting. I don't know. It's
No,
about
I'm
like
pretty
the
sure-
nuclear.
Elemental separation.
It's about like
Everything's about melting.
An atomic
Isotopes
separation
of
of
uranium
those
and
little things that we
What are you
can't
doing
see.
to it? You're melting it. When you compress
That's not
air, what are you
melting.
doing to it? Yeah, you're doing. You're heating it up. It's voltage. There's no difference. Not a damn bit of fucking difference. Any
Well,
heat
shit,
you get
you
is
know
going to be
what you're talking
positive
about
or a
then.
charge. It can be compression, positive or charged. Anything that's cold is going to be negative, not positive or not charged that way. It's going to be the opposite. So, and really at the end of the day, what is a fucking opposite when it all comes from the source of electrical fucking continuity anyway? It's all the same thing. I'm trying to tell you. You guys want to keep putting 8 million different labels on this shit. Like, oh, what's the opposite of this and this? It's the same fucking thing.
Y'all, I think he just done realized non-duality.
It's electricity from the fucking source, which creates your idea of duality. It hits the magnet, right, and gives it a charge or a load. The magnet takes positive, negative, and neutral. It takes all three. It's the holy fucking trinity. Just like a processor. It's the receiver, the transmitter, and the processor. The holy trinity. That's what God is. Everything that happens is just a fucking action or reaction within those fucking things of positive or negative. Whether you call it charge, discharge, dielectric, electric, cold, or hot.
Demok, what do you call it when you have the lodestone and it's charged, and then you ground it?
Lots of fun. You see, you have the source taking back the information.
No, it's called unloading it.
Yeah, the source taking back information, grounding out. Yep.
Yeah.
So when the source pulls back the information, you ground the fuck out, just like your soul. Like if I pass away and somebody touches me and they get that spark, they just got the soul transferred to them.
Okay, what happens when you have this charged?
Them.
What happens when you have this charged lodestone in your hand, and you just drop it and hits the ground?
Well, it makes like a banana.
Why do you ask me about this shit? I didn't create the law. I'm just telling you what lightning does. See, you're
obviously
asking me
it grounds.
like I made things. I'm just telling you. Listen, I'm telling you that lightning is what makes the fucking stone a magnet. Do you understand?
But wouldn't it ground if it hit the ground?
Listen, can you hear me? Lightning
I can.
Makes the fucking magnet. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what else do we need to know?
So when it hits the ground, first off, when you drop it, you know what you could call it when you drop it?
When lightning hits the ground, it's called ground.
It's called
when
downloading.
Any charge hits the ground, it's called ground. If you set
What about if the
there,
lightning starts from the ground and goes up?
That's uploading.
Don't tell him that.
Doesn't matter what it does. It's all going back to source. Doesn't matter. You guys can say whatever you want.
But where's the magnet in that scenario?
Oh, it's going right back to where the fuck it came from. Where'd it come from? Where'd the electricity come from is the question you should ask yourself.
There you go.
And if not God, then where? If
everything came from God. Everything came from God.
Exactly, and it's the electricity because it's what made everything.
Are you
it
sure
compressed
you
upon
change your name
itself
to
and
Metatron?
created sound, light. Do you understand? You're talking through electrical continuity right now. I don't understand how it's so hard to understand. Everything you try to compress becomes energy. If you compress fucking water, it becomes energy. If you compress sound, light, anything you can compress becomes fucking another packet of energy. Whether you compress cold or hot in cold, or cold.
How do you compress sound?
How do you
I was
sound?
wondering.
Sololuminescence, by focusing sound towards itself into a liquid.
Is that really compressing it? If you're just focusing it to one place?
It's done a lot. It's called sololuminescence. Go
It's
look it up.
sono
with an
luminescence.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, if you know what it's called, go look it up. Retard.
Yeah, we know what it is, but
we don't need
is it compressing the sound?
Asking what it is
because
if you know what it
I'm
is,
asking you about something that you said.
Dude,
you said you were compressing the sound.
So I know what this Play-Doh is in my hand, but I'm going to ask you, Democ, what is this Play-Doh? Are you fucking crazy
you just
right
said
now?
something that seemed wrong, so I was asking you about it.
Yeah,
because sonoluminescence, what they're
correct.
doing is they're pelting this thing, the same location, they're focusing the sound in one area.
What seems right to you? Tell me that.
All right, I'm telling you right now.
Okay, that
so
makes no
sonoluminescence,
sense. What
it's focusing the
seems
sound
wrong to
in one area. You agree?
Hold on. Seems wrong about what? What seems wrong about compressing sound?
How do you compress sound?
No, what seems wrong about it?
So
just that you called
means
it
to bring
luminescence.
it together, bring it from like outer to inner. You know,
I've always called it
squeeze it
because it makes light.
Well, and you said reflecting a sound at itself,
it's
or
focused into itself.
making
You take a speaker and a speaker,
sounds face
right?
themselves or something. I don't know.
You focus two fucking speakers into themselves into a jar of liquid, and you get light. It's called compressed sound. It's also solo, sono, whatever the fuck kind of crack word you want to use. I don't give a fuck about this goofy ass
But
word.
you know what it is, so you
No,
should
I don't
know the
give a
name of
fuck.
it.
All you pay
Damn.
attention to is action and reaction. Fuck the fucking name of dog shit. It can have 70 different fucking names and meanings. Do you understand this? Yeah. Who gives a fuck about the name? In science, stuff is and it ain't. I don't give a fuck about that. All you have to do is pay attention. Can this be done or not? So if you can go do it and you see what I'm talking about, fuck the story you want to put behind it. Does it work?
This is what happens when somebody that wants to sound smart, but they're not, tries to say something, and they realize that everyone around them actually knows what the person's talking about and that they're actually incorrect, and they have to like flip their shit.
Smart.
This is what's happening right now.
Smart even mean? What the fuck does that mean? Smart. That doesn't even make any sense. So whoever wants to be smart can go stack up in a fucking smart pile of smart cookies. You know, what does that mean? Smart. I'd rather be dumb and pay attention to action and reaction and fuck what you think. You know what I mean? Fuck smart. If anybody's smart, I'd say they're stupid.
Okay, scratch that. Somebody that thinks they're impressive. How about that?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
I'm hella impressive.
How about action and reaction?
Are you impressed?
Are you action and reaction? Are you getting action or reaction?
I'm action.
Okay. Are you having a reaction to my action? Then shut
I'm
the
just
fuck up.
waiting
I'm
for
right.
your shit to stop.
Yes, I am. I'm also having a reaction to your
Yeah, I am
reaction.
having a
I'm
reaction,
action,
yeah.
your reaction,
When you
Demo.
go into a lab and get the reaction, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter what you call
It's,
it. You
it's
can
sort
call
of
it
like
what
a
you
feeling
want.
of nausea.
But going to the lab is the action.
I can't hear awaken what?
We're gonna get a bucket of 8 and a bucket of 2.
Yeah, I want to get some H's and fucking 2's in the lab and see how this all works together. Yep. Yeah, that's what I said. No,
I
said
stand by
wanna
my
get some
statement. I don't
sound.
think you can compress sound.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. Cool.
Oh, fine. I'm not even saying I think. I know you can't compress
I
sound.
wonder if,
Yeah.
since you
Well, I
understand
know
this,
you're ignorant.
could you tell
So
me
where does that leave us?
You can
if a
compress
tree
matter.
falls in the woods and nobody's
can't
around to
compress
hear it,
sound.
does it make a sound? Can we start
If you
there?
compress water, air, sound, everything you compress.
Does it?
No, so you made a
Does it
category
make a
error
sound?
because the water,
Everything you
the
compress
air,
made the
that's
other
made of
thing, you
matter.
fucking
Sound is
idiot.
not made
Shut
of
up.
matter.
You're
Sound
an idiot,
is
dude.
the
Shut
movement
the fuck up.
of like
You don't
this
know what you're
pressure
talking
in
about.
matter.
Shut the fuck
tell
up.
'em what
Yeah,
sound
right, book
is.
reader. Shut the fuck up. Everything you got
Book
came from a
reader.
dumb.
Can you
What
give me?
is
Hey, can you
that
give me
shit?
like a container of sound, Demo? Can you give me a handful, a cup of sound? If you think sound is the same as water and air.
But
Give me a
sounds
balloon
like
of sound,
Play-Doh in his
please.
hand. Didn't you know it?
He's very volatile.
Actually, I think you can give a balloon a sound. You just when the air's coming out, you just like squeeze the top so it makes the sound.
No, you don't squeeze it. You pull it. You're
Yeah,
stretching, not compressing.
stretch
You're
it
not
tight.
compressing the sound.
My bad,
Don't
my
go
bad. I said
there.
squeeze. You squeeze your fingers when you're pinching it.
That is true. But it's double squeezing of both, hands, fingers in both hands. So it's like two sounds coming together in this compression.
Action reaction.
Double pinches and stuff. We're all smarter now, I'm sure.
Fuck smart.
That is true. Damn. What was I thinking?
Like what
I wasn't.
what have these smart things done for us? Like a smartphone?
Nothing.
Like all social media? It probably has a net negative than anything.
Yeah, that's not smart.
What's smart? What's that mean to you?
Oh God.
It means oh God.
Nature, man.
It means
being natural,
nature, man.
Ground.
Nature, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Nature.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Like, remaining grounded, walking outside in the sun bare feet. That's smart for me.
Enlightening.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I hope you're barefoot if it's lightning out.
You ever seen a pistol shrimp? What it does? What sound?
What's it do?
I said, have you ever seen what it
I
does?
can't wait to
I've
hear
never
one.
seen it. I've heard about
So
it.
why don't you go look it up? Figure it out.
Because you're the one presenting it, and I'm not that interested because I already
I
know
don't
what
care.
you do.
Thing. I asked you a question. I didn't present anything.
I answered it.
I didn't present a fucking
They cause
thing. I
a
asked you
sonic
question.
boom, just like, a whip
hold on,
does.
Hold on. You said I presented something. What did I present to you, idiot?
You presented the animal called pistol shrimp.
Presenting something is showing you something.
You
not
you presented
necessarily.
a question.
No, I asked a question. I didn't.
So you
present
can't
a
have
question.
a verbal presentation of something?
No, ignorant. Not when I'm fucking thousands of miles away from you, stupid.
That's all you can have, man.
Listen,
I mean, I guess you could screen share and present it
presentation means to fucking
visually
show
as well.
you, dude. Not to tell you. Shut the fuck up. You're ignorant, dude. Everything you say is ignorant. Listen, do you know what a pistol
Demok, I know you did a presentation
You're just
in
too
school
stupid
way
to
back
understand
when.
it.
read out of
Dang.
books from fucking broke ankles of midgets percentage. I know this. We already know everything you read was wrong. So, do you know what a pistol
We're
shrimp
in the
does?
insult category already?
It's nothing to do with an insult. Everything he read was
Yes,
wrong. There's no
Demok, I
insult.
know what a pistol shrimp does.
What's it doing?
It causes a sonic boom,
How
just
does it
like
do that
a whip
with sound?
does, just like a plane does. It does
With
it by not necessarily sound, but speed.
With speed of what?
Speed of whatever they're shooting.
Propulsion.
It does it with speed.
Yeah,
How does
like
it reach
pistol
that speed?
for a whip,
What with
like
speed?
the tail of the whip snapping. Pistol
The
shrimp, I don't
tail,
know
it's
what's
not
moving.
using its tail, it's using its
What in
claw.
the anatomy of the pistol shrimp is causing the movement?
Something
It's
spit
not
and do
using
that.
the tail. Why did you say a tail and a whip? It's not using a tail or a whip.
I said for the example of a whip, the
For
tail
an
is
example
snapping,
of a whip, you're
going
going to use
fast.
for a claw. Okay, so I got a seashell or a claw here. What's your example? You're using a whip. How does that make sense?
Why
What
do
are
you have a
talking
seashell?
about, dude? How do you explain
He doesn't know how to
fucking
shell
claw,
properly.
a claw, a shell claw, a claw of a crab? You're calling it a whip. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to figure you
I never
out.
once said a shell, claw, or crab. Where are you getting these
A
words?
pistol shrimp and the reaction of its claw. And your fucking ignorant dumb ass keeps saying the word whip and tail, you fucking retard. What are you
Because I'm talking about a whip. A whip. You know, the sonic boom from a whip. That's my example. Just like a pistol shrimp has the same kind of movement they do. I guess it's with their claw, they're snapping or something like that.
Slave driver,
It's the
massa,
same
a whip
mechanism.
How did your whip? So if I whip a whip, it did what? It made light?
No.
Oh, for
No, it doesn't make light.
It made
Why
a sonic boom, which is the word I said. I didn't say light.
So when I smack a whip, it makes a sonic boom of light?
Yes,
Well, that's
Demo.
what the pistol shrimp
It makes
you
a
said
sonic
doing,
boom
right?
of light.
I asked you what the pistol shrimp is doing, and you said a whip. Now I'm asking you, how does this whip work from the fucking pistol shrimp? Show us what you're talking about.
Y'all are joshing me again, aren't you?
Yeah.
Show us how the pistol shrimp is whipping fucking sonic booms with whips.
Is it not causing a sonic boom?
I don't know what you're talking about. Show me. Stupid, you made up the sonic boom. What the fuck is a sonic boom?
I can't take it.
What is a sonic boom? What does that even mean? First you described it as a tail. Whip.
What just happened?
I don't know.
I think you're lagging, Demok.
Oh man.
I heard like some sound of like someone disconnecting. I don't know if he disconnected and reconnected.
Oh yeah, he might have gotten
He just
taken out.
disappeared.
Too much knowledge and electricity.
I know. He warped. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember all the things he said and put them together in some sort of colorful.
He got me on one thing though. I really don't know how pistol shrimps
The
work.
sonic boom cracked him out. Yeah, crack.
I know they're an example of sonic booms, but I don't know
Don't forget
how
the light
exactly it
aspect.
works.
You have to put that in
Yeah,
there
the
too.
sonic boom of light.
Yeah. But oh god. Not a whip.
That was funny as fuck, man.
It was something. It was a claw, damn it. Not a whip.
Yeah, he heard me say tail. I said tail the whip, and he thought I meant tail the shrimp. He just lost it.
Yeah.
Because it's about the claw.
Pushed him over the edge. You're responsible for that breakdown there.
But yeah, is my guess correct? If anyone is familiar, is it the snapping of their claw that causes the like sonic boom type thing? That's all I can imagine, to be honest. And I want to Google it.
It's the very tip of the whip when you whiplash it back, and the speed at which it's being retracted is causing that, not, isn't it? No?
The tail, the claw?
Isn't that not what you think? I mean, I don't know. When you said claw, now you've lost me there with the claw. When I look at a whip,
Yeah.
you know.
No, he was talking about pistol shrimp, but yeah, you're right. With the whip, it's the tip of the like that tail of the whip. When you snap it, it moves faster than the speed of sound.
Exactly. Like when you do it with a wet towel, yeah? Yeah? You know? Remember those days? Yeah. When was the
It's no
last
fun
time you
being
did
hit with
that?
those.
Yeah, not nice. I've seen someone bled. I've seen someone get cut and bled, man, with that.
Damn.
Yeah. The things you do in the army, man. The things you do in the army.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things that get done. You'd be surprised, man. Mad things we used to do.
Like,
boy.
actually cut. Damn.
Yeah.
Like, we had welts. Some welts, like, broke the skin. There's, like, little beading of blood. That happened maybe, like, once or twice. Usually it's just, like, some really big welts.
Yeah,
But never
someone
once
bled, man.
saw someone get cut from it.
Just the sound is like the intimidation factor that, causes the psychological terror. You don't even need to get hit by that thing.
You speaking from experience?
Yeah, like when somebody does that and makes the sound, it's scary. It's scary enough. Like, you don't want to get smacked by it. Just the sound is scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that. Good job.
We Africans are good at making sounds. We need to make these sounds in the jungle, you see.
But are you able to put two sounds together and make
solo
luminescence?
Ooh, maybe. Possible, of course.
What's the sound of sonoluminescence?
We do this when we have the talking drum, yes? That means somebody's coming to your village. You know?
What is it?
I said it means someone's coming to your village.
No, what's the sound?
What's the sound again? Yeah.
I
think you're making that up.
Yeah,
I don't think it sounded the same as the first time you
That
did
sounds
it.
racist.
So I think you translated that incorrectly.
Does it count as being racist if he is
No,
black?
what it was.
I'm not sure.
I put a little twist in there. I said, make sure you welcome them. That was the different bit.
Oh, okay.
Who needs whipping into line?
Nice one, Bandsaw. How you doing?
There we go. There we go, Jen.
Yeah, nice, man. Nice to hear your voice. Yeah, welcome. How was your day so far? It's been fucking raining cats and dogs here.
No, I've had a very pleasant day fishing, Jen.
Again?
I set off very early this morning, before the crack of dawn, before the birds were up. Yes, was out there. Yeah.
Sparrow's Fart, eh?
What kind of
Sparrow's
fishing?
Fart in England. Right.
Did you catch anything, Benso?
I did. I caught 4 salmon, 2 toady, and I caught my first flathead of the season.
Yeah.
You
So
flat
are you
smash the
eating
fish?
all this stuff? This stuff gonna eat it, yeah? You consuming all this stuff? Or do you put it back in?
Ain't salmon in Australia really small?
No. They're bigger than crocodiles, the salmon here.
What?
No, they're huge. Absolutely huge.
Damn.
You caught a fish that was a flat earther?
Yeah, flathead. A flathead. Look it up.
What kind of fishing though? Was it like, just you were just chilling on the boat
beach.
or at the
Beach.
At the beach.
Beach
Okay.
fishing. Yeah, beach
Oh,
fishing.
the flathead looks ugly. I would not eat this.
Man, flathead tail, it is so sweet. Oh my lordy lord, it melts. It's like eating fairy floss. It is beautiful.
What about the claw?
The claw. The claw. The claw.
What's fairy floss? I've never heard of that before.
Oh, you guys call it
Cotton candy.
Yeah, cotton candy.
Oh, okay, okay. Fairy floss. Okay, I get it. That's good. I like that.
So how do you cook flathead fish? What do you do to it? Is it like ordinary fish?
On a flat pan.
But just a lot stupider.
Bro, that looks like a
flat
fish,
earth?
half fish, half crocodile.
Barbecue on a flat earth. That's how you cook flat.
There you go. You got it all. You got all of
So ugly. Oh my god.
That's camouflage right there.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah, that is ugly.
But
Holy.
see, they're that ugly. They're absolutely beautiful. Now you only eat the tail, pretty much.
Why?
Because why would
Why
you want to eat
only?
the head?
because
Why
it's
only
like a
that?
bullhead. There's not a lot of meat on the rest of it. It's all like stringy and gross. It's only like the last part of the tail. It's kind of like one of those, kinda like a bullhead is. There's not much meat there. That's
it
not
fat?
tainted by whatever, you know.
Why catch it then? Why not just like throw it back?
Because there's very, very plenty. They're plentiful, and they taste.
What do you do with the head and like the middle part?
You burn it and put a stake
You
through it.
throw it back in the water and you use it.
No, don't throw it.
Yeah.
What do you do,
Fish
Ben?
head stew. Fish head stew
Okay, there you
is
go.
what you do with the head.
You're using it.
If you want to, if you want to go the whole snout to tail type of philosophy when you're catching stuff.
Hell yeah.
Australians be eating anything. I swear to God.
What do we mean anything? Look at that. Look how beautiful that flathead is.
It looks beautiful. In Africa, when you eat the fish head, they say that you'll be very good at navigating. You'll never get lost.
There you go.
Oh, like a section.
In Africa,
They should have
also,
called
when
it
you
a
eat the
section
fish's
fish.
head, depending on type of fish, it's all it's an aphrodisiac, and they give it to you the night before you get married, or the day of your wedding.
But those
Because like when you get married, you're not going to be horny enough, right?
Sounds like juju, black
Don't they
magic.
off people like that too?
You know, in Africa, they believe that albinos have superpowers. That's why they kidnap them and eat their limbs.
Because they're scary. You can't have that around.
I never knew that.
Maybe in
You guys
like
are trying to use
some weird part of Africa.
all over Africa. It's like a
No, not all
huge
over.
ass issue over there. Yeah, you guys
It's
ever?
not all over, man.
Yeah, like wherever you got witch doctors in Africa, they be doing this.
Yeah, like maybe
Albino
some
hunting.
parts of sub-Saharan Africa or something like that.
Oh yeah,
thing
definitely.
about flathead, you can put an old rubber boot on the end of your hook, and they'll latch onto that. They'll eat anything. They'll eat absolutely anything.
Yeah, like they literally get hunting like the way you would hunt like a gazelle, bro. They set traps for albinos. Crazy. You laugh,
Oh my
bro. It's a
God.
true story.
It is true.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Fuck Africa, man.
Well, I don't know about that.
It might be a little overboard.
Yeah, it's a
A
little
little
bit
strong there.
bit harsh. A little bit harsh.
Yeah, that was a bit harsh. My bad. But that's
Don't
what's
worry,
up, man.
Africa forgives you.
Yeah. So, like, who's gonna prepare the fish? Like, what are you doing here? Like, who's busy with the fish?
It's been prepared and it's been eaten already. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Did you clean it like at the beach or after you brought it home with salmon and thing? And
No, at the beach. The best place to clean it is at the beach in salt water.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, you don't even have to cook it. You just fillet it and eat it right there.
Well, you can. And,
No, but then
we'll probably have.
what about sharing?
Probably have. Yeah, neighbours will probably come over tomorrow. And we'll have some salmon and the other couple of salmon, which are about 2.5 to 3 kilo. Whacking them in the smoker, and I'll smoke those up.
How do you season your salmon?
Oh, it depends. Sometimes we just have it plain, raw. Other
So
times,
white.
it's just it's the simple things: bit of lemon, bit of salt,
Or sugar,
yeah,
like a
may-
ceviche.
maybe some
That's
garlic,
what kind of.
some
That's not
chili.
seasoning. Lemon and
I mean,
salt. That's all.
Yo, it's delicious
oh
too.
man,
Maybe a little bit
why
of
would
olive oil.
yeah, nah,
That's so
butter,
bland.
butter,
Butter's good
butter,
too. Oh
not
yeah.
olive oil.
Yeah. Yeah, butter's
But
good. I mean,
yo,
obviously, but
Bandy, so you caught like 6 fish the whole day?
Yeah.
So it's like one every 2 hours or one every like how long were you out there?
I was down there for about maybe about 5 hours thereabouts.
Okay, so like one
about
an
5
hour
hours.
almost.
Yeah, but the wife came down. She brought a picnic lunch, so we spent about half an hour, 45 minutes having lunch together on the beach as well.
Oh, that's romantic.
Of course.
And she probably made a lot of noise and scared the fish off. So don't give
Exactly
me a hard
right.
time.
I had to buzz her off. I'm going, yeah.
Come on.
You reckon the vibe? You reckon the vibe did? Go back home. Get back to the kitchen. Go clean the dishes.
Get back in the house, woman.
yeah, that's what's up though, man.
Yeah, man. I tell you what. We eat a lot of fish and a lot of meat too, but the cost of salmon here is, I don't know, anywhere between the good salmon. I'm not talking about your processed non-pig snout salmon, but the good stuff is about, I don't know, $50 to $60 a kilo, thereabouts. Pretty expensive.
Nice.
That's crazy. $60
And
a
then
kilo?
Yeah.
How long is this salmon gonna last you?
Oh, well, that's maybe
3 days.
Yeah, maybe a week. Yeah, maybe a week, thereabouts. When you have so much, you just make a glutton out of yourself. That's what you do. When you have to buy it, you have very small portions.
When you buy it, you're on like survival
Funny
rations.
like that, huh?
Yeah, exactly. 150
Yeah, when it's
gram
$24 a pound, yeah, you take your time. But when you catch one, you're like, yeah, go crazy.
I tell you what, any time we go to a restaurant, and if you order fish, the meal will come up and you'll hook into it, and you're paying top dollar, right? When you go out to eat at some of these restaurants, you finish your meal and you just roll your eyes. But the only good thing about going out for dinner half the time is you don't have to do the dishes.
Yeah,
That's true. Unless you forget your wallet.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to
Well, then
become
you
more
just have your wife
eco-friendly.
go do the dishes.
Wait, what?
Exactly. Like, everyone has their place. Everyone has their place.
I got you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
I got my own place.
Did you say you have your own place?
Yeah, I said I got my own place.
You said that.
Does that make me cool?
I'm homeless.
Oh, that sucks. That would suck.
You
But at the
women
same
with your
time, it would be
feminist,
nice. Actually.
you
Here
women
we
with
go.
your feminist movement have just
Don't you put me
destroyed
in
the
that
home.
box. Fuck feminism.
You
Doesn't
destroyed
sound
the
like
home.
usual.
That's nasty.
That's what happened. That's what happened. Got
That's a
destroyed
disgusting
overnight.
thing.
Feminism is disgusting to me. Thank you.
Oh, most
It's
definitely.
disgusting to every woman. They just don't realize it. They don't realize what it does to people. How it
It's
affects
anti-feminine entirely.
It's anti-human is what it is.
Anti-everything.
It's just anti-human.
Everything natural. No, thank
How
you.
so? How is feminism anti?
Look at what have they turned this
Really?
shit into? It's like, oh well,
Feminism.
we want to be men now. No thanks.
That's right. Feminism, Nate, destroyed the home. That's what it did.
How
Single-handedly is
so,
responsible.
It destroyed women.
I'll tell you.
How so?
I'll tell you how. Right?
Hmm.
Because the movement of feminism told women, right, that their place of importance, right, was not in the home. Right? They have no worth in the home anymore. Right? Your place of
Even more than
importance
that.
is
What
out in the workplace, right?
They've learned to despise it.
Instead of the message should have been the most important job you can be as a woman is a mother.
well, a mother
Right?
is the best job
Right.
there is.
Yep, that's the most
I
important.
would say
That's
being a
the
mother
most.
or a father is both the most important thing. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, they are both important, but I wouldn't want to be a father
Well,
role.
yeah, without the woman, yeah, we wouldn't be able to have
It
children.
eliminates
Yeah.
the importance of a woman's role at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it makes
Which
women
is
think that they
incredible.
need to compete with men on a man's level, and that's not necessarily always fair.
There's no need
Or
for
is it
competition.
reasonable? Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
I thought
Yeah,
feminism
there's plenty of jobs and there's
was
plenty
about.
of careers for all of us. You know, like to.
Are women and men are men, and that's perfect the way it is.
I thought it was about
I don't need to
women's
be a
rights.
man to be valid.
What they tried to do is put a financial worth.
No, you don't.
That's what they tried
You
to
just
do.
need to be yourself.
But that's what the whole thing is about, to make a woman feel like her role as a woman makes her less or not valid at all.
Right.
So she has to be a man now. That's
Yeah, and
nasty.
in order to be more like a woman, she has to be more like a man, right? Which is ridiculous.
I thought it was just about women having like a say in like matters of society, you know, like being allowed to
That
vote,
was the trick that
being
lured
allowed
No,
all
that
the
was
women
like
in.
go out and
women's
That
suffrage.
was the bait.
pretense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the bait.
Okay, well, are there not some good things that came out of feminism? Women have more of a voice in society. They can vote now. They have a say in things.
Well,
like
the original like feminism movement was women's
ago.
suffrage things. It wasn't
Yeah, but
feminist, not feminazi
if
kind of
you went
shit.
back 200 years ago, the lady talking with us now would have not been allowed to partake in this conversation. Isn't that a good outcome for feminism?
That's actually not true. That depends on where you're from, and that's historically inaccurate.
All right, but here in the Western world, would you have been allowed to talk with us the way you are now? I don't think so.
Probably. It maybe not in a church setting.
It depends on us,
No,
I think, doesn't it?
It depends on like a biblical
men
pastor's interpretation
Oh, you mean
situation.
if she
But
was a
women
married
with
woman
business
or would
owners.
her husband let her?
Just men sitting down having a discussion. Would a woman have been allowed to sit down with us and talk with us?
It depends on the region.
Okay.
Well, I see where they're
Yeah,
coming
we're not
from.
like
I mean,
sitting
yeah,
down
it
and
seems
talking with women. There's
to
no
be
like
pushed
mixing
that
going on.
that was
That
the
did
way it was.
exist, but that wasn't as much of a norm as we're impressed upon as it being.
Of course not.
It was not
Well,
like that.
Oh. History
So
is
if
not,
we
it's
if we
not
was down
anything like that.
in like Kentucky or Louisiana in the late 17 or let's say mid to late 1800s, and we was all sitting down talking face to face, she would be sitting down with us. She wouldn't be the one serving us tea, and then she would go back inside to attend to the kids in the house and whatnot.
You
She'd
mean
be
like
allowed to
here in
sit
the
down
South?
with us. I don't know. Like,
Why would she
I'm
be
just
sitting
trying to
down with
think
the men talking?
of a region, because it's
Why
what she's
wouldn't
doing
she?
now. Would this be allowed?
She's not sitting down with men right now. This
But the
I'm
idea is,
standing, and there
if
are
we
no
were
men
back,
around me.
if we were back 100 years, we didn't have
Don't
this
dodge what he's
technology.
trying to say. Like, give him a chance to
Yeah,
say
no, I
it.
get it.
I don't think the
You
Western
guys
world
know
was like that,
exactly
mate.
what
I know what you're talking
it
about.
is I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it.
hear
I get what you're saying.
Don't let them frustrate you because they're not understanding.
No, I'm not frustrated.
We're
No,
still
I'm talking to
seeing
him. I'm talking.
Oh, okay.
Islamic
I meant
countries,
him.
mate. You see what they're doing to women? They're
They're
making
making
them wear the
women.
veils. Like Western world was never like that, man. Even
No.
100 years ago, 500 years ago, you go back to ancient Europe. It's all the same, man. It's chill.
You can even.
It's always been chill.
I don't know.
You can even see that in like TV shows that even as inaccurately as they represent like the, that time period, like the late 1800s, women were owning businesses, running the businesses while men were out like having like ego fights. Yeah.
Really? Women running businesses in the late 1800s
I believe
in America?
Yes. Have you not like read Little House on the Prairie and seen like the Waltons and shit?
Based on a true story? Was it?
Well, that would probably have
Yeah.
been worldwide. I don't think it would have just been in America or any one country.
Well, that was just like a story, like a drama, I don't think.
It's funny.
Right, like
It's funny
I
how
said,
they cover
as
things like
inaccurate as it was, the women still were running the businesses.
Yeah, but
and even in biblical times, the women were running and owning businesses. It's a
who in the Bible? What woman in the Bible ran a business?
Bro,
Oh, gosh.
you know how Prophet Muhammad met Khadija?
Yeah, but we're talking about the Western world percentage. We're not talking about our side of the world.
Well, the biblical isn't.
But why
Western
does it
world.
just have to be Western?
Because that's the region I'm trying to talk about. That's where feminism happened. There's no feminism revolution in the East. It's in the West.
I'm with
I
you,
don't
but when
really
you said
call-
biblical, it kind of like escaped the Western world when you guys.
I don't really even call like
the.
the UK the West. That's still more Eastern to me.
No, it's West.
Is it really
West.
though? We're
in terms of
West.
in terms of ideology, not geographic location.
But the whole like women's suffrage thing didn't start here; it started there.
Yeah, but that's part of the Western world. In the
The
Eastern
new
world.
Western world, sure, but that's not true.
What?
The Western world starts with like left.
It's Western ideology for sure.
As to what it is she's saying, yeah.
What do you got against veils for now? What's wrong with veils?
Yeah, what's wrong with veils?
Well, that's what do the chicks like it? I mean, the whole feminism
Yeah,
movement was
the
mainly
women
just
want
rooting
to wear
each other
veils.
in the 50s with the whole the change with that.
What?
But man, the only thing they really did was they got the right to vote. But then you got men that
What?
still believe that.
I knew we were talking about.
Well, you're talking about veils, man.
No one's talking
And then
about
we're talking about
No, you brought it up. You brought it
modesty,
up.
which
veils.
is
That's why I asked you.
taken away.
What do you have against veils? Because you're the one that mentioned veils.
Or to force a chick to go outside and only show her eyelids. You tell me. We're talking about
What
the
if you don't
Western
force
world
them?
versus the East world. Hey,
That's
they
been
do
very
force that
Western
in the
position.
East.
Yeah, some
have
countries
to
do.
wear
Some
veils.
and a lot of women wear of their own prerogatives. So what about them?
Well, there was a time where
That's
a
interesting,
man
isn't
and a
it?
woman being married meant something.
What's wrong
And
with
so
having
if another
protect-
man came along and tried to hit on another man's wife, it would mean like
it's
war,
intense,
like
don't you
literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's wrong with
you don't-
having being
nowadays
protective of the
people
honor
don't
of your
they
woman?
don't make commitments anymore. It's getting to where women and men don't make commitments anymore, and the ones that do are chastised, or they're considered silly, or well, what did you waste your time on that for? You know what I mean? I've heard people say that. I've heard people say all kinds of fucked up things about marriage and the family structure. Of course, there are people who don't have kids and all, but I mean, it's terrifying to hear, people that haven't experienced brothers and sisters or family and being around raising children and what that's like and how beautiful it is. They think it's a pain in the ass. They think it's, it's just horrible what they think. And it's all out of ignorance, of course, but they don't see it that way. You know what I mean? That's part of what feminism has done that's hurt us. Is it's made a lot of women believe that they need to be manly, and therefore they basically abandoned, their role as a woman.
Yeah, I would say it's related to feminism, but I wouldn't say it's
children.
caused by feminism.
Yeah, but
I'd say that's the
well, no,
radical
you know what I mean.
agenda.
What else happened in conjunction with the rise of this, feminist movement? Like, where were the men when this was happening? Why did men just sit
then you
around
gotta
and
look
watch
into
women?
who started the
Well, a lot of men
become
believe that they should have their
dominant?
It's a
independence,
trick.
right?
No.
Okay.
It was a trick.
So men
maybe it was a
agreed.
part of the plan.
with
The
it.
men
Well,
have
yeah,
been
because
co-opted.
a lot of men were treating their wives as equals already. They were good men, right? Not every man was abusing his wife and treating her like a piece of meat, right? Like there's something to say
Probably
for
not.
that. Well, maybe not, but I would hope so. Like then how did we all get so civilized? If all of us were so intent on keeping our wives and beating them and doing all this stuff and whatever we wanted, then why did we ever let go of it? You see what I'm saying? Like what he said, who's the one that gave women their independence? Men did, right? Because it was men that were making the decision at the time. So obviously it was men that got involved and made it so, right? It wouldn't have just happened on its own, right? Because women couldn't vote. So the women could have talked and complained all they wanted, and it wouldn't have helped them any. It was convincing the men to vote the men and give them the ability. See what I'm saying?
Who's in charge of the men? That's what I've been asking.
Who's in charge of the women? Who's in charge of anybody, man? You know. Well, yeah. Usually, a good woman will be behind her man. She'll be with her husband. She will be the other half, and whatever he's faulty at or not good at, she'll try to make up the difference. That's what. Well, at least you would hope that's who you would choose someone that way, right? You don't want someone that's too much like you, otherwise you have the same faults and you're going to have the same issues. But if you find someone that's a little different than you, they might be better at the things that you're bad at, and so you balance it out. The whole idea. Plus, you get bored with somebody that's just like you. You really do. It's much more interesting to have someone who's a little bit different than you, so you're a little bit of a challenge. Well, if they're too different, then maybe you don't get along. I don't know. It depends on who you are and what you can take. Like I always liked a firm, smart, intelligent woman, and one that doesn't act like a street woman. Doesn't go around and flaunting herself and showing sexuality in front of strangers, right? But that's just me. That's what I'm attracted to. I don't like women who go around flaunting themselves, wearing half-dressed and all that kind of stuff. I just don't like it. I just never really. It always made me uncomfortable. Whether it was me with the girlfriend or whether it was the guy that one of my friends with the girlfriend, it always seemed like it always seemed like a weird situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, somebody's probably going to end up, going out with her or sleeping with her or whatever, but not all of us are. So if there's a big group of guys, you know what I mean? You see my point? It's like, things get weird and icky, you know what I'm saying? But, when I look back when I was a kid, I'm not that old, I'm 48, but when I was really young, I remember my grandfather being abusive to my grandmother. He never hit her that I saw, but he was abusive. He'd yell at her and scream at her and get angry with her, and he was drunk and stuff. And I remember my dad yelling at my stepmom. He never hit her or nothing either, but he yelled at her. And I remember my uncle, he hit his wives, and he had 10 of them. And I didn't
10
like
wives.
it at all. It bothered her. Yeah, he had 10
What?
kids, and he had 10 different. He married 10 different women.
10 baby
And he had
mamas.
10, yeah. Well,
No, baby mamas,
Well,
actual
he didn't
Not at the
have
same
have
time.
kids with all of his wives, but he did have 10 kids, and I don't think he was married 10 times, but he had definitely 10 women that he had a family with. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
One of the women had 2 kids. So.
One after the other, or at the same time?
Well, no, not at the same time.
How many at the same time?
What do you mean, women? I don't know. I didn't ask. I'm sure
Well, I
he
mean,
did have.
like, looking at the
I'm sure he had
kids'
more than one
ages, you
woman
could
at
probably
once,
tell.
but. I mean, that's not what it was about. It was just a matter of he was sleeping around a lot, and he was just ditching any woman that he knocked up. So,
Yeah, he had
it
more
wasn't
hoes than
until
clothes.
after that he had to pay child support that he wanted to get involved with their lives, and then he realized, being a father was important. And then he finally had, and he also had a wife that actually held him to it, and he actually raised two of his kids. From birth, obviously, but he had a lot of kids that he had, and then he left the state or he moved or whatever, and he didn't get to see him. So. But anyway, like
And
I
how'd
said,
they turn out? Do you know?
Some of them turned out okay, and most of them turned out pretty fucked up, though. Yeah. But I don't know if it was necessarily all his fault. I mean, I'm sure their mom was involved, and I'm sure that whoever was being the father figure in their lives when their dad was gone was probably a big factor too. I'm only comparing it to my life because I went through a lot of shit when I was a kid, but I don't know if I'd necessarily blame that on anybody. I mean, maybe the person abusing, but not really. You can't really
But why
blame a
do
kid.
people do that, though? How do they get to that
Good
point?
question. I don't know. I guess out of fear, maybe, or maybe just out of Maybe it's a control thing. Maybe it's a mental illness. I don't know. That's a good question.
I think like going back to the whole like women's suffrage thing and feminism, it's crazy to me that like the whole perception of women being ultimately mistreated and like less than is actually not such an
I don't agree with that
Eastern thing.
necessarily. Yeah.
It's more of a
Right.
Western thing, really. Like over there Western thing. What we would consider like Rome.
Well, I mean, I wasn't
Islam,
alive 100 years ago, so I
women's
can't really
equality
tell you whether there was a
was
contrast
not
between
that.
then and now. But, you know what I mean? But I mean, like I said, when I was younger, I do know that men acted and treated their wives differently, and now it seems like
you're
women are
told
more.
that.
You know what I mean?
Or you mean like in your like your own personal experience, or like what you
Yeah,
have
my
been.
own personal experience. Like I seen
Well,
a lot of
that's like a
men in
kind
my
of a
life,
narrow
and
pocket for
I
any
know
of
some.
us, though.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm saying, you know, like my own. That's the only experience I have, so I have, you know, that's the only thing I can really base my understanding from. You know what I mean? So that's
Yeah.
why I usually go outside and I ask people. Like that's why I talk to people online and stuff. It's because I get information from them. I tell them my story and they tell me theirs, and they give me insight. Sometimes they tell me, "Hey, that happened to me too, and this is the way it worked out with me." And I'll be like, "Wow, that's interesting. I never expected that." You know, that's how you learn. That's how you understand. How you learn to also predict and know when people are aggressive and when they're not. Sometimes it's hard to know. But if you're good at guessing, and you're good at, you know, should I say, identifying character traits, then not only do people want to talk to you more because you seem interested in them more, and of course it makes that makes it easy to talk to people, right? When they seem interested in what you have to say. So I think it's kind of like part of being polite, you know. It's like, or chivalry, you know. It's like it's part of the whole thing. It's part of the whole human, or not human. I don't like that word, but it's part of being a real man. I call it man because I'm a man, right? I call it being a real
right.
man.
Being a real man would be
Respects
treating
women. He respects other men. He respects other people's property. He respects things, right? But of course, if people push the line, then yeah, he does what he has to do. But in general, he's a respectful person. But he stands up for what's right and he protects people, especially women and children, right? And he would never, unless he's just by himself with his friends, he doesn't belittle women or that. That's something that men do on their own, and that's something you really have no control over. I only say that
but that's
because
like
I've never met a
the
man that
men
didn't.
doing that for other men. That has nothing to do with women.
Yes, right.
That's like
exactly.
a pissing contest.
You're right. Right, exactly. A measuring contest, yeah.
Women aren't really involved in that.
No, but men use the stories. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Well, maybe you don't.
You got to puff up your chest a little bit, you know.
Yeah, right. It's a pecking order thing, or you know, I'm just as good as you. That's really what it is. Most people just want to be equal. They don't really want to be better, but
but when the woman comes around, you don't act like that.
Of course, you're going to pretend like you're the best and all that because you want her to think that's true. And, yeah. If you're interested in her, I mean, if I'm not interested in a woman, I don't waste my time with that. I'll treat her nice and I'll be respectful to her, but I won't.
And then she'll
like
be more
actively,
into you.
Maybe, but I usually just don't push like the flirty thing. I might flirt by just talking and speaking to the person, but I won't sit there and ask them questions like, where do you live? And, you know, I won't get into that kind of stuff. I'll just let that be unless they come and initiate it with me. But then again, I've been married for years, so that's probably why I'm like, not that I'm not attracted or interested. It's just, you know, I'm married and I don't do it. So it's better not to let myself get into that situation where I might, you know, be stupid enough to pull something or do something that I would regret. And I would.
You said something that like I found interesting. You're talking about how you just like personally don't like women that, you know, dress scandalously or what have you and go out like that.
No. I didn't mean it that way. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from. Go on.
I guess when you're a woman, you don't like you don't want that.
I mean, I don't like slutty women, is what I was going to say. But I didn't want to be rude because there's a lady in the room, so I didn't want to say it that way.
Yeah, me too.
That's really what I meant.
Scandalously. But
Sweet
anyways,
Jesus.
My point
well,
is,
I'm just. Well, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes
yeah,
people
and you
are
said
offended
like
by
you don't know
things
why
like
you're like that. You just are, you know. And it reminded me of something in Islam.
I mean, you don't
actually.
like
There's-
seeing girls in public with their boobies hanging out and stuff.
No,
You don't
I
want any
do
partner.
actually, but I don't want to.
Oh, you mean
be
your eyeballs like
married
to
to
see
a
that?
woman who does that?
Okay.
If my wife did that, I would have a problem with it. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
so there's
obviously.
this concept in Islam. It's,
Now-
it's called. There actually is a word for it. What the exact thing you're talking about? It's like a pretty big concept in Islam. It's called ghira, which basically means the like protective, protection of like the honor of your loved ones, basically, and that includes like you know, your women, like your sisters, your wife, and stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
And there's this like basically this idea that it's not even an idea. Well, I mean, I guess it's like, you know, a doctrine that every man is born with this kind of like this inclination towards you know, Islam and the teachings of Islam, and one of them is this doctrine of being protective and guarding the honor of the women.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it be his wife or whether it be his daughters or family members, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Because he
it's
created
sacred,
space for
right?
you from yourselves.
Yes.
Not really, no. I think when a woman is married, she shouldn't be walking around revealing all her bits and pieces to people to
Should
have a
she
look
be
at. She's a
revealing
married
her
woman.
bits and pieces
She's a
even
married
if she's
woman.
not
So
married?
she's a married woman.
No,
Let me finish, please. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
I don't
She's a married
know.
woman. She's a married woman, so she shouldn't be revealing all her body. When she was
She
single,
shouldn't be revealing it anyway.
She may have to do. Hang on. When she was a single woman and she's looking for a man and she wants to attract a man, then she's going to be revealing herself in a certain way. But once she's got a man, she's married now, and they've got children and that stuff. That should stop. Really, should stop.
Yeah, let her show
Don't
only
you
her
think?
pupils, mate.
Yeah,
Isn't
No lashes.
in terms of attracting the man, there's even like, you know, a process for that. You know, that's.
But what kind of man?
It maintains the wholesomeness, so she doesn't have to go out, you know, provocatively and stuff like that.
What kind of man is she going to attract if she's dressing like that?
Good question.
Well,
any
who
man
knows?
who thinks he's got a chance with her,
She's going to be
usually
attracting all
that's
types.
the problem.
All types of men, yeah.
No, just
All
like you
types of
said,
men.
when you see a woman like that in the street, like you don't want anything, you're not attracted, you know. And I said, you know, she's probably even more into you when you're ignoring her like that.
Yeah.
So, like the good men will stay away from.
Wait
They'll
for the
know
wrong
like
reason.
an honest, wholesome
No,
woman.
Well, yeah,
a good
maybe
man
a
will keep
woman
eye
care about her
contact all the
appearance,
time.
you know.
Yeah, a
I
good
see where you're
man will
going
be
with it.
keeping eye contact to her all the time, so your eyes don't wander. Eye contact all the way, and you talk
Or
and
turning
discuss,
his head.
and you carry on. I can do that. I can do that easily because I meet many women who have their selves over revealing stuff, and I just look at them in the eye all the way through. That's it. I've got no
Why do you
worries
look
there.
them in the eye?
Because I don't want to look down at their breasts and whatever they're revealing.
Why don't you just look down?
Well, if you don't
Why do
look
you have
down
to
at
look
their
at them?
breasts,
Right,
then
like
they
I
may not
said,
know that
just
you
turn
want to
your
touch
head.
their breasts, and they may not be interested in you after that. I don't know. I tend to realize that women are a lot like us when it comes to like that. You know, they want to have sex. You know, once they decide they like you, yeah, they're interested just like you are. So you know, don't treat them like they're some kind of weirdo that doesn't understand sex, right? I mean, that's kind of silly, isn't it?
No, and looking someone's eye is a very
to look
like
at people's
personal
eyes.
thing. You know,
To me, that would be an insult.
they've
you
done
know
those
what I mean?
studies where you don't say anything to a person, you just look at them, they look at each other in the eye for minutes on end, and they've like, you know, their attraction for each other skyrockets. It's a very central thing.
That's not with me.
Yeah,
That's
either
not
you're
me.
psycho or you're trying to be provocative.
That's not me.
I'm saying like you could avoid all that by just not looking at them if they're dressed like
I don't
sluts.
have any problems.
Well, see, this is the problem: is that men are made differently. I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have control, but I'm saying it's more difficult for us because of the hormones and the way our bodies do things, right? You know, we grow
That's
muscles
the
and all that.
misconception. You think you're
Okay,
the
maybe.
only ones with the
Maybe.
hormones.
Maybe. No, I know that.
You
No,
don't have
you're
to
not.
look.
Let
Man.
me finish.
If you
Let me
Chad,
finish.
you don't even need to look because you know you can
Men
get
are
anything.
different,
You don't
okay?
need
They're
to
different,
drool
right?
over that shit,
Men
man.
are
Yes,
different, and they're
very different.
activated by different hormones and different things. So
But
that's what I'm trying to say is there's a big difference in,
Animal
but that doesn't mean
instinct.
that
The
women
animal
don't want
instinct
sex as much
lust.
as we do, right?
Yes,
Only
the
if you're a
animal
beta male.
instinct. The animal instinct of lust and wanting to penetrate can come through easily. Yes, that's always a problem, isn't it? You've got to keep that under control.
Yeah.
That's why when I buy my trousers,
Keep it under
when I buy my
control.
trousers here in
Keep them
Japan,
under wraps
I
there,
make
buddy.
sure that the zip is metal reinforcement, special extra reinforcement on the,
There's
in the
always
zip
one in the
area.
bunch that makes it sound
Are you
creepy.
serious, Jin?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Because if you don't have reinforced metal zippers, then it's gonna cause a problem.
That's why
or
they
what?
put wood. That's why they put boards between the
Pants are gonna break.
Put your
Because they were
chastity
such
pants
horn
on
dogs, they
before
were
you
trying to
go
sleep with their
door.
sisters.
This is Jin CBR we're talking about. So yes,
We were animals. in the 20s, we were animals. We couldn't help ourselves.
Jin is always bursting at the seams in more ways than one.
That's perfect.
I know. I've talked with him extensively. That's why.
That was good. Thanks for that.
No, I like to look at women in the eye when I'm having a conversation. I don't want to look down, do I? I want to look at them and talk. So if they're going to have all their stuff revealing, I don't
Why are you
I
talking
look
to
at
people
all
you're
of
not
them. I
married
just
to
don't
anyways?
And his forehead
I
sweating.
look
And he's
at
like,
just don't let them see me.
Yeah, but Jin, you still take a peek though, right? At some point when she's not looking.
Well, I already did. I did all the peeking. I did all the looking when she was approaching. So I already done.
that's a good question. Why is he talking to her anyway?
Yeah.
I might want to just ask her the time of day. Have you heard of the flat Earth?
Yeah, when he seals that and sees how revealed he is,
Yeah,
all of a
but
sudden he needs to know the time of day.
okay, I have a question for you. Are you attracted to slutty girls that look single, or are you attracted to women who are good looking but look normal and have kids with them? Because to me, I'm more attracted to a woman who has kids. I don't know why. It's just they seem more attractive to me because they're a woman, right? Because they're showing like they're acting, they're using their will to be a woman, right? And that's attractive to me. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm screwed up in the head, but that's just how I see it.
No, you want to get married.
I always
That's you
thought
wanting
that's what.
to get married.
Right? Yeah, I want to settle. Yeah, I want to. And then once I settle with someone, I don't want to share them. I don't want them going out and other men staring at them because it gives me nightmares. It bothers me. It makes me jealous and it makes me act stupid. It makes me do things that are crazy.
That's why I've always got my karate. When I go out with my wife, I've got my karate mitts on, ready for any cunt who's looking longer than he should.
But you don't look at other women, especially not in the eyes, when your wife's with you, and you don't approach women about flat Earth, right?
Oh, I do.
Not normally. No.
I would if I want to keep my woman.
Well,
yeah, you got to make her
It
jealous.
depends on the
Oh,
situation.
gosh.
If it's a woman that's not in my
Come on.
league, like if it's an old woman that I would never sleep with, then no, there's no holds barred. I'll flirt with her and I'll be nice to her and I'll that kind of thing. I'll try to make her feel like
Well, yeah, but
I'm
your
attracted
wife
to
is
her or
gonna
whatever,
like that
it's
because it's nice,
right,
it's
right.
sweet, it's
Right,
different.
exactly. But I will not do that if I think there's any chance that my wife will be jealous. No, I'll just avoid all that whole situation, or I'll just get up and leave. Or I'll move, or
I talk to all women. My wife doesn't mind at all.
But at the same time, my wife doesn't get mad if she sees me looking at a woman. But I know that in her heart, it does bother her. She says
if
one
it's a
thing, but I
completely
know.
innocent, if it's a completely innocent environment, like let's say your son's playing ball or something like that, just Jin's son was at the baseball game or something like that, and say one of the parents came and talked to him and he was making conversation and stuff like that, and she was laughing and his wife was seeing this. I bet when they got home, she'd jump his bones. Because it's just
My wife wouldn't do that. My wife's not
probably, yeah, right, yeah. I see what you mean now. Yeah,
My wife's
right,
not
yeah,
like
make
that.
sure.
Though.
Abraham is rolling over in his grave right now.
Woman. I married the right woman. Because she doesn't do stuff like that. She doesn't
Charlie,
get
you don't
jealous
think
like
that's
that. Because I don't. Because she knows I don't do it. I just don't push it like that.
Yeah.
But I do flirt with other women. But it's usually
understands.
people that she knows, and she knows how I really feel about them. It's not. It's a platonic thing. It's just a friend. Because I'm a very flirty kind of person, and I have a really big. I have a really big personality.
What?
And my wife.
I know.
Oh, stop already! Really? No, that. And even if that was true, I wouldn't be telling everybody about it. I really would.
If that was true, meaning it's not. Oh, that's tough.
Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I don't know if it's true because I don't see a whole lot of them, so I don't know. I just know that I got one. That's all that matters. And it works, okay? That's all I need to tell. I'm not telling anything else. And why would you want to know anyway?
Yeah, so you have to be careful when you go out with your wife. Choose your places carefully. Don't go to bars because you're definitely going to be having problems. You've got an attractive
No,
wife.
but I met her in a bar. But she wasn't
Yeah,
in there to pick up men.
yeah.
She would just happen to be in there drinking beer like I was, playing pool, and we met.
Yes, whilst
Yeah,
my
it was
friend was
a
doing
pub, yeah.
security. Good. And you're still
Normally,
together, yeah?
normally I wouldn't go to a bar to pick up a wife, no. But it just so happens that a wife happened to be in a bar.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's a different person now. Like, I doubt she goes to the bar alone or with her girlfriend.
Well,
now.
no, she does go out on occasion, but it's generally like we have a bocce, we play in a bocce league and all that kind of stuff. So we are active. We do go out to bars. And
No,
things,
I said alone.
I don't drink anymore. Yeah, she does with her friends and things.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'd be worried about that.
I don't have a problem with it. No, I don't worry about that kind of thing.
But he said
because I know my
bocce.
wife. But I also know my wife, and I know where she goes, and I know who she's with her mother and some of her close friends. I know. And I figure if my wife's going to do that, she's going to do it. Me stopping her from going to a bar isn't going to change that, right? That's the way I look at it. And besides that, I wouldn't want to be kept like that anyway, so I don't treat her that way. You know what I mean? Like, she works, I don't now because I'm disabled. So she's not only working a full-time job, but she also comes home and helps me with the house. So I'm not bitching. I'm not going to ruin that. You know what I mean? Why screw that up?
Wow.
She does a lot for her. So yeah, exactly. And like I'm respectful towards her mother. Like she's the only mother-in-law or the only girlfriend or love interest that I ever had's mother that ever liked me like that. And you know what I mean? Like really liked me, and I really believed it. Like how I don't know all of you, but I'm sure some of you that are married have mother-in-laws where you're not really sure whether they really like you or whether they just say that just to make your wife happy or whatever.
My mom is scary as fuck. Like,
yeah, but my mother-in-law really
nobody's
does.
gonna like her.
She adores me, so I like that idea. That's the first time I've ever had
you're
that.
a blessed man.
Yeah.
Most people don't have good mother-in-laws, so.
Well, I mean, she's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. She can be a pain in the ass too. But
I think you should try to be
I'm not complaining.
impressive to your mother-in-law, but
no, I try to make her happy. I do. Whenever she asks me to do anything, I go over there and do it for her.